Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4nh Chapter 131 Summit War begins. Aokiji looked at the dozen or so Kizaru, secretly envious. It's decided. I won't sleep these days. I must practice chakra and clone technique well. He won't sleep until he learns the ice clone technique. Unlike Aokiji and Kizaru, Akainu's eyes lit up terribly when he looked at the dozen shadow clone techniques. With so many clones, and with impressive combat capabilities, if they can be put into actual combat, wouldn't it be possible to wipe out many pirate gangs? Akainu's eyes lit up. When you have learned the clone technique, you can develop dozens of clone techniques at once. In this way, there will be countless marine admirals in the naval headquarters. At that time, if I let my clones run around the world and chase the pirates with me, wouldn't that scare the pirates to death? This magical skill is simply too powerful. It should be popularized to all marines. In this way, the scale of the marines can be greatly increased, and the combat effectiveness can also be enhanced, Akainu thought secretly. No way. He must study the lava clone technique carefully in the next few days. Kizaru is a smart guy sometimes. Akainu glanced at the carefree Kizaru and secretly began to fantasize in his heart. Previously, because there were only 3 admirals in the marine headquarters, they were always helpless in terms of high-end military forces. But it's different with clone technique. Once all 3 marine admirals have learned the clone technique, they can form a team. Although they are all clones, there are 3 clones of marine admiral. By then, dozens of clones will be created. Divided into dozens of teams, each team is basically equipped with an avatar Akainu, an avatar Aokiji, and an avatar Kizaru. Isn't this wonderful? The more Akainu thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea. Not only the 3 admirals, but even Sengoku can be included in the team. The same can be done with other powerful marines in the Marine Corps. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were trying to slack off, had no idea that Akainu had already arranged for their future clones. If they knew about this, they would probably start cursing. You're just getting a fixed salary, yet you're still working so recklessly for it. Advertisement, now you've even arranged for us to have a clone. Is there something wrong with your brain? This is definitely a typical king of involution. It's just one salary, but you have to do the work of dozens of people. What are you looking at? Aokiji suddenly felt a fiery gaze. When I looked over, it turned out to be this guy Akainu. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a top-quality treasure, and this look made Aokiji feel threatened. Hey, I always feel like you were thinking about something terrible. Kizaru's face also turned dark. He also had some idea of what his old friend was thinking. Damn it, there is absolutely no way he would let his clone work overtime. Unless his clone is also paid, it's decided. Now the task of all marines in Marineford is to practice shadow clone. This is the most important task, Akainu said heavily. It was originally estimated that the total number of marines summoned in Marineford would be 100,000. But if you learn the shadow clone technique, then the number will be difficult to estimate. That's a good suggestion. Everyone can learn clone technique. This skill is indeed very practical, Sengoku also nodded. I didn't expect that in such an unknown ninja village, there would be such powerful ninjutsu. It seems that the strength of these people is far beyond their imagination. From today, a wave of clone technique has been set off in Marineford. Those other people seem to be some strangers. Why don't I have any impression of them? This guy is too small. He looks like a kind old man. Is he really that powerful? Ace, who is about to be executed, has been escorted to Marineford. But when the 4th Admiral appeared, people around the world who were watching the video had no memory of this guy at all. Naval headquarters had already begun broadcasting the news to the world 3 hours in advance. And the tyrant, all the marines from Marineford have arrived. Is this guy the marine's secret weapon? He was suddenly appointed admiral. Was it because of Whitebeard's pressure that he was summoned in advance? That's the pirate's queen, Boa Hancock, advertisement. Damn it, I've never heard of this. Many people were puzzled when they saw Hashirama and Marine Admiral were on par with each other. Some of them have heard of other marine admirals or famous vice admirals. On Marineford, there is a crowded marine with countless figures. However, soon, everyone heard the announcement on the radio and found out that this person was the 4th Admiral of the Marine, the ninja god Hashirama. What? There's a 4th Admiral in the Marine? Why have I never heard of this? Many men are naive, and they get excited at the thought that they can learn those incredible tricks. The rest will be proved in this battle. Everyone felt that the appearance of this 4th Admiral was too far-fetched. It's the world's greatest swordsman, Hokage Mahawk. In itself, being able to learn ninjutsu is a very lucky thing for all Marines. Everyone looked at Tobarama and Minato, and suddenly a big question mark appeared in their hearts. The chair on the far right was occupied by a very unfamiliar person. Look, that's the 7 warlords of the sea. Are these 2 guys among the 7 warlords of the sea? After some time had passed, although he has never truly witnessed Hashirama's strength, the fact that he killed Gecko Moria with one move is enough to prove that he is a strong man. After all, this ninja god Hashirama was too unfamiliar to them. However, Sengoku did not explain too much. At this moment, residents all over the world are quietly watching the marine headquarters on the image. Among them, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, who are active admirals of the marine, each occupy a seat. However, before they could wonder, 4 more seats appeared at the top of the 7 warlords of the sea. Summit War is about to begin. Who is this guy? He looks so ordinary. Why is he allowed to sit with the other 3 admirals? I don't think so. Maybe this guy is just forcing the issue. The Marine Admiral is very powerful. The Marines probably just want to intimidate these pirates. 132 The detonating talisman is stuck to the face, the insidious Tobirama. As time slowly passed, Ace was restrained to the execution platform. Sengoku stood in front of Ace and told him his true identity, the King of Pirates, the biological son of Gold D. Roger. This momentous event was broadcast to all parts of the world through images, and everyone who heard about it was shocked. The Pirates King's child is still alive. This is incredible. Shouldn't the Pirates King's child have died long ago? Why is he still alive now? But it doesn't matter now. Now, the son of the culprit who started the Great Pirates era and caused countless people to lose their families has stood on the execution platform. Neji, standing at the foot of the execution platform with Garp and others, just watched this scene silently. Roger, the Pirates King, is not a great man. In fact, he is a great villain, and that is undeniable. Neji's eyes were cold. Now in the entire pirates world, how many guys who can be called pirates are good people? Robbing, burning, killing and plundering are extremely normal things among pirates. The Pirates King Roger catalyzed this incident, which catalyzed the advent of the Great Pirates era, and undoubtedly caused countless people to lose their homes and lives. Does he know this? Of course he does. It was such a simple thing, there was no way he didn't know the consequences of his action. The current 4 Emperors team, even Whitebeard, in the early years and even now, is still a bad Madara. It is impossible for the dozens of large pirates groups under his rule to be as friendly and kind as the Whitebeard pirates. As one of the 4 emperors, Shanks must have used some ruthless methods. Maybe he is a good person, but how many good people like him can there be? Considering the number of pirates, that's pitifully small. Even Roger, the king of pirates, has an extremely bad reputation in the world. Even if he didn't do many bad things in his life, the roar he made before he died was worse than what the pirates did. Now, after hearing about Ace's life story, people all over the world are either shocked or extremely disgusted, and have no other thoughts. As for the pirates, they only care about the endless treasure of the Pirate King. They have no respect for Roger as a person. They only have endless greed. Advertisement, however, it didn't take long for Sengoku to announce the news. Outside Marineford, a thick fog suddenly appeared. In this thick fog, dozens of large ships were faintly visible. It's the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. Oh my, they have been summoned as well. Kizaru sighed. I really don't know what Whitebeard is thinking. He insists on fighting this war that is impossible to win, Aokiji said lazily. HMPH, since they're here, let them die here together, Akainu snorted coldly. As the top 3 marine admirals, their strength is enough to rival the 4 emperors. In the anime, Akainu's performance can be said to be not so impressive. But there is a slight deviation. Some minor differences in Pirates King lead to huge differences in the key battle parts between the comic version and the anime version. In the original comics, Akainu's duel with Whitebeard was not as awkward as in the anime, and he even handled it with ease. In the comics, Akainu stepped on Whitebeard's sword with one foot during the battle with Whitebeard, without any stiffness and looking very relaxed. Where's Whitebeard? Hurry up and search for where Whitebeard's ship is. Don't be anxious, Whitebeard and those guys haven't come out yet, we need to be on guard against them, Akainu said coldly. But it's a bit troublesome that there's ocean all around us, Hashirama scratched his head. However, at the moment when the words fell, waves suddenly appeared on the sea, and a large ship emerged from the bottom of the sea. After a few exchanges of moves, both sides were injured, which also highlighted the terrifying lethality of Lava Fruit. Big Eddie Spider Squadron, he is still used to fighting on land. Brother Descartes, after all, Whitebeard is no longer in his prime, and it is possible that he loses to Akainu. The result is just that simple. Tobirama sneered, he still had some perception. Haha, I'm afraid Nidame has already discovered it, Minato said with a smile. Advertisement, this guy is really a model worker. Suddenly, the sea area outside Marineford suddenly turned into an ocean composed of countless detonating talismans. In the Hokage world, Hashirama is also a complete idealist who hopes that everyone can have peace instead of war. Hashirama, who was standing at the Marine Admiral position, frowned when he saw the enemy appear and prepared to fight. Each of them is a top-notch expert, and a captain famous throughout the New World. The Marines broke out in cold sweats when they saw all the pirates under the 4 emperors were dispatched. To be honest, he had no good feelings towards these pirates who only knew how to rob, burn, kill and loot. The key point later is that after seeing Akainu, the comic version of Whitebeard broke out in sweat and looked very solemn. The reason why Akainu went offline so quickly was to give Luffy time to escape. In terms of overall combat power, Akainu is not as weak as in the anime, and there are not so many battle scenes. The overall image is fast, accurate and ruthless. After all, Akainu was just knocked into a crack, it doesn't mean he can't continue fighting. It's the Whitebeard pirates, of course. Then Akainu was besieged by Whitebeard's other team captains, and was attacked from behind by Whitebeard, hitting the back of the head with a punch. Are these the legendary 4 emperors, the strongest pirates group in the world? Hashirama said in a deep voice. After being here for so many days, he has almost figured out the level of the world's top powerhouses. It can be said that it is really strong, but it is not invincible. Akainu reacted and jumped up and punched off half of Whitebeard's head. Then Whitebeard counterattacked again, and Akainu fell into the crack created by the shock fruit and was offline for a short time. Look, it's Whitebeard's pirates. If the fight continues, it's hard to say who will win or lose between Whitebeard and Akainu. Hey, you don't want to take action now, do you? Kizaru said unexpectedly. I didn't expect it to appear from the bottom of the sea. It's really interesting, Tobirama said coldly. It can be said that the combat power of the critically ill Whitebeard is now almost the same as Akainu. Chapter 133 Two God-tier speed ninjas come to kill instantly. Since I knew the other party would attack, how could I not be prepared at all? Tobirama said coldly. Pirates, let me show you a taste of the gift I prepared for you. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates had just emerged from the depths of the sea, and as soon as they showed their heads, they realized something was wrong. Oh no, Dad. The color of the ocean is wrong, the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco, suddenly said. When they came up to the vast blue ocean, many pieces of white talisman papers appeared without them knowing when. Before they could react, the explosion happened suddenly. In the entire sea area outside Marineford, in the area where the Whitebeard pirates belonged, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. What happened? Hey, how could this happen suddenly? The Marines on Marineford looked confused. Why did the Whitebeard pirates get attacked right after they came out? Was it their people who did it? After the violent explosion, the bottom of Whitebeard's ship and even the surrounding planks were severely damaged. The entire ship was in tatters and had even started to leak. HMPH, I've checked the information of the Whitebeard pirates, and there are quite a few fruit ability users among them. Tobirama crossed his arms. These inherently evil pirates can't move on the water like us ninjas, so once their ships are destroyed, they will become drowned rats. As for the demon fruit power, it can also be scrapped. Minato laughed dryly. Night Aim is fast, worthy of being the fastest ninja in the ninja world. On the other hand, at the position of Marine 4 admirals, Akainu looked at the Whitebeard ship that had just appeared. Just its head was exposed, and the entire hull had been blown up. His eyes lit up. Whose subordinate is this? He is so brave, Akainu couldn't help but praise. Ah, this is my younger brother Tobirama. Well, it must be him who did it. Hashirama scratched his head and said embarrassedly. What do you mean? My brother is a little extreme. No, not extreme. How can this be considered extreme for pirates? Your brother is awesome, Akainu retorted. As soon as they appeared, they destroyed the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates, which was absolutely enough for the deterrence of the marine. I always feel that your brother, Hashirama-san, is a bit sinister. Kizaru broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. By the way, his looks alone are enough to be compared to Sakazuki, right? Advertisement Aokiji looked at Tobirama's gloomy appearance and felt that this approach was in line with his image. As soon as the Whitebeard pirates appeared, the ship was suddenly smashed to pieces. The Marines hadn't even made a move yet, and it was as if a mighty power from heaven suddenly descended upon the Whitebeard pirates. This scene has been transmitted to all parts of the world. As expected, these evil pirates are no match for the righteous Marines. Look everyone, even someone as strong as the 4 emperors can't be a match for the Marine. The 3 admirals haven't even made a move yet, but the Whitebeard pirates have already suffered heavy losses. It turns out that the Marines are not as strong as Sasuke. That's right. In my opinion, the Whitebeard pirates actually wanted to challenge the authority of the Marine. They're doomed. After all, this is the Marine headquarters. In the Whitebeard pirates, the captains all looked gloomy. The explosion just now came too suddenly, and they didn't even have time to react. Even if one has the ability to see and hear, it is too late to clear it. Damn it. What on earth just happened? Why did the sea surface suddenly turn into those things and then suddenly explode? This must be the Marines doing. Damn Marine. How dare you blow up our ship? Dad, it's no use. The bottom of the ship has been completely blown up. We can't stay on the ship any longer, Diamond Joe said in a deep voice. There are quite a few demon fruit powers among their Whitebeard pirates. If the ship sinks, these guys will have no ability to resist at all. We have to land quickly, of course. Whitebeard, who has been on many battles, naturally knows this. Damned Marines, I'll show you the power of the tsunami. Whitebeard grinned and smashed his fists hard into the space. A violent tremor occurred, and due to Whitebeard's ability as an earthquake man, waves of raging waves were set off in the calm ocean. In just a blink of an eye, the thousands of raging waves had rolled up to a height of hundreds of meters. The raging waves carried the ships of the Whitebeard pirates, which soared into the sky, trying to land in Marineford in one breath and attack the Marines stationed at the headquarters. Don't even think about it, Aokiji said coldly. Although there are 100,000 elite Marines gathered in Marineford, if Whitebeard were to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers, it would be a completely one-sided battle. Advertisement: the best way to fight is to force them outside Marineford. Ice Age. Due to the tsunami caused by the earthquake, it was sealed by Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. The sweeping sea turned into an ice vein, and also gave the pirates the opportunity to fight on the ground. HMPH, just like Big Brother, the attack range is too large, Tobirama said coldly. These demon fruit powers are simply human-shaped self-propelled natural disasters. Boys, charge. The many pirates groups that Whitebeard belongs to have already started to attack from the ice continent. Night Aim, let's go too, Minato said in a deep voice. Interesting, do you want to compete with me in speed? Tobirama looked at the yellow flash with interest. What exactly do these two guys want to do? Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo couldn't help but frown. Because Hashirama and Neji are so powerful, he has been extremely vigilant towards these ninjas these days. The next moment, Doflamingo discovered that the two people suddenly disappeared. What? He was stunned when he saw two figures, one white and one yellow, appearing in front of the Whitebeard pirates. Are these two guys so brave? They actually want to directly challenge Whitebeard, the leader of the four emperors? On the deck, facing the kunai that suddenly came flying at him, Whitebeard had no intention of attacking at all. This kind of trick is not worthy of him personally taking action. Humph, what a boring trick. The captain of the 5th squad, Flower Sword Vista, stepped forward and lightly lifted his sword, knocking the two kunai back. But before he could react, the two kunai turned into two figures. Rasengan. Flying Thunder God Slash. The sudden appearance of two powerful cage-level warriors made Flower Sword Vista stunned for a moment. The next moment, a fierce attack ensued. Chapter 134 Flower Sword Vista, Die. In just a moment, the captain of the 5th squad of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sword Vista, was beheaded. Especially the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who has extremely ruthless kung fu skills. He aims at the opponent's weak points as soon as he comes up, which is much more extreme than Minato. Bang! The two cage-level warriors suddenly attacked, leaving no chance for the other party to react. Vista forcibly raised his sword to block the sword coming from his neck. But he still suffered extremely serious injuries. His chest and abdomen were hit by the Rasengan, and the Flying Thunder God Slash also cut off his right arm. As soon as they met, the great swordsman with superb swordsmanship had his right arm cut off, and his sword fighting power was reduced by half. The ninja's fighting style is so unique that it is hard to defend against. It is completely different from the battles with the pirates. It is mainly based on the development of skills and ninjutsu. With the 8 gate, it is like a ninja has eaten multiple devil fruits. Vista. The captain of the 1st squadron, Marco the Phoenix, saw the enemy suddenly appear in front of him and his companions, and injured his good brother. He was furious. He actually let the enemy suffer such a huge loss right under his father's nose and in front of him. It was really unreasonable. Both of you, get out of here. Marco couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately transformed into a phoenix, spreading his wings and attacking the two people. The powerful undead flame caused Tobirama and Minato to retreat temporarily. On the other side, the captain of the 3rd division, Diamond Joes, was also furious and rushed towards Minato and others. You bastards, I'm going to make you guys pay the price. Joes was furious. He transformed into a Diamond Man and charged in Minato's direction. But the Minato now is not the same Minato as before. He is now resurrected, and the other half of 9 tails in his body has also been resurrected. Minato's current fighting ability is much worse than Naruto's at his peak. But except for the lack of 6 paths power, the other configurations are almost fully configured. Although peak Naruto has learned the derivative uses of the Rasengan, he cannot teleport like the Flying Thunder God. It's hard to say who will win when Minato, who is in the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God, fights against Naruto in 9 tails mode. Damn it, looking at the way these people are dressed, they don't seem to be marines, but pirates. Are they the new Shichibukai? Advertisement Vista covered his broken right arm and gritted his teeth. These two people were not wearing righteous cloaks, nor did they have any ordinary marine decorations, so they definitely could not be marines. He really didn't expect that he, the captain of the 5th squad of the Whitebeard pirates and a world-famous swordsman, would be beaten like this by 2 unknown pirates. Although it is said that the 2 of them had a sneak attack, failure is failure. Alright, Vista, go back and stop the bleeding. Whitebeard grinned. I never thought these little marines were capable of such things. They hurt my son, and this matter is not over yet. I will avenge you, Vista. No, Dad, I want to stay here. I'm the 5th squadron leader of the Whitebeard pirates. What? Vista spoke with an unwilling look on his face, but before he could finish, he saw a hint of gold in his eyes. Yes, Minato. 9 tails mode Sage Art Rasengan. Boom. Minato's face was cold. The powerful tailed beast Chakra plus the power of the Sage Art killed Flower Sword Vista, the captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard pirates, with this one blow. But he didn't see clearly how the two people appeared there. This speed is indeed too outrageous. I'm afraid my observation hockey won't work, Aokiji said in a deep voice. Marine is awesome. Marineford. As expected of a marine, how can a pirate like Whitebeard be a match for a righteous marine? As the Flashman, he can be said to be the fastest man in the New World. Evil pirates, your attempt to attack the naval headquarters is simply a pipe dream, ha ha ha. Interesting, it seems our reinforcements are also quite strong. As the pinnacle symbol of pirates, Whitebeard represents evil in people's minds. Hey, hey, hey. That was Flower Sword Vista, a great swordsman who was famous in the New World for a long time. Is he dead just like that? His team consists of 16 captain-level masters, all of whom are famous pirates in the New World. Advertisement observation hockey is about sensing the surrounding situation, but it is not possible to sense things that are not around you. Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo looked solemnly at the agile figures, one white and one yellow. Seeing Whitebeard lose an admiral, they were extremely happy. Not bad. The fighting ability of these ninjas is indeed worth recommending, Akainu said happily. Vista is a famous swordsman in the New World. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he is among the best in the world. I didn't expect that he could be defeated so easily. It seems that the fastest ninja in the ninja world, and the Yellow Flash, is worthy of his reputation compared to Kizaru. Suru Vice Admiral said unexpectedly. The other party had already put the knife to his neck. As the leader of the four emperors, it is no exaggeration to say that the Whitebeard pirates are the best pirates group in the world. It was so fast, it was like teleportation. By the time they appeared around him and his observation haki was activated, it was too late. The entire battle was incredibly fast. In just a minute or two, the Whitebeard pirates had lost a high-end fighter. On the platform, several admirals looked at the results and raised their brows. Is this true or false? People around the world were stunned when they saw such amazing results. These two guys are also tricky ones. Hawkeye, holding the black knife in his hand, looked grim. Who the hell are these two guys? Flower Sword Beast's sword skills are comparable to the world's top swordsman. How could he be killed just like that? It was so easy to deal with a great swordsman, which undoubtedly greatly increased Marine's power. Especially these two guys who suddenly appeared with no trace of their movements. How could he die so easily? For civilians like them, being able to eliminate the pirates' leader is certainly something worth celebrating. The result was completely beyond their expectations. I'm afraid all the Whitebeard pirates will die here today. The speed of these two guys is outrageous. I didn't even see how they moved. Kizaru frowned. Chapter 135. Marine is excited, Whitebeard is furious. After being in the ninja world for so long, she has also heard the basic names of these people in the ninja world. For example, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Konoha village is known as the god of ninja. It is truly the number one in combat power. Then there is the speediest ninja in the ninja world and Yellow Flash, two speed-type ninjas. But after hearing this title, Vice Admiral he didn't care too much. After all, no matter how fast the opponent is, can he be faster than Kizaru? The opponent is the Flashman who ate the flash fruit. How could there be anyone in the world faster than him? But now it seems that the speed of these two ninjas is comparable to Kizaru. At least this speed, which is almost like teleportation, is something that even Kizaru cannot resist. I never thought that such a small ninja village could produce so many powerful people who shocked the world, exclaimed Vice Admiral Crane. With such decisiveness in killing, the two of them were able to defeat Vista, a world-famous swordsman. Their strength has surpassed the Vice Admiral level. It might not be an exaggeration to call him a quasi-admiral. This is just the beginning. Can they get any stronger? Vice Admiral he pondered. The other side, Sengoku, who was on the execution platform, saw this result and couldn't help but applaud. Well done. Sengoku excitedly waved the Marines' fighting spirit. Under Marshal Sengoku's cheers, the Marines from all over the world gathered in the audience, and their fighting spirit reached its peak. I never thought that this ninja village could bring us such a big surprise. Marshal Sengoku said excitedly. There are a total of 16 captain-level fighters in the Whitebeard Pirates. The higher you go, the stronger the captain's fighting power will be. But during this period, Captain Whitebeard, who was at the forefront, was in a low period. The second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the second squad, Fire Fist Ace, is now restrained on the execution platform. The captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, was killed by a sneak attack from Blackbeard. Now the captain of the 5th Squad, Flower Sword Vista, has been killed by their people again. Of the 5 captains of the former 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, only Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, and Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, are left. Advertisement. The more Sengoku thought about it, the more he felt that this advantage was in my hands. Vista. Ace stood on the execution platform in agony, constantly shouting at his brothers from the Whitebeard Pirates to run faster. But how could Whitebeard agree? At this moment, he saw his son dying in front of him, and his face was extremely gloomy. Vista was clearly on his boat, right in front of him, but as Vista's father, he failed to protect him. You two beasts, both of you, die. Whitebeard's face was ferocious and he punched the air. The space began to vibrate. He stared at Minato intently and swung his sword so hard that the space began to vibrate. Bang, bang, bang. What is surprising is, Minato didn't die, he was just knocked out of the ship by Whitebeard, which was surprising. Was Whitebeard's attack so weak? Minato only took a dozen steps back. This guy named Whitebeard is really extraordinary. Minato felt the pain in his wrist and his mouth twitched. If he didn't have 9 tails in his body, he would have died if he took the punch. He's not dead. Whitebeard seemed very surprised. He swung his supreme sword Kusukumokiri, and with the power of shock fruit added, the attack was so powerful that ordinary people would find it difficult to resist. However, Minato was like a loach. After knowing Whitebeard's destructive power, he almost never confronted him head-on, but just used Flying Thunder God to dodge back and forth. But the only thing that troubled him was that the ability of shock fruit was too strong. It causes the surrounding space to vibrate. If he flashes close to Whitebeard, he will be affected by the aftermath of the shock fruit as soon as he appears. Although this is not a very strong damage for him who possesses the power of 9 tails. But this would hinder his attack, allowing Whitebeard to react and take the initiative again. Especially since Whitebeard is still in a furious state, his speed and destructive power are increasing. Is it true that the 4th generation is still not good enough? Tobirama took a quick glance, threw a kunai, and left Diamond Jaws' sight in the blink of an eye. This guy is like a diamond, so hard. Advertisement. In that case, we might as well capture the thief first and deal with Whitebeard first. However, the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco, also hurriedly chased after him. Where did you two come from? You actually killed my brother. Still want to challenge my dad? Is he someone you can challenge? My dad is the strongest man in the world. Marco also joined the battlefield and fought with Tobirama and Minato. Diamond Joe's also joined in, but his speed was too slow. In front of two god-tier speed ninjas, he was as slow as a turtle. Even Marco, who possesses the ability of the rare mythical beast devil fruit. Facing the bug abilities of Tobirama and Minato, the two flying thunder gods, he was firmly suppressed. Tobirama and Minato, these two deadbeats, if you get hit by them once, then you will be marked with the mark of Flying Thunder God, and he will appear in front of you at any time, no matter where you are. It's really more super wings than super wings. In Marineford, the Marines who were fighting fiercely with the pirates saw this scene and their morale boosted greatly. The mighty Whitebeard pirates didn't seem to be that great after all. Go ahead, brothers. The Whitebeard pirates are finished. They are going to die here today. Kill all these pirates. The sounds continued to echo on the battlefield. The actions of Tobirama and Minato greatly encouraged the people in the Marine camp. It seems that the war situation is moving in our favor, Aokiji said lightly. These ninjas must be recorded for a great achievement this time. Boom boom boom. A huge figure suddenly appeared on the glacier battlefield. The ground shook violently with every step he took, as if an ancient giant was reviving. The giant marines nearby were stunned when they saw such a huge figure. No way. How can that thing be so huge? We, the giants, are like little children in front of him. How could there be such a prehistoric beast? When the huge figure approached, everyone looked at him in amazement. An ordinary giant marine warrior could only reach his waist. It was hard to imagine how tall this giant was. Chapter 136 Naruto and Sasuke go into battle. Could this guy be the descendant of Oz? Vice Admiral Crane said fearfully. I didn't expect that there would be such a troublesome guy among the Whitebeard pirates. How come I have never heard of it before? Following the attack of the colossal Titan Oz, all the artillery batteries set up by the Marines at the port began to operate at full power. But to Oz, these marine shells were no different from some small marbles. The blows didn't hurt him at all and were completely incapable of stopping him from moving forward. Little Oz. It's Little Oz. Great. Oz, hurry up and rescue Ace. When the pirates saw their trump card weapon appear, they shouted excitedly. In front of Oz, Marine's cannon looked like a mini toy, not even as big as his palm. Ace, I'm here to save you. Oz stepped forward. All the marine weapons along the way were like chickens and dogs in front of him and could not withstand a single blow. Groups of Marines were ruthlessly trampled to death by Oz without even being able to struggle. Oz is too strong. He's more than just big. The muscle tissue of the giants is dozens or hundreds of times that of ordinary people, and they are born to be powerful warriors. To the giants, those ordinary swords, spears, and halberds were just larger toothpicks that could not break through the defense at all. Oz was like a devil. He acted as if he was in an empty place in the Marine headquarters, Marineford, and acted wildly and wantonly. The pirates were originally stagnant and the battle line was extremely deadlocked, but he pushed it forward hundreds of meters in an instant. It seems that Whitebeard has really created a troublesome guy. Kizaru sighed and prepared to take action. But there is someone on the field who is faster than him. Suddenly, black flames began to burn on Oz's huge body. The black flames continued to spread like a maggot attached to the bones, becoming more and more numerous, with no signs of stopping. What's going on with this black flame? Why is it black? Oz was shocked. As a giant, he actually felt pain. What on earth is this power? Advertisement. Was it that kid who took action? Akainu subconsciously looked at the figure in the crowd. Uchiha Sasuke. He had fought with this brat not long ago, and the black flames were too tricky. The human body cannot stop the burning of black flames. If Haki is not used to resist, the consequences will be dangerous. HMPH. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're big. Sasuke snorted coldly. In terms of size, his Susanoo is no pushover either. Suddenly, the Mangekyo Sharingan began to activate. Although Sasuke's eyes are not eternal Mangekyo now, after having the blood of Senju Hashirama, he can ignore the side effects of Mangekyo. The power of the pupils began to burn madly, and in just a few moments, a complete Susanoo that was nearly 100 meters long appeared. Susanoo held a sword in one hand and wore a Tengu mask on her head. The purple resentment was like a Shira crawling out of hell, and she suddenly stood in front of Oz. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* and opened his hand to smash Susanoo. However, the hardness of Susanoo was beyond his imagination. Even though Sasuke was still a teenager, his pupil power had not been reduced at all. The two giants fought back and forth, which made Naruto below extremely envious. Damn it, Sasuke came up with such a cool trick behind my back. Naruto looked envious. Sooner or later, he will also learn such a cool skill. But now, Naruto can only vent his anger by killing these pirates. Naruto showed no mercy to the pirates. Even someone as naive as him knew what kind of people the pirates were. After living here for a while, he had long realized that pirates were a huge cancer in this world. Not only did they run rampant on the sea, robbing merchant ships and killing innocent people. They also robbed homes, burned, killed and looted on land. Because most of the world is ocean, these pirates would rob and run away, making it difficult for the Marines to catch them. That's why guys like pirates are getting bigger and bigger. Naruto wasn't going to let these guys go just because of their brotherhood. Multiple shadow clone technique, plus transformation technique. Suddenly, thousands of minions appeared on the battlefield. Advertisement. As each of Naruto's clones began to use the transformation technique, Naruto, who was originally only about 1.5 meters tall, suddenly turned into a yellow fox over 80 meters tall, with 9 tails swaying behind him. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, look at mine, isn't it amazing? Naruto laughed. Although he is not as tall as Sasuke's purple giant, he wins in terms of numbers. This ninjutsu that was like a magic trick actually appeared on a little child, which shocked everyone. It's unbelievable. Who on earth is this little guy? He can actually summon so many wild demon foxes in one breath. Is he the son of some demon fox? Or is he a user of some devil fruit ability? People from all over the world were stunned when they saw thousands of giant foxes suddenly appear on the battlefield of Marineford. What is this? How did it come out? I was clearly watching, but it was like my brain short-circuited. How come so many giant foxes appeared all of a sudden? It's so weird. Many people suspected that there was something wrong with the screen. But soon someone discovered that this giant fox demon that looked extremely huge was only large in size. As long as it endures a certain amount of attack, it will disappear on its own. However, it is really unbelievable to see such wonderful magic on the battlefield. For these pirates, this incredible scene was completely beyond their imagination, and they lost all their fighting spirit for a moment. Some ruthless pirates noticed something was going on and wanted to alert the other crew members. Don't panic, it's the Marines, witchcraft. These sea kings look as big as giants, but they are actually very vulnerable. However, before he could continue, Naruto's clone gave him a Rasengan. Boom. Tisk. Naruto's transformed 9 tails snorted in disdain. If he hadn't learned how to harden his armament color yet, do you think he could deal with my clone so easily? Soon, everyone discovered Naruto's secret, and to their despair, even though these clones were easily destroyed, their attacks were still very powerful. If you get hit by them accidentally, you can almost say goodbye to the battlefield. Chapter 137 Luffy falls from the sky. HMPH, Naruto just loves to attract attention. Sasuke looked at Naruto who was making a big fuss on the battlefield and secretly competed with him. He is Uchiha Sasuke who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, how could he lose to this loser? Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes looked at Oz more and more coldly. Black flames began to burn on Susanoo's body. Gradually. Even Oz, a colossal titan, was unable to defeat Susanoo. The more he fought, the more surprised he became. What on earth was this purple thing? Why is it so powerful? And is this black flame the ability of some devil fruit? The situation on the battlefield is escalating. After a while, another green Susanoo appeared next to Oz. This is Uchiha Shisui. He turned on the green Susanoo and started to kill. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan early on. His use of Mangekyo far surpasses that of Uchiha Sasuke. His Mangekyo technique is known as the strongest illusion technique. Distinguished heavenly gods. After this move was performed, Oz's eyes suddenly changed. Giant, now you are no longer pirates, but warriors loyal to the Marines and us. Declare a war against those who invaded our homeland. Kill them, Uchiha Shisui said coldly. Oz's huge figure stood still, and after hearing Uchiha's words, he was in a trance for a while, and then he became extremely angry. Oz stopped attacking the marine base and turned to attack the Whitebeard pirates. The pirates who came along in search of Oz are in trouble. Ah, Oko, what are you doing? We are your companions. No, don't. Marine is your enemy. Stop. Stop it. Oz, you're going the wrong direction. The pirates who followed the path opened up by Oz are now being crushed to pieces by Oz. You damned pirates have committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, and looting. I want justice. You will die here. Ori was outraged. In his eyes, there was no longer the brotherhood of the past, only disgust and hatred for the pirates. He simply abandoned Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo and started heading towards the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke was staring at this scene blankly, with a big FCK in his heart. What's going on? What happened? Erlangzi was confused. Don't worry, Itachi's brother. This big guy has fallen into my illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. Now he has become one of ours. Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique. Sasuke was shocked as he looked at the Mangekyo in Shisui's eyes that looked like a windmill. This Mangekyo's eye technique is too terrifying. This kind of rhetoric can actually completely transform a person's consciousness into one's own. This was totally different from the illusion he knew. It looked like an illusion that completely changed a person's will. Really, the power of the Uchiha clan is unbeatable. Sasuke thought excitedly. Soon, the Sandan colossal titan began to ruthlessly kill the pirates. A giant team led by Oz and assisted by 2 Susanos. Hundreds or thousands of pirates die with every wave of his hand. The Marines around him found it hard to imagine that the pirates, who were originally their enemies, had become their allies, and that he was actually killing the pirates. Although I don't know how those Marines did it, this is undoubtedly a huge encouragement to the Marine side. So strong. It's really powerful. People around the world were shocked as they watched the Marine team gain an overwhelming advantage. As the leader of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates are a dominant force in the New World. Although the naval headquarters was powerful, what impressed everyone was the ferocity and brutality of the pirates. However, now, the pirates, located at the top of the New World, have started a fierce battle at the naval headquarters. They originally thought that this would be an evenly matched match, or that Marine would have a slight advantage. But they had never expected that the three admirals from the Marine headquarters had almost crushed the Whitebeard pirates before they even made a move. This is really unexpected. On the high platform. As one of the four admirals of the Marine, only Aokiji took action once, freezing the ocean around Marineford. The other three admirals did not make a single move. But what about Whitebeard? The former captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, has already died. Advertisement. Even their proud supergiant Oz was turned against by Marine using some unknown means. The entire battlefield was completely one-sided. Also impressive are the two figures, one white and one yellow. Those two incredible men were able to handle the situation with ease even when Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, took action himself. This is G outrageous. Whitebeard had already activated the shock fruit, but they didn't have any injuries at all. These two guys are not even admirals, yet they have already achieved this level. This undoubtedly strengthens people's confidence in Marine. What a clever pair of mice. Whitebeard grinned, his eyes cruel and ruthless. These two people seemed to have the ability to teleport, and they could instantly jump to the side of Phoenix Marco and Diamond Joe's every time, making it impossible for his sons to defend themselves. The two of them were like assassins, and if Marco's fire could heal injuries and Jaws' diamond body was extraordinarily hard, the two of them would have probably been assassinated long ago. However, just as the battle was becoming increasingly intense, a shrill scream suddenly came from the sky above Malinfando. Look up. It seemed like a ship was falling in the sky, along with some small black dots. Ah, help, help me, I'm dying, I'm dying. The people who were about to fall to the ground screamed. Oh, Neji looked up and it seemed like it was about time. Straw Hat Luffy is here now. This team of pirates is also a great reinforcement for Whitebeard. Luffy sitting on the boat is of average strength, but the strength of the other pirates should not be underestimated. The former 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, the former 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbei, and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, etc. They are all masters who can rival the current Shichibukai. The ship crashed, and Luffy's scream spread throughout Marineford. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy saw Ace on the execution platform and shouted excitedly. Luffy, why are you here too? You be asterisk 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 D. Garp's face turned pale after seeing Luffy. Ace doesn't listen, and you don't listen either. Chapter 138 Tobirama backstabs, a natural assassin. No matter whether it is Ace or Luffy, they are both his flesh and blood to Garp. Now he is located in Naval Headquarters Marineford. Even if he does not take action himself, there are countless other powerful Marines who will take action. What hurt him the most was that he saw his 2 grandsons in danger, but as a grandfather he could only stand there and not do anything, and even had to be hostile to his grandsons. What a painful thing this is. With the arrival of Luffy and his gang, the situation in Marineford changed quietly. This group of people who suddenly broke into the world battlefield made people on both sides a little confused. Logically speaking, these guys are also pirates and should be the enemies of their Marine. But one of the pirates didn't care and killed all the pirates and Marines. It's Crocodile. Someone recognized the identity of the pirates. Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. Wasn't he imprisoned? Why did he suddenly appear here? He's heading towards Whitebeard. The former 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, upon seeing Whitebeard, rushed over without hesitation. Haha, long time no see, Whitebeard. I'm here for revenge. Crocodile was not afraid of trouble and even attacked the pirates in such a chaotic scene. This move shocked all the Marine officers. Is this guy a fool? Looking around the world right now, everyone knows that Marine is fighting against the 4 emperors. Crocodile is a criminal, so Marine will never forgive him. However, he is now attacking Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. This is simply courting death. He offended people from both sides. There is no place for him on the entire battlefield. It turns out that the pirates are a bunch of lunatics. Many people couldn't help but curse after witnessing this scene. However, Crocodile still ignored it and attacked Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I take your head. Bang. Suddenly, Luffy rushed behind Whitebeard and blocked Crocodile's attack. However, at this moment, something happened that no one expected. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Flying Thunder God / Tobirama was unusually cold and fierce, and suddenly activated Flying Thunder God to teleport over. The flaw is fleeting. However, Tobirama, known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world, still seized this opportunity. Crocodile and Luffy, who were behind Whitebeard at the moment, gave Whitebeard a slight opening. Tobirama looked coldly at the pirates, leader Whitebeard. This kind of battle without any rules was really boring. I didn't expect that the fighting style of people in this world would be so crude. There's no need for Big Brother to take action personally, he can handle it by himself. The sword of the Flying Thunder God, Coupled with the huge chakra, this attack is bound to be unstoppable. Even though there are two people behind Whitebeard, it doesn't matter. Judging from their reaction just now, this group of guys falling from the sky could not be in the same group with Marine. Coupled with their prisoner uniforms, they are undoubtedly evil criminals. If that's the case, then there's no need to show mercy. The three Tomo Sharingan rotated in Tobirama's eyes, and the sword of the flying thunder god flashed like a streak of purple lightning. Crocodile, Luffy, and Whitebeard, all three of them are in a straight line, so kill them all. Boom boom boom. The picture that shocked the world was born. At this moment, everyone was staring at this scene in a daze. Number way. This guy is actually so powerful. People from all over the world were amazed after seeing this scene through images. Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, had his head chopped off. An unknown pirate wearing a straw hat, his sternum and right arm were completely cut off, and he was almost dead. This is not the most critical thing. What shocked them was that this sword actually hurt Whitebeard. This sword actually injured Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard's white cloak was blown away by the wind, leaving a sword wound on Ben's spine, bleeding profusely. It was too hard. Didn't it cause any fatal injuries? Tobirama said lightly. The feel is different from the previous 2 pirates. It seems that the leader of this pirates also possesses a very powerful armament Haki. Advertisement. In the original book, Akainu's Dark Hound was enough to knock off half of Whitebeard's head. The ability of the lava-type fruit is basically the same as the strength of the lava style in the ninja world. At most it depends on the individual's chakra level. The amount of Tobirama chakra is top-notch, and the lightning style he uses has a penetrating power that even surpasses the attack power of the lava style. So it is not impossible to injure Whitebeard. The reason why Whitebeard was injured was simply because he was too arrogant. His fighting ability is indeed strong, but because of the death of Flower Sword Vista, Whitebeard has been staring at Minato and ignoring Tobirama. And Tobirama's combat awareness was also top-notch, and he immediately chose to lurk under Minato's powerful brilliance, secretly accumulating and waiting for this attack. As an assassin, Tobirama is a perfect assassin, and he can kill those who need to be killed with one blow. But it really surprises me that even the lightning style, which has the strongest breakthrough power, is still a little lacking. Tobirama sighed. What a pity. What he is good at is water style, not lightning style. This Tobirama's strength is even stronger than that yellow flash. Akainu's eyes widened. This person is simply a natural-born marine. As the leader of the Hawk faction, Akainu looked at Tobirama with great satisfaction. People who dare to fight and fight should be Hawks. It's such a pity that guy doesn't want to be a marine. After this battle, I must convince him to join the marine completely, Akainu said secretly. Is this true? Whitebeard is injured. Kizaru was a little surprised. This is the strongest Whitebeard in the world. He was actually injured by that white guy. Although I know that these ninjas are very powerful, this is too much. There are only a handful of people in the world who can injure Whitebeard. Good. Well done. Sengoku waved excitedly. It was so unexpected. At first he thought that these ninja troops as external aid were just icing on the cake for their marine. But I never thought that each of these ninjas were so powerful. Controlled the colossal titan Oz. Killed the captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Wounded Whitebeard. The battle records of these ninjas are many times higher than those of the marines. This is really unexpected. Vice Admiral, he raised a smile. Chapter 139 Shocked, Whitebeard is injured. Originally, as external aid, these ninjas could just pretend to provide appropriate support. Just like those 7 warlords of the sea, they are all there for show and get paid without doing any work. If they really did this, Marine would have no choice but to say nothing. After all, they were really putting in the effort. But what now? They were all so brave, even braver than the original troops who attacked the Marine. He totally disregards his own life for the sake of Marine. Especially those 2 guys, they carried out the assassination right next to Whitebeard. What's the difference between that and dancing on the edge of a knife? If you are not careful, you will really die. What Vice Admiral Suru didn't know was that Tobirama and Minato were ninjas of Konoha Village, and their livelihood depended on taking on missions. Konoha Village originally carried out ninja activities based on commissions from the Land of Fire. Many ninjas died while carrying out their missions, which was a common occurrence for them. For Tobirama and Minato, 2 ninjas born in wartime, if they don't use their full strength on the battlefield, it would be no different from suicide. Luffy. Dad. Ace looked at the miserable state of his brother and roared in pain. Dad, take my brother away quickly, leave me alone. Don't bother you anymore. Things have come to this point, how could Whitebeard just turn around and leave? Ho 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 ho, Whitebeard's face was gloomy, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and bursts of thunder flashed. You despicable brat, you actually dared to attack me, take your life. Whitebeard held the Kusanokiri, and this time he was really angry. He sincerely admired the strong, but he was extremely disdainful of villains like Tobirama who liked to launch sneak attacks. The battle should be fair and square, why do you have to do something behind the scenes? Go to hell. The space began to vibrate. Tobirama was horrified to find that the shock fruit that Whitebeard used in a rage could actually make him feel the danger to his life. Advertisement: if it weren't for the magical skill of Flying Thunder God, he would have died on the spot. It's too dangerous. If I get hit by Whitebeard, I might die on the spot. Tobirama was still frightened. The people in this world always have some strange powers. Where are you running to? You little b asterisk 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 d. Whitebeard chased after him in anger, but was blocked by Aokiji. How can we allow you to attack our hero so easily? Aokiji and Whitebeard collided, but as a person with the Jello fruit, Aokiji was inferior to the shock fruit and the lava fruit in terms of frontal combat power. So after one encounter, Aokiji was already flying away. Seeing that the other side's admirals were taking action, the other admirals also prepared to take action. King versus king, general versus general, Whitebeard, it seems you are anxious. Kizaru grinned, jumped in the air, and used the light clone technique, and dozens or even hundreds of Kizaru appeared in the air. Light clone technique Yasukani no Magatama, X100. Suddenly, the sky was filled with yellow meteors, and batches of pirates died tragically on the spot. People all over the world were stunned. The strength of this Kizaru admiral is too terrifying. Just a slight move and he was already so powerful. In comparison, although Admiral Aokiji looks powerful, he only froze the ocean and was knocked away by Whitebeard's sword. It is far less shocking than Kizaru's sky full of stars. Kizaru Admiral, you're awesome. I didn't expect that Admiral Kizaru is the most hidden one among the three admirals. Damn it, this is a full screen attack, it looks like a star falling from the sky. Oh my god, it turns out that Admiral Kizaru is the most powerful among the three admirals. He is much more powerful than Admiral Aokiji. Akainu was also confused when he saw this scene. As Kizaru's colleague, he knew Kizaru's habits very well. Kizaru is the kind of person who does as many jobs as he can get paid, and he'll be lazy if he can. But Kizaru seems to have changed now. Just this one move of Yasukani no Magatama was enough to wipe out at least 30% of the pirates in one go, even though these guys might just be small fry. Advertisement, but for Marine, this is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Kizaru only made a small move, but it had such a huge impact on the battle situation. HMPH, I didn't expect this guy Kizaru could be so useful sometimes, Akainu smiled slightly. Get out of here, Kizaru. Whitebeard was furious, but before he could continue his outburst, a green sword beam rushed towards him. It's Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. He actually attacked Whitebeard. Let me see how far I am from the top of the world, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. On the other side, Aokiji, who was knocked away, also rushed over. Don't think you can get rid of me so easily, Aokiji said coldly. Among the three admirals, he is the only one who has no face now. I have to save my face in front of Whitebeard. Even the ninja named Tobarama could hurt Whitebeard. As a Marine admiral, how could he be inferior to a ninja from a small place? Doesn't that mean that the other person is more suitable to be a Marine admiral than me? And that Kizaru, this guy was so pretentious that he made me, who was knocked away by Whitebeard, feel so embarrassed. Facing the eagle-eyed Mahawk, Marine Admiral Aokiji, and Kizaru, who was watching coldly from the sky, even Whitebeard felt the pressure. Hey, what should we do now, Boss Buggy? A group of prisoners who escaped from Impel Prison were so frightened when they saw this scene. The original 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who was so ferocious before, was killed as soon as he appeared. This was simply incomprehensible to the prisoners on the 1st and 2nd floors. They are the 7 warlords of the sea, a third force that is said to rival the 4 emperors and the Marine. He just showed up, and was killed instantly. I'm going to save Luffy, Sea Knight Jinbei said in a deep voice. Crocodile is dead, but Luffy is still alive. Although Luffy's right arm was broken and his chest was stabbed, there should be no injuries to his vital parts. The white guy's attack was aimed at Whitebeard, and he killed Crocodile only because his size just happened to block his attack line. Luffy must not get into any trouble, Ivankov also shouted hurriedly. Chapter 140. The scissors fruit restrains the string fruit? Others may not know Luffy's background, but how could he not know? Long before he came, he already knew that Luffy was actually the leader of the Revolutionary Army organization against the world government and the son of Dragon. That is the son of his good friend. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and a good friend of Long, how could Ivankov choose to abandon his good friend's son and run away? Now that we've made the decision, let's act quickly. If it's too late, Luffy will really be doomed, Jinbei said in a deep voice. Okay. Let's go rescue Luffy first. Ivankov nodded and began to lead the members of the Revolutionary Army across the battlefield to Luffy's location. Hey, you guys are really just leaving like this? Buggy felt like the sky was falling when he saw them leaving. Now in the entire fugitive organization, only these guys are the top combat power. Apart from these people, the people under him are just a bunch of small fry. After all, everyone treats him as the boss, so how powerful can he be? Hey, Buggy, what should we do now? Mr. 3 felt unsafe when he saw that the main force had all left. The entire battlefield was in chaos. He also knew the strength of these guys. If I really continue to stay here, I will definitely be doomed. Forget it, guys, let's follow those guys. Buggy suppressed his inner fear and said loudly. Now they are criminals who escaped from prison. Marine will definitely not let them go. From what we can see now, the only group that can join them is the Whitebeard pirates. If you don't hold on to their thighs at this time, you will be liquidated by the Marine after a while. Hey, Buggy, I think the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates seems a little strange, Mr. 3 said in a low voice. Although he had not experienced any big scenes, he had a vague feeling along the way about the current situation, which was a bit bad for the Whitebeard pirates. It's the pirates! Suddenly a marine saw Buggy and the others, and immediately rushed over with a fierce look in his eyes and a big knife. These guys escaped from the marine prison and are in league with the pirates. Don't show mercy, everyone. Work together to kill these evil pirates to eliminate future troubles. In an instant, the surrounding marines swarmed over. Advertisement, I said that the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates is not right, Mr. 3 screamed. Looking closely, they landed in the center of Marineford, where there were scattered pirates at first glance. But when they got off the ship, there were no Whitebeard pirates around, damn it. Buggy, let's stop. There are marines everywhere around us. It's not safe to go to Whitebeard now, Mr. 3 cried. The Whitebeard pirates are pretty lame. We haven't captured the Marineford area yet and are still stuck in the outer area. This group of pirates who came out of nowhere were immediately trapped by the marines stationed in Marineford. Ho ho ho, looks like we've run into some interesting shrimps. Doflamingo looked over sinisterly. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, Ivankov's face turned gloomy after seeing this guy. This guy is also a dangerous character. Wait, you're a bear. Ivankov was stunned when he saw the other person next to Doflamingo. Bear, don't you recognize me? I'm Ivankov, Lightning, the assistant officer of the Revolutionary Army cadre Ivankov. This is not the point. The point is that he is the scissor man who ate the scissors fruit. Brush, 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 if Jinbei kills the Whitebeard pirates, can he still reach Whitebeard's fleet safely? Ivankov smiled confidently. Have you forgotten the lightning around me? Doflamingo extended his other hand. This is the scene he likes to watch the most. He's not the only one I have in my hand. Doflamingo laughed evilly, and his 5 fingers began to move, and imperceptible lines began to extend to Ivankov's body. Doflamingo laughed. I didn't expect to meet the cadres of the Revolutionary Army here. It's really interesting. The Revolutionary Army actually wants to get involved in this mess. Ivankov, are you okay? Heavenly Yaksha Donkihodi Doflamingo. This guy is no ordinary guy. Advertisement, however, the bear known as the Tyrant had no intention of responding to Ivankov's questioning. Even the captain of the Whitebeard pirates was controlled by this guy? Jinbei looked at the other person, deep fear in his eyes. Under the fierce attack, Jinbei could hardly move. Brahmande is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, that person is Brahmande, the captain of the 6th squad of the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei's eyes widened. At the same time, a pirate who was killing pirates in the distance also rushed over. See Knight Jinbei, cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he. Your two forces were originally at odds with each other, and now you can start killing each other, Doflamingo laughed. For Doflamingo who owns the string fruit, Lightning who ate the snip fruit is simply this guy's natural enemy. Jinbei nodded, immediately took the hormone potion, and started to head to Luffy's location. Don't even think about it, although he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha's combat power is also top-notch among the Shichibukai. He is a person that even he cannot figure out. But how could Doflamingo let him go so easily? I didn't expect that even someone like Ivankov could be controlled. He shifted his body and actually started to attack his own people. Let you kill each other. Jinbei was suddenly startled, his eyes fixed on the half-white, half-orange man, and his mind subconsciously recalled his information. What's going on? I can't control my own body. Ivankov was shocked. It's useless. This guy is not the same tyrant bear as before, he. Don't worry. Heavenly Yaksha Donkihodi Doflamingo, the user of the string fruit. Jinbei boy, take this stimulant and inject it into Luffy, and we will stop the two of them, Ivankov said in a deep voice. He. Damn Heavenly Yaksha, the ability of string fruit is so terrifying. Jinbei's face was gloomy. In that case, I will go save Luffy first, can cut all objects in the world. Chapter 141 Rescue Luffy. And that cadre from the Revolutionary Army also seems to be Jinbei's good friend, I'm really curious. Stupid, Jinbei. It's not long ago that you were a member of the 7 warlords of the sea like us. We were companions more than a month ago. I didn't expect that we would kill each other now. This is what happens to people who can't see current events clearly, said Doflamingo. What morality, what friendship, in his opinion, these things are all bullshit. Humph, people like you won't understand, Jinbei said coldly. Whitebeard once protected the Fishman Island. As a fishman, he certainly would not attack the benefactor who saved his hometown. This was also the main reason why he refused to assist Marine, and he originally believed that executing Ace was an unjust act. The Pirate's King is the Pirate's King, and the Ace is the Ace. Although the two are related by blood, Jinbei feels that they are two completely different things. There is absolutely no connection between the two. Jinbei stuck to his principles, but was blacklisted by Marine, stripped of his status as 7 warlords of the sea, and sent to Impel prison. Brush, Doflamingo manipulated Brahmande to attack Jinbei, preventing him from launching an attack. He. This is truly a deep friendship. I want to see if you can still stick to your principles when your life is in danger. After Jinbei's reminder, Doflamingo got his evil taste and directly controlled Whitebeard's captain of the 6th Division to intercept Jinbei with a suicidal attack. Didn't you say that the Whitebeard pirates have a deep friendship with you? Didn't you say that the Whitebeard pirates have a great favor to you? I want to see what you would do if the enemy was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and also the captain of the very advanced 6th Division, Ramonde did not have many outstanding performances in the play. But he is also a well-known figure in the New World, and his ability can reach the top level. Although not at the level of Heavenly Yaksha, its combat power is definitely more than enough compared to the current Straw Hat Luffy. Sure enough, Jinbei was in a difficult situation under the attack of the Whitebeard Pirates team leader. I have to go save Luffy now, I can't stop here, Jinbei said secretly. Luffy was injured by that white guy before. Advertisement. Although the opponent's real target was Whitebeard, Luffy, who was affected, was also in danger of life and death. After all, Sand Crocodile, one of the original Shichibukai, was killed instantly in one move. Luffy was also seriously injured, with a broken arm and a shattered chest. If he had not been treated in time, he would have died on the spot. As Ace's younger brother, Jinbei naturally would not allow him to die in front of him. However, at this moment, Lightning, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. I see, that's what's going on. Suddenly, the lightning seemed to catch something and flashed through the air. Ivankov, who was originally unable to control his body, and the captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, have now regained their freedom. What happened? Heavenly Yaksha's control suddenly disappeared, Brahman said in surprise. It's lightning, Ivankov said excitedly. He is the user of the Snips fruit, ha ha ha. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, the lightning scissor fruit just happens to counter your string fruit. You have met your natural enemy. But to his surprise, his puppet lines didn't work. It's no use. Donkey D. Doflamingo, the other side. He refused to believe it and used it again, wanting to control him as well. He, an unknown little minion, do you really think you can stop me? Doflamingo was really angry and laughed. Neji was silently watching the entire battlefield. However, the bear, who had long been transformed into a pacifist, no longer had any extra human emotions at this moment. He was now just a cold-blooded killing machine. If you look closely, Luffy's strength might not even be ranked here, Neji sighed. If possible, he really didn't want to fight with his friend, but the situation was urgent now. Lightning was no match for Heavenly Yaksha, so he had to rush to the rescue as soon as possible. Doflamingo looked at the half-white and half-yellow guy in astonishment. How could such a thing block his string fruit? After all, the ones who made a name for themselves in the New World were undoubtedly the masters of armament hockey and observation hockey. Advertisement. The bear searched for information about Ivankov in his eyes, and found out that he was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and an enemy of Marine, so he immediately launched an attack without saying a word. This guy is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he has never heard of him. Jinbei. I and the lightning will block it here, you hurry up and save Luffy. Ivankov shouted in a deep voice. Although it took some time to analyze your ability just now, it will be much easier to cut them once I know the location of your threads. If it was just Whitebeard's pirates group, they wouldn't be able to hold out for so long. Looking at the entire battlefield, the combat effectiveness of these captains is not even weaker than that of some vice admirals of the Marine headquarters. Doflamingo ignored Jinbei this time, and stared coldly at the lightning in front of him. After all, if it drags on any longer, Luffy's blood will run out. Tyrant Bear. I'll leave this to you, Lightning, Scissors fruit, they are all useless in the face of true strength. Hey, Bear, what's wrong with you? Luffy is the child of dragon, can't you hear me? What's wrong with you now? Ivankov couldn't help but say. Jinbei simply took a quick look at the situation and knew he couldn't drag it on any longer. The Whitebeard pirates are quite powerful. The combat effectiveness of some of their pirate group leaders is probably not inferior to that of some squad captains. Neji sighed. Let me see for myself whether the snip fruit is the natural enemy of my string fruit. Lightning raised his eyes. After all, I am a scissor man. There is nothing in this world that I cannot cut, let alone thread. Seeing Doflamingo and Lightning fighting, Ivankov wanted to go up to help, but a huge figure appeared in front of him. Ivankov was forced to fight back. Hateful, snip the fruit? But in addition to the Whitebeard pirates, there are dozens of large and small pirates groups that the New World fears. The captains of these pirates groups are also extremely powerful. How could a dignified Heavenly Yaksha suffer at the hands of a mere minion? If it is really dangerous, then this ability is too dangerous, it is better to kill him on the spot. Chapter 142. Join forces to encircle and suppress Whitebeard. Seriously, it's simply a fantasy that Luffy could rush to the execution platform and save Ace. After all, the closer you get to the execution platform, the more elite vice admirals from the naval headquarters there will be. These guys are all powerful Grandmaster hockey masters. How can Luffy, who can't even use hockey, beat those vice admirals? The scenes in the anime are too exaggerated. It was as if everyone was giving in to Luffy just because he was the grandson of the hero Garp. But ninjas like Tobirama and Minato who came from the Hokage world don't know what mercy is. If that guy Luffy just now happened to be blocking the line of attack of Tobirama on Whitebeard, I'm afraid he would have been killed instantly like Crocodile. Neji sighed. Tobirama is not a guy who will show mercy. In the Hokage world, Tobirama usually carries out his missions by any means necessary, whether good or bad, as long as it works, he'll do it. Neji didn't have any good feelings towards Luffy, at least much worse than Naruto. When he first watched Pirates King, he found it hard to appreciate Luffy among all these brainless protagonists. But as a protagonist, this guy has a lot of good stuff on his entries. Now is not the time to let him die, Neji said secretly. In this world of pirates, there are pretty much only 3 types of entries: Haki, Devil Fruit, and Swordsmanship, and so on. The others, the emotional ones, are far worse than the people in the Hokage world. Moreover, these entries will undoubtedly lower the upper limit of IQ and the lower limit of IQ, and sometimes do some inexplicable things. Don't even mention how much the combat power increases, it would be good if it doesn't decrease. So after Neji came to the pirates' world, he was only interested in the Devil Fruit and Haki entries for the people in this world. After the Haki entry is extracted, it is no longer of much use. Unless the opponent's level is above the top level Haki he extracted, but in this world, I'm afraid no one's Haki can surpass Garp and Sengoku's. Therefore, the entry on Haki is considered complete. The rest is on the Devil Fruit side, but as the protagonist, Luffy's entries are too rare. If Luffy didn't have some luck-type attributes, he wouldn't have survived until now. Let's let him go and wait until we've drained all his attributes out of him. After Neji pondered for a while, he made a decision. Advertisement now on the battlefield. After Neji's signal, the ninjas of Konoha village stopped harassing Jinbei and went to rescue Luffy. After seeing Luffy was rescued and saved his life, Garp couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, his heart was lifted when he saw his son's arm being cut off. Luffy, please leave here quickly. This is the naval headquarters Marineford. This battlefield is not a place you can set foot on. Garp gritted his teeth. On the battlefield, Whitebeard fought alone against 3 top warriors, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Hawkeye, and did not lose. The power of the shock fruit is so strong, Aokiji exclaimed. In frontal attacks, he is no match for Whitebeard. This old man is obviously a sickly person, but his fighting power is still so strong. They're just 3 or 2 little brats, and you want to block my way? I will smash your naval headquarters to pieces. Whitebeard began to exert his strength. This time he really fully utilized the power of shock fruit. The earth shook, dark clouds gathered, and Whitebeard, holding the Kusagawa Kirei, struck with such force that Marineford was split in half. So horrible. The Marines saw this scene and felt great fear in their hearts. An unrivaled faith ignited in Whitebeard. Too strong. I am no match for Whitebeard. Hawkeye's mouth was bleeding and he was secretly alert. He was known as the world's greatest swordsman, but when fighting against Whitebeard, he was actually at a disadvantage and even became weaker and weaker. If Aokiji and Kizaru hadn't been in Aokiji Whitebeard, he would have been killed by Whitebeard by now. Is this the combat power at the level of 4 emperors? Hawkeye was secretly shocked. Has Shanks grown to this point now? He once fought against Shanks, one of the 4 emperors when they were young, and the 2 were evenly matched in swordsmanship. But that was many years ago. At that time, Shanks didn't have many companions and was not as famous as he is now. After he gathered a group of like-minded companions and became the 4 emperors, the 2 sides never fought again. Advertisement, I can't do that yet. The 4 emperors are not something I can run up against. After understanding this, Hawkeye immediately put away his sword and left the battlefield. Now that he already knew how big the gap was, the purpose of his trip had been achieved. Whitebeard is still bombarding madly. Aokiji is really miserable now. Kizaru flies in the sky and has many clones, so it is difficult to attack the main body. Therefore, almost all of Whitebeard's attacks were directed at Aokiji, and because of Whitebeard's Haki, he was unable to perform elemental dodges, so he suffered a lot. Snort. Great eruption. Akainu, who had been sitting in the main seat, could no longer hold back and began to take action. Now all 3 admirals of the original Marine have been dispatched to start faction operations against Whitebeard. On the other side, the ninja god Hashirama scratched his head after seeing this scene. Didn't he have any other plans? It seems quite embarrassing for me to sit on the platform like this. Hashirama thought about it and started to act. He looked at the dozens of pirate ships in the distance, with a steady stream of pirate invasions on them. That guy looks very powerful. Akainu and the others should have no problem holding him back, so in order to avoid casualties, I'd better get rid of the other pirates at once, Hashirama said in a deep voice. The next moment, Hashirama also joined the battlefield. When Hashirama joined the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. In Marineford, countless towering trees have grown up, and they are soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, these tree trunks are extremely hard, and even with the gathering of armament Haki, it is difficult to cut them through. Wood-style tree world advent. Hashirama put his hands together and these huge jungles controlled by him appeared out of thin air and attacked all the pirates indiscriminately. After a few days of adjustments, Hashirama has now gained preliminary control over observation Haki and armament Haki. So he could clearly observe all the pirates around him and restrain them indiscriminately. Chapter 143 Hashirama wipes out the Whitebeard pirates. The wood style used by Hashirama is a very terrifying jutsu. In addition to the hard branches, there are 2 other special features. One is that it can forcibly absorb and restrain the energy in the human body, and the other is that it has a powerful self-healing ability. Now after some groping, Hashirama is absorbing the life force of all the pirates through wood style. Originally wood style absorbed chakra, but in this world, other than them, no one else has chakra at all. So Hashirama slightly modified the wood style, allowing them to focus on absorbing life energy and abandon spiritual energy. Soon, the captured pirates became skinny and bony, like mummies. It's Shodai who made the move, Shisui said excitedly immediately after seeing wood style. First Hokage? Senju Hashirama? The guy known as the god of ninja? Sasuke also looked at the kind uncle. Judging from the appearance alone, he really couldn't imagine that the other party's strength could be so strong. Sasuke thinks that people like Tobirama, who give off a strong sense of oppression at first glance, are the strong ones. Hashirama is so mediocre. Kids, I'm here to help you. Hashirama put his palms together again and hummed softly. Wood-style multiple wooden golem jutsu. In an instant, in this newly born tree world, huge wooden men began to grow one after another. Each of them seemed to be nearly 100 meters tall, smaller than Susanoo, but had more numbers. It was a huge crowd, and it looked like all the giants had come out. Faced with such a horrifying scene, the pirates were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is this the 4th Admiral of the Marine? How terrifying. He is also a user of the Logia fruit. This is impossible. How could someone do such an outrageous thing? The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were completely stunned when they saw dozens of giant wooden golems. How can we fight this? Is Hashirama that guy so strong? Sengoku was also confused after seeing this scene. No wonder Neji chose Hashirama as the 4th Admiral. It turns out that he is so powerful. Advertisement, but at the same time, Sengoku thought of one more thing. Hashirama's strength is so terrifying. Just how powerful is Hyuga Neji? A trace of cold sweat appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He underestimated this ninja village. The people here were far beyond the Marine's imagination. If I hadn't met them here and invited them to join the Marine, I'm afraid the 5th Sea Emperor would have been born in this ocean. At this moment, Sengoku was extremely glad for his decision. Now that the power of the pirates is growing, the Marine's existing personnel are insufficient. If the 5th Sea Emperor is suddenly born at this time, it will be a really bad thing for the Marine. With all 4 Marine admirals deployed, the pirates were in a truly horrible state. Especially after Hashirama took action, Marine no longer had the upper hand on the battlefield, but was crushed. Dozens of giant wooden golems are like a group of behemoths on the battlefield. These pirates swung their swords and guns desperately, but it didn't leave a single crack. Instead, it made their arms numb. In a short period of time, dozens of fleets under Whitebeard were sunk by Hashirama alone. After seeing this scene, people all over the world were completely stunned. So strong. Is this Marine's true strength? Even though Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, even though the Whitebeard Pirates are the leader of the 4 emperors, there is still no trouble at Marineford, the Marine headquarters that gathers strong men from all over the world. So far, this conflict between the Marine and the 4 emperors lasted less than a few hours and ended with the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates in the field now were either captured by Hashirama's wood style or hacked to death by Marine. The only pirates who still have the energy to resist are a few powerful squad captains under Whitebeard. The Phoenix Marco gritted his teeth, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. But what annoyed him was that the yellow guy always appeared behind him without any warning. Damn it! Where on earth did you come from? Marco cursed. This was the first time he encountered such a tough opponent. Advertisement: if it weren't for his powerful strength and the immortal fire, he would have been killed by this yellow-haired guy long ago. So disgusting. On the other hand, the one Tobirama is confronting at the moment is Diamond Joe's, whose strength is also top-notch among the Whitebeard Pirates. Your skin is really tough, but as long as it gets wet, your devil fruit ability will be useless, Tobirama said lightly. He is the water-style ninja of Grandmaster Water-style, and creating waves out of nothing is his specialty. Especially since Marineford is surrounded by vast ocean, the power of the water-style ninjutsu he uses will become stronger and stronger. Using sea water to deal with demon fruit power is simply the perfect solution. This trick doesn't work on Whitebeard, but it is useful against this guy. Damn it. Who are you? Are you also a user of the ability of Logia Devil Fruit? Diamond Joe's defense was broken. Literally breaking defense. After being irrigated by the ocean that was dozens of meters high, he felt that he had no strength left in his body. No one knows when the diamond skin that originally covered the body fell off. Tobirama has used water-style jutsu many times, leaving several horrific wounds on his body. Now Joe's is just holding on by relying on his strong physique. A guy who can control the ocean, is there really such a devil fruit in the world? Little did they know that the abilities Tobirama used were not abilities brought by the devil fruit at all, but rather ninjutsu performed through chakra. Boom 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 boom. FK your mother, here it comes again. Joe's widened his eyes and watched the sea dragon rushing towards him from dozens of meters above. The next moment, his devil fruit ability was restricted again. Without the power of the devil fruit, his defense wouldn't be that strong. After all, the man in front of him was the one who left scars on his father Whitebeard. Shua. Tobirama showed no mercy. Holding the flying thunder god sword, he was invincible. After finding the opponent's flaw, he killed him with one move. The battle on the battlefield was almost over. 3 admirals fight Whitebeard, Akainu is the main DPS, Aokiji takes damage, Kizaru harasses. Chapter 144 Blackbeard. Go and stop the 3 marine admirals. The 3 of them joined forces, and Whitebeard was soon beaten and wounded. Especially Akainu, his lava fruit attack power is too strong. In the comics, a full-strength punch knocked off half of Whitebeard's head, but in the anime it was changed to just wiping off half of Whitebeard's beard because it was too bloody, but in reality it is completely different. Therefore, the destructive power of Akainu can be seen from Madara. And now Whitebeard not only has to face Akainu, but also the other 2 admirals. How can he still have the advantage? As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku saw the current situation and determined that the Whitebeard pirates were completely destroyed. It's surprisingly easy. Sengoku felt a little surprised. After all, according to his plan, this is only the first stage. There are still pacifist armies in the second and third stages, but they haven't attacked yet. As a result, the Whitebeard pirates can no longer hold on. Ha ha ha, Neji, you guys really helped a lot this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. Sengoku laughed out loud, which was a rare occasion. The current situation can be said to be a complete victory for their marine. The elite troops of the marine headquarters did not suffer many casualties and even wiped out the Whitebeard pirates. This is truly a legendary achievement in his life's resume. Neji smiled but said nothing, looking back. Behind the marine base, a huge monster is quietly watching everything here. The huge battleship, San Juan Wolf. Neji looked at Blackbeard and the others. These guys arrived just in time. It seems that he takes shock fruit very seriously. Is he afraid of being reprimanded? On the execution platform, Ace's execution time had long passed, and his head fell to the ground without any surprise. Straw Hat Luffy didn't perform any miracles either. Neji had a blank expression on his face, showing no emotion at all about Ace's death. Anyway, he still possesses the magic of resurrection, and now he himself does not know how powerful he is. At least with the accumulation of countless people, Neji's implementation of the resurrection magic is no longer as complicated as before. He can now communicate directly with the underworld and wander around, extracting the souls within. Advertisement. He has this ability thanks to the Shinigami created by the Uzumaki family, which allows him to steal souls in the underworld. At this moment, all the people who died in the Summit War, before their souls went to the underworld, Neji had forcibly intercepted them and placed them in the reincarnation space. If you look closely at Blackbeard, he seems to be a qualified reincarnation. At least he will be much more useful when exploring the unknown world. Neji pondered for a while and let Blackbeard take the shock fruit. But little did he know that Blackbeard had already thought of retreating. Oh my god, the three admirals are fighting with Whitebeard, how can I go up and steal the shock fruit? Blackbeard's face was stiff. We can't do this kind of thing under their noses, can we? Then maybe you will die before completing the important task. You guys, I'll go find Whitebeard, you guys hold off Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and the others. Blackbeard said in a deep voice. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were completely stunned after hearing what their captain said. What the hell, you want us to stop the three admirals from the marine? Captain, you are kidding. The Blackbeard pirates were so embarrassed. Even Whitebeard was almost besieged and killed. How could they stop three admirals? Captain, you take us too seriously. Just a bunch of us trash, and we want to mess with Marine Admiral. Even Rain Shiryu's mouth twitched after hearing what Blackbeard said. You must be kidding. The Marine Admiral is not someone that a few of them who have been imprisoned in Impel Down for many years can contend with. Please, you can do it for at least a while, right? Blackbeard chuckled. The boiling magma was unstoppable, and the blow caught everyone by surprise. After releasing a dark channel and messing up the situation, Blackbeard rushed to Whitebeard's body and began his evil purpose. How did this guy suddenly appear? His target is Whitebeard's body. Akainu immediately used Dark Hound and hit the Blackbeard pirates hard. Maybe they can't fight against Admiral in his prime, but they should have no problem resisting for a while now. The most evil devil fruit, Dark Fruit. Humph, you actually disobeyed the Marine's orders and disappeared, and now you're out to go against our Marine. Akainu doesn't have as good a temper as Aokiji. Moreover, these three admirals have been entangled with Whitebeard for such a long time, their physical strength and combat effectiveness are definitely not at their peak. Advertisement. How can we stop this? He waved his arm and the space began to vibrate. Finally I got it. Teach laughed. Thief ha 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 ha. Where did these guys come from? Aokiji looked at Teach in surprise. Now these two extremely powerful fruits have been obtained by me. After all, they have no other way out now. Marshal Teach rushed towards Whitebeard at the fastest speed. After Blackbeard's persuasion, everyone reluctantly agreed. Teach held a black light wave in one hand and a white light wave in the other, looking very majestic. Marshal Teach, your status as 7 warlords of the sea is now stripped. We have already violated the Marine's orders. The 7 warlords of the sea are no longer in name only. If the Marines make corrections, we will definitely be doomed. At this moment, he will be the biggest winner of this summit war. Akainu attacked again. The members of the Blackbeard pirates had already rushed out and could only fight back hard. So miserable. Great eruption. How come this guy still has such a strong fighting power after fighting Whitebeard? Blackbeard is right. The most powerful devil fruit, shock fruit. Now is our best opportunity. Only after we obtain the power of the shock fruit can we start our subsequent plans. He inserted his arm into Whitebeard's chest, and a dark wave of light squirmed. The next moment, Blackbeard seemed to have gained some incredible power from Whitebeard's body. Damn it. In an instant, the Blackbeard pirates were dispatched. Rain Shiryu and the others turned pale when they saw such a powerful Akainu. Now that you have decided, just do it. Hey, what is this guy Teach doing to Whitebeard's body? Kizaru looked at Teach in surprise. The member of the Blackbeard pirates who was standing in front was shot through the chest and suffered burns all over his body. Chapter 145 Four Emperors Shanks appear. This feeling is extremely familiar to the three admirals. After all, they had just fought against it. This is the ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Aokiji said in shock. Blackbeard teach, what the hell did you just do? Blackbeard said nothing, just grinned and violently activated the ability of the shock fruit, turning the marine headquarters upside down. What happened? This guy is actually using the power of Whitebeard's devil fruit. Akainu's face was gloomy. What on earth was going on? At this moment, the entire Marineford was overturned, and the surrounding glaciers and oceans were broken into pieces. Thief, ha ha ha. Dad, you idiot, this is the real terrifying power of shock fruit. Dad didn't let you see it, so let me show you. Blackbeard was crazy. Whitebeard was afraid of hurting Ace, so he didn't cause a large-scale earthquake or tsunami, but he was different. He doesn't care about anything. A-hole. You are causing trouble in the marine headquarters. I want you dead. Akainu was furious and rushed over to kill him. The terrain is turned upside down and the tsunami is rolling. At this moment, even Marshal Ning Sengoku did not expect that the biggest winner of this war would be Blackbeard Marshal Teach. Blackbeard, don't even think about this. Sengoku suddenly turned into a golden body and released a shock wave. The attacks of the two powerful men immediately made Blackbeard bleed profusely. But he hasn't given up yet. Dark Fruit, and Shock Fruit. With the abilities of these two fruits, he is equivalent to possessing the most powerful devil fruit in the world. Dark Fruit can negate the abilities of all devil fruits. Akainu, your lava fruit is useless to me. Teach just said this when he suffered a heavy blow from the back. HMPH. You little brat, it seems you have forgotten about me. Garp swung his iron fist and hit Blackbeard repeatedly. He is not the user of devil fruit, so dark fruit is of no use to him. Ha 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 ha, what a bunch of old bastards. Marshal Teach was going crazy. At this moment, he was like a madman, constantly using the abilities of the two fruits. On the other hand, advertisement. A submarine on the seabed is slowly approaching. Hey, what is that? Kizaru looked deep into the sea. It looks like a submarine. At this moment, Jinbei was still with Luffy in Whitebeard's ruined cabin, but they were both restrained by wood-style ninjutsu. The life energy in the body is constantly draining away. There is not even the slightest power to resist. Luffy is also unconscious at the moment, he is seriously injured. The white-haired ninja was extremely ruthless in his attack. If he had arrived a little later, Luffy would have lost too much blood and died on the spot. It's terrible, maybe I shouldn't have come. After seeing the ending of Marineford, Luo immediately felt regretful. As the leader of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, the most powerful man in the world, he couldn't even last that long. Boss, how about we run away quickly? The white bear next to Luo said timidly. I didn't expect the Marines to be so powerful. The Whitebeard pirates were completely wiped out. If we enter Marineford now, we're courting death. Luo also felt the same way. But it was too late to run now. Blackbeard launched a tsunami and triggered the Marineford earthquake, which disrupted the direction of the ocean flow. Even his submarine could not leave in a short time. If this submarine is forcibly launched, it might be destroyed by the huge tsunami. Then it will be all over. As a demon fruit power, once he becomes a drowned chicken, he will not be able to exert any strength at all. We are in bad luck now. Let's save the straw hat first. Law sighed and began to use the op fruit's ability. However, when he swung his sword at the branches created by the wood-style ninjutsu, it felt like he was swinging at a person. Too hard. Luo was stunned. He didn't even cut it the first time. These pieces of wood were definitely not as simple as he thought. Be careful, Mr. Luo. This wood has the property of absorbing energy. Don't touch it. Jinbei, who was almost sucked dry by the energy, whispered. The ability to absorb energy. No wonder it's so hard to cut. Luo exclaimed. The wood style made using chakra is like being wrapped in a layer of armament hockey, so its hardness is naturally extraordinary. Advertisement. What's more, this wood style was performed by Hashirama, and it is completely different from the cut-down version of wood style performed by Yamato. Finally, after great effort, Law managed to find Luffy and Jinbei. The life energy in both of them has been drained, and they have no fighting power at all. Hurry up and save Lord Luffy, he is in a very dangerous condition now. Jinbei couldn't help but say. Ivankov's hormone potion barely brought Luffy back from the brink of death, but it had no ability to heal his injuries. Luffy was just holding on for dear life right now. I know. Law also noticed that Luffy was seriously injured, and just when he wanted to take Luffy away for treatment. Suddenly, a huge pressure came from behind, making Luo feel as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. You are also a pirate, right? Hashirama said with some surprise. Where did this guy come from? How did he dodge Woodstyle's attack? Law immediately tried to counterattack, but Hashirama's attack was faster than his. With just one blow, Luo's internal organs ruptured and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Hashirama looked at the three people. Except for Luffy, who Neji requested not to kill, there was no need to keep the other two alive. Just when Hashirama was about to make the final move, he suddenly felt a cold and oppressive force behind him. Bang bang. Red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, appears. He kicked Hashirama away with one kick, saving the lives of Luo and others. The next moment, dark clouds covered the sky and the earth, and most people could not withstand this powerful pressure and fainted on the spot. It's Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is the symbol of the king. When Shanks activated Conqueror's Haki, everyone on the battlefield stopped at the same time. Conqueror's Haki? Whose Conqueror's Haki is this? It's so scary, Sengoku said in shock. It would have been fine if it was Commodore, but even a portion of Vice Admiral couldn't hold up. A strong person who possesses this Conqueror's Haki must be at the top of the new world. 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks. Another powerful 4 Emperors has arrived. Chapter 146 The Powerful Conqueror's Haki. The remaining Marines looked at the red figure standing not far away with shocked expressions. They finally defeated Whitebeard, but now another 4 Emperors appeared. Moreover, as soon as this guy came up, he made more than 90% of the combat power of their naval headquarters faint. Red hair. Akainu's eyes were cold and his body was bathed in boiling magma. Red-haired Shanks holds a very special status among the 4 Emperors. The rest of the 4 Emperors members are almost all users of devil fruit abilities. But Shanks himself was the only one who didn't eat any devil fruit. The reason he was able to become the 4 Emperors was entirely because of his own strength, his Haki ability that he had cultivated to the limit. 4 Emperors Shanks, this guy is currently the strongest Haki practitioner in the world. Ah, I didn't expect that even the red-haired Shanks would show up. Kizaru smiled. Although he said that, he was not afraid at all. Even after such a great battle, the Marine headquarters still remained strong. They dealt with the Whitebeard pirates with ease. Kizaru tapped his fingers slightly, trying to attack the red-haired Shanks. But a voice came from beside me. Kizaru, I advise you not to act rashly. Beckman said coldly, holding a gun. Oh, I didn't expect you to come too. Kizaru raised his hand with a smile. You'd better not do anything small, or I will kill you. How terrible, but, have you ever watched Marine's live broadcast? Kizaru suddenly asked Beckman. Marine live broadcast. Beckman frowned. What do you mean by that? Kizaru's mouth curled up, and suddenly several laser beams from a distance shot at Beckman. How could this be? Beckman looked incredulous. He turned around and saw that there were several Marine admirals exactly like Kizaru standing on the battlefield. Without caring about anything else, Beckman immediately shot at Kizaru in front of him. But after hitting the opponent, it turned into a cloud of smoke and had no sense of reality at all. Sorry, I know a little bit of ninjutsu, Kizaru said happily. His real body is currently confronting Blackbeard, how could he be here? Advertisement. Beckman. Shanks was furious when he saw his companions injured. In fact, he had already seen this scene through his ability to predict the future. But, unable to break through, Shanks looked at the man in front of him in shock. Who on earth was this guy? He was so powerful. He tried to save Beckman, but was unable to penetrate his defense. Not only that, he was almost suppressed by the opponent. This guy is very powerful, probably no less powerful than the other 3 admirals. Is he the hidden trump card of the world government? Shanks looked alert. He had never heard of this guy. It's so hard, Hashirama said lightly. This red-haired man has probably condensed armament Haki to an extremely terrifying level. The life energy was completely blocked, and Wood Style was unable to absorb energy from his body for a moment. Ha ha ha, red-haired, long time no see. You can't wait for this grand ceremony and want to come over and play. Blackbeard laughed. How about it? Now that Whitebeard is dead, I will definitely be the next 4 emperors. How about we join forces and destroy the Marine headquarters in one fell swoop? Hearing this, Sengoku and the others became alert. After all, the Marine headquarters had to face 2 4 emperors in succession, and this was no joke. Now in the Marine headquarters in Marineford, more than 90% of the Marine soldiers were stunned because of the red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks' Haki is just too strong. Even among the elite Marines they carefully selected from all over the world, few could withstand the red-haired Haki. If the fighting continues, these innocent Marines will definitely be affected. Letting them die inexplicably will be a heavy loss for the Marines. Marshal Sengoku looked into the distance. Across the rising waves, he could already see the warships of the 4 emperors Shanks. Shanks's companions have also come to Marin to turn over more. Although not many people set foot in the Marine headquarters, they are all top-notch experts in New World. The cost of fighting them is simply too high. The Red Hair Pirates are a group of 4 emperors pirates known as the Iron Wall. They have evenly matched combat power and each of them is powerful enough to not be ignored. It would be disadvantageous for us to have a conflict with another 4 emperors force now. Vice Admiral, he said solemnly. And the other side. Advertisement. Beckman, who was originally hit by Huang Yuan's clone, stood up in surprise and looked at himself in astonishment. Kizaru Yu, when did you become so weak? Beckman looked at the wounds on his body caused by the laser. They were just some scratches on the flesh. It's still a long way from being a real serious injury. This is really a bit weak. Is this the level of Marine Admiral? Beckman was a little confused. Isn't this right? Although I have never fought against Admiral before, if they are so weak, there is no way Whitebeard can lose. Ah, Kizaru was also a little confused at this moment. How could you still stand up? Well, the clone technique evenly distributes the chakra in your body. You still have quite little chakra in your body right now. With more clones, they will naturally become weaker, Minato explained. Chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and life energy. This is the energy necessary for using chakra and cannot be replaced by life energy. Therefore, Kizaru can now create dozens of clones while maintaining the combat power of Admiral. After some explanation, Kizaru finally understood. I see. I still need to convert the life energy in my body. Kizaru sighed. Before, because his life energy was too strong, his chakra practice progressed rapidly. But for these ninjas who have been practicing continuously from the very beginning, there is still a level missing. After seeing that his companion was not seriously injured, Shanks felt relieved and said in a deep voice. I'm here to persuade them to fight, not to make an enemy of the naval headquarters. Now that the war is over, there is no need for everyone to continue fighting. The Whitebeard pirates have already paid a heavy price, so for my sake, both sides should stop fighting and call a truce. Here it comes. The face fruit has been activated. Neji laughed loudly at the scene before him. Ha 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 ha. Red-haired Shanks, that's really funny. Where are the Whitebeard pirates in the world now? Neji pointed at the area around Malinford and said, look carefully. How many pirates are still alive, how many pirates are still standing firmly on the ground, and how many pirates are still resisting? Chapter 147. Angry at red-haired Shanks. They've all been restrained. There are no more Whitebeard pirates in this world now. Neji shouted, stop fighting and make peace, that's just nonsense. We the Marines have the upper hand now. You are just a pirate. What qualifications do you have to say such things to us? The red-haired man was a little confused. Who was this little guy? He spoke so arrogantly. Look at this guy's decoration, he's not even a Marine, right? Could it be from the top of the world government? This doesn't look like it. Neji is right. Sengoku roared in a deep voice, we Marines will never compromise with the pirates. What Neji said is what I meant to say. Red hair, there are no Whitebeard pirates in the world now. If you want to attack the naval headquarters, we must hold our ground to the end and wipe out you red hair pirates together. Don't think that you red hair pirates are a match for our Marines. Even Whitebeard was defeated by us. You just came here with a few people and said a few words, and you want us to shake hands and make peace. How can it be so simple? Quote. Sengoku said angrily. There are just a few of you. Do you really think Marine is afraid of you? Neji smiled slightly. The Samsara mark was really useful in influencing people's consciousness subtly. 4 Emperors Shanks is the most powerful person currently practicing Hokage in this world. I guess there is no one in this world who is a better Grandmaster Hokage than him. Neji looked determined. If that was the case, there was no way he would let Shanks get away. Such a high level and rare entry, how could he let it go? It still doesn't work, right? Shanks' face darkened. The incident was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, the 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates should be strong enough to give Marine a hard time. But the current situation is completely different from what he imagined. Whitebeard was badly defeated, and Marine won a great victory, with even minimal losses. This outcome was completely beyond his expectations. The 4 Emperors shouldn't be so weak. Shanks had a series of battles with Kaido when he arrived, so the battle situation at Marine headquarters is still unknown. If he had seen it, he would know how good Marine's current condition is. Advertisement. From having a slight advantage at the beginning, to having strong morale, to having a complete crushing victory in the end. The Whitebeard pirates didn't even have a chance to fight back. This is undoubtedly a great honor for Marine. What a glorious achievement it is for them to survive and win the Battle of 4 Emperors, where the New World is at the top. Simply being able to survive is enough to brag about for a lifetime, and now they have not only survived, but also won a crushing victory. So much so that now Shanks, the second 4 Emperors, is not taken seriously enough. After all, the strongest man in the world died at their hands. What abilities could this newly promoted 4 Emperors have? Could it be possible that his strength is even stronger than Whitebeard? We'll block them here, you take Luffy and leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Shanks said in a deep voice. Luo looked at the red-haired Shanks in front of him and felt a little surprised. This guy, Straw Hat Boy, actually knows the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 Emperors. Without having time to think, Law immediately took the seriously injured Luffy and prepared to leave. However, it was still a step too late. Don't run, I haven't had enough fun yet. Neji suddenly took action. Whether it was Luffy's good luck attribute or the mythical beast fruit attribute, he wanted them both. In a sense, Luffy's attributes are more important than Shanks' Hokage attributes. If that's the case, how could Neji let the other person leave like that? This guy actually took action himself. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo watched secretly. As the leader of the ninjas, how strong is Hyuga Neji? Sengoku was still very curious about this question. Sengoku listened to Vice Admiral Suru's analysis and nodded in agreement. After all, these ninjas really helped a lot in this battle. Neji actually took action. Sengoku was even more shocked. During the meeting, he realized that the other party was not simple in strength from the ease with which Neji controlled him. Shanks frowned. His durability, endurance, combat effectiveness, and reaction speed are likely to be higher than Whitebeard's. We must not be careless. Everyone, don't be careless. If a fight starts soon, let's go support Neji together. Suru Vice Admiral said in a deep voice. Advertisement. If it weren't for these ninjas to hold back the main forces of Whitebeard's first few divisions, it would still be a hassle for the admirals to free up their hands to deal with Whitebeard. Then another kick. Red-haired Shanks is not an easy opponent. Can Neji do it? Aokiji frowned. But, don't think you can get carried away just because you killed Whitebeard. I originally thought that the opponent was Marine's secret weapon and would be used in the duel against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, this was his first real move. Hello, hello. A huge wave of air passed through Shanks' back, creating a wave. The other two admirals were speechless after hearing this. The severe pain in his abdomen made him unable to move for a while. But I never thought that even after the Whitebeard pirates were wiped out, the other side didn't even take any action. Vice Admiral, he is right. Although the opponent looked very young, he knew that even a strong man like Hashirama obeyed his orders, so how could his strength be weak? It's not just him. Neji had a blank expression on his face as he coldly stepped on the head of Four Emperors Shanks. However, before he could utter the second sentence, he was knocked unconscious by Neji's punch. Doflamingo couldn't help but pay more attention to this guy. Whitebeard is already in his twilight years, and his fighting power is nowhere near his prime. But right now, red-haired Shanks is in his prime. This is a great opportunity. We can wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the two Four Emperors, the red-hair pirates, in one go. Akainu said coldly. If Neji is in danger, rescue him immediately. Sengoku ordered. Everyone at the Marine headquarters was extremely curious about Neji's true strength. I guess we'll have to face the red-hair pirates next. What should I do? Kizaru didn't really want to continue fighting. You are still young, don't speak so arrogantly. Mainly because of the overall strength of the red-hair pirates, who are the strongest among the Four Emperors, and not as uneven as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Red-haired Shanks often clashes with Kaido. The two are evenly matched, and he is a powerful enemy that cannot be ignored. From the beginning till now, this is the first time he has seen Neji take action. Chapter 148, Shanks was knocked out in one move. Thus, the red-haired Shanks, one of the Four Emperors at the top of the New World, was defeated. Sorry, what's inside me is the weight of two entire worlds. Do you know how heavy it is? In the Hokage world, he has already absorbed the ninja energy of two villages. Now that he has come to this world, he is constantly digesting the accumulated power of the Marines. Now his body is directly connected to the power of 100,000 elite Marines and tens of thousands of ninjas. Even the three admirals and strong men like Sengoku and Garp are under his control. What qualifications do you have to take my punch? Sorry, now I am One Punch Man. A Superman who is even more awesome than Kaguya. It seems that your strength is not as good as your talking skills. Neji said lightly. Just a simple punch was enough to surpass Kaguya's 80 God's air strike. How could Shanks withstand such a force? The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The red-haired man was defeated, and everyone waited silently for a while. Because they thought, how could the Four Emperors be defeated with just one punch? Definitely not possible. This must be an act. This kid is screwed. He actually dared to step on the boss's head. The boss is going to get mad soon. Ha 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 ha. You're done for, you little brat. Don't think that our boss is easy to talk to, so you can do such a thing. Now you are finished. Even if you are a child, I will beat you until you cry for mommy. The crew of the red-hair pirates all looked at Neji in amusement. It seemed as if the next moment, his boss Shanks would explode with anger and teach this brat a lesson. They were not at all surprised at their boss's behavior. After all, Shanks was like this in the past. In a pub, even if someone hit him on the head with beer, he would still look heartless and nonchalant. So they thought that Shanks would be the same as he was before, and did not think about the ending where Shanks would be knocked down by one punch. Sengoku and others standing by also had serious expressions on their faces. They also think that Beckman and others are right. The red-haired man most likely underestimated his enemy because of Neji's appearance. This is bad. It's being broadcasted all over the world now. Neji humiliated the red-haired man like this and even stepped on his head. I'm afraid he will face crazy revenge from him. Sengoku thought secretly. The magma on Akainu's body became thicker and thicker, and he was ready for battle. In fact, there is no need to wait until Neji is in danger before rushing over. Advertisement. As long as Shanks and Neji get some distance between them, he will use this long accumulated blow to kill him completely. Thief ha ha ha, fight, fight. Let's all fight, the more chaotic the better. Blackbeard Teach laughed. The two people in front of him, whether it was the red-haired Shanks or the leader of the ninja village, were people he was afraid of. Red-haired Shanks is a top hockey user, and Neji hasn't eaten the devil fruit, but he can control Heavenly Yaksha easily. These two guys are not easy to deal with. It would be best if we beat him so hard that both of us suffer heavy losses. Teach secretly sighed that God was really helping him. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have been completely wiped out, the only pirates left in Marineford are his Blackbeard pirates. But their Blackbeard pirates group was only established not long ago. All of them were elite soldiers recruited from prison, but it was still a troublesome task to break through the encirclement of the three Marine admirals. Based on his understanding of Shanks, the other party would definitely not choose to go along with him. But I never expected that because of Neji, the other side would actually start a decisive battle with the Marine headquarters. Ha 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 ha, isn't this indirectly forcing Shanks to become his companion? Marine was waiting for Shanks' counterattack, and Blackbeard was also waiting for Shanks' counterattack. It's not just them. Civilians from all over the world who were watching the video were staring at Shanks. This little guy is doomed. He actually stepped on the four emperors. He will be killed by the enraged four emperors soon. This was certainly not the thought among the crowd. People who don't know Shanks think this way. People who know Shanks share the same idea. People who have seen Shanks' strength think so. Everyone quietly waited for the emperor's wrath. Although the four emperors Shanks look kind, they know that anyone who can become a four emperor is a notorious villain. 1 second. 10 seconds. It's over. The boss is angry. Kid, you're in trouble. Run now, because even we can't stop the boss when he gets angry. 1 minute. Oh no, I'm afraid Shanks is extremely angry. Beckman said in a deep voice. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Advertisement. 2 minutes passed. Everyone. Nearly 3 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Shanks gotten up yet? No matter how angry you are, even if you are extremely angry, you still have to show some reaction. For example, trembling, anger, and the color of the sky and the earth changing. Why are you lying on the ground motionless? It makes you seem like you were really knocked down. I seem to feel something is wrong. Why isn't Shanks getting up yet? Has this been too much humiliation? Is he still angry? I think he might be continuing his ultimate move. Is it possible that red-haired Shanks was beaten to death? Someone said weakly. Everyone automatically ignored this sentence and continued their discussion. Is Shanks trying to suppress his murderous intent? I heard he's a pretty kind person. That's possible. After all, I think that boy is younger than my son. How is that possible? He stepped on someone's head. Even the kindest person would get mad under such humiliation. Quote. On the battlefield, Sengoku waited and waited. Bubbles of magma kept coming out of Akainu's body. Aokiji has completely become an ice sculpture. Kizaru recalled several clones and prepared for battle. Blackbeard put oil on his feet, ready to slip away as soon as the red-haired man and the admirals started fighting. Garp was confused and said, could the red-haired guy really have been beaten to death? Vice Admiral Crane, in terms of probability, the possibility of this happening is close to 0. Beckman. It's impossible, but this is too weird. Beckman was very puzzled as to why the boss was lying on the ground motionless. This was the first time he couldn't quite figure out what Shanks was thinking. What are you waiting for? Neji looked at everyone and said lightly. I have subdued one of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. What are you waiting for? If you don't resist, surrender immediately. Chapter 149. Shanks loses, everyone is shocked. Neji dragged Shanks like a dead dog, exposing him in front of everyone. When Neji lifted Shanks up, everyone finally saw Shanks's positive expression. His eyes were turned inward, he was foaming at the mouth, and he looked stupid, confused, and absent-minded. It's obvious that he has been unconscious for a long time. At this moment, everyone who wanted to wait for the red-haired Shanks to angrily counterattack was stunned after seeing the guy being held in his hands like a dead dog. So, is that Shanks? Is that really the red-haired Shanks in Neji's hand? The man from the legendary Four Emperors, the one with the most powerful haki. Shanks actually lost, Sengoku said in surprise. He was really surprised. This is the unfathomable Shanks. Legend has it that he once played chess with Whitebeard, and the result was a draw. Some people also witnessed in the New World that the red-haired Shanks had a great battle with Kaido of the Beasts. The two fought for several days and nights, and finally Kaido retreated. This kind of man must be top-notch. But why did he fail just after being hit by Neji? Now, Shanks, who looked fainted, was facing all the remaining marines and pirates from all directions. Even civilians around the world saw this incredible scene. One of the four emperors of the New World, the red-haired guy who could rival Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, was actually knocked down by a single punch. The four emperors, are they so weak? Someone couldn't help but ask in confusion. Really? Compared to the previous time when Whitebeard fought against the three most powerful admirals in the marine, and the battle lasted for a long time. The red-haired man's defeat was too sloppy. Forget about sparring, he didn't even take a single move. This performance is far worse than Whitebeard. I've already told you that red hair was knocked out with one punch. You just don't believe it. Someone said aggrievedly. FK, was he really knocked out by just one punch? Advertisement. How is this possible? With red hair's strength, this shouldn't be the case. The four emperors were defeated by a little brat. Shanks is not worthy of being the four emperors. The four emperors belong to our Korok pirates. Quote. All over the world, there are many people who have fought with red hair and even witnessed his strength. They knew very well that red hair's strength was definitely not that high. I'm afraid this kid is not simple. Let's not be fooled by appearances. This guy's fighting ability is terrifying. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Blackbeard Teach was completely dumbfounded after seeing this scene. What's going on? He also wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Shanks and Marine to slip away. How did it become like this now? How do you want me to escape? Hey, Shanks, are you acting? You're not playing me, are you? Blackbeard couldn't accept it. He had fought with Shanks before, so he naturally knew how powerful Shanks was. Such a man has been sailing on the sea for more than 10 years, and his life is much harder than that of eating, drinking and having fun in the Whitebeard Pirates. After honing his martial arts skills over the years, Blackbeard believed that Shanks was now among the best in the world. After all, he had fought Shanks before. If he hadn't been hiding on Whitebeard's ship, he believed that he could also cultivate to the world's top level. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, can definitely be called the king of this sea in terms of strength. However, even such a king fainted after being punched by a guy who looked like a child. How could he believe this? Blackbeard looked gloomy. Could the ninja leader really be so strong? He could defeat Shanks with just one move. If this is really the case, then he is going to be in trouble today. No way. Boss. Advertisement. Boss, wake up. You are kidding us, right? Beckman still couldn't believe it. What kind of people are they? Having lived with Shanks for more than 10 years, I can now naturally see that Shanks is really defeated at this moment. However, as strong people, the experiences with Shanks in their minds made them deny the images they saw. Shanks, what the hell is wrong with you today? Could it be that the boss was defeated because he had a fight with Kaido not long ago and consumed a lot of energy? Someone from the Red Hair Pirates couldn't help but say. After all, they had a violent conflict with the Beast's pirates before heading to Marineford. Especially their boss, who directly fought with Kaido. When fighting with the strongest creature in the world, some consumption is inevitable. Unbelievable. Who on earth is this kid? Vice Admiral, he was shocked. I didn't expect that this guy's strength would far surpass the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. It's so shocking. This guy looks a few years younger than Luffy, but he's so powerful. How did he do it? Garp asked in astonishment. As a Marine hero, he had a brilliant career. He had seen Roger, the former Pirates King, and even the leader of the Rocks Pirates. But no one has ever given him the incomprehensible feeling of oppression that Neji gave him. It seems that we must treat this ninja organization with caution. Sengoku was extremely excited. The support Neji and others brought to them has exceeded their imagination. The strength of those few extraordinary ninjas alone is probably close to that of an admiral, or even not weaker than that of an admiral. But now Neji, the leader of the ninja village, has displayed even more terrifying strength. I originally thought that Neji's statement that he was the strongest person in the ninja village was a joke, but I never thought it was actually true. Kizaru exclaimed. The level of strength is different. Shanks and Neji are not in the same dimension. Aokiji paused and added, we are not in the same dimension as him. It's unbelievable that this kind of organization is unknown in the whole world. Akainu was silent for a moment and murmured. Not to mention their basic combat power, the high-end combat power among the ninjas in their village has already surpassed the high-end combat power of their New World's Marine. At this moment, after some ideological struggle, they have fully realized the current situation. I originally thought that this summit war was just aimed at Whitebeard. But he never expected that Red Hair came over to join in the fun and ended up getting himself involved. After Red Hair Shanks was captured, the rest of the Red Hair pirates were defeated one by the top fighters. Chapter 150. The entry for the King of Luck. Although the Red Hair pirates are known as an iron wall of pirates, there is still a gap in strength between each member and the Red Hair pirates. Facing Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the successive Hokage of Konoha village, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. With the defeat of the 4 emperors' forces of Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates, Marine finally won a great victory in this summit war. Some people who were knocked unconscious by 4 emperors Shanks were still confused when they woke up. What the hell? Red-haired Shanks was also captured. When did this happen? But as everyone heard that the 4 emperors Shanks was knocked to the ground after taking a punch from Neji, everyone was stunned. Ha, are you kidding us? Those are the 4 emperors Shanks, the 4 highest sea emperors in the New World. Moreover, the other party is still in his prime, which is incomparable to Whitebeard, an old guy in his later years. However, since the people who told them the news were all Marine vice admirals, whose ranks were higher than theirs, they did not dare to ask more questions. It wasn't until they saw the recorded footage of the summit war that they understood what was going on. Looking at the stunned expressions of their superiors on the video, they realized that their superiors were just as unbelievable as they were. After announcing Marine's victory, Sengoku became more concerned about whether Neji and the others would stay or go. Damn it. Guys as awesome as them must be kept in the Marine. They must not be allowed to leave the Marine and go outside. Marshal Sengoku and others were unanimous in their opinions on this matter. If Neji and the others left the Marine and wandered around the New World, I'm afraid that in this sea, the so-called 4 emperors may no longer exist. With the strength of this group of people, they are enough to dominate the sea, surpass the former Rocks pirate, surpass the former Pirates King, and become the emperor of the new era, the Emperor of Heaven. After the battle, Marine Marshal Sengoku, the top 3 Marine admirals, Marine Staff Vice Admiral Suru and a series of other high-ranking Marine officials had a series of detailed talks with Neji and others. As far as the treatment of ninjas and the various welfare benefits they proposed are concerned, they were directly brought to the top level. Advertisement. Neji ignored these matters. Regarding political matters and welfare benefits, just hand them over directly to Tobirama. However, Tobirama also knew the ways of those in power, so he handed it over to Shikaku, the think tank of Konoha village, in order to obtain greater welfare benefits for them. After changing hands twice, Luju had no choice but to start working seriously. Neji believes there should be no problem with this kind of work. Because of the subtle influence, Sengoku and others' favorability towards them has risen to an extremely high level. As long as there are no issues of principle, there will be no unexpected conflicts between the two sides. On the other hand, in the world government, the five elders all had serious expressions on their faces. In front of them was a videotape that was playing back and forth continuously, and the content inside was exactly the performance of Neji and others in the Summit War. Who are these people, anyway? The five elders holding the knife was silent for a long time, and finally spoke out. The fighting power of these guys is too outrageous. With just a few moves, he was able to injure Whitebeard and even defeated the red-haired Shanks in one move. Their combat power has surpassed that of the admirals at the Marine headquarters. If we continue to let them run wild, the consequences may be disastrous. Don't be so anxious. We can slowly deal with these people's problems. After all, these guys are under our control now. That's right. Tell Sengoku to keep these guys stable and don't let them leave the Marines. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for us. The five elders looked at the information on Neji and the others, wondering secretly. Where on earth did these people come from and why have they never been heard of? But there is one good thing, that is, they are willing to hand over their training methods and ninjutsu for the Marines to practice. It was because of this that the five elders delayed their actions against Neji and others. If they can also master those incredible magic, then perhaps these powerful ninjas may not be a problem anymore. The five elders' eyes were burning with excitement. Advertisement. They have seen concrete results regarding the ninjas' ninjutsu. It was the clone technique that Kizaru had used during the Summit War. If they could just successfully learn that one magic, it would be a great thing for them. What's more, these ninjas have various other unknown means. If we can learn all of them, we can also deepen the rule of the world government. Inside Impel Down. At this moment in Summit War, all the detained pirates are now detained here. Among them are the four Emperor's red hair pirates, the Whitebeard pirates and their remnants, and even Luffy, who had a broken arm, was detained here. Neji's daily job is to extract the entries from them and strengthen them. The only thing that bothered him was that these pirates had too strong a sense of resistance. And he is a bit stubborn. Although the mark of reincarnation has been engraved on them, whether it can be used is another matter. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Neji looked at Luffy, and the title of the Lucky King extracted from him was actually red. It's really outrageous. The rarity of the sun god Nika fruit is not ordinary. Kill Luffy now. Neji pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something else. That's right. He still has the emotional entries he accumulated in Konoha village. Just right for Luffy. Neji looked at the attributes of Luffy's entry. King of Luck red, rubber man, gold, conqueror's hockey, gold, silly and sweet, purple, hot-blooded idiot, purple, fighting. Reckless black, rampage black, reckless boy, black, no taboos, black, innocent black, low IQ black, no emotional quotient black, official second generation, black, rubber brain, black, patient with speech disorder, black. Neji was silent for a long time. There are so many black items on Luffy. This was the guy he had ever seen, even more outrageous than Naruto from Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With so many black entries, it's a miracle that the Straw Hat Pirates can survive. Chapter 151 Black Zetsu. I'm so glad I found a chess piece like Madara. If it weren't for the red attribute, King of Luck, I'm afraid Luffy would have died long ago. Neji pondered for a while and began to select from his own entry storage. Suspicion neutralizes naivety, and lawful people neutralizes no taboos. High IQ neutralizes low IQ, flirting neutralizes low EQ. After stacking entries continuously, Neji finally neutralized all the black entries on Luffy. It's really not easy to be a normal person. Neji sighed. He really had no way to deal with the rubber brain. Alright, the cautious version of Luffy is about to appear. Neji smiled brightly. After completing the transformation of Luffy, Neji began to think again. Now, although he has planted the reincarnation mark on all the Marines. But he couldn't control it all, as it was a very large-scale movement for him. It's okay for a single person, but such a large base is too much pressure for him. As expected, we still need infinite Tsukuyomi. Neji said in a deep voice. With infinite Tsukuyomi, rewriting people's cognition is a very simple thing. But in order to perform infinite Tsukuyomi, the Rinnegan is still required. And the Rinnegan requires becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Neji pondered for a while, and decided that with his current strength, it was time to collect the tailed beasts, become the Jinchuriki of 10 Tails, and take down the big boss Otsutsuki Kaguya. After taking down Otsutsuki Kaguya, he can also get the Rinnegan. By then, it will be much easier to rewrite the pirates' cognition and make them take action for themselves. Thinking of this, Neji immediately contacted the main body still in the Akatsuki organization and began to implement the plan. At the same time, he also extracted Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Minato, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In the Rain Country, Neji, as the real body, is resting with his eyes closed. Although the Neji in Konoha village is just his clone, the consciousness of the two are independent yet interconnected. Neji's real body in the Rain Country also found an otherworld delineation point. It is an anchor point for another world that is different from the pirate's world. Advertisement. Through Neji's own abilities, he can vaguely see the infrastructure and landscape of this world. It's a modern architectural style. Neji was stunned. The modern version of the world. High-rise buildings, airplanes, yachts, just like the worldview of the previous life. This made Neji a little confused for a moment, as to what type of world this was. It would be nice if this was the Shinigami world, Neji thought. The souls that happen to be collected from the Summit War can be thrown into the Shinigami world and let them learn the power of Shinigami. In this way, the entire ecological cycle was completely opened up by him. When alive, you become a reincarnation and explore the world. When you die, you go to the Shinigami world to reshape your spirit body and revive, so that you can continue to explore the other world. This way you can be resurrected a second time. Unless their souls are truly destroyed and die, Neji can completely resurrect them over and over again. This was exactly what he dreamed of, the chosen worker. It's definitely the boss's favorite, Neji exclaimed. Immediately, he began to hold meetings in the land of rain to prepare to gather the tailed beasts. For the collection of the tailed beasts, Neji only needs to have the entry. As long as he extracts the entry of the person concerned, he can collect the entries of the 9-tailed beasts, the Ghetto statue, and thus transform it into the 10 tails entry. At that time, he will become 10 tails without any damage. Immediately, after months of preparation, Neji convened the first Rain Country meeting. He also now changes into the form of Uchiha Madara, because there is another heavyweight player in the Akatsuki organization, Black Zetsu. This guy is Kaguya's will, a product of yin-yang escape, and a special creature that is not affected by illusions. It would be easy for Neji to kill him, but he still needs Black Zetsu to wake up Kaguya, so he can't be killed for now. You finished 9 tails and 1 tail so quickly. The man's face was obviously full of surprise. Black Zetsu is really crying. Black Zetsu was so happy after seeing the 2-tailed beasts. Madara, it's time to take action, right? Nagato said with confidence. But I didn't expect that you in the parallel world would also go ahead and send yourself up. I am so touched. Our next mission is just to collect 2 tails to 8 tails. Advertisement. Although he killed all the members of his entire family at that time, he felt extremely painful inside when he did it. This is the strength. Being stared at by these 3 Tomo Sharingan, Itachi felt as if he was being watched by his dead clansmen, which gave him a bad premonition. Uchiha Madara in the parallel world is really awesome. In this world, you have become the vessel for my mother's resurrection. But before you came, I had already dealt with the 9 tails in Konoha village and the 1 tail in Sunagakur. After several months of training, he has acquired many excellent abilities from Uchiha Madara. The other members of the Akatsuki organization are also in great shape, and their equipment has been updated to what they consider to be the best state. Black Zetsu has been through thousands of years, but this is the first time he has feelings for someone. For example, the bloodline of the Senju clan, the wood style of the ninja god, and a series of advanced vitality physiques. There are such good people in the world who are so willing to sacrifice twice in a row. Haki Madara, it's such a blessing for Black Zetsu to find a chess piece like you. Just like that, I completed the most difficult task quietly. Have a look. Compared to this world's Uchiha Madara, it's just so efficient. According to Black Zetsu's previous plan, it would take several years to complete the capture of the tailed beast. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara summoned 1-tail Shukaku and the complete 9 tails summoning. That's right, now we can start taking action, Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. There is no doubt that the 2-tailed beasts have been completely controlled. Even though he had already slaughtered all of the Uchiha clan, he still saw people with Sharingan. Without making any noise, he captured 9 tails, the most difficult of the tailed beasts. Now he no longer needs to sit in a wheelchair. Nagato looked at the 2-tailed beasts that were summoned, and now they both had the Mangekyo Sharingan imprinted on their eyes. However, the only one in the Akatsuki organization who felt uncomfortable was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara, this is too hard-working. But I never thought that with Madara, the time would be shortened so much, and now I have started to take action, haha. Uchiha Madara is indeed the chess piece he chose. After Itachi looked at the 3 Scarlet Magatama in the eyes of everyone in the Akatsuki organization, he felt a lit chapter 152 attack on Cloud Shinobi village. After seeing Uchiha Madara capture the 2-tailed beasts, Nagato did not hesitate and immediately summoned the Geto statue to devour them. To complete the evolution of 10 tails, you must start from 1 tail to 9 tails, and start devouring them in order. The current Geto statue can only devour 1 tail, and as for 9 tails, it has to be the last one in line. Nagato explained. But when the Geto statue devoured the tailed beast, Nagato felt something unusual. It feels like the Geto statue is reviving, or it feels like the Geto statue has come alive. This made Nagato feel a little subtle. I don't know where this Geto statue came from. I've never heard of it in ninja. Is it possible that only the Rinnegan can control it? Nagato thought for a while and gave up trying to find out its origin. After all, he now possesses the Rinnegan, and the Geto statue is also under his control. If that's the case, then isn't that all that matters? Okay, now let's start assigning tasks. 2 tails and 8 tails are in Cloud Shinobi village. It is also the most powerful village among the 5 ninja villages, so I will go to this village myself. Neji said coldly. Then he continued to assign tasks. Since Deidara is about to become the next Tsuchikage, it is only fitting that he go to his village to look for the Jinchuriki. After the announcement, everyone started to act. Among them, Black Zetsu had been preparing for this day for a long time, and he had been keeping an eye on the locations of the major tailed beasts. When the Akatsuki organization took action, he immediately provided the specific location of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. But, Black Zetsu felt like he had forgotten something. By the way, where did that guy Obito go? Black Zetsu almost forgot about this, the legitimate successor of Uchiha Madara. Speaking of Uchiha Obito, it seems like I haven't seen him for a long time. Black Zetsu scratched his head. Obito was a guy who possessed space-time ninjutsu, so he really didn't know where he had gone. If Obito wanted to hide, then even he wouldn't be able to know his location. Oh, Obito, I'm so sorry. Now that things have come to this point, your existence is dispensable. Black Zetsu chuckled. After the young Uchiha Madara came into this world, Obito's role to him was greatly reduced. After all, Uchiha Madara, who is in his prime, is invincible. Advertisement. With absolute force, who would want to use calculations? Outside Cloud Shinobi Village, Nagato was currently standing behind Uchiha Madara. Nagato was a little worried just in case. After all, the Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village were in their prime, and both the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the eight-tails Jinchuriki. According to Black Zetsu's information, they are all people who have reached the level of perfect Jinchuriki. Unlike other Jinchuriki who are unable to fully utilize the power of the tailed beasts. Let me take action first this time. I've been sitting in a wheelchair for a long time and haven't moved around for a long time. Nagato stepped forward first. Uchiha Madara is able to forcibly control the tailed beasts, relying on the illusion technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But against the tailed beast Jinchuriki, this genjutsu would be greatly reduced. Nagato has confidence in Uchiha Madara, but to ensure safety, let this god take action. After recovering his health, Nagato seemed more confident. Boom boom boom. Just a moment. The gate to Cloud Shinobi Village was blown away. Who is it? Who is causing trouble here in Cloud Shinobi Village? The ninjas on duty quickly noticed the intruder. The current Raikage, who was sitting in the Raikage's office, suddenly slammed down after receiving the information from the perception squad. What? The wooden golem, who was carried by Neji, had a stiff expression on his face. It's so hilarious. After capturing the wooden golem, the two guys immediately headed towards the back hills of Cloud Shinobi Village. Master Raikage, those two ninjas have captured Master Wooden Golem and are heading towards the back hills of Cloud Shinobi Village. Thinking of this, I could not stand still and immediately led a group of people to the training place where Killer Bee was. No, he is not dead. They just captured him alive. It seems they didn't kill him. When these two guys invaded Cloud Shinobi Village, she was supposed to lead the Anbu people to siege these two mysterious guys. Advertisement. His Cloud Shinobi Village is not a place where you can come and go as you please. But the two of them found Killer Bee's location so accurately, as if they knew it in advance. What the hell are you talking about? Just two people. Hey, UB asterisk 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 D, put down the wooden golem quickly. UB asterisk 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 D, do you want to taste the sword in my hand? Killer Bee shouted. The wooden golem died, Raikage said angrily. It seems that these two guys have some unknown means. I asserted. Killer Bee is also extremely special in Cloud Shinobi Village, possessing combat power that is not inferior to his. Obviously, it was for Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Uchiha Madara. That guy is Uchiha Madara. Run away quickly. You are no match for him. The two-tail said frantically inside her. And on the other side, Raikage had a hideous look on his face, with lightning running all over his body. However, before she could react, he was captured. Suddenly, Raikage received information from the perception class again. That's right. Oh no. Since you are here, I will let you die here. But these two people actually defeated the Anbu troops in Cloud Shinobi Village and were even walking around in Cloud Shinobi Village with impunity. However, Master Killer Bee, be careful of him, this guy is not an ordinary person. He is Uchiha Madara, said Wooden Golem with a pale and helpless face. These beasts who came from nowhere actually want to plunder the tailed beasts of our Cloud Shinobi Village. I laughed in anger. What puzzled I was, how did they know where his brother was? According to the report from the perception squad, there were only two ninjas that invaded Cloud Shinobi Village. Neji was carrying the wooden golem in one hand, and in front of him was a fat man with 8 swords on his back. The back hill of Cloud Shinobi Village is where Killer Bee is. I thought of his younger brother first. But after a few simple exchanges, the tailed beast in the wooden golem's body felt fear and let out a shrill cry. The entire Cloud Shinobi Village is covered by ninja perception systems, so any enemy invasion will be detected immediately. When I heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was the tailed beast. Chapter 153 Crush. Uchiha Madara. How is it possible? Darkly surprised by the wooden golem. Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by the ninja god Senju Hashirama a long time ago? How could it still exist in the world? But the two-tail in her body was impressed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. After all, it was these two people who captured and collected all the tailed beasts in the world. Uchiha Madara, I don't care who you are. Besides, didn't the Uchiha family die out a long time ago? UB asterisk 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 D, let me show you how I'm going to teach you a lesson. Killer Bee said in a weird tune. He danced his body and performed the 8 swords style. However, Nagato didn't give him any chance to get close. Shinra Tensai. Nagato suddenly exerted force and pushed the opponent out. Killer Bee was knocked away, and then quickly pulled over by Nagato's universal pull and grabbed his neck. Humanity. Nagato said coldly. As he said this, he used his brutal hands to try to tear Killer Bee's soul out of his body. It was not until this time that Killer Bee realized the extraordinariness of these two guys. It's over. I've been hit. I can't move. Killer Bee called out to Abba frantically in his heart. He began to use the power of the tailed beast, but it was still useless. Nagato had a blank expression on his face, and stretched out his other hand, saying coldly, "Evil Kido." In an instant, the tailed beast coat flowing from Killer Bee began to flow into Nagato's body uncontrollably. No matter how much chakra Killer Bee leaks out, Nagato can completely digest it. This scene really shocked Killer Bee. Who is this red-haired guy? A-hole. Who told you to touch my brother? Aurora flashes. A gust of wind came from a distance and Nagato was blown away. The person who came was the 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village, Snort. You two are so brave that you dare to break into our Cloud Shinobi Village alone. I think you are tired of living. Raikage was full of anger. After hearing that their target was the tailed beast, he immediately rushed here without stopping. Advertisement. As he went along, he became more and more frightened. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village can almost always kill with one strike. This was unbelievable to him as a Raikage. After all, among the ninjas that were summoned, there were quite a few Jonin. But the result is still the same. This made him realize that these two guys were definitely not ordinary people. So he immediately activated the lightning-style chakra mode and got on with his journey. It was so close. Thank you, brother. I almost died. Killer Bee touched his head and body in fear. What was that feeling just now? It felt like my whole body was being pulled out. It's like my soul has left my body. Killer Bee, be careful. These two guys are not simple. Eight Tails suddenly said. Abba. Killer Bee turned around in surprise. It was the first time he saw Eight Tails look so serious. That man with long hair, that man looks exactly like Uchiha Madara from decades ago. Eight Tails said in a deep voice. If that person is really Uchiha Madara, then we are in danger. And that red-haired man is also very dangerous. He's even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Red-haired. That's right. Look at the eyes of the one with red hair. That's the Rinnegan. Those eyes are the ones only the legendary Sage of Six Paths can possess. Killer Bee was shocked when he heard this. The eye of the legendary ninja master, the founder of the ninja school, the Sage of Six Paths. Immediately, he told his eldest brother everything he knew. What? After hearing what Killer Bee said, I frowned. Uchiha Madara, Sage of Six Paths de Rinnegan. He looked at the red-haired man. The other person's eyes were indeed in circles, and they looked exactly like the legendary Rinnegan. Killer Bee also began to burn the power of the tailed beast, turning into a perfect Jinchuriki state. Anyone who invades Cloud Shinobi Village is their enemy. I see. Apparently this is why you have the confidence to trespass into our Cloud Shinobi Village without permission. I smiled cruelly. Advertisement. Who will do it? Uchiha Madara said lightly. At the moment of an attack, he wanted to dodge away, but was caught by a universal pull. The other ninjas who reported directly to the Raikage were also waiting in secret for an opportunity to attack. He was the one who took action when dealing with the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village before. At this moment, the Killer Bee brothers were fighting against Nagato in his complete state. After exchanging several moves, one of the ninjas found an opportunity and immediately used Storm Release at the position of Nagato's brain. A concentrated attack beam like a laser suddenly bombarded Nagato. Instantly, the lightning-style chakra state was forcibly released. Brother. So what if he has the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? After all, he hadn't used his original body to fight for a long time, and his hands were itching for a while. However, I still underestimated Nagato. Didn't you tell me to take action? Nagato looked at Neji behind him helplessly. Let me do it. I just need to stretch my muscles. Nagato stepped forward. Just like before, I used super high-speed means to launch harassment attacks. Come on, Raikage, let me see what strength you have to stop me. Nagato said coldly. But he still felt he could do it. What strength do I have? I'll show you what strength I have. Nagato had a blank expression on his face and didn't even look at the ninja. Storm Release. Light Fang. Suddenly, a bony arm forcibly grabbed Killer Bee and locked him tightly in its palm. As long as you don't use ninjutsu attacks on this guy, there will be no use in absorbing the power of ninjutsu. This ability to forcibly absorb chakra is truly heaven-defying. Once he is caught and the chakra in his body is drained, he will at most be a person slightly stronger than an ordinary person. At this moment his body is the hardest spear. Absorbing ninjutsu chakra. Is this the ability of Rinnegan? I said in shock. Be careful, this guy can absorb ninjutsu. Killer Bee warned hurriedly. Hungry Kido. What kind of ability is this? Ai's face was solemn. All the chakra in his body was actually flowing towards the other party. Because his real strength lies in physical skills. Killer Bee obviously knew how uncomfortable this situation was, so he immediately carried out the rescue. Ai in lightning-style chakra mode has his speed and destructive power greatly increased several times. Boom boom. Chapter 154. the tailed beast is captured successfully. Cloud Shinobi Village wants an alliance. They're not that strong. There's no need to play with them, Neji said calmly. Not very strong. The rest of the ninjas' mouths twitched when they heard this. But they couldn't refute it. After all, their current raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village couldn't even survive a few moves at the hands of his opponent. Even Lord Killer Bee was restrained by force. How can this be D have that kind of ability? Killer Bee suddenly wilted, and his entire body was sucked dry. Because while being restrained by Susanoo, the chakra in his body was constantly dissipating. Killer Bee is all too familiar with this situation. After all, he had just experienced it on that red-haired kid. Why would this long-haired bee D forcibly absorb the chakra in my body? Killer Bee tried to use 8 Tails Tailed Beast chakra to forcefully break the seal, but the accumulated Tailed Beast chakra had no effect at all. What's even more terrifying is that this guy in front of him, who looks similar to Uchiha Madara, absorbs chakra faster than the owner of the Rinnegan. In just a few moments, he had turned into jerky. All the tendons on his body had turned into jerky. So far, the 2 cage-level warriors were defeated in just 3 or 2 moves. Hateful, hurry up and put down our Raikage-sama, and Killer Bee-sama. The participating ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village were immediately outraged when they saw this scene, and some of them rushed forward in a fit of rage. He wanted to rescue the Raikage, but all of them were killed. Damn it, these 2 ninjas are too strong, they are simply not in the same dimension as us. We can't stop them at all. Darui gnashed his teeth anxiously. The lightning style and storm release that he practiced had no effect on these 2 guys. There were several times when he cooperated with Raikage and Killer Bee to attack, but as long as he got close to these 2 guys within a certain distance, the storm release would collapse on its own and be absorbed by the opponent. Advertisement. No, Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee are the pillars of our Cloud Shinobi Village. We must not let these guys take them away. Gather all the ninjas in the village. We must save Lord Raikage, she said coldly. But who knew that the other party didn't take them seriously at all? After absorbing the Raikage's chakra, Nagato threw it to the ground. Our target is the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, not you. Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. What do you want to do by collecting the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki? Said the weak Raikage. That's not something you need to consider, Neji said lightly. Originally, the tailed beasts were captured by Madara and Hashirama of this world. They gave your village such a long time to capture them, yet you still ungratefully attacked Konoha. Now we are going to take back the tailed beasts that were distributed to your village. FKU. Raikage has a bad temper, but which of the 2 people present is not dozens of times stronger than him? Being yelled at like that by the weak, do you really think Neji and Nagato are good people? After Raikage said this, he died. Neji mercilessly killed the guy. Sparing your life is already a good thing. Now you are scolding me without knowing what is good for you. Do you really think Lousy has a big heart? You actually killed our shadow, you're finished. Cloud Shinobi Village will never coexist with you, she said in shock. Nagato ignored the ninjas howling. Now that their plan was about to be realized, he was in a particularly good mood and did not want to kill too many people. Once in the illusion space, everyone's personality will be reshaped and they will become new humans who know how important peace is. Nagato also doesn't mind letting these people experience the beauty of the new world. Let's go. Neji nodded and immediately teleported back to the Rain Kingdom with Nagato. And also absorbed the 2 tails into the Geto statue. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect that Lord Nagato and Lord Madara would act so quickly. In less than 2 days, they successfully captured the 2 tails and 8 tails. Black Zetsu was almost laughing. Advertisement. Now the most difficult 9 tails and 8 tails have been obtained. The remaining tailed beasts were relatively simple to deal with. The other members of the Akatsuki organization were enough to deal with them. Black Zetsu estimated that all the tailed beasts would be captured within this month. Let's seal 8 tails first. Once we have successfully captured 3 tails to 7 tails, we will absorb all the tailed beasts in one go. Nagato said in a deep voice. Soon, a brand new world is coming. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi Village is undergoing tremendous changes. I found it. I found it. A ninja from the intelligence squad suddenly said. Based on the clothes they are wearing, they belong to a mercenary organization called Akatsuki. Their base is in the Rain Country, a small border country. Land of Rain. After hearing that they were from the Rain Country, she frowned. The 2 of them, could they be Hanzo of the Salamander's men? No, that's impossible. I'm afraid the strength of these 2 guys is much stronger than Hanzo of the Salamander. Something we don't know about must have happened in the Rain Country. Darui said in a deep voice. I've read all the information about the Rain Country. These are all old information from more than 10 years ago. We don't know what the Rain Country is like now. The leader of Rain Shinobi Village is Hanzo of the Salamander, who is called a demigod in the ninja world. He is extremely powerful, and even the 5 major villages are very afraid of him. At the same time, this person is also very conservative and rarely communicates with the outside world regarding the management of the Rain Country. But during these 10 years, the Rain Country's policy of isolation seemed to have intensified. Over the years, they also knew very little about the information about Rain Shinobi Village. These guys are targeting the Jinchuriki, which means that the Jinchuriki from other ninja villages are also their targets. You should quickly contact other ninja villages to see what they mean. Darui said. But our village just lost the 2 tails, the 8 tails, and the Raikage. If we contact other villages now, it will not be a good thing for our Cloud Shinobi village. She hesitated. Before today, their Cloud Shinobi village was the largest military village in the ninja world. But when all the cage-level warriors in their village were captured, that was a different story. The current Cloud Shinobi village lacks high-end combat power. If other villages find out, it will not be a good thing for them. Chapter 155. Let's begin, Infinite Tsukuyomi. After hearing this, Darui was also hesitant. It is just as she said. If other ninja villages knew that Raikage was killed. With 2 Jinchuriki captured, their first thought might not be to join forces to fight against the Akatsuki organization, but to forcibly annex the Cloud Shinobi village. Darui had no doubt about this. After all, the Third Shinobi World War was caused by the disappearance of Sunagaku's third Kazekage, which left their village leaderless and searching everywhere for their village's Kazekage. But the result was known to their Cloud Shinobi village, and then the third Raikage launched an attack, which led to the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. They were quite familiar with these plots. After all, only 10 years had passed since the war. At that time, they had also been to the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War and fought with Lord Raikage in many battles. I think the safest way for us right now is to stay put. She said seriously. You mean to say that we should let those 2 guys go to other ninja villages to capture tailed beasts at will? Darui asked in surprise. This is no joke. If they were to capture all the tailed beasts, who knows what would happen? After all, we don't even know why they want to capture the tailed beasts. But she has a different opinion. To fight against foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. Now only if the other 4 major ninja villages realize how terrifying those 2 guys are, will they cooperate with us and fight together. She said. Neji and Nagato's performance today was beyond their comprehension. One is a character who possesses the Sharingan and resembles Uchiha Madara, while the other has eyes like the legendary sage of 6 paths. Both of these guys are horrible. Okay, let's do as you say. Darui said in a deep voice. She nodded. During this period of time, we must also select the 5th Raikage and let him inherit the mission of the 4th generation. In the following period of time, Cloud Shinobi village continued to observe the news from the ninja world. According to reliable intelligence, the other 4 ninja villages were not attacked. Even the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure rebuked them to their faces for attempting to start the 4th Ninja World War. The other ninja villages also seemed to be indifferent. This completely confused Darui and she. Didn't the tailed beasts in their village get attacked? She was extremely surprised. Advertisement. It shouldn't be like this. This is really weird. From the way they sounded, they were clearly trying to steal the tailed beasts from other villages. Why did they just ignore the other tailed beasts after stealing the tailed beast from our Cloud Shinobi village? Darui's face was full of question marks. He couldn't understand this matter. Is Cloud Shinobi village the only one so unlucky? Or does the opponent actually only need 2 tailed beasts? All kinds of doubts flashed through their minds. Actually, Konoha village, Iwagakure, and Sunagaku are now all under Neji's control. Even Kurigakure was turned upside down by the Uchiha Madara. The original 3 tails were killed directly and are now reborn in the seabed outside of Kurigakure. Another tailed beast, the Jinchuriki, has also defected. So everyone in the Akatsuki organization simply ignored Kurigakure. As for Deidara, as the next Tsuchikage, he gathered the tailed beasts of his village effortlessly. Although this would cause Jinchuriki's death, with the added yang power of Hashirama's bloodline, Jinchuriki can basically escape the brink of death. Just like Obito in the original work, who was able to continue to survive after having 10 tails extracted, the other Jinchuriki were able to persevere due to the same principle. Only those who have mastered the perfect power of 6 paths and Rinnegan can resist it. Others cannot stop this light at all. The daylight shines through various buildings and onto everyone. Black Zetsu looked at the people of the Akatsuki organization being pulled into the space of the sacred tree, and laughed inwardly. A third eye has grown on Nagato's forehead, which is the Rinnegan Sharingan. After devouring the 9-tailed beasts, 10 tails has now evolved into its perfect form. Seeing this, Nagato's mouth corners also slightly raised. Here it comes. He. This is the last tailed beast, said Nagato. 10 tails will be done soon. The wish of our Akatsuki organization can finally come true. Konan was extremely excited. Advertisement. He began to activate the unique eye technique in these eyes, Infinite Tsukuyomi. With overwhelming pressure, Nagato unceremoniously absorbed the tailed beast into his body. Open Infinite Tsukuyomi. Wait, Nagato, just enjoy your last moments. However, absorbing the sacred tree into the body can speed up this process and directly cast Infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon. Countless chains extended from the Gedo statue and wrapped around 9 tails. The shell of 10 tails, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, and the Rinnegan of 10 tails Jinchuriki, as well as Infinite Tsukuyomi and him being the will of Otsutsuki Kaguya. As for those guys who don't understand peace, let them live their whole lives in the infinite illusion space of death. The sky turned blood red, and huge Magatama appeared on the moon one after another. Infinite Tsukuyomi now officially begins. The branches of the sacred tree began to entangle everyone in the world. When the time comes and he becomes Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he will be able to perform the legendary illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and drag all the people in the ninja world into the world of illusion, so that they will know what truth, goodness, beauty and peace are. But it doesn't matter. Black Zetsu separated from White Zetsu and quietly went underground. Great, great, great. At this moment, Nagato officially becomes the Jinchuriki of Ten Tails. Black Zetsu was excited. When Infinite Tsukuyomi has absorbed enough chakra to revive her mother, that will be the moment when the ancestor of the ninja world descends. All conditions for resurrecting Chakra's founder, Otsutsuki Kaguya, his dear mother, are about to be fulfilled. Then Nagato's hair changed from a conspicuous red to gray. In this world, there are conditions that can resist Infinite Tsukuyomi. Due to the conflicts between the major ninja villages, the Ninja Alliance did not even hold a meeting this time. Half a month passed. The original Rinnegan Sharingan was born after the sacred tree blossomed, and then the Rinnegan in the flower was used to perform Infinite Tsukuyomi. Of course, he was also entangled. After the Gedo statue devours the ninth-tailed beast, it will successfully evolve into 10 tails. Chapter 156 Otsutsuki is resurrected. Black Zetsu grinned maliciously. Resurrect Uchiha Madara. No need. Now that these tailed beasts are highly complete, reviving Uchiha Madara is no longer necessary. With the Rinnegan, Nagato's body was added with the blood of Senju and Uchiha by Uchiha Madara from a parallel world. As a carrier, Nagato is no less than Uchiha Madara. Resurrecting Madara in this world will be a big trouble for me. Nagato is easier to control. Black Zetsu thought. And so, Black Zetsu lurks underground and waits quietly. When he estimated that the amount of chakra was sufficient, he immediately lurked at Nagato's feet and slowly possessed his body. Nagato is still full of expectations at this moment. He has pulled everyone in the ninja world into the new century era of peace that he has created. This is a world created by Uchiha Madara with their assistance. I believe that everyone in the ninja world will be able to understand the true meaning of peace after experiencing this illusion space. If he doesn't understand, then he doesn't deserve to be a resident of the new world. Nagato was startled. He felt a slight heaviness coming from under his feet. A thick darkness wrapped around his body. What's going on? My body is actually can't move. I finally waited until this moment. Nagato, thank you so much. You collected so much chakra. Black Zetsu. Nagato said in surprise when he heard the familiar voice. Yes, it's me. Although I have known you for decades, you are still as gullible as when you were a child. Black Zetsu laughed. What do you mean by that? You're still so forgetful, Nagato. Have you forgotten? I gave you these two Rinnegan when you were a child. Black Zetsu smiled and said a fact that shocked Nagato greatly. My Rinnegan. Impossible, this is my power. Nagato retorted. He was the one who awakened the Rinnegan, how could it be installed by someone else? Bang, bang bang. Advertisement. The chakra in Nagato's body began to swell. At this point, Black Zetsu no longer has anything to hide. The Rinnegan is the eye of the legendary ancestor of chakra. To activate the Rinnegan, one must have the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. In other words, if you want to possess the Rinnegan, you must gather the blood of the Senju clan, who are descendants of Otsutsuki, and the Uchiha clan to awaken the Rinnegan. Nagato, you are of Uzumaki blood, which makes you a distant relative of the Senju clan. But without the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, how can one awaken the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu said with a smile. Nagato looked shocked. Why do you know so much? Before he could finish his words, Nagato's will had been completely taken over. The founder of Chakra, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya is now officially resurrected. Mother. Black Zetsu looked at the snow-white figure excitedly. His 1,000-year-old wish had finally been fulfilled. Otsutsuki Kaguya remained silent, his eyes fixed on one spot. Who are you? Why isn't the chakra absorbed by the sacred tree? Kaguya questioned. As a pure member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya's Byakugan possesses abilities beyond imagination. With just one glance, she saw the other party's huge chakra energy. This energy is so terrifying. More chakra than 110 tails. Kaguya frowned. How is this possible? Where does he get so much chakra energy? Hello. It seems that you are really extraordinary. Neji stood up and revealed his true form. Who are you? Black Zetsu looked at the guy in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. With your appearance, aren't you Uchiha Madara from the parallel world? Neji chuckled. How can you believe something like this if even a fool doesn't believe it? As he said this, he activated his Rinnegan. Thinking about it carefully, he always felt that things had been going too smoothly recently. This guy is too weird. There should only be 110 tails in this world. His Rinnegan is incredible. After extracting Nagato's Rinnegan. Haha, interesting. I don't even know how strong I am now. Neji laughed. Advertisement. Rinnegan. I have this thing. Neji said with a smile, and it's extremely authentic. Unlike Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kaguya immediately made a judgment after seeing the characteristics of Neji's body. He reached his limit and broke through to the Rinnegan, and the Rinnegan stacked on top of the Rinnegan allowed him to use even the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu saw Neji not taking any precautions and just standing straight in the daylight of infinite Tsukuyomi. How is this possible? This guy is too unbelievable. All of a sudden, all kinds of doubts flashed through Black Zetsu's mind. Especially, He is immune to infinite Tsukuyomi's irradiation. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she once ambushed her own teammates, leaving them on the verge of death. This was a very serious problem. Then why did he pretend to be Uchiha Madara? Why did he want to capture the tailed beasts, and why did he do such a thing? Kaguya's wariness of Neji has reached an extreme point. There is another 10 tails inside you. Are you from the Otsutsuki clan? Kaguya's eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, he immediately launched an attack. Not only do I have the Rinnegan, I also have the power of 6 paths. Neji said with a smile. What, Mom, this guy is from the Otsutsuki clan. Black Zetsu said in shock. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kaguya immediately launched an indiscriminate attack on Neji. 6 paths mode. A bad thought suddenly occurred to Black Zetsu. As he said this, Neji now changed into the same posture as Nagato before. 80 Gods air attack, and looking at the other party's confident look. This guy might have known that he was going to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya a long time ago. The other party was most likely someone from the Otsutsuki family, sent to hunt her down. The only ones who are not affected by infinite Tsukuyomi should be those who possess the power of Rinnegan and 6 paths. Why can't infinite Tsukuyomi affect you? Black Zetsu questioned. What does he mean by this? Isn't this guy Uchiha Madara from a parallel world? It seems that since this mysterious guy came, all his plans have gone well. If that's the case, why would he help himself? How come you can also use 6 paths mode? Black Zetsu was extremely surprised. He then returned the money double. This sudden sentence completely disrupted Black Zetsu's thoughts. But Kaguya actually said that there was a second 10 tails inside this guy. Doesn't this mean that the other party is a visitor from the starry sky from the same family as my mother? Chapter 157 New World. 800 Gods air attack. Boom boom boom. A more explosive terrorist attack than Kaguya has arrived. The powerful critical hit almost crushed Kaguya, and most of his body was damaged. How could this be? Why is this person from the Otsutsuki family so powerful? Black Zetsu said in shock. He totally crushed his mother. How is this possible? The current Otsutsuki Kaguya is the collection of chakras from all the ninjas in the ninja world. His chakra is as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. Even if the other person is from the Otsutsuki family, in terms of total chakra amount, there is no way he can compare to my mother's. Kaguya said nothing and suddenly switched to a super gravity space, restricting Neji's movements, and then absorbing chakra to restore his body. Crazy. Mom, quickly increase the gravity of the gravity space. Black Zetsu was almost scared when he saw Neji running directly in the gravity space. Kaguya did not dare to stop and immediately superimposed several times the gravity cores, accumulating the gravity of this space to a terrifying level. Finally, after many efforts, Neji was stopped from advancing. But the current situation is really not good. Neji was still barely standing at this point, but Kaguya was already prostrated on the ground, unable to lift a finger. The two sides were facing each other, and it looked like Kaguya was kneeling down to worship Neji. However, Kaguya did not seem to be bothered by this humiliation, as she began to mobilize her chakra to recover her physical body, preparing to continue attacking Neji. Tisk tisk tisk, the immortal body is so powerful. Neji smacked his lips. Ever since Nagato performed infinite Tsukuyomi, all the chakra that could have been transmitted to him was forcibly intercepted by Kaguya. As for the people in the pirates' world, they have just started practicing chakra and do not have much chakra to absorb. The reason why he is so strong now, that was entirely because 100,000 elite marines were converted into marines at the marine headquarters. By extracting a portion of their life force, Neji's physique became incredibly strong. If we compare endurance, I'm afraid I'm really no match for Kaguya. Neji thought for a moment. Even if he really wanted to smash Kaguya to death, the other party would absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world to recover. After eating the chakra fruit, Kaguya has become immortal and cannot be destroyed, only sealed. Advertisement. But Neji didn't want to seal Kaguya. If he sealed him, he would not let him out. This attack obtained a good entry. Neji looked at the entry obtained from Kaguya this time. Open black lens bracket kill the ashes together, red close black lens bracket. Good. However, after extracting an entry, there will be a 24-hour cooldown period. If he wanted to extract all the entries on Kaguya, it would probably take at least half a month. If that's the case, I'm afraid all the chakra of the ninjas in the entire ninja world will be absorbed by him. Neji's mouth twitched. We can't delay this for so long. Think about it, the fourth ninja world war only lasted for 3 days. The final battle between Naruto and Sasuke and Kaguya only took less than 3 to 5 hours. He would have to drag it out with Kaguya for half a month. Kaguya, who had the entire ninja world as a supply depot, probably wouldn't care about the lives of those ninjas. That won't do. Those ninjas are all excellent employees of my future reincarnation space. Thinking of this, Neji already had an idea. If he wants to continue fighting Kaguya, he must cut off his energy source. So, teleport to Otherworld. Neji chuckled. It just so happened that he had just discovered a brand new world not long ago. There doesn't seem to be any special energy in that world, and Kaguya might be alone there. He can't do that. Can you directly extract the chakra of the Hokage world from the other world? Neji thought about going to the pirates' world, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. The life energy in the pirates' world is too strong. In that world, Kaguya might drink too much and become a big fat man, and then he would be doomed. Having made up his mind, Neji began to act. Brush. Gravity and space shifted, and the cold, solid ice instantly sealed Neji. Now, Mom! Black Zetsu yelled. Kaguya nodded, and projected the ashes of the common murder between his palms, shooting them into the black hole. Neji breaks the ice, but is hit in the chest by the company-killing ashes. Advertisement. Haha, there is absolutely no way that someone who was hit by the ashes of the communists can survive. Black Zetsu was stunned. Neji cut himself into two halves with one knife. Half of his body collapsed along with the ashes of the murderer, while the other half was constantly regenerating. In the blink of an eye, a brand new Neji appeared again. No way. Who is this guy? It seems that he has the same abilities as Mom. Could they both be immortal? Black Zetsu had a headache. It's so annoying. Two old men. How can we fight an old man and his eternally youthful mother? Neji had a blank expression on his face. He formed seals with his hands and summoned hundreds of clones to harass Kaguya. Kaguya used 80 God air attacks in succession to block the enemy, but Neji eventually found a gap and came over. Be careful, Mom. The mark on your back is the mark of the Flying Thunder God. It allows him to teleport to your side through space. Quickly remove that mark. Black Zetsu saw the mark of the Flying Thunder God and reminded hurriedly. Unexpectedly, these clones were just feints. What the opponent really wanted to do was to hit my mother with the mark of Flying Thunder God. Kaguya's brows twitched, and the mark of the Flying Thunder God engraved on his back was washed away. Haha, it's over. I'm already by your side, and the Flying Thunder God mark is no longer useful. Neji laughed. Otsutsuki Kaguya, do you want to take a trip to Otherworld? Before Kaguya could figure out what this meant, he saw the scene in front of him suddenly shift, and the world suddenly became brand new. Where is this? Kaguya was stunned at the unfamiliar scene before him. Another moment passed. She looked extremely nervous and shocked. No, why? Kaguya even forgot about Neji's existence and hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his Byakugan. Mom, what's wrong? Black Zetsu asked confusedly. Although the opponent used space-time ninjutsu, there is no need to panic. After all, when it comes to space-time ninjutsu, Kaguya is no less inferior. Where did my chakra go? Where did all my chakra go? Chapter 158 Dukao. Kaguya searched and searched, but couldn't find any chakra fluctuations. Just now he could clearly feel that all the chakras on the planet were converging into her body. The feeling of being filled made her feel extremely happy, and her whole body was filled with endless chakras. But since being brought to this place by Neji, that feeling has disappeared. The chakra that Kaguya has now is only the amount of chakra that exists in her body, and it is consumed as soon as it is used. Unlimited battery life. Gone. What on earth did you do? Kaguya looked extremely angry for the first time. She continued to fight with Neji regardless. Ha, you'd better use it sparingly. Kaguya, how long can your chakra reserves last for high-precision combat now? Neji laughed while running and fighting. While fighting, he was also observing this brand new world and what it was like. There are tall buildings, railroad tracks, airplanes, trains. Swoosh. Yohu. After seeing the fighter plane, Neji's eyes lit up. It seems that this world is relatively close to the world he lived in before. The unidentified flying object flying at high speed ahead. No, it looks like a person. The soldier driving the fighter jet was stunned. What? These two guys flying at super high speeds, are they humans? Looking at the scene after it was magnified hundreds of times on the display, it was undoubtedly a human creature. However, after seeing this scene, the driver became even more shocked. This is unscientific. It was just a blink of an eye. The two humanoid creatures on the display suddenly disappeared again. The whole thing is just too bizarre. He immediately reported the matter to the headquarters. They are actually from Sha country. If that's the case, we can't fight here. After seeing the other person's appearance and what he said, Neji raised his eyebrows, immediately changed direction, went to an island, and started fighting with Kaguya. Advertisement. On the other hand, after sensing the super high-speed UFO, the pilot reported the situation to his superiors. To his surprise, his superiors did not seem surprised by it. Could it be that people with superpowers have actually already appeared in this world? The young driver thought curiously. Through the high-precision display instrument, he could clearly see the people in the picture. Judging from the body proportions, the other party is definitely a human being. Oh my god, I may have touched the other side of this world. The driver said excitedly. Located in the military's Special Operations Headquarters. A huge virtual display screen is monitoring the battle between Neji and Kaguya. However, the aftermath of the battle between the two was so intense that from the screen, it seemed that there were always clusters of light waves suddenly exploding. Where did these guys come from? It feels like they appeared out of thin air. Is this some kind of alien technology? Vice Admiral Dukao looked at the two men's attire in confusion, appearing very surprised. By comparing virtual images, the hair color and clothes of these two people do not look like those of Earthlings at all. Could it have come from another galaxy? They were able to suddenly use space technology to teleport to Earth. I don't know where these two guys came from. Dukao secretly suspected. He changed the situation to where two people suddenly appeared above the city, and then accelerated to the current battle scene. This white woman with horns and that white man don't seem to get along well. Obviously, they seem to be of the same race, but they seem to be like water and fire and cannot coexist with each other. The battle was still going on. Dukao had been keeping watch for 6 hours. The two of them were still fighting, as if they had endless energy. Who are these two guys? Aren't they too scary? Dukao's face was full of horror. Such a brave warrior should come under my command. This is too bloody. Although the affected area was small, I could see that the space was distorted, especially if someone was hit by one of the attacks, their body would be shattered. This natural energy is rampant, and from time to time it even transcends the constraints of the laws of physics and does some incredible things. Their bombardment again and again was like dropping miniature nuclear bombs on the Earth. These two guys are wild. This is horrible. They are treating the Earth as a battlefield. How long will they continue fighting? Dukao's eyelids were trembling. Advertisement. After all, with their current combat power, they are probably no match for these two guys. As the two of them went back and forth, the ground was full of potholes and tsunamis were gushing out continuously. Just from the video, the physical strength of these two people is amazing. Could it be that the two of them are some kind of divine bodies? Like a genetically engineered divine body forged in a certain galaxy or something like that? Yukon asked puzzledly. These two guys are so scary. Morgana looked at the scene in front of her and shuddered. She continued to watch the fight between the two people on the video, which became more and more exaggerated. Based on the current data, there is no relevant information. Lianfeng thought for a while and said. At this time, Morgana, who had just arrived in this world, also received this unusual energy fluctuation. It seems that the world is about to face a new crisis. Lianfeng sighed. Morgana was watching the images above in her spaceship. The feeling these two guys give people is too messy. At this moment, the man and the woman seemed to have a blood feud and kept fighting each other madly. The two beauties in military uniforms in the audience were secretly frightened when they saw the fight between Neji and the other man. Didn't we agree that there are no great people on this planet? Mo Gandon couldn't help but say. But, oh my god, there is such an awesome person on this native planet. She searched the genetic engineering of various galaxies and the famous divine body engineering in the universe, but found no relevant information. What bothered him most was that he had no idea whether these two people were friends or enemies of the Earth. This kind of divine power is no less than that of a real god. She couldn't comprehend this scene. How do they display those abilities? Black flames, and it seems they also have the ability to travel through the void at will. What's going on with these two guys? Yukon frowned slightly. Damn it, it would not be appropriate to act rashly. Especially since both sides would shake the Earth from time to time, and one of the men even split several islands with one sword, splitting the Pacific Ocean. Damn it, Morgana looked at the two figures, unsure for a moment. At least it is a third-generation divine body. Chapter 159. All parties are shocked. Moreover, the bodies of these two people can repair themselves, and it seems that there are almost no fatal injuries. This is exactly the same characteristic as his sister's fourth-generation divine body. Impossible. There is no way these two big guys might not be the fourth generation of divine immortal bodies. Morgana's eyelids twitched. She couldn't afford to mess with a big shot of this level. In the entire universe, there are only a handful of people who can reach the fourth-generation divine body. Even within her demon nebula, she was the only one who had reached the fourth-generation divine body, and that was only recently. The only remaining fourth-generation divine body is that BCH from Angel Nebula. Damn it, what is the body structure of these two guys? Morgana was puzzled. How could they make such a mess of things with their hands, yet those things were so powerful? However, in the following period of time, things that shocked them continued to happen. The two sides fought for nearly 10 days and 10 nights without a single break, as if the energy was inexhaustible, and even later on the power became stronger and stronger. FK. That man split the moon. Yukon was stunned when she saw the figure outside the space. Brother, can you be even more powerful? Damn it, that woman is not someone you can mess with. Dukao saw Kaguya reshaping his body. A mortal and indestructible body. This is at least the strength of a third-generation divine body, or even a pseudo-fourth-generation divine body. This really shocked Duoka. After being on Earth for thousands of years, I never thought I could see God here. I just don't know whether they are native gods of the Earth or other gods. Sir, these two guys are really perverts. Lianfeng couldn't help but yell. The two of them waved their hands, and the meteorite group next door was pulled over. Watching the two of them fighting, it felt like watching immortal cultivators fighting. Inside the demon base, Morgana seems to be obsessed with it recently, so when she has time, she'll come over to watch the fight between these two. Oh my god, the moon was actually destroyed. Morgana's eyelids twitched when she saw the moon being cut in half and then being manipulated at will by the other party. Advertisement. Could these two guys be superstar bosses? Why can't I see any genetic engineering from other galaxies in them? It's as if their ability came naturally. Natural body training. This is bullshit. Regarding things she couldn't understand, Morgana said that there was a top student behind her. Immediately, she dialed the communication of Shinigami Carl in the Pluto system. Hello dear. FK, Carl, stop being polite, kid. Come over here and see what's going on with these two guys. Morgana said hurriedly, pointing at Neji and the other person. Didn't you say this planet is very suitable for living? Is it suitable for spreading my devil beliefs? What's going on with these two guys? Could they be the indigenous gods here? Look at these two guys. Damn, they are so strong. They look and feel almost as strong as the fourth generation divine bodies. Morgana swore a lot and scolded the man who was playing tricks in front of the image. At this time, Carl frowned. Although I'm used to Morgana's behavior, the only time I see her act so crazy is probably when she meets her sister. This made Carl curious about what had happened to Morgana. He turned his head and looked at the two of them. In an instant, he had read all the information from the past few days. From the time Neji and the others came here, and then the series of battles, they were all quickly read for him. FK. Shinigami Carl also swore, which was rare. Where did these two guys come from? Why have I never tested them before? This is unscientific. Long before Morgana came, he had already tested everything on the entire planet through unique technological means. He was quite sure that there were no indigenous gods on this planet. But how did these two people appear? According to the data stored in Morgana's demon base, these two guys appeared out of thin air. Advertisement. Could it be space teleportation technology? After thinking about it, Carl began to explore the space where the two were at the beginning and conduct reverse exploration. But there was no trace at all. Hey, Carl, who was far away in the Pluto galaxy, was stunned. After a long silence, Carl spoke slowly. I'm afraid these two guys are not individuals from the known universe. Not a biological individual from the currently known universe. After hearing this, Morgana froze on the spot, although he also knew that the universe was infinite. But now the known universe is the maximum range of their expansion. Moreover, as these galaxies expand outward, most of them are just barren star zones that are not suitable for survival at all. Even though their civilization is already quite powerful in the universe, it is still too resource-intensive and time-consuming to explore unknown galaxies. That means this is a creature from an unknown civilization. Morgana's eyes rolled. Unknown civilization system. This is such a tempting topic. Morgana forcibly cut off communication with Shinigami Carl, and before leaving she said a word to Carl. We've already agreed that I want to preach on this planet. This is my territory, don't mess with me. After hearing this, Shinigami Carl, who was far away in the Myojin galaxy, sighed helplessly. The strength of these two people is too bizarre. They seem to be the products of some special genetic engineering. Carl murmured. Seeing that the other party could reorganize his body at will and perform all kinds of incredible methods, Carl began to ponder gradually. In the universe, after 10 days of efforts, Neji had already destroyed the Black Zetsu individual in the battle between the two sides. After destroying Black Zetsu, even if Otsutsuki Kaguya created another one, it would not be the same individual as the previous Black Zetsu. How about it? What do you think about what I said? Neji said with a smile. If you still want to continue fighting with me, it will only make both sides lose. Why don't we work together? In this way, we can release Chakra to this new world. Neji has mentioned these words many times since Black Zetsu's death. As for how many times, it was not many. He would use illusion to fight Kaguya every minute, which was only about the amount of 3 days in 1 second. All in all, it's only been 10 days, which is just a few hundred or thousands of years of nagging. Chapter 160 Reconciliation. The amount of entries that Neji gets from Kaguya every day is already impressive enough. Now he has successfully collected 2 Rinegons. One is a derivative Samsara Sharingan ability born from the autonomous fusion of entries, and the other is a brand new entry extracted during close contact with Kaguya. Good. After a long silence, Kaguya finally agreed to Neji's request. Nothing else. These thousands of years. After a few days, she was really annoyed. Especially since the opponent's pupil technique and illusion technique attainment are higher than hers, even if she has the Sharingan. But Neji didn't simply want to hypnosis him, but to transmit information through his eyes to achieve the purpose of forced communication. Even she couldn't stop this illusion that wasn't intended to attack. After Neji's thousands of persuasions, Otsutsuki Kaguya finally gave in. She had already seen that the true strength of the man in front of her was much stronger than him. If I continue to fight, I'm afraid I'll be sealed up again. However, what made Kaguya most relieved was that after so many days of getting to know each other, she had discovered that the other party was not from the Otsutsuki clan. If this is the case, there is no reason for the two sides to clash. Although she wanted to collect all the chakras in the world, almost all of the chakras that belonged to her had been collected in her body. Currently, the 9-tailed beasts in her body and the chakra of 10 tails have all been successfully obtained. As for the chakras of other people in the ninja world, they were originally the result of their own cultivation and are not part of Kaguya chakra. Therefore, Kaguya's purpose of taking back all his chakra has been fully achieved at this moment. After the two of them reached a temporary reconciliation, Kaguya couldn't help but look at the starry sky around him. Where is this place? What is your ability? Where are we now? Kaguya felt confused. Although this planet looks almost the same as the previous ninja world when viewed from outer space, there are actually huge differences. Especially after seeing the various buildings on the ground, the gap became even greater in Kaguya's heart. This guy seems to have teleported me to another planet. Kaguya concluded. Advertisement. Another planet. She continued to look around, but still didn't feel anything familiar. Haha, Since we're here, why don't we take a look around this planet together? Maybe we can spread some chakra and provide it for us to use. Neji smiled and said. In any case, it is impossible for him to let Kaguya enter the ninja world in a short period of time. Infinite Tsukuyomi can continuously gather the chakra of all the ninjas into her body, which will cause her to have endless energy, which is not conducive to her taming Kaguya. Neji has already asked his clone to handle matters in the ninja world. As for now, let's first take a look at what's so special about this planet. It's impossible that a point that I can sense has no special abilities at all. Neji thought secretly. Because when he sensed this world, the light spots that bloomed from this world were much brighter than those from the pirate's world. Therefore, on this familiar planet, extraordinary abilities must have been born. After a moment, Neji and Kaguya wandered the streets. Beer kebabs, veteran barbecue, big opening promotion today. Selling candied haws. Kaguya took the skewer with some doubt. Although she didn't need to eat now, she still took it and put it in her mouth. These foods are much better than what I had eaten in the ninja world. Suddenly, Neji reached out and touched something, but didn't feel anything. She is not a person who pursues killing in her heart. Kaguya once dreamed of world peace and gave trust to others, but the other party still betrayed Kaguya's trust. But soon, she read the consciousness of an ordinary person and fully understood the basic common sense in this world. As for the devil, literally, it means a devil. Kaguya looked at the unfamiliar scene around him and seemed very overwhelmed. He and Yoruichi had probably been searched and monitored since they came to this world. When Neji heard the familiar shout, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Boss, give me a dozen beers and 200 skewers of beef and mutton." As soon as Neji saw the big black chrysanthemum above his head, he immediately knew what kind of world this was. Advertisement. Neji smiled and then tapped his fingers. "Waiter, give me another 500 skewers." There are also demons and angels. Angels are in the lawful camp, which is pretty good in Neji's opinion. When the boss heard such a large quantity, he grinned and started preparing hurriedly. That big black hole in the sky was created by Shinigami Karl, who wanted to spread death on this earth. After all, the Super Seminary is a science fiction world. After all, she was also very curious about the customs of this wonderful world. The skewers are here, would you like to have a bite? Neji handed over a plate. After being hungry for thousands of years, isn't it normal for you to have this little appetite? Neji smiled and took a handful of skewers, then looked at the big black chrysanthemum above his head. Neji smiled. No money. Super Seminary. This is a world where angels, demons, and Shinigami run rampant. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, the boss came over with a smile on his face. After knowing where this place was, Neji immediately used ninjutsu to interfere with the inspection on himself and others. When she looked, she saw that the skewers she ordered had been taken to her side by Kaguya. Okay, try it. These scientific seasonings taste much better than the food in the ninja world. It's even better than the life you lived thousands of years ago. Eat it, it's a free meal anyway. It doesn't matter. It's an incredible world. In this world, the major forces are confronting each other, but a delicate balance emerges, leading to a peaceful ending. Kaguya said in surprise. Kaguya glanced at it calmly, then grabbed 10 skewers with both hands and finished all 20 skewers in seconds. The most important thing is that it is fragrant, both fragrant and spicy. This novel feeling makes Kaguya unable to stop. After eating skewers for the first time, Kaguya's eyes moved slightly, and then his hands began to consciously put one skewer after another into his mouth. The total is 5,294. I'll give you a discount, 5,200. Doesn't it have a beautiful meaning? It seems that this time I'm in a hell-level dungeon again. Neji sighed. Chapter 161 Consciousness Invasion. The boss was startled, then laughed and said, "Boss, are you kidding me? I'm a small business, I don't sell on credit. I really don't have any money. Really no money. Really not. FKU, you want to dine and eat for free." The boss immediately got angry. "I also trained in the army. Look at my biceps. I was a top soldier. Damn it, you actually came to my restaurant and ate a free meal." Neji ignored the boss who was about to get angry and said, "Let's put it this way. Boss, I feel bad for eating your food for free. But I really don't have any money, so why don't I attract customers for you? As long as I attract a customer, you can give me a skewer of barbecue for free, what do you say?" When the kebab shop owner heard this, he was surprised. Is there such a good thing? How much is a skewer of barbecue? If you attract a customer, he will at least order some beer and a few skewers of barbecue, right? What's more, this kid in front of him can entertain quite a few guests. He looked at the girl who was doing cosplay next to Neji, if he really wanted the young lady to solicit customers at his door. That business is definitely booming. Okay, if you can attract customers, I will give you 2 skewers for free for every customer," said the boss ambitiously. "As for the remaining money, you and your girlfriend can work as odd jobs in my store to pay it back." Neji smiled and walked out with Kaguya. The boss wanted to go over and take a look, his eyes flickering back and forth over Kaguya's body from time to time. This woman is so beautiful. Maybe he's a foreigner. Is she trying to dance here to attract customers? What kind of dance? Hot dance? Striptease? As the boss thought about it, his thoughts started to go astray. However, Just as he was quietly waiting for Kaguya to start dancing, something strange happened next. Outside his barbecue restaurant, passers-by kept coming into his store. In just the blink of an eye, a long queue formed. "Boss, I want 50 skewers of lamb and a case of beer." "Give me 100 skewers. I want one too. My skewers are a little overcooked." "Boss." Advertisement. "Boss." In an instant, the entire store was filled with shouting. The boss wiped his sweat and glanced in the direction of Neji and the other person, but there was no sign of them. "How on earth did they do that?" the boss exclaimed. "Is this a superpower?" "Boss, hurry up, the skewers are not ready yet." Coming, I'm right here." The boss didn't have time to think too much and hurried to grill the skewers. Looking at the long queue outside, the boss was so happy that he was almost beaming with joy. Make a fortune, make a fortune. 3 hours later. Make a fortune, make a fortune. 5 hours later. After returning home, Laozi will definitely calculate how much money he has earned today. 7 hours later. The boss's eyes were bloodshot, his hands were shaking, and his previously fair face was turned dark by the smoke. Damn it. He looked at the people still queuing, all of them in a mess covered in cigarette ashes. It's been 15 hours since they came, why are there still so many people? The boss was a little overwhelmed. How long should this kebab be grilled? After another 9 hours, the boss finally collapsed from exhaustion. I can't bake it anymore, I can't bake it anymore, I really can't bake it anymore. After closing the store, the boss fell asleep. Damn it, I have to calculate how much money I made today. After a while, when the boss opened his eyes, he suddenly saw several men in black suits and sunglasses in front of him, including a very beautiful red-haired girl. FK. This girl is really hot. The boss swallowed. He stared at the other person's long, beautiful legs. Huh. The boss was suddenly confused. That's not right. Who are you? How did you get into my store? I remember I was clearly closed. Advertisement. You are committing burglary, do you know that? You are breaking the law. Let me tell you, I have practiced this in the army before. Ahem. Xiao Gao, look who I am. One of the men in sunglasses took off his glasses. FK, squad leader. Why did you and the others become gangsters? Do you still consider yourself a veteran? Boss Gao's eyes widened. Among the robbers, one of them was actually his boss. FKU. The old squad leader was speechless after being beaten by the other party. You are the deserter. I am currently carrying out a secret mission for the organization. Xiao Gao, please cooperate with me. Have you seen these two people? The old squad leader took out photos of Neji and Kaguya. After a while, the old squad leader and others got the specific information from the boss. I don't know where these aliens came from, but they run pretty fast. Changwei couldn't help but mutter as she played with the darts in her hand. She received a mission and wanted to contact these new aliens, but she didn't expect that she was still a step too late. Changwei shook her head. This time, she had lost any trace of the two aliens. Hiss, this is really interesting. After returning to the base, Changwei told Dukao everything she and others knew. How do you think they did it? They were able to trick so many people into coming to the store to eat barbecue. Changwei wondered. She also asked those who came to the restaurant to eat barbecue, but it was obvious that they didn't know the two white-haired man and woman at all. I'm afraid it's an invasion of consciousness. Dukao's eyes became a little more serious. They can actually modify a person's cognition. It seems that the technological level of these two aliens is even higher than their current level. Consciousness invasion. Oh my god. Du Changwei was shocked when she heard this. Damn it, these two guys can actually invade consciousness. Old Du, you actually let me carry out such a dangerous mission. Changwei couldn't help but say. If she had gone earlier, she might have run into those two people. Changwei subconsciously touched her face. What would she do if someone noticed her beauty? With the invasion of consciousness, wouldn't I become that man's little wife? Lao Du, you are pushing your own daughter into the fire. Don't worry, they won't do that, Dukao explained. Especially the male god among them, he seems to care a lot about the buildings on Earth. If he hadn't led the female alien into space to fight, who knows how much danger our Earth would have to face. Judging from the data, the male alien should be friendly towards us. Chapter 162, Rows of Time and Space. And there is another good news. From what we can see so far, the two aliens who were fighting for unknown reasons seem to have suddenly reconciled. Dukao listened to Changwei's description. Judging from the current status of the two aliens, they were dominated by the male alien. And this male alien also happens to be friendly to their Earth. This is really too much for them. After all, judging from the information from the past few days, the attitude of the female alien towards them was not friendly. Old Du, do you think the Earth will be in danger soon? Changwei couldn't help but say. Well, in the near future, a group of powerful demonic forces are trying to start a war on our planet. Duoka explained. Now that these two mysterious people have appeared, time is becoming increasingly tight. When Dukao mentioned this matter, a trace of worry appeared between his brows. He has lived on this Earth for hundreds and thousands of years. Although he is an alien, he has already regarded this place as his home. Let's not talk about this anymore. There is a meeting next, come with me to see Mr. Huang. Dukao said. Mr. Huang is his top superior and the person who supports him in carrying out this plan. He holds a vital position in this country. Even Mr. Huang is here. Du Changwei looked shocked. I have only seen people like Mr. Huang on TV, but I didn't expect him to come here today. However, this also made Du Changwei realize how urgent the current situation is. Even a figure like Mr. Huang couldn't help himself and ended up like this. As the two of them walked through the long corridor and arrived at the conference room, Du Changwei suddenly exclaimed. It's you two guys. Du Changwei pointed at Neji and the other person standing behind Mr. Huang, her face filled with shock. How did these two aliens get in touch with Mr. Huang? At this time, Du Kao looked at the two powerful gods standing behind Huang Lao and showed vigilance. Mr. Huang, are you okay? Du Kao frowned. According to the information, the male alien has various means of conscious invasion. Although his basic judgment is that he is in the Earth-friendly camp. However, these gods have different personalities, and they might go crazy and do things that are beyond their expectations. Advertisement. Therefore, it is not impossible for this guy to invade Mr. Huang's consciousness. Don't worry, Xiao Du, those two didn't do anything excessive to me. Mr. Huang said with a smile. Mr. Huang, your address is wrong. Neji looked at the warmongering Du Kao in front of him with a smile. He just looks young, but he's actually thousands of years old. Calling him Xiao Du is a bit like a kindergarten kid making dirty jokes to the elderly in a nursing home. When old Huang heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Ahahaha, what you said is true, it makes sense. As the top leader, Huang Lao naturally knew Du Kao's identity. Otherwise, Du Kao's application for the Shangbinglian plan would not have been successful. He even knows about my affairs. This guy's method of reading information is really too advanced. Du Kao thought secretly. But at the same time, he was also confused. Why did these two aliens suddenly contact Huang Lao? What do they mean? I wonder what your names are, the two gods. What brings you to our Earth? Du Kao couldn't help but ask. On the surface, these two gods had no hostility towards them. His willingness to contact Mr. Huang was a gesture of goodwill towards them. At least, it was good news for them. Neji smiled and said, you can just call me Neji. As for this one, just call her Kaguya. It's too formal to talk about whether she is a god or not. We were all born on the same planet. There's no need to treat us as aliens. There's no need. Were we all born on the same planet? Du Kao and Du Changwei were stunned when they heard this. What the hell? Are you an indigenous person like us? My god, are you two gods really our local gods? Changwei was extremely surprised. This is impossible, Du Kao couldn't help but say. He had already come to this planet at the end of the Tang dynasty. Are there any indigenous gods? How could he not know about this? Advertisement. Oh my, what you said is true. Although we are not in this world is really related to us. Neji started making up stories. You, an alien, have lived on Earth for so many years, haven't you heard of the various legends on Earth? Is there something like there is a difference between immortals and mortals cannot enter the heavens? I'm telling you, this is not nonsense. It's true. How can people like us live in the same world with ordinary people like you? Du Kao was confused by what he heard. So, what you want to say is? Neji said seriously, I have predicted that the world will soon face a devastating blow. And it was an outside force that was causing this. In this case, as an old landlord, I will not allow others to run wild in my home. Mr. Huang also spoke at this time. What the immortal said is correct. People in our world have conflicts among themselves, so they don't need to intervene. But if it is an evil thing from other forces that wants to endanger our world, we will never agree to it. Vice Admiral Du Kao, from now on, the reception of this immortal will be left to you. After all, the reason why we have such technological progress now is all thanks to you. Huang Lao's simple remarks immediately bound Neji into a united front. But Neji didn't care at all. Neji came over and touched Du Changwei's head with a smile. The latter had a look of astonishment. What's going on? Have immortals taken a fancy to me? Du Changwei stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Her red hair was rumpled into a mess. However, what Du Changwei didn't know was that in just such a short contact, the genetic engineering in her body has been extracted by Neji. Time and Space Rose Purple, a second-generation super soldier with its own system program. It has the basic ability to manipulate time and space. It has weak resistance to blows, but its physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people. It is immune to conventional firearms and has a certain resistance to god-killing weapons. Is it just a purple entry? Neji looked at the entry extracted from Rose, a little stunned. But this doesn't seem to be that bad. Chapter 163 Mind Reading. Neji began to recall the battle system of the Super Seminary. As a science fiction world, some of the combat systems in it are basically based on technology, the most important of which is some genetic engineering. The first generation of genetic engineering is called the Super Soldier gene. Super soldiers of this level have much stronger physical fitness than ordinary people. However, it is not immune to damage from conventional hot weapons, but relatively speaking, it is immune to some damage from cold weapons. They are even more unable to resist the god-killing weapons. At this stage, the super soldier's physical strength is called the Man of Steel, and he has the ability to withstand blows beyond that of ordinary people. It is a super serum warrior that is not yet over the standard. The second generation of super soldiers are different from the first generation of super soldiers. The most obvious thing is, for the second generation super soldiers, conventional thermal weapons can hardly cause any harm to them. Moreover, the second generation super soldiers also have a certain resistance when facing god-killing weapons. On this basis, the second generation super soldiers are already considered the basic combat units in the universe. What's more, some of them have outstanding ability to withstand blows, and their iron bodies have evolved into invincible bodies with powerful recovery abilities, such as Jay Shaolun's genetic engineering. The third generation warriors have enhanced their body's recovery ability, and their bodies have also evolved to the same level, making them extremely difficult to die. The fourth generation warriors are immune to nuclear weapons and are known as the top gods in the universe, such as Geisa from the Angel Nebula, Morgana from the Demon Nebula, etc. Come to think of it, in terms of basics, the powers of these super soldiers really can't compare to some of the metaphysical abilities from other worlds. Neji scratched his head. Like the first generation of super soldiers, the Man of Steel, in the pirate's world. If one has a strong physique, those bullets will have no effect at all. If you learn armament hockey, it's a different story. Thermal weapons will be almost useless. However, this state of the Pirates King has already reached the level of a second-generation super soldier. If we only talk about combat power, there are at least hundreds of people in the pirates' world who are third-level super soldiers. Aside from the top-level fourth-generation super soldiers, it is difficult to effectively attack the pirates with single-person combat power. Vice Admiral Dukao was now excitedly introducing his troops. Advertisement. This is Yukon, she is also a super soldier with super genes. She is using technology to remotely treat others at the headquarters. She will be an indispensable backup for us when we form a super soldier in the future. This is Lianfeng, she is. Dukao introduced his pairs to Neji one by one. In fact, Neji already knew about the existence of these people. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this super seminary is still a huge treasure trove. Neji nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect that the world could bring him such a big surprise. The genetic engineering of the super seminary is like implanting a system into the gene chain that can accept temporary access from the host. This kind of thing is just right for planting into the reincarnation mark. In this way, these reincarnations can extract and exchange various abilities through the system engraved in the reincarnation mark. Well, computing power is still a problem. Neji thought about it and felt that the technology of the Dinor civilization brought by Dukao was not enough to support so many reincarnations. Dukao has always been skeptical about these incredible things. If other gods were to appear, it wouldn't seem impossible. Neji nodded and touched Du Chengwei's head, scaring her so much that she stepped back repeatedly. He is also a third-generation super soldier, and a beast-type super soldier with terrifying combat power. The latter was slightly stunned. After all, now in the super seminary, Principal Jilin has recreated the Demon King Sun Wukong. Neji was not in a hurry when he heard this, but smiled and pointed to the sky. The system shows, there are no alien creatures around. Dukao looked at the other party in confusion. Neji. Especially the territory controlled by the Angel Nebula is incredibly large. There was a hint of vigilance in Dukao's eyes. Advertisement. Although in the super seminary, all battles are concentrated on the Earth, the worldview is still very grand. This guy actually has the ability to read minds. This is too bullshit. Du Chengwei secretly groaned. I want to ask you something. You say you are the gods of this world, but you don't live on Earth. Where do you live? No way. Could this guy have the ability to read minds? Neji glanced at Du Chengwei. I can hear it. Thinking of the third-generation super soldier, he couldn't help but think of his best friend. But the third-generation beast warrior couldn't crack Rose's space-time genetic engineering, but this guy could crack it easily. Although this man and woman in front of me claim to be gods in this world, it is a bit strange that there is no record of them. Is it because of this that Principal Kirin guided him to Earth? Dukao, who was standing by, was also shocked when he saw that the other party had cracked the genetic engineering of the space-time gene so easily. As this god, he looks like a loser who likes to take advantage of me. Completely suppress the second-generation super soldiers. What generation of super soldier is he? Third generation. Dukao guessed secretly. To be honest, we have already explored the surrounding galaxies before coming to this planet, and we didn't find any palaces or special life features. It's really unbelievable. Could he be a mythical figure like Sun Wukong? Dukao thought secretly. The world we live in involves things related to the void. Even if I tell you about it, you won't understand it. Let's talk about other things. Could it be that Neji is one of those long-lost mythological characters? Having lived in this world for so long, he has also heard some myths and legends. Look up there. Is there anyone coming? That's about right. There are myths like the Heavenly Palace, the Acquired Demon Clan, the Three Pure Ones, Yuanshi Tianzun, etc. At this moment, Dukao suddenly interrupted Neji's thoughts. Dukao was startled, and immediately ordered people to check the surrounding surveillance area to see if there were any alien creatures. If possible, he still wants to get Angel Nebula's cloud computer. Du Chengwei also looked at this young-looking guy and thought to herself. Chapter 164 The prisoners appear. Let's not talk about this for now. There are more important things to do right now. Neji tapped Rose's forehead. The next moment, Chang Wei felt as if something strange had happened to her eyes, and they became extremely hot. What's going on? I feel like my eyes can see farther. Rose looked up and suddenly saw a fleet in the sky above the city, gradually making an emergency landing. Oh my god, what are those guys? Chang Wei was shocked. As her gaze focused, her eyes began to automatically adjust the degree like an 8-fold mirror, allowing her to see more clearly. Xinwei, why did your eyes turn white? What did you see? Du Kao asked anxiously. Lao Du, I think I saw a fleet. Huh, I can even see what's going on inside the fleet. Chang Wei was a little stunned. It seemed that her eyes had the ability of seeing through things. She could even penetrate the fleet and see the structure inside clearly. This is incredible. The two special abilities of perspective and farsightedness are constantly manifesting themselves according to her will. I see. It's a group of mecha orcs wearing mechas. Oh no, it looks like their fleet is planning to land in the city. Chang Wei was originally immersed in the excitement of mastering this special ability. But the next second, when he looked at the fleets, he suddenly found something wrong. This is the sky above Tianhe City. Below are important transportation hubs and tall buildings. However, this fleet seemed to be completely invisible and made an emergency landing. The main guns of the fleet seemed to start turning. Oh no, it's an invader. Du Kao's face changed. Mechas and the technological capabilities that can evade their detection systems. I'm afraid that the ones invading Tianhe City this time are the Teoti troops from the Dark Nebula. This group of hateful invaders must want to wreak havoc on this land. As soon as Du Kao recalled the tragic scene of the Dark Nebula, he said viciously, we must stop them. Advertisement. The Teoti troops are the minions of Dark Nebula Shinigami Karl. What they love most is to spread death throughout the galaxy and kill people to please their gods. Once these guys land, they will definitely start a large-scale massacre. When Chang Wei heard this, she immediately became anxious. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. If you don't leave now, it might be too late. It's fine. Neji explained, this time they are just the vanguard of the Teoti army. There aren't many of them. Don't worry. As he spoke, Neji waved his hand, and a miniature wormhole appeared horizontally in front of him. This is a space-time wormhole. You actually have this ability. Chang Wei said in surprise. Haha, I'm better at it than you. Neji said with a smile. In some ways, the space-time gene has greatly enhanced his abilities. After all, space-time type moves are not the best in that world. Especially since he already had the Flying Thunder God, as well as Kamui, and the Rinnegan power that he extracted from Kaguya not long ago. These are all abilities related to time and space. After crossing the wormhole, everyone has arrived under the gradually descending Teoti fleet. Even though they were captured, they and the Blackbeard pirates were at odds with each other. Wow, Du Kao and Chang Wei were stunned when they saw the group of people with extremely strange body proportions. What's going on with that pineapple-headed guy? His hands suddenly turned into wings burning with blue flames. How weird, Rose said in surprise. It was because of this that the Whitebeard pirates saw hope, so they started to carry out the first missions of their lives without hesitation. Now he didn't know why, but when he looked at his past self, he felt like he was looking at a fool. Behind him, countless space-time wormholes appeared, and dozens or even hundreds of powerful men walked out of them. What attracted them the most was that, in addition to being able to continuously make themselves stronger, Neji also hinted that they could resurrect the dead Whitebeard, Ace, and Thatch. HMPH, looks like some boring science again. Rain Shiryu said coldly. With the genetic engineering system, Neji simply implanted the entry of the time and space rose into every reincarnation mark. Advertisement. The other party is in the sky, I will go and shoot them down first. Marco said coldly. Some are 2 or 3 meters tall, and some have bulging muscles all over their bodies, like little giants. Not bad, it's becoming more and more like a reincarnation space. Neji said with satisfaction. Anyway, the reincarnations have to cross time and space every day, so this is a must, and he can also use this time and space gene system to teleport and descend. Luffy stood behind the group, his eyes alert. Such an awesome person, at least one of the most powerful people in the universe, how could he be defeated by such a small advanced team? After all, he had already lost his right arm because of his own actions. If he continued like this, it would not just be a matter of one arm, it would cost him his life. These are the first batch of reincarnations. Let's see what the results of the training are. Neji thought secretly. Who are these people? After all, the opponent is a powerful guy who can split the moon with one move. The latter thought about it and felt the same way. No need to notify the army. I'm here. Is that necessary? I was so stupid before. I ended up breaking my right arm. I have to be more careful this time and let them charge first. Luffy laughed darkly. However, these people already understood what their mission was. Snort. After all, the main reason why they are now like this is because Blackbeard killed their companions. Their aura is astonishing, and each of their physical features is extremely exaggerated. The visitors were none other than the pirates captured during the war. After being prompted by the reincarnation mark, they have completely become reincarnations in Neji's reincarnation space. Neji stopped Du Kao's actions and said with a smile. Why does it look so weird? Just right. These prisoners in New World's labor camp need a chance to atone for their sins. Neji grinned. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also looked at each other coldly. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is that? There seems to be nothing there, but observation Haki told me there's a big thing there. Blackbeard said with a sly grin. Sometimes he is really sober, and he has never died even though he has been courting death. But he has to be careful from now on. Chapter 165. Annihilate the Teoti advanced troops. Is it another super soldier? No way. The number of these super soldiers is too much. Dukao frowned. Even in the Dinor galaxy during their heyday, the number of their super soldiers was extremely rare, not to mention that some of them seemed to have surpassed the sequence of the first generation of super soldiers. In the universe, every super soldier is created by consuming a huge amount of resources from the planet. A lot of time, a lot of rare resources, etc. are all indispensable. Boom boom. The invisible spacecraft suddenly suffered a severe blow, the system began to malfunction, and its true form gradually began to reveal itself. What happened? Why did the spacecraft system go out of control? Inside the cabin, a mecha soldier asked in surprise. However, before he could get the answer he wanted, the bottom of the spacecraft suffered a serious blow. The alarm sounded suddenly. Ding ding ding. Oh no, Captain. Something is attacking the bottom of our ship. What? Hurry up and bring out the image. The captain of the Teoti team looked at the images on the video and his mechanical brain froze for a moment. Bird. Man. Blue fire. A bird man with blue fire burning on his body. Seeing such a bizarre scene, even Captain Teoti, who had seen the world, couldn't tell clearly for a moment whether this thing was a human or an animal. Boom 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 boom. A big hole was kicked in the cabin by the Phoenix Marco, and the blue flames burned almost everything in the cabin. What the hell? You, a guy, actually tore our spaceship apart with your bare feet. Captain Teoti looked at the other party in astonishment. Who are you? We are the Teoti warriors under Shinigami Carl. However, Marco had no time to listen to them. He attacked with all his might, and the entire spaceship was almost torn apart. FKU, do you really think Lousy is afraid of you? The Teoti troops all took up their laser cannons. Prepare to let the natives of this backward planet experience the crushing power of high technology. Laser cannons bombarded Marco's body, but he acted as if nothing had happened and slaughtered the Teoti soldiers one after another with an expressionless face. Advertisement. Marco is a Zone Devil Fruit mythical beast and the user of the Phoenix Fruit. His mythical beast Devil Fruit can make his body immune to various attacks like Logia. And the most perverted thing is that even after using armament Haki to attack Marco, the opponent will be able to recover by force with the ability of the Phoenix. This special ability is even better than Logia Devil Fruit. In just a moment, the Teoti soldiers discovered that this guy was simply a killing god. Not only is he immune to all kinds of abilities, but he can also inflict powerful blows on them. This is truly painful. The cabin is now extremely unstable and there is a risk of explosion at any time. Let's evacuate here and blow this birdman to death here, said the remaining Teoti soldiers coldly. Batch after batch of Teoti soldiers standing on the aircraft began to leave their spacecraft. They have not forgotten their mission, which is to kill. Kill the humans here and contribute their death to their Shinigami Carl to please Carl. Therefore, some of the Teoti soldiers decided to start killing according to the original plan. Suddenly, a huge UFO appeared on each side. Some Teoti soldiers who had no time to dodge were instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Oh my god, what the hell is this? The defeated soldiers who were lucky enough to escape the disaster wanted to see clearly what the UFO was, but after seeing the real thing, they were stunned. That wasn't some UFO, it was just a pair of hands. A pair of hands bigger than their spaceship. FK. This is actually AF G giant. Seeing the giant that was over 100 meters tall, the Teoti soldiers were in real trouble this time. Although she is immortal and cannot kill him, she has no problem sealing herself. At first glance, it's definitely not a creature from this planet. After all, her appearance was enough to make the natives of these planets drop their jaws. His body was not originally so huge, but gradually became so tall after eating the Paramesha devil fruit. If he were allowed to eat as much as he wanted, his size would become even bigger, and it would not be impossible for him to surpass the complete form of Susanoo. This pirates is also a potential stock. Kaguya seems to have some random thoughts in his head. Dukao also looked a little dazed, feeling that it was a little unreal. Advertisement. Where did these guys come from? Micro wormhole transportation technology. This is probably far more than just that. Dukao thought secretly. Dukao and others were so shocked when they saw that Neji summoned out so many guys with just a wave of his hand that they almost vomited their eyes. I'm so tired. HMPH, although I am no match for you, I will not obey you. Kaguya suddenly snorted coldly. This, how come even giants have appeared? Rose couldn't help but wonder. Damn it, I'm really going to be ripped off. Kaguya pondered for a moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. How come there are even legendary giant creatures here? No, what does that mean? Without exception, these few remaining people did not have time to show off before a slap suddenly appeared in front of them and they were slapped to death like a fly. In fact, after more than 10 days of fighting, she had already vaguely discovered it. This kid really has some tricks that I don't know about. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought secretly. Could it be that this guy has taken a fancy to me? The huge battleship San Juan Lupus. These creatures look very different from humans. Neji's ability to transport things across space was probably brought directly from the humans in the world they live in. He was originally one of the pirates brought out by Blackbeard from the 6th layer of Impel Down, and later became the 7th captain of the Blackbeard pirate's ship. Now, Kaguya recalled the greedy look that appeared from time to time. An alien fleet was dealt with so easily. It was as if Neji's battles these days were all just a joke to her. What's going on with these two guys? Why are they so awesome? The mechas were like a pile of scrap metal, piled up into a small hill. However, the opponent seemed to be playing a trick on him and was fighting with him. Wasn't it agreed that this was just a backward indigenous world? This made Neji feel a little confused. Neji looked at him, and he was still much smaller than the last time they met. Chapter 166 Policewoman Keelin. Neji said sternly, "You old woman who has lived for thousands of years, stop having wild ideas, I am still an ignorant child. Besides, there are so many beauties around Laozi, but he chose you, an old woman, instead of her. Aren't you too narcissistic?" While the two were arguing, they completely ignored the confused passers-by around them. People walking on the road looked at the alien spaceships that suddenly appeared, as well as rows of strange-looking humans. One of them in particular seemed to be the legendary giant, which completely confused me. This thing is already over 100 meters high, right? Damn, it's a head taller than the building. Before they could react and figure out what was happening, those alien warships were suddenly destroyed. Keelin, a traffic policeman who was performing duties in the crowd, was stunned for a moment when she saw the scene before her. Then she immediately led the new police officers to cordon off the scene. Don't move. Don't move. I'm a police officer. Everyone move back. Keelin held her ID in one hand and reported the situation here to the headquarters with the other. When she looked at those strange creatures and the guy who looked like a super giant, her face was obviously filled with fear. Keelin pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Now only the carbon-based biological cooler in her hand can give her a little confidence. I'm Keelin from the Tianhe City Police Department. Please cooperate with us. What exactly happened here? Although this may not be of any use to the colossal giant, it can at least give her courage. And why did these people suddenly appear here? Neji raised his eyebrows and quickly read the information of this beautiful policewoman. The policewoman in front of him had a gorgeous appearance and a pair of long white legs. Keelin. Speaking of which, in the original novel, Keelin seemed to have been involved in this battle by accident. As a result, Dukao and others unexpectedly discovered that Keelin also had super genes in her body, so she joined the super seminary. Neji pondered for a while, then wiped it directly with his hand. Although it's just the first generation of super genes, it's free anyway, so why not touch it? What are you doing? Advertisement. Keelin was stunned. She didn't expect that there would be such a bold person in the world. Did you see what I was wearing and start touching me? Believe it or not, I'll give you a pair of silver handcuffs. Although Keelin was thinking this in her heart, her face turned red despite her unwillingness. Even the voice became soft and tender. Hey, sir, please be mindful of your behavior. It's not good to do this. Keelin muttered in a low voice. After saying that, Keelin secretly glanced at Neji's face. Oh shit, could it be that today is really my blessing? I actually met such a handsome man. Neji smiled, not really surprised. In the pirate's world, he has extracted the sweet fruit from the pirate's queen. This fruit can release extremely powerful charm invisibly, and this charm will deeply affect both the opposite S*X and the same S*X. Du Chengwei was less affected because she had already awakened the super soldier gene, and it was the second generation super soldier gene. Dukao has lived for thousands of years, and charm has long been useless to him. But facing the little policewoman in front of him, the power of the sweet fruit is still continuing to play a role. Alright, you did a good job. What's next involves some confidential tasks, so leave it to our military. When Dukao saw that someone was trying to cause trouble for Neji, he immediately stepped forward and revealed his identity. Although he has lived in this world for hundreds of years, he still has to show a certain respect for the temper of the gods. Medium, Vice Admiral. Keelin widened her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. His identity was so unfathomable. Before she had time to react, she saw a large group of fully armed soldiers outside, surrounding the place. No entry for unauthorized persons. No entry for unauthorized persons. Soon, the area around the wreckage of the alien spacecraft was surrounded by armed military forces. Pack up all these alien debris and take them away. Dukao said in a deep voice. Advertisement. The metals on these alien spaceships may be rare metals that do not exist on Earth and must be packed up and taken away. Maybe you can get some information about Teoti from it. Keelin and the new detective stood there at a loss, not knowing whether to leave or not. Oh my god, Sister Keelin. This is the Vice Admiral. I have never seen such a high-ranking official in my life. Lu Hai said excitedly. And what are they witnessing now? Alien wars. And those giants, it's really incredible. But then again, facing these aliens and giant warriors, Sister Keelin actually had no intention of escaping. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared away. In an instant, Keelin's image in his mind became even greater. Okay, if there's nothing else, you guys don't have to stay here. Regarding the damage caused here, our military will clean up the battlefield. Dukao said in a deep voice. Heilin and the other person nodded subconsciously and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the person in front of him is the Vice Admiral. It is very rare to see such a young Vice Admiral. If it were in ancient times, the person in front of them would be a warlord. Just as the two were about to say goodbye, Neji suddenly spoke. That woman. Yes, the one named Heilin. You stay. The other person can go. Heilin was suddenly startled. What does this mean? Is someone taking a fancy to me? On the other hand, Du Changwei looked at Heilin's uniform and her two long legs, and muttered inwardly. Tisk, I don't think she's any better than me. She's just a little more innocent. Men just like innocent girls. Aren't cool girls better? Dukao was also shocked at this moment. No way. Could it be that this god is a god who likes to reproduce? He wants to take this woman into his harem. Dukao was not disgusted by the god's action, but was very happy. If the other party really likes this policewoman, then I can also indirectly match them up. After all, marrying a god is not a loss for the policewoman. It can also deepen the friendly relationship between them. HMPH, he is indeed a philandering man. Kaguya snorted coldly. Chapter 167 Angel Nebula, Queen Geisa. I saw a beautiful girl and wanted to take her away. When Kaguya saw this scene, he confirmed his guess. The boy in front of him clearly has the ability to seal himself. But during this nearly half month, he always tolerated and put up with me. It was obvious that he was just coveting her beauty. If Neji knew what Kaguya was thinking at this moment, he would probably die of laughter. The reason why he played with Kaguya for so many days was that he wanted to get familiar with his current destructive power. After all, Kaguya is immortal, and he can't be destroyed no matter how you play with him. This guy is simply a natural sandbag. Another thing is to focus on the rare items on Kaguya. After all, as the ancestor of Chakra in the Hokage world, the level of her entries is top-notch in the entire Hokage world, and she is dressed in red. This is so much better than the entries he obtained after searching the world for many days. Neji looked at Dukao's strange look and immediately explained. This woman has the genes of a super soldier in her body. She will come with you sooner or later. Why not bring her here now? She's a super soldier. Dukao was a little surprised. He looked at the beautiful policewoman with surprise. Indeed, in this world, there are many descendants of super soldiers living among the human world. But, how did Neji find out that the other party had the super soldier gene? Except for some specially cared for super soldier successors, Duoka also did not know the genes contained in the bodies of other unawakened super soldiers. With their current technology, there is really no way to search for those super soldiers who have not awakened their super genes. How did Neji do this? How advanced is the technology in the other world? Dukao secretly marveled. This performance made Dukao even more afraid to underestimate Neji. His origins are a complete mystery. Now, the most confused one was Heilin. She stared at them blankly, thinking to herself, what are they talking about? What does this mean? I am a super soldier. What is a super soldier? Advertisement. Heilin looked at those strange people. At this moment, the wolf, which was originally more than 100 meters in size, has now returned to the size of a normal person. But even so, the wolf was still 5 meters tall. Compared to the average height of less than 2 meters in today's society, he is like a small giant. Do they mean that I also have the potential to awaken superpowers? Heilin became excited. All kinds of incredible fantasies kept emerging in her mind. In that case, the young comrade should come with us, Dukao said in a deep voice. This is a critical moment, and one more person means one more strength. Some important super genetic engineering projects are almost all under our control. As for the other super soldier genes that are scattered around, I'm afraid they are only at the level of the first generation of super soldiers. Dukao thought silently. A super soldier of this level, even if his super soldier gene is activated, would hardly be of any use in a high-end battlefield. Its positioning is at most a long-range auxiliary like a sniper. Heilin followed Dukao with curiosity back to the military base to awaken the super gene. And in Tianhe City, there is another force. Inside the angel building. An angel with white wings on her back, golden hair, and a sexy miniskirt and long white legs is reading the information of this world with great interest. War Maniac Cow, Super Seminary, No Star God of War, Galaxy Power. Who are these two guys? They look quite interesting. Angel Yan raised her eyebrows. She was reading the information stored in the system of the Super Seminary. Among them, the No Star God of War and the Power of the Galaxy are interesting enough. But unexpectedly, something even more interesting happened in the past half-month. The Super Seminary's judgment is, alien visitors, alien species. Life forms that are not within the known universe. I need to report to Queen Geisa. When Geisa heard the words about special life forms that do not exist in the known universe, she immediately became interested. It feels like being a barbarian from ancient times. HMPH, the last time Morgana escaped quietly, I was afraid that Guy Carl was behind it again. Geisha snorted coldly. It's Angel Yan. This incredible thing is almost impossible to do even for the third-generation divine body. She immediately answered the message, wanting to see what good news Yan had brought her. Advertisement. Over the years, Nebula's demon Morgana always escapes at the most critical moment. Although they, the angels, can also destroy a moon, they basically rely on technological computing power, and this kind of technological weapons are the norm. Angel Yan transmitted all the data and information he obtained on the giant canyon to the core of the Angel Nebula. It's really very strange. It seems that he has found out the news about Morgana. Strange. This time, he must be eliminated completely before she fully develops. After she deals with Morgana, she will go to the Dark Nebula to settle accounts with Carl sooner or later. It seems that something happened here that we never expected. Then find a living planet and continue to transform her demon soldiers. Angel Yan pondered for a moment, then dialed the communication within the Angel Nebula. In the Angel Nebula, Geisa sat high on the throne with her eyes closed. It is almost impossible to destroy the moon with bare hands relying solely on the fighting power of a divine body. However, at this moment, a communication suddenly came over. Geisha couldn't help but complain. Indeed, judging from the battle footage, these guys don't look like super warriors in the known universe. After Geisha received the message, there was an indescribable strange feeling on her face. Queen Geisa, something bad has happened. A special life form that does not exist in the known universe has appeared on Earth. I cannot determine whether it is a third-generation divine body. There are 2 of them in total. I will transmit their information to you. Is it that a special life form from an unknown universe has entered the known universe governed by our angels? A battle between 2 life forms outside the known universe is too unscientific. The next moment, his fighting power is so strong. He can chop up the moon with one strike. Is this the power of his divine body? What does it mean that there are no special life forms in the known universe? Geisha raised her eyebrows. Geisha received the information with great interest. She wanted to see what this so-called god of the unknown universe looked like. After reading this, Angel Yan's face became solemn. That's really interesting. Chapter 168 Hexi, you have been holding it in for a long time. But what surprised her was that the fighting power of these 2 barbarians was extremely exaggerated. Just bare hands, without any weapons, can do this. If the 2 of them get serious, I'm afraid there will be no more than a handful of people in the known universe who can defeat them. After seeing the message sent by Yan Chuan, Geisha made such a judgment. She looked at the man and woman on the screen, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It seems that some interesting things have appeared in this universe again. She has spent an unknown amount of time on this planet, but this is the first time something like today has happened. This made Geisha feel a little playful. The origin is unknown, and no information can be obtained. These 2 aliens are like a Pandora's box full of mysteries, making people want to find out the truth. Haha, Hexi will definitely be interested in such interesting things. Geisha transmitted these things to the other party. Now, Hexi, one of the 3 angel kings far away in another land, has also received the news from Geisha. These 2 guys are really interesting. They don't look like the divine types from the known universe. She said in surprise. After comparison by Angel Nebula's computer, there was no data that matched these 2 people. I think you'll be interested. Suddenly, Geisa, who was originally on the angel throne, arrived in the back garden in the blink of an eye. Geisha said with a smile, how is it? Special life forms outside the known universe, and this unknown way of fighting, doesn't it look very interesting? Is it interesting? I think these 2 people are very dangerous. She said in a deep voice. Based on the fighting power they have shown, there are probably very few people in the known universe who can definitely defeat these 2 outsiders. And did you see that? Both of them have the ability to control space and even interfere with the void. In addition, they have 2 special divine bodies that are similar to immortality. Having said that, his eyes' expression began to become serious. Advertisement, Geisha, you don't know what this means, do you? Having the power to manipulate space means that the flame-class weapons that our angels are so proud of are likely to be of no use to the 2 of them. Not only the flame-class weapons, but even whether your silver blade can work against these 2 guys is still unknown. His eyes' words were no joke. The reason why the angel civilization is so powerful, in addition to the contemporary Queen Geisa, is that the 2 most famous super-strong single weapons are the flame-level weapons and the dark silver weapons. Among them, the flame-level weapons can cause devastating blows to super soldiers below the true divine body, and can also cause a certain amount of damage to the divine body. Above the flame-level weapons are the god-killing weapons, which are said to be able to cause damage to the gods, or even kill gods. Above the god-killing weapon is the dark silver weapon, which is also the most powerful weapon in the currently known universe. Queen Geisa's silver wings and silver blades are forged from dark silver. This weapon can easily cut open a divine body, causing extremely horrific damage to it, and its lethality is extremely powerful. It is the most powerful weapon in the known universe. It was not until later in the Super Seminary that the stellar-class void-driven weapons created by Karl of the Dark Nebula were born, which replaced the strongest dark silver weapons. Haha, what you said is quite interesting. That's why I came to find you. Geisha said with a smile. Are you interested in taking a trip to the Chiwu Galaxy? After all, you've been staying in the backyard for so long, isn't it time to move around? And you can see that these 2 outsiders are of the same race, but they don't seem to have a very good relationship. However, I also felt friendliness from that male god. From what I can see so far, that male god's attitude towards the people on Earth is friendly. You might as well get in touch with him. Of course, if something happens, it's not impossible. Geisha said with a smile, after all, you have been holding it in for so long. I think this male god is worthy of our Tianji king in terms of both combat power and appearance. Hexi widened his eyes, never expecting that Geisha would have such a plan. Good job. In order to win over outsiders, you are sending your best friends away, right? But, we really can't leave these two people alone. She said secretly. Advertisement. The destructive power of these two people alone has posed a threat to the Earth's ecology. Especially that goddess, she has no idea what taboos are and acts unscrupulously. Moreover, their destructive power is difficult to explain with technology, so leaving it alone is indeed a problem. Okay, I'll go to Earth in a few days to see what the situation is. She said. As one of the three angel kings, she certainly has dark silver level weapons. Before the void weapon came out, this dark silver weapon was the most advanced weapon in the known universe. Each of these weapons is very expensive. Except for the strongest angel nebula which owns several dark silver weapons, the rest of the galaxies have almost no ability to forge dark silver weapons. With the dark silver weapon in hand, she is confident that he will not lose to any strong man in the known universe in a head-on battle. No matter how strong the divine body is, it will be split into two when facing the destruction of the dark silver weapon. Of course, when facing the fourth generation divine body, that is another matter. On the other hand, Angel Yan, who is far away on Earth, has received the news from Angel Queen Geisha. Should we make temporary contact with these two foreign gods? Yan thought secretly. Recalling the scenes from the previous battle, those super warriors, although only a few of them took action, their strength was no less than that of ordinary angel guards. If there is any danger this time, I may never come back. Yan thought silently. Because she felt that those unknown super warriors who were blocking the Teoti troops were more evil than each other. This feeling was the same as the power she had felt from their demon army when she was hunting Morgana down earlier. Fortunately, we still have flame-class weapons in hand. If we can't win, we can still escape. Yan clenched her hands, as if only the flaming sword in her hand could give her a little sense of security. The next day, inside the command room of the giant gorge, Lianfeng was shocked when he saw the true appearance of the UFO approaching at high speed. It's an angel, Lianfeng said in surprise. Chapter 169. Angel Yan is tied up. Although they have detected that there are angels from the Angel Nebula landing on Earth. But they didn't expect the other party to move so quickly and actually come directly to their headquarters. After Angel Yan arrived on the Grand Canyon, he did not go to look for Dukao, Chengwei, Lianfeng and the others. The real purpose of her trip was to establish contact with the two unknown gods. Suddenly, Yan locked onto a direction and flew over. Here, he saw the super warriors who once blocked the Teoti. Each of these people looked like a ferocious prehistoric beast, with murderous eyes. I'm here to find your leader, Yan said in a deep voice. She flapped her wings, looking quite condescending. As an angel from the Angel Nebula, when facing unknown forces, she must show the majesty of an angel and not let these forces outside the known universe look down on them. Want to come find our leader? Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter. Of course, no problem. It's just that your attitude is wrong. We don't like your condescending attitude. Suddenly, Blackbeard opened his hands wide, and powerful black vortices emerged. After all these days, he finally realized how powerful and awesome Neji was. If you follow this boss, you have to eat 9 meals a day. As long as you complete the task, you can gain reincarnation points and gain countless special abilities. Blackbeard had seen on the exchange list a series of super rare fruits, including the dark fruit he had eaten, the shock fruit, the phoenix fruit, etc. That's not all. After being compensated by the reincarnation space, these devil fruit users are no longer afraid of the ocean. This incredible power is just like that of a god. Blackbeard thought that he was imprisoned and his life was over. But unexpectedly, this was just the beginning of his legendary life. Dark Cave Road. The strong gravitational force made Yan unable to stabilize his body, and his body flew uncontrollably towards Blackbeard's position. What kind of ability is this? Is it controlling gravity? Yan said in surprise. She didn't expect that they would start a fight the first time they met. But with the flaming sword in her hand, she was not afraid at all. Advertisement. Boom. The flaming sword slashed down, colliding with the fist that had the power to shake the enemy. The surrounding space was affected and collapsed, and the flaming sword flew out of his hand involuntarily. What's wrong with this guy? His physical strength is too terrifying, Yan said in astonishment. But this is not the end. The others also began to act quickly. Especially the pirates who were originally in the same group as Blackbeard. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates who were at odds with Blackbeard, as well as Luffy and others, all just looked on indifferently. Among the angels in the Angel Nebula, Angel Yan's fighting power is definitely extraordinary. As the left wing of Queen Geisha, his combat effectiveness is only second to that of a few angels. But how to say it? Things like scientific creativity will lose their original effect when faced with things that are beyond our ability to analyze or understand. Especially in terms of expressiveness. Judging from the performance of the original work, although the Super Seminary talks a lot of bullshit. However, in terms of single-target destructive power, it is really not as good as the Pirate's King. In the Hokage world, one punch can destroy the continent, and one-tailed beast bomb can destroy the tension of the Earth's surface. Unless it is like Carl, who directly uses stellar energy as output to self-destruct, or a space battleship bombardment. Otherwise, in terms of individual combat effectiveness, the gap between the middle and low levels is too big. Without the top-notch Sky Blade battleships and the Angel Nebula's weapons storage facility, the Angel's technological combat capabilities would be difficult to fully utilize. Angel Yan was defeated without exception. He couldn't even withstand a few moves before he was tied up and turned into a big dumpling. This made Angel Yan blush with shame. Damn it, what's going on with these unreasonable guys? Yan cursed inwardly. This is even more outrageous than the giant I saw last time. In the Angel Nebula, she is at least known as the Thunder God of War. With this extraordinary power of thunder, coupled with the flame bombardment of the flame sword, Angel Yan is confident that he can walk sideways in the universe. But what I didn't expect was that she actually admitted defeat today. The opponent's control ability is no worse than flames and thunder. It can even absorb all of one's abilities indiscriminately and launch a counterattack. Neji glanced. Now the angels have been offended again, and the earth is now surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. General, Angel Yan was successfully captured. Yukon reminded. Angel Yan was thrown to the ground. Advertisement. Not to mention that they looked out of reach, even they fought among themselves from time to time. Is Angel Nebula going to go to war with them? Pa. It's so embarrassing, it's really so embarrassing. Moreover, the people Neji brought were almost all lawless. Lord Neji, we caught a suspicious birdman. She said she wanted to see you, Blackbeard said with a smile. The most embarrassing thing for her was that Lord Hexy would be coming to Earth soon. Yo, this doesn't make sense at all. Yan's face flushed and he shouted angrily. The members of the surrounding Giant Canyon army did not dare to say a word after seeing this scene and quickly notified Commander Dukao. Look at these people. They can even defeat the left-wing angel. Their fighting power is amazing. Old Du, isn't this a good thing? Du Changwei couldn't help but say. This is an angel from the Angel Nebula. Originally, they were in a hostile state with the demons and Shinigami. Although these super soldiers are very powerful, he can't command them at all. Isn't this Queen Geisa's left-wing angel, Thunder God of War Yan? With these people helping us, why should we be afraid of the Teoti troops? Dukao was silent for a long time, then said faintly. Alas, I hope the beautiful and kind angels can be more generous. Dukao prayed secretly. Ah, I want some quiet time. That's really too bad. Suspicious birdman. Yan was tied up and carried to Neji. After coming here, the other party will definitely use his eyes of insight, and then my ugly behavior today will be exposed. Thunder God of War Purple contains super genes in the body, 3rd generation basic divine body, can control thunder, cast Eye of Insight requires system assistance. Let me go. You just beat her down like that. Let me go now. Immediately, Neji touched the other person's head without hesitation. Dukao shook his head. This was terrible. His head started to hurt again. Chapter 170 How did you crack my firewall in the blink of an eye? Another entry on genotype, and the level was much lower than he had imagined. Is it really because of technology? Neji pondered. Even though Yan is now a 3rd generation divine body, his combat power still needs the help of a supercomputer. If you just use your bare hands, you really won't have any advantage. Is this the so-called flaming sword? It looks quite interesting. Neji picked up Yan's weapon. This sword is second only to the god-killing sword in Dark Silver in the Super Seminary world. For super soldiers, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. HMPH, it's useless. This flaming sword contains a super cloud computer chip for calculations. Before you crack our firewall program, you will not be able to unleash the true power of the flame sword. Yan said proudly. However, the next moment, Yan looked at the burning flaming sword with a confused look on his face. Hiko, how could that be? Has the alien's technological level reached this point? But only a short while later, the firewall program of the flaming sword was cracked. Damn it, I'm afraid I still underestimated this guy. Yan gritted his teeth secretly, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky today. Interesting. The flame sword can be deduced through a supercomputer chip to make it react with solar energy. This results in powerful radiation and bombardment, with a base temperature of about 3000 degrees Celsius, which is about the temperature of the sun's surface. Neji played with it for a few times, and the blazing flames caused the temperature around it to rise suddenly. It's a pretty good toy. On the other side, Yan came back to his senses from his shock and spoke seriously. My god, I am Yan, the left-wing guardian of the Angel Nebula Sky Blade King, Holy Geisa. I am the guardian of order in the known universe, and I have no ill intentions towards you. Yan said in a deep voice. And the other side, Dukao and his daughter Du Chengwei also ran over in a hurry. Advertisement. She's right. This is a misunderstanding, Dukao said hurriedly. Although the Angel Nebula is too overbearing in the known universe, it must be said that these beautiful angels are indeed worthy of being called the guardians and maintainers of justice and order. Neji naturally knew this. Most of these angels are indeed kind-hearted, and it is almost impossible to find any faults with them under normal circumstances. In the original novel, Geisa wants to annihilate Morgana, but this may cost the lives of most civilians. Although Geisa was strong in this matter, she still let them decide for themselves. Looking back from the future, Killing Morgana at that time was indeed an extremely correct thing to do. Because Morgana was not killed, countless countries on Earth collapsed indirectly, and the world fell into panic. Okay, I know everything you said. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of you angels at the moment. Neji said with a smile. After seeing that the other party was easy to talk to, Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. She was deeply afraid that these two gods of unknown origin might be lawless people. But now it seems that the previous judgment was correct. This man is indeed a lawful person and will not easily cause trouble. Okay, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved, it's good. Dukao also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seriously, now Neji and these two people are like a time bomb, which makes Dukao feel uneasy. Their previous plan was to create an army of super soldiers. And this powerful company composed entirely of super soldiers will be their most loyal soldiers. In other words, they are warriors under their control who can defend their country. Anyone who comes out of this kind of army is like entering the system. As the head of this army, Dukao has complete command authority to control them. This was also what Dukao, a soldier, originally thought. But Neji and the other two are obviously different. One is that although they both said they were from Earth. But it is a strange statement that they do not live on this Earth, but in a world similar to a secondary time and space. Not from this Earth, nor belonging to the super soldier system. This made Dukao unable to command and control the opponent, which made the former warmongerer feel deeply uneasy. Advertisement. The second is that the power of these two gods, Neji, is simply too terrifying. Neither of them had taken action personally yet, but just a few of their men were able to easily capture the left-wing guard of the current Sky Blade King. You know, this left-wing guard is no ordinary angel. Yan is a powerful cosmic being who possesses the third-generation divine body, the flaming sword, and is known as the thunder god of war in the known universe. But even such a powerful character couldn't take more than a few moves from those under Neji. This really surprised and delighted Dukao. Judging from the current situation, Neji may be the most powerful top combat force in the entire known universe. Dukao thought secretly. His eyes swept back and forth between Blackbeard, Luffy, Marco and the others. These guys' fighting power is also far beyond that of the second-generation super soldiers, some of them are special. For example, he can change his body size by 100 times, emit blue flames, control dark gravity, and so on. I'm afraid it has reached the level of a third-generation divine body. This conclusion made Dukao break out in a cold sweat. Each third-generation divine body requires a huge amount of resources to be successfully constructed. Every time a third-generation divine body is constructed, the time required to collect the raw materials is an unknown factor. Just like the Chiwu galaxy where the Earth is located, even if the resources on the 9 planets were plundered. It is also very likely that the raw materials needed for a third-generation divine body cannot be gathered. Neji's sudden arrival has become the biggest change in the known universe. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Dukao, Yan, and Neji and other three forces began to talk. Wait, I have something else to do now. Dukao said suddenly. Before that, we have another important person coming to attend this meeting. Important person? Who is that? Angel Yan asked curiously. Delena from the fiery sun star. Dukao said in a deep voice. To be honest, originally, facing the impending demonic forces, with the current composition of the heroic army, it was still stretched to the limit to deal with those demons. Therefore, the people in their command center contacted the people of Liang Star early on to reach friendly cooperation. However, during this process, the sudden appearance of Neji and Kaguya caused Dukao to temporarily slow down the progress of this matter. Chapter 171 Delena. After all, from now on, Neji's forces are much more powerful than all the people on the entire Liang Star combined. But we have already contacted the people from Liang Star, and we can't go back on our word now. When dealing with those demons, it's better to have as many allies as possible. With a flash of magic light, a large basin suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Delena was curled up in the basin at the moment, with some foam still between her collarbones. She looked at everyone in front of her with a confused look on her face. Oh my god, when you were teleporting, couldn't you tell me in advance? Delena yelled in a delicate voice. This goddess was almost seen naked by you guys. Among them, Dukao's face turned red when he heard this. Oops, he also didn't expect that Lena would take a shower in broad daylight. Wow, the child is developing well. He's almost as big as me, his sister, Yan said frivolously. HMPH, why does this person feel so unreliable? Du Changwei couldn't help but mutter. Just looking into the eyes of this goddess is like looking at an idiot. Hey, what are you still doing here? Get out of here quickly. Oh, by the way, there are also clothes. I want clothes, Lena cried. Neji heard this and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a piece of clothing appeared on Reina's bare body. At the same time, even the bath water in the basin disappeared. Well, when Reina saw this scene, her eyes widened. Oh my god, how did you do that? Why did this goddess bath water disappear? And when did this dress appear on my body? Reina looked at Neji with a curious baby look on her face. Didn't they say that all the people on Earth are indigenous people? How could there be such an ability that she couldn't understand? Are you the legendary Galaxy Force? That's not right. Didn't they say that Galaxy Force is still a little baby whose genes haven't been awakened? Neji restrained Reina, who was looking curious. I'll tell you later. Now you can move around for a while and see if there is any problem. The reason why Neji can do this is, of course, because of the space-time gene of the space-time rose. The micro-wormhole transportation plus the original space-time ninjutsu allows him to do even more things. Advertisement. Things like putting clothes on the void, stealing the void, and draining the bathwater are all trivial matters, very simple. Reina walked out of the tub, moved around a bit, and felt a slight stimulation on her skin. She pulled open her sleeves and took a quick glance. No bra. He crossed his legs and rubbed them together again. It doesn't seem cool. Pa. Another round of finger snaps was heard. Reina raised her eyebrows, feeling as if something was forced into her clothes. She moved a little. Got it. It's true. It was clearly not there just now. Reina glanced at it with a surprised look on her face. It's made of lace. How did you do that? Hey, how did you know the measurements of this goddess? How come it fits me so well? Did you look just now? What did you see? Reina blushed. This is impossible. She didn't come out of the barrel just now, and the key parts of her body were hidden well. Alright, isn't this something you can tell at a glance? Why make such a fuss about it? Neji said softly. Oh my god, you actually saw this goddess naked. Do you know who I am? I am the future god of the fiery sun star. You have to be responsible. Delena ran over and muttered. After taking a closer look at this person, Reina's originally flushed face became a little rosy again. This guy looks really handsome. Reina thought secretly. He is much more handsome than the Sunstar people he had met before. Yo, as our little goddess in heat. Yan on the side teased. You are still a child who has not grown up yet. Advertisement. FK. You old woman, what are you talking about? You're the one who's getting horny. Reina wasn't afraid at all and went straight forward. Don't think I haven't heard of you. I know from your coquettish look that you have hooked up with many men, right, Angel Yan? Pan Zhen has told me. Among the Angel Nebula, the left-wing Angel Yan with long hair and bangs is the most indecent. What did you just say? What's wrong with you? Am I wrong? You old woman. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Duoka quickly acted as a peacemaker and calmed them down. Oh my god, is this the support that Fiery Sun Star is giving us? A naive, innocent, middle school girl. Du Changwei couldn't believe it when she saw this scene. This is totally different from the wise and powerful god she imagined. In just 1 month, Du Changwei is no longer the rookie she used to be. As for gods alone, she has already met 4 of them. But these famous gods in the universe seem to be too outrageous. Thunder god of war Angel Yan, according to that little girl, she seems to be a goddess who likes to hook up and tease men. As for Delena, she kept calling me, goddess, all the time, and with those big clear eyes, she looked even more innocent than the pure female college student who didn't care about the world. The only ones who look more like gods are the 2 gods Neji. Not only is he powerful, he also has a cold face and will never talk too much in a fight. Du Changwei couldn't help but sigh as she recalled the scene when Neji fought with Kaguya. This is what a god should look like. What the hell are those gods in the known universe? Inside the meeting room, people from all forces sat down together and began to discuss business. Hey, should I call you the Lord God of Earth, or the Lord God of the Universe? Yan looked at Neji curiously. Of course it's the main god on Earth. No one is more suitable to be the main god on Earth than me. After all, I am a real Earthling. Neji accepted the title without hesitation. Even the descendants of transplanted alien races such as Dukao can come to Earth and become the main gods. As a genuine fellow villager, he is more qualified to be the main god of this planet than the descendants of aliens such as the Power of the Galaxy, the Spear of Germany, and the Heart of the Earth. Dukao did not deny this. According to his idea, the main god of the Earth in the future should be the Power of the Galaxy. Chapter 172 Recruiting members of the Shongbinglian. But now the Galaxy Force hasn't even awakened its genes, so it's just a rookie and can't compare with Neji at all. Now the situation is stronger than people. Even if the other party is really not from Earth, but he insists on saying that he is from Earth, he, an alien, dare not say anything more. After all, the strength is still there. If he were to go against the other party now, he would be really tired of living. Okay then, the new Lord God of Earth. Yan won this title. On your planet, a huge crisis is about to occur. Of course, I guess you all know it now. It's the Demon King Morgana, who has come to your world. We angels are following Morgana's footsteps and have come to this planet. I understand. You hope that our teams can work together when chasing the devil, right? Neji said in a deep voice. It would be great if you could agree to it. Yan smiled slightly. Perhaps you don't know the evil of this demonic civilization. It violates the just order of the universe and spreads corrupt ideas wantonly. Okay, I understand what you said. Don't worry. Now that I'm already here, I will definitely not let those demons do whatever they want. Neji waved his hand and said. That's right. With this goddess here, any demons or Morgana and the like will be blown into ashes without leaving anything. Delena said proudly. Hehe. Yan didn't take Delena's words seriously. After all, the other party is still too young, and there are still many genetic seals in the genes of sunlight. Although Delena is the next main god of the fiery sun star, she is now just a teenage girl and cannot bear the title of goddess at all. In that case, I won't stay any longer. After finishing the discussion, Yan took off and left. After all, with the current combat power of the Super Seminary and the new main god here, even Morgana would feel a little fear in her heart and dare not act rashly. It seems that the plan to build the heroic army needs to be advanced as soon as possible. Dukao took in everything in front of him. Advertisement. Now the voice of the Earth's local side is too weak to interfere in the conversation between the three parties. Only when the new generation of galactic power and the third generation gods such as the No Star War God grow up, will they be truly fearless of angels and other cosmic forces. In the command room, Lianfeng is monitoring the super warriors who are descendants of No Star. Among them, Zhe Xiaolun was in the male dormitory, reviewing materials with a notebook, Dadi was outside fighting for territory, and Zhao Xin was setting up a stall on the street, bragging that his ancestor was Zhao Yun. In the restaurant, Rui Mengmeng is still working as a waitress. She is now expecting someone to drop by and offer her a job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. In the farmland, Cheng Yaowen, the former true prince of the Dinor Galaxy, the next main god of the Dinor Galaxy, and the third generation genetically engineered Earth Heart, is farming honestly. When Dukao saw this person, he sighed slightly. He has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of the Dinor Galaxy. After the demise of the Dinor Galaxy, Prince Cheng Yaowen was kept in cold storage until he came to Earth, where he forgot his past and became a farmer's son. I will go there myself. Dukao said in a deep voice. Neji was also happy to see the gathering of the super warriors from the super seminary. After all, once all these people are gathered together, he can also steal their genetic talents. Hey, which galaxy are you from? Why have I never heard Pan Zhen mention you? Lena was very curious. It was her first time going out and she was very curious about everything. Especially the man in front of her, his appearance is very much what she likes, and the age difference between them seems to be about the same. Me, I'm the god of the sub-void. Neji chuckled. Sub-void, holy shit, that sounds so awesome. What is that? Delena asked in confusion. I said. When the two were chatting enthusiastically, Kaguya finally spoke, which was rare. Don't forget our plan. You promised me not to forget this. Advertisement. What's the matter? Lena asked curiously. Spread chakra across this planet. Kaguya said solemnly. My infinite Tsukuyomi is still activated in the ninja world, so I can't use it a second time in a short period of time. But you are different. Don't you also have the Rinnegan? If so, you can also use infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Quote. Use infinite Tsukuyomi to immerse all the people in this world in illusions, then teach them how to use chakra and let them practice on their own. This shouldn't be a difficult task for you, right? Reina listened to the conversation between the two, looking confused. What is infinite Tsukuyomi? What is chakra? What on earth are these two gods talking about? Why can't I understand a thing? Well, Neji scratched his head. At the moment he could indeed do this kind of thing. But the number of planets is too large, and it is not easy to control. Just on Earth right now, there are tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of humans. Passing on the chakra cultivation method to them would result in too many uncontrollable factors. If you want to control these people, you still need to mark them with the reincarnation mark. But the only two worlds he explored so far were the Hokage and Pirates worlds. The infinite Tsukuyomi in the Hokage world is still in effect, but the Pirates world is just one world, and most of it is ocean, so it is difficult to consume such a huge base. Well, let's wait a while. Neji thought for a moment and then said. How about trying it on a small scale first, without affecting the whole world? Let's narrow it down to one country, such as, here. Kaguya said in a deep voice. Neji thought about it and decided it was feasible. Although the population of this country is still huge, reaching several billion, they are also divided into old, young and young. As long as you set the requirements for infinite Tsukuyomi to enter, you can easily filter out those who meet the requirements and spread chakra. Ordinary people, old men and children are fine. If they learn chakra, it will probably take a lot of effort to maintain law and order in the future. The spread of chakra should be carried out in the army. Neji pondered for a short moment, and immediately set the conditions for learning chakra among infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 173. The reincarnation space has begun to expand. No, what on earth are you talking about? What chakra? What infinite Tsukuyomi? Stop asking me riddles, okay? Delena was almost mad to death. These two guys both mention this goddess when they chat. After all, I am the future main god of Liang Star. I feel embarrassed when you two do this to me. Be good, you'll know soon. Neji said softly. Immediately, the eyes in his eyes began to change, and a pair of scarlet Samsara Sharingan suddenly appeared. When Reina saw the pair of strange Magatama eyes, she felt a slight chill on her back. This guy, how come his eyes suddenly turned from white to red? Hiss, why does a red moon suddenly appear in the sky? Du Changwei asked in surprise. That's not right. Wasn't the moon destroyed by Neji and his friends? How could there still be a moon? And why are there circles of tadpoles on the moon? What are these things? Du Changwei frowned. I feel that this red moon seems too weird. However, when the bright light of day illuminated the entire night, a cold voice suddenly came from Du Changwei's mind. Confirming identity. Ages 14 to 35 are sufficient. Confirmed as a holder of the super soldier gene, exempt from the following procedures. Du Changwei meets the infinite Tsukuyomi entry permission. What the hell is this? Du Changwei was extremely shocked. Could it be that she was invaded by consciousness? Oh my god, a strange voice suddenly came out of my head. Mine too. I thought I was hallucinating. I didn't expect you to hear it too. Me too, I heard that too. He also said that I met some requirements and got permission to enter infinite Tsukuyomi or something like that. It's really inexplicable. What on earth is going on? This phenomenon is too unusual. That's right. Du Changwei felt very surprised when she heard the waves of doubt coming from the soldiers on the giant gorge. It turned out that not only she heard the sound, but everyone else on the Grand Canyon also heard it. It's over. Could this be the demon's method of attack? Du Changwei was a little scared. She recalled that Neji could easily invade the minds of everyone on a street. Could the demons be capable of this kind of mind invasion? In addition to the Juxia, some special talents in Tianhe City also received the information in their brains. Advertisement. Oh my god. Brothers, I feel like I'm bound to the system. Zhe Xiaolun suddenly said. You may not believe this, but a voice suddenly popped up in my head just now. The other roommates in the dormitory also responded. Damn, you heard it too. I thought I was hallucinating. I didn't expect you heard it too. What? Even you two heard it. I heard it too. Hey, what on earth can this be? Could it be related to the big chrysanthemum on top of your head? Damn it. This must be a supernatural phenomenon, or they are screening people with superpowers. I thought so too. Unfortunately, the voice I got told me that I was not selected. Me too. Quote. None of you were chosen. Everyone else nodded. So how come what I heard was in line with the requirements? Zhe Xiaolun remained silent. No way. Am I the only one in the entire dormitory who was chosen? Am I the real chosen one? On the other hand, Qilin, who was submitting her resignation to the police station, Zhao Xin who was setting up a stall on the street, Dadi who was occupying the territory, Su Xiaoli who was making money in the live broadcast room, and Rui Mengmeng, a waitress in the restaurant, were all extremely surprised. Why do they comply with the rules when everyone around them doesn't? On the other hand, the demons far away in the demon base, including Morgana, all heard the voice in their heads. What the hell is this? Consciousness invasion. I'm now a fourth-generation divine body. Morgana cursed. What on earth had gotten into her head? Could it be that BCH? Morgana thought about it and decided that the only ones who could forcibly invade and gain insight into her consciousness were Geisha, who possessed the Angel Treasury computer, and that guy Carl. Could it be that BCH Geisha has come to Earth? Morgana was puzzled. It's impossible. If that was the case, it would be impossible for me not to notice it at all. Ding, the detected identity is the former Angel Nebula Apocalypse King Liang Bing, the current Demon King, Morgana, does not meet the entry requirements. Single quote. Morgana was stunned for a moment after hearing the news coming from her mind. FK his grandma. My panties were taken out. Advertisement. Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Can you G read it? That's not right. My firewall doesn't show any signs of intrusion. How did he know my previous identity? Morgana said in surprise. After waiting for a while, Morgana found that the expected attack did not happen. The next moment, their consciousness seemed to fly up and suddenly they arrived in another space. Oh my god, it's you, this guy. Du Changwei looked at Neji, who was like a giant statue in front of her, and couldn't help but swear. Damn it, I thought it was a sudden attack by the devil, but I didn't expect it was you who did this. At this moment, even the angel Yan who had just left was speechless. No, is this new Earth Lord really a good person? Yan began to doubt his previous judgment. Looking at the increasing number of people around, how many damn people have been attracted here? Damn, a large-scale consciousness invasion, what on earth is he trying to do? Yan said in disbelief. Are you trying to learn from Morgana and spread evil and corrupt ideas? Others were also very curious about why they came here. I remember I was in the dormitory just now, how come I suddenly appeared here? That's right, Laozi was just fighting for territory with someone, why did he suddenly come here? Damn it, my stall hasn't been closed yet. Hey, look, who are those people? FK, there seems to be someone else outside. Outside the square, I only saw groups of people in marine uniforms walking back and forth, talking about what abilities they were going to exchange next. This made everyone confused. Look, suddenly, a huge statue appeared in the center of the crowd. When the giant god revealed its true face, many soldiers stationed in the giant canyon recognized Neji's identity. Ahem. Hello, dear friends, welcome to the reincarnation space. Neji said with a smile. I am the main god of reincarnation here, and of course I am also your main god on Earth now.
5nh Chapter 174 Yan. My home was robbed. The Earth is now facing an unprecedented test. We must unite to get out of this crisis. Now raise your right hands and look at the reincarnation mark on your hands. This is the main medium for you to go to the reincarnation space. After you obtain this reincarnation mark, a multiple choice question will appear. Do you choose to join the reincarnation space and become a reincarnator?
One thing you need to pay attention to here is that this Lord God advocates free trade and is very contractual. I will never force anyone to buy or sell. Hearing this, many people were speechless. I won't force you to buy or sell. You dragged us all to this place by force, and you still say it's not forced buying and selling? Are there people like you who trade freely? Ahem. Neji ignored everyone's complaints and began to talk about the benefits of becoming a reincarnation. After becoming a reincarnationist, you can travel through different subtimes and spaces, complete certain basic tasks, and then exchange them for corresponding reincarnation points, which can be exchanged for some incredible abilities. Please check out the exchange list for details. It lists various projects currently being developed in the samsara space. As long as you have enough samsara points, you can get whatever you want. Everyone's heart moved slightly, and then they began to look at this so-called redemption list. Fire Chakra. Thunder Attribute Chakra, Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, Roll Your Eyes, Sparkling Fruit. Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, the first generation of Super Warriors, Shenhe Gene. Second generation Spacetime Rose Gene, the third generation Thunder Angel Gene. Yan was stunned for a moment. I think I saw something extraordinary. She quickly locked onto the Angel Gene on the exchange list. Eyes of Insight, Power of Thunder, Wings of Angels. There can't be any mistake. This is Angel Yan's third generation Thunder Angel Gene. Yan was extremely shocked. Advertisement, how did that kid get his angel genes? This doesn't make sense. As Angels of the Angel Nebula, the genetic engineering in their bodies is all top secret and is protected by the Angel Nebula's central computer. How could it be leaked? Just when Angel Yan's eyes were fixed on the Angel Gene, she discovered that there was a small indicator table below the third generation Angel Gene. Yan clicked it out of curiosity, and then the third generation Angel Gene became the first generation of Super Warrior Angels genetically engineered. Second generation Super Soldier Angel genetic engineering. Third generation Super Soldier Angel genetic engineering. Note: if you don't have the ability to redeem advanced angel genetic engineering, you can also start from primary angel genetic engineering. Hiko. Kiss your sister. Damn it, how come even the first and second generation angel genetic engineering was leaked? Could this guy be using my third generation angel genes to reverse deduce the first generation and second generation angel genes? Yan's mouth twitched as he thought of this. It's impossible. How could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? But looking at the first generation angels and second generation angels on the exchange list, almost all of them are the various abilities that he once possessed. Yan was already able to master the power of thunder when he was in the second generation divine body. And the second generation angel gene in front of him was also able to master the power of thunder when he was in the second generation. It's confirmed. That guy Neji decoded the angel genetic engineering in his body, so he has these things. Depend on. You are stealing the angel's treasure house. Yan couldn't help but curse. As the most powerful civilization in the known universe, Yan has never encountered a god who dares to do such a thing. He actually explained the angel genetic engineering in front of her, a left-wing angel. Damn it, how did this guy do it? In this space. Why do I feel like my computing power is failing? Yan was puzzled. In this state, don't even think about fighting Neji. As soon as she showed up, she would probably be killed in seconds. At this moment, I can only swallow my anger temporarily and wait until this matter is over before reporting it to Queen Geisa. As the list reached the end, Yan took a look and suddenly realized that the redeemable objects on the list were constantly being updated and iterated. Wow, soon, some people began to experience various powerful energies. Advertisement, ha ha ha, this is impossible, impossible. Damn it. Neji waved his hand and pulled everyone into the illusion. After a person exchanged for Mara fruit, he started to spend it lavishly. How dare this guy play with this goddess, Delena cursed. This Mara fruit is really awesome, it spontaneously catches fire. Of course they couldn't miss it. How could these things on the redemption list be true? However, what happened next completely dispelled their doubts. Yan felt better after seeing the sunlight genetic engineering. Delena, who was summoned, was still in a daze. This is a joke, right? Delena pouted. Neji, who was standing in the main seat, also knew that just based on the things on the list, these guys who had not been exposed to supernatural powers would not realize how powerful the power of the five-colored 8-gate was. We should treat everyone equally. After all, this is a chance to experience extraordinary power, and for them, ordinary life runs through their entire lives. However, those ordinary people who were pulled into the reincarnation space soon could no longer hold back. In the world of illusion, ordinary people like them can easily experience the power of extraordinary forces. The other side, that guy actually stole the home of Liang civilization. She didn't believe at all that her genetic engineering would be interpreted and completed. Huh? This kind of opportunity may be the only one in their lifetime. Why are the genetic engineering of angelic civilization and the genetic engineering of the sunlight of this goddess all included in it? The Earth's heart genetic engineering, the galaxy's power engineering, the no Star Wars engineering. They have sprung up one after another like mushrooms after rain. That's right, could this guy have stolen the home in the Dinor galaxy? Yan's mouth twitched. She had just arrived on Earth. Before that, she had been staying on the fiery sun star. How could the top secret of their fiery sun star be suddenly deciphered by the other party? But it doesn't matter. Now I can let you briefly experience the various powers on the list. Of course, this power that appears in you is only temporary and will disappear soon. The entire surrounding area was set on fire by him. What the hell is this guy talking about? Delena looked at the items on the list. These things can't be real. Chapter 175. Demons are dancing wildly. Are you exchanging for Mara fruit? I just happened to see a frozen fruit. Let me try exchanging it. The next moment, the temperature in the space dropped suddenly. After seeing these incredible supernatural powers, everyone immediately began to crazily experience the ability on the redemption list. Among them, some people can release black flames and summon huge phantoms with just a pair of eyes. Some people also exchanged for Conqueror's Haki, which caused a shock in the air. Most of the people who were pulled into the reincarnation space were stunned and fell down, but they were quickly forced to wake up. Yan was almost dumbfounded when he saw the scene of these demons dancing wildly. She saw someone exchange her Thunder Angel gene, and a pair of wings grew out of her back, waving a thunder sword. Oh my god, that is the power of this goddess. Reina's eyes widened as she watched the other party use her own miniature Madara bombardment. Not only that, the other party's use of solar light genetic engineering is even more amazing than hers. Oh shit. This is the sunlight genetic engineering after it is fully unlocked. Lena's face darkened. Although she is a third-generation divine body, but she was too young. Just in case, all the extremely lethal computing programs in the sunlight genetic engineering were blocked by Pan-Gen. Right now, she only has the hardness of a third-generation divine body at most. In terms of attack power, it is far from reaching the level of the third-generation divine body. Damn it. I am the real sunshine. Reina was unwilling to give up, so she drew out the redemption list, immediately found the Sunlight Project, and then started to redeem it. Let me show you what a real Dawn Goddess is like, you bunch of losers. Reina grinned as she felt the abundant power in her body. That's the feeling. This feeling of being unrestrained. The genetic engineering of sunlight that we exchanged for is really amazing. Don't underestimate yourself. Many of your powerful attack methods have been blocked. Come on, scumbags. Reina rushed in happily and started a fierce battle with those people. The fully unleashed Solar Light Project instantly raised Reina's firepower to the highest level in the arena. Advertisement: if this wasn't an illusion space, I'm afraid a lot of people would have been killed by her. But Lena also discovered it. In this space, people can never truly die. Instead, it's like in a game, where everyone is invincible and cannot die at all. It is precisely because of this that Reina can let go and do it. What is this stupid goddess doing? Changwei was speechless. Why is she still playing with mortals? Seeing Reina bombarding the crowd, countless people were affected. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the true strength of this goddess, Reina laughed. However, the people who were blown away and turned into ash by Reina refused to agree after they were restored to their original state. FKU. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. That's right, for us cultivators, any enemy that stands in my way must be killed. They are nothing but a bunch of skeletons, yet they dare to stop us from pursuing the great way. After a moment, Reina paid the price for her arrogant behavior. Patches of sunlight began to appear. It seemed as if a lot of small suns were born in the entire reincarnation space, constantly throwing Madara bombardments at Lena. Hey, wait, help. Is this goddess kidding you? Reina was immediately in trouble. Wave after wave of bombings had left her in a mess in the wind. So miserable. If Neji can mass-produce third-generation divine bodies at will, it will probably bring huge changes to the entire known universe. Then it will lead to an even bigger war. So, make your choice. Become a reincarnation, or go back to live an ordinary life. After the interview in the reincarnation space was over, Neji sent these people back to reality. I'm afraid the entire known universe will be in chaos. He has special abilities when he first appears, and is much stronger than ordinary people. Advertisement: Changwei, Dukao, Delena, and the Angel Yan, who had already left, returned here again. Now that you have experienced the various abilities on the list, you know how powerful they are. Damn it. Neji, what on earth did you just do? Dukao frowned. They are all ordinary people at the moment. In the known universe today, most of the backbone warriors of civilization are second-generation super warriors. She had never thought that she would be attacked by her own moves. Are the things we experienced true or false? Yan couldn't help but ask. Immediately, Neji asked them to start learning the chakra condensation method, starting from scratch. At this moment, the number of people in the reincarnation space began to increase rapidly again. If the second and third generation super soldiers were really born, I'm afraid the Earth would soon become the center of the entire universe. And not unexpected, he also entered into that reincarnation space. Facing those strong pirates, they are really no match. Isn't this great? The Earth is indeed very weak now, but it will not be so soon. After the farce was over, Neji brought everyone back to reality. If Neji really has the ability to give ordinary people this incredible power, I'm afraid the world will really be in chaos. No. Dukao knew it well. There are still many pirates doing evil in the pirates' world. We can send these guys to clean them up, but in the current Angel Galaxy, the number of third-generation divine bodies is no more than the number of the palms of your hand. For example, in the former Dinor Galaxy, there were only 2 third-generation gods in the entire Dinor Galaxy. One was the heart of the Earth of the Dinor Galaxy, the Lord of the Earth, and the other was the God of War of the No Star. Having enjoyed this incredible power, how could they possibly go back? In the reincarnation space, anything is possible. Neji smiled slightly. We still need to strengthen their foundation, Neji sighed. With the reincarnation space, I believe that within a few decades, the Earth will become the center of the entire known universe. By then, demons, Shinigami, and the like will no longer be a threat. For this, the reincarnations from the extraordinary world are still more useful. A third-generation god is enough to be the face of the show or the ace character among various galaxies. The people who were summoned chose yes without hesitation. Chapter 176 Morgana has a splitting headache. After hearing this, Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She has already seen it. As the main god outside the known universe, Neji's strength is too unfathomable. This ability to create and interpret things in the void is probably far superior to that of the third-generation divine body. Neji is very likely some unknown fourth-generation divine body. If we want to suppress him, I'm afraid Queen Geisa will have to come in person, Yan thought silently. She understood it now. My status and Neji's are completely unequal. Although what the other party is doing now has not violated the just order established by the angels, it has greatly interfered with the natural development of the earth. But then again, he has now become the first main god of the earth, so logically speaking, everything he does is reasonable. This gave Yan a headache. Forget it, let Queen Geisa and the others think about this matter. After all, she is just a left-wing angel now. How can he challenge Neji if he can't even beat the opponent's subordinates? Inside the demon base, the inspector inside the spacecraft suddenly said, "Report to the Queen, a large number of human disappearances have suddenly been discovered within the Shah Kingdom." What? A large number of people disappeared? Morgana heard about this but didn't take it too seriously. She asked casually, how big is the disappearance of a large number of people? How many people disappeared? You told your queen about such a small matter? You deserve a beating? No, Queen. According to the data, the number of people who disappeared this time is approximately 470 million. Huh? How much? Morgana was stunned. FK, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It's not 4,400, it's 470 million? If the system isn't wrong, advertisement, it seems like these people are back again. Morgana pushed the other person away and said, "Get out of here, let me, the Queen, see what's going on." However, after seeing the previous test data, Morgana became even more confused. How is this possible? How could this be possible? Could it be that this damn spaceship has fallen into disrepair and broken down? Morgana was very confused. Immediately, she checked and found that there was no malfunction of her spaceship. Hey, that's weird. What is going on? Morgana felt something was wrong. Damn it. Why does this Earth give me such a weird feeling? Morgana cursed inwardly. I think she has been traveling in the universe for thousands of years. What kind of big scenes has she not seen? Even when she was hunted by that B***ch Geisa before, she still managed to escape. But now this strange incident really made Morgana a little confused. A population of more than 400 million suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly reappeared. Who on earth did this? Could it be those two alien gods again? Morgana gritted her teeth secretly, feeling that she could no longer sit there and wait for death. The data shows that only the Shah Kingdom experienced population disappearance. The populations of other countries do not have this experience. And those two aliens were located in Juxia City, and they must have reached some kind of agreement with those guys from the super seminary that she didn't know about. Thinking of this, Morgana immediately decided to go out and find out the situation. She quietly transformed into a charming and beautiful woman, got rid of the ugly devilish appearance, and began to sneak into Juxia City. As long as we can find out what happened to these people who suddenly disappeared in such a short period of time, we may be able to find out the plans of the two foreign gods. Morgana thought of this and immediately used insight on the people around her. As the Demon King, with Karl's help, she has now become a fourth-generation divine body. When she was still a third-generation divine body, she was able to escape from Geisha, who was a fourth-generation divine body. Not to mention the current fourth-generation divine body. Isn't it easy to eavesdrop on the thoughts of an ordinary person? However, when Morgana took action, she found that this was not the case. Morgana looked at the people passing by along the way and felt that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. But the moment she read it, her entire consciousness seemed to sink into a vast ocean with no end in sight. The essence of the mark of reincarnation is the pupil technique ability of his pure moon eye. This indescribable thing makes it impossible for me to explore their brains and spirits. Advertisement, what the hell? What's wrong with this guy? Morgana broke out in a cold sweat. She was a god who had escaped from the hands of the King of Angels many times. Why did she always encounter these unexpected situations after coming to Earth? Damn it, what on earth is going on? I have to test the true background of those two gods, Morgana thought secretly. This kind of space-time ability can connect everyone together regardless of the distance. Morgana rolled on the ground in pain. Just now she just randomly read the consciousness of a passerby. It can also be said that all the reincarnations who have been marked with the mark of reincarnation have become part of his spirit. But now, she no longer has the ability to get information from even an ordinary person. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to have a mental problem, what a pity. My head hurts so much again, Finally, after Morgana conducted many tests, she finally came to a conclusion. Immediately, she randomly found another person to read his consciousness. The huge amount of information that came at her made her brain unable to process it and it crashed. Morgana didn't care about anything else at this moment and quickly found a place to hide. The passers-by along the way were surprised to see such a beautiful woman suddenly act like she had gone crazy. Yeah, it's a pity that she has such a skin. It would be great if she was given to me. Is her luck really that bad? She met a hidden boss on Earth right after she appeared? All the Shaw people who disappeared for a short time seemed to have something extra on their bodies. The people around looked at Morgana's ugly appearance and whispered. No, this place is too weird. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? She was very proud of herself before, but on the other side. Neji, who was sitting in meditation, had already sensed Morgana's invasion of consciousness. Could it be that the man just now was also a powerful hidden figure in Juxia City? Morgana was a little suspicious. Morgana suddenly knelt on the street with her head in her hands, cursing wildly. Interesting. What does Morgana want to do? Consciousness invasion? Haha, waste of effort. Neji sneered. Ah. FK. Chapter 177 Encirclement and Suppression of Morgana. Morgana wants to invade the consciousness of the reincarnators and read what happens to them in the reincarnation space. It is to follow the time and space anchor points of the reincarnations and invade Neji in reverse. But how strong is Neji's spirit now? The population of the entire Hokage world, the 100,000 elite marines of the pirates world, plus the hundreds of millions of humans that have just been accumulated. If Morgana really attacks at all costs, she will be the only one to die. Let me see. Where is Morgana now? Neji closed his eyes and immediately began to find out Morgana's location through the distribution of the reincarnations. The next moment, Morgana's location has been discovered. Found it. You dare to walk around Laozi's territory so brazenly. Do you really think this is still the base of the former super seminary? You can come and go as you please? Neji sneered. He didn't have any good feelings towards this guy Morgana. Seriously. In the super seminary, there are three main characters, Geisa, Carl, and Morgana, although Carl is the big boss. But if we talk about the one who does all kinds of evil, it's this guy Morgana. It's time to let these outstanding reincarnations go out, Neji laughed. A voice suddenly came from the minds of the pirates who were operating far away outside the giant canyon. It's time for a mission, Blackbeard grinned. As long as he completes this mission, he can exchange this world's longevity physique with the reincarnation space. Although the power of those super soldiers is pitifully weak. But what surprised Blackbeard was that the lifespan of the second generation, or even the first generation, was much longer than that of the pirates in their world. This made Blackbeard very envious. After all, his father, Whitebeard, was old and frail, and his fighting ability was no longer at its peak. If that were not the case, he would not have dared to commit the crime against the wind and attempt to seize the ability of Shockfruit in the marine base. As long as he exchanges the genes of this super soldier, he can have a long life. You no longer have to worry about becoming a sickly person like Whitebeard. The mission is to stop or kill the Demon King Morgana. Marco looked at the mission reward carefully. This mission doesn't look as easy as before. There are such a huge number of reincarnation points. Advertisement, as long as we complete this mission, we can resurrect Dad, Vista and the others, Marco said excitedly. Ace, Luffy, who only had one arm left at the moment, also pressed down the brim of his hat heavily. As long as you complete this mission, you can accumulate enough reincarnation points to revive Ace. The eyes of both sides were extremely determined. They are determined to take the head of this Demon King. Morgana, who was still crying and holding her head in her hands, had no idea what situation she was facing. FK. It seems that I won't be able to find out any information today, Morgana cursed. Although with the computing power of the demon wings, she could easily invade the low-level Dinor system of the Super Seminary. But the Super Seminary is the Super Seminary, and Dinor is Dinor, and they have nothing to do with those two aliens. These are two completely separate forces. She can invade the Super Seminary, but Neji is not a descendant of the Dinor galaxy, and has no relationship with the Super Seminary. The two of them do not share the same system with the Super Seminary, so Morgana cannot get any information about Neji from the Super Seminary. If it doesn't work, let's contact that old guy Carl, Morgana murmured. Speaking of which, these two guys who suddenly appeared are really weird. Could it be that this is the backup plan that Principal Kirin has reserved? Morgana suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, the Super Seminary on this Earth is just a branch. The real principal of the Super Seminary is Kirin. It seems understandable that with the help of Principal Kirin's big clock, some incredible things can be achieved. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go back to the base first. Morgana decided to go back to the base first and ask that old B*** D Carl to see if he had any reliable information. However, just as she was about to take action, a blue flame suddenly appeared in the sky. The ground was overturned by an unmatched force. The first to bear the brunt is naturally Morgana. Phoenix Seal. Marco flapped his wings, and at this moment he had transformed into a combat form, becoming the phoenix of the mythical beast system. The ravine under her feet was extremely cold and sharp, and it was imprinted on Morgana's chest. The blue flames superimposed on the black armament hockey looked hideous and terrifying. Advertisement on the way here. Marco already knew what kind of person Morgana was. Just a pure evil god. In that case, there is no need to show mercy. Ahem. Damn it, my kidneys, Morgana cried in pain. Isn't this attack power too strong? The claws tore a big hole in her waist. Depend on. Lousy is now a 4th generation divine body. How could his defense be broken so easily? Morgana's mouth twitched. But she didn't care. The 1st and 2nd generation divine bodies all have super strong defenses, which distance them from ordinary people. But after reaching the 3rd generation divine body, the focus is on recovery ability. Although the defense of the 3rd and 4th generation divine bodies is not the focus, as long as they recover quickly, they are actually defending in disguise. Soon. The wounds that Marco inflicted on Morgana were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you dumbfounded? You Birdman? Morgana grinned. The 2nd generation divine body is called the invincible body, while the 3rd generation divine body is called the immortal body. After reaching the 3rd generation divine body, she herself has become very difficult to be destroyed. Not to mention that after receiving Carl's funding, her current divine body has been successfully promoted to the 4th generation divine body. Marco snorted coldly but continued to attack. As the captain of the first squad of the Whitebeard pirates, his own strength is also among the best in the ocean. In addition to the Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors levels, Marco is considered a representative of the Vice Emperor level. Morgana, who was fighting against Marco, quickly felt the opponent's basic combat power level. Is this crazy? He's actually a 3rd generation divine body? Morgana was stunned. This Birdman is actually a 3rd generation beast like divine body? Besides those 2 aliens, there is actually such a powerful opponent? Chapter 178 The Terrifying Devil's Claws. Sure enough, there's something wrong with those 2 guys. I didn't expect they had such powerful subordinates. Morgana grinned, but so what, now she is a 4th generation divine body, which is enough to dissolve 99% of the attacks in the world today. Although her 4th generation demon body is not the same as her 4th generation angel body, the 2 physiques each have their own advantages. But the only thing that remains unchanged is, no matter what they are all 4th generation divine bodies, and they all have extremely powerful recovery abilities and combat endurance. Let me show you how powerful I am, Devil's Claw. Morgana attacked boldly, and a pair of demon claws flew directly into the air. During the flight, the demon's claw, which was originally only the size of a palm, had unexpectedly expanded hundreds of times and turned into a towering giant claw. Marco had no chance to escape from such a powerful attack and was violently knocked hundreds of meters away. Part of the body became mutilated as the flames disappeared. But Morgana soon discovered it again. The recovery speed of this beast-shaped 3rd generation divine body is even faster than her 4th generation divine body. Oh my god, what is your body structure like a Birdman? Morgana was stunned. Her Devil Claw is no less powerful than that B***ch Geis's Silver Blade. The other party could recover so quickly. The blue flame swept past. The injuries caused by his demon claws were as if they had never happened. It's incredible. A-hole. Let's do it again. Marco was unwilling to give up and rushed forward again. This time he spread his wings again, wanting to fight Morgana to victory. Come if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Morgana sneered and summoned the Devil's Claw again. The Devil's Claw is the most advanced weapon in the universe. Even a 3rd generation divine body will be ruthlessly torn in half when facing the Devil's Claw. During the battle with Morgana, Marco also discovered something different. Morgana's Demon Claw has outstanding combat power and is an excellent weapon that combines both offense and defense. Damn, this guy is really hard to deal with, Marco gritted his teeth. This demon can reorganize the Demon Claw at will, allowing it to transform into any form at will. Advertisement: whenever he was about to attack, the Devil's Claw would suddenly turn into a shield and block in front of him. You really are a coward. Come out of that turtle shell if you can, Marco cursed. Are you dumbfounded, brother? I won't do that. If you have the guts, come and kill me, Morgana said cheerfully. With the Devil's Claws as a delay, this beast-shaped super warrior can no longer make any waves. However, what Morgana did not expect was that when she once again used the Demon Claw to attack, suddenly, a vast darkness emerged on the ground. It was as if a gravitational black hole suddenly appeared, and the surrounding houses began to be pulled in, as if the force of gravity was changing direction. Morgana sensed something was wrong at the first moment. Oh no. My demon claws are being pulled by a powerful force. Morgana showed a trace of cold sweat on her face. Something's wrong. This kind of power is not the ability of this Birdman. There seems to be other people around. Thief, ha 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 ha. At this moment, the Blackbeard pirates, who were hiding nearby, finally took action. Let you, the Demon King, have a taste of the power of the most vicious devil fruit, Blackbeard grinned. As a great hero, he was willing to work for the Whitebeard pirates for decades in order to obtain the dark fruit. This scheming has long become Blackbeard's basic character. Blackbeard has seen it now. The combat power of the Demon King in front of him seemed to be a little weak. What was powerful was not the female demon, but the demon claw in her hand. Immediately, Blackbeard opened the dark acupuncture channel without hesitation and pulled in and absorbed the giant demon claw that was about to attack Marco. This action completely angered Morgana. FK him. Morgana's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This devil's claw is the best treasure in her body. If it was stolen, she would have no place to cry.
At that moment, Morgana quickly turned her computing power around, gave up chasing Marco, and devoted herself to fighting Blackbeard and taking back her demon claw. Damn it, what kind of gravity is this? It's too strong. Morgana was secretly shocked. Advertisement. What on earth are these guys that suddenly appear? Each one of them is so strange. However, with her 4th generation divine body, she quickly gained the upper hand in the battle. The Devil's Claw is being recycled. However, the accident still happened. The blue sky was suddenly covered by darkness, the sun's light was dimmed, and a pair of big hands suddenly stretched out towards the Devil's Claws. The huge demon claw that was hundreds of meters long, after being caught by the man, seemed to have turned into a hand claw, which was surprisingly suitable. It's San Juan the Wolf. What a beautiful weapon. I like it. The deafening roar of the hungry wolves echoed throughout the streets. Ha 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 ha. Well done, buddy. Blackbeard grinned. After her weapon was snatched away by the wolf, Morgana's face became extremely ugly. San Juan Wolf, the user of the expansion fruit. After using the devil fruit, your body will continue to grow larger and your strength will become more and more terrifying. The demon claw was now firmly in his hand, and Morgana was unable to take it back for a while. Matter reorganization. Morgana immediately wanted to recalculate and reconstruct the structure of the demon claw. But just when it was about to succeed, something unexpected happened during the calculation process. Her demon claws seemed to be covered with a layer of black paint, although they looked no different from before. However, this greatly delayed the process of material reorganization, as if an unknown variable suddenly appeared in the calculation process, blocking the reconstruction of the demon's claw. For a moment, Morgana couldn't even retract her devil claws. FK it. Morgana was really furious. She has always been the one who robbed other people's things, but today was the first time she was robbed. However, the devil's claw being taken away is not the end. Marco, the powerful beast warrior, is also coming over. After a hook attack, her 4th generation divine body was broken again. Although it recovered quickly, but if we want to launch an effective attack, I'm afraid there is no way. This is a big fish. We can't let the Whitebeard pirates snatch it away. Rain Shiryu followed closely behind. Chapter 179 Rescue, Thornton falls from the sky. Morgana was shocked to discover. This guy is also quite powerful. Maybe he is not the 3rd generation divine body, but he is very close. At least it is at the level of a pseudo 3rd generation divine body. However, this is far from the end. After all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates arrived, Morgana discovered that these guys were all 3rd generation god-level powerhouses. It's a draft. I just came out to play for a while. Is it necessary for you to chase me and beat me up? Morgana almost wanted to curse all these people in her heart. Although he is a 4th generation divine body, he cannot withstand such fierce bombardment from these people. If she hadn't been very familiar with escaping over the years, she would probably have been dead by now. Damn it, what grudge do I have against you? Do you have to be like this? Why don't you sit down, drink some tea and chat together? Morgana couldn't help but say. She really couldn't bear it anymore. She came out without any preparation this time. Even the demon wings are still in the galaxy orbit outside the Earth and have not been dispatched. Although she had secretly contacted and prepared to break up. But the guy using dark gravity always interferes with her algorithm. It will take some time to correct the algorithm and activate the origin of the wormhole. With a whoosh, Morgana suddenly felt as if she had been hit hard on the back. Oh shit, how can this guy's arm stretch so long? Morgana widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Luffy's body, which was like rubber, able to stretch and contract freely, and did not look like a human body at all. But the attack power is very weak. Compared with other strong ones, it is far behind. Morgana calculated secretly. This guy doesn't seem to know how to paint. Morgana had seen it. From the crowd currently besieging her, almost everyone could have a part of their body painted black. This seemingly ordinary graffiti can have unexpected effects. Although Morgana cannot figure out the principle yet, she now almost understands it. The principle is similar to magical enchantment, right? As long as it is painted with black paint, it can greatly enhance stability as well as attack power and defense. Morgana judged. The fighting power of someone who can't paint and someone who can paint is almost not on the same level. The basic combat capability of those who were painted was at least at the early stage of the 3rd generation god body. Advertisement. FK, FK, FK. I can't hold on any longer. Carl, you damn pervert, I know you are watching me, damn it, save me quickly. Morgana couldn't help but curse. She knew that Carl had special feelings for her and always liked to peek at her. However, she didn't expect that this moment would become her chance to escape. Just as Morgana said, Shinigami Carl, who was far away in the dark galaxy, was quietly watching Morgana's situation. After hearing the other party's distress signal, Carl's face was slightly surprised. What? Morgana can't hold on. No way. Carl showed a strange look. He originally thought that Morgana had been in a stalemate with those people for so long just to play with them. No, is Morgana not just playing around, but is she really about to be defeated? Carl was extremely stunned, although he could observe the Earth, and even the image of the Earth where Morgana was. But he himself was not at the scene after all, so he could not make effective data judgments. He can see the Earth because he has the help of the Teoti Legion outside the Earth's galaxy and the computing power of the Devil's Wings, so he can easily observe any corner of the Earth. But to make a specific pre-battle judgment, this is not possible. I originally thought Morgana was just playing around with them and just wanted to analyze the structure of their divine bodies, but now it seems that she is really being held back. Carl thought that Morgana, like himself, was interested in the divine bodies of these outsiders and wanted to analyze the genetic engineering in their divine bodies. In fact, Morgana was just as Carl thought at the beginning. As a god who can arm wrestle with Queen Geisa, she didn't take these people seriously at first. But when her demon claws were taken away, everything changed in an incredible way. Morgana was surprised to find that, after I lost my demon claw, I couldn't even break through these guys' defenses. Damn it, Carl, are you ready? I really can't hold on any longer. Advertisement. FKU. You peeping Tom, don't tell me you're not here at this hour. Carl remained silent, his mind rapidly calculating with the help of the Teoti Legion's warships and the Demon Wings system. Found it. Carl's eyes narrowed. On Earth, in a temple in the desert, suddenly something seemed to be injected into it, and the temple began to tremble. Not long after, a third-generation beast warrior in the shape of a giant crocodile suddenly appeared. Damn it, Lousy is finally free. Thornton had just flown into the air and yelled at the top of his lungs. As a result, before he landed, he saw a wormhole suddenly appear in front of him. Before Thornton could react, he had already disappeared into the wormhole. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Morgana. Walter. Thornton looked at the various strange people in front of him. Having just woken up, he was still confused. Now, the memories in his mind are still stuck in thousands of years ago. I have no idea about the current situation. However, Blackbeard and others don't care what the other party does. Standing in front of Morgana, that's it. Is this new crocodile Morgana's accomplice? HMPH. It's just a beast. Watch me chop it up. Rain Shiryu snorted coldly, pulled out the second-generation cursed demon sword, and wanted to kill the big crocodile in front of him in one breath. But what surprised Shiryu was that the skin of the big crocodile in front of him was quite hard. Even his magic sword couldn't cut into it. How is it possible? It's so hard. Shiryu was greatly surprised. This guy was able to defend against his own demon sword that was superimposed with armament haki without using armament haki. This guy's defense is a bit too terrifying. What the hell? Brother, you can do it. Morgana's eyes lit up when she looked at Thornton. The peak of the third-generation divine body. And he is a brave and warlike beast warrior. This is much stronger than the average third-generation divine warrior. Chapter 180 Battleship Bombardment. Seeing that her side had sent help, Morgana immediately smiled happily. This is the peak of the third-generation beast body. For Morgana, the opponent is a top-level combat force. After all, if she had not come to Earth to accept Carl's resources, she would only be at the level of a third-generation divine body. The combat power of the beast gene is much stronger than that of ordinary humanoids. So, Morgana is still very optimistic about Thornton. Damn it, you were the one who hit me with that thing, right? Thornton snorted coldly, and rushed forward with two broken blades in his hands. These two broken blade weapons are extremely sharp and can break almost anything. Shiryu's second-generation Kidetsu immediately broke into two pieces as soon as it came into contact with it. The two god-killing weapons of Thornton fiercely slashed Shiryu's chest, causing him to bleed profusely. Ah, Shiryu's mouth twitched and blood flowed from his body. How could it be possible to cut off his magic sword so easily? This magic sword is extremely sharp. And it is also superimposed with his armament haki, making it countless times harder than steel. But when facing the two short daggers of Thornton, it was cut in one go. This is something Shiryu couldn't understand. This is impossible. Even the legendary supreme sword can't be so sharp. Shiryu was terrified. What are you babble about, you idiot? Thornton looked confused. What a supreme sword, what a demonic sword, and all that mess. Ha ha ha, brother, you are really awesome. Morgana laughed. I didn't expect Carl to be so awesome. Not only did he send himself a beast god at the peak of the third-generation beast body, but he also brought two such sharp weapons. For a while, with the help of two god-killing weapons, Thornton was like a man in an empty space. Any weapon in front of him would become a piece of scrap metal with at least the slightest collision. Although Thornton did not appear much in the original storyline. However, his strength at the peak of the third-generation beast form is fundamentally not weaker than that of Sun Wukong at the third-generation beast form. What greatly increased Thornton's combat effectiveness was his god-killing weapon. Advertisement. I don't know what materials Carl uses to make those two double-edged swords. The third-generation divine body could easily break through the double blades of Thornton. That's not all. The two god-killing weapons in Thornton's hands can also cut through the defenses of the fourth-generation gods and cause damage to people like Morgana. Just the two god-killing weapons of Thornton are threatening beyond his own ability. After receiving Carl's order, Thornton immediately began to clear out the enemies around him. However, he was not happy for long, as bad news soon happened. The sky was covered with shadows, and suddenly a huge black shadow appeared overhead. Then Thornton was slapped and flew away. That powerful god-killing weapon was unable to break the opponent's defense. This person is none other than Evil Wolf, the user of the expansion fruit. And what he was wearing on his hand was the demon's claw that he had snatched from Morgana. This demon claw is the most advanced weapon in the universe. In terms of destructive power, it is even more powerful than the god-killing weapon and comparable to the dark silver weapon. So when Thornton faced someone whose equipment far surpassed his own, he was immediately defeated. It's not dead yet. It's really a stubborn little crocodile. The wolf seemed very surprised. Immediately he swung his arms and attacked with the devil's claws. Blow, blow, blow. Dozens of punches in succession completely changed the terrain of the entire city. And Thornton, who was the main target of attack, became unrecognizable. No way. What Thornton was facing was Morgana's demon claws, which were even sharper than his god-killing weapon. Under a series of conditions including powerful weapon suppression, body size suppression, strength suppression, etc., Thornton was defeated without surprise. The whole crocodile was beaten into pieces, and it was difficult to see a complete piece of meat. Seeing this scene, Morgana's heart suddenly sank. Damn it. The rescue has only arrived for a few minutes, and it's over. Depend on. Carl, do you have any backup plan? All I saw was a devil-like woman with mechanical wings growing from her back, confronting a group of people. After thinking it over again and again, Carl decided to have the Teoti fleet aim at this huge ship and fire a main battleship gun. The next time I meet Geisa, I will be RD and killed. Advertisement. If you don't take action now, I might really die here. Morgana couldn't help but curse. Under such powerful energy bombardment, even the wolf with high-level armament Haki had no temper at all. After a huge bombardment occurred in the city, people far away in another place also felt something strange. Morgana's eyes lit up and she immediately prepared to snatch back her demon claw. It's too late after all. Soon, Yukon suddenly zoomed in on a picture. I have to say, what a great opportunity. General Dukao, look. These super soldiers with excellent genes have not had time to train. Faced with the ultra-high-speed bombardment, the wolf had no time to dodge and was hit immediately. What's going on? Dukao asked. This is where the awesomeness of the technological world comes in. Damn it. The Teoti Legion is actually launching an attack now. Duoka gritted his teeth in hatred. All we saw was that the Teoti army, which was originally stationed outside the galaxy, suddenly headed towards the Earth at this time. Yukon immediately locked onto the location in outer space. After all, this is her gatekeeper. As one of the top bosses in the known universe, the energy cannons of the Teoti army fleet under Carl's command are terrifying enough to wreak devastating damage on the surface. Carl's operation was indeed very effective. How could something like this happen suddenly? I have contacted the Teoti troops outside the Earth to support you, and they will be here soon. Carl was also helpless. This kind of person does not deserve to be considered as a combat capability at all. Without the Devil's Claw, there would be no capital to fight against Geisa's Silver Blade. Now he has only just managed to gather the basic form of the heroic army. That was the location of the Teoti bombardment. Unexpectedly, Thornton only lasted for such a short while before he was defeated. Although the people in the surrounding areas have been moved away through the reincarnation mark. However, people with insight like Dukao, Angel Yan and others still noticed this mutation. He was charred black by the explosion. His giant body, which was originally hundreds of meters tall, was now shrinking and gradually returned to a height of 3 to 5 meters. Someone is launching an attack into the city. Is it the Teoti army? Even some people have not yet awakened their genes. Chapter 181, Falling Out. Then, aren't those Neji's men? Dukao was stunned. However, when he looked at the other woman, he was shocked. Morgana. Demon Queen Morgana. She suddenly appeared at this time. Dukao just felt that today was really terrible. Why did these guys move so fast? So fast that they didn't even give him a chance to prepare. The other side, Yan, who had just returned to the Angel building and was preparing to welcome the arrival of the space-based King Hexi, also noticed something was wrong. What? Angel Yan looked into the distance in astonishment. An attack that was like the fleet's main gun suddenly bombarded the city center. Who on earth is so presumptuous? It's actually the Teoti Legion. Are they crazy? They are causing trouble right under the noses of the angels. Angel Yan was furious. Openly provoking a war between cosmic forces is a blasphemy against their just order. As female angels who maintain justice and order, Yan will never allow such a thing to happen. Angel Yan, what happened next was beyond my plan. In the Death Song Academy, Carl looked at the Angel Yan in the Angel building and felt a headache. Being discovered by the Angel was a big trouble for him. Especially if Geisa knew about it, it would be an obstacle to his plan. Carl sighed. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who could blame this god who suddenly appeared? His power was far beyond his imagination. If Morgana had not been rescued, she would probably have died by now. What a headache. It seems I have to prepare. Not only that, but Geisa will probably come over to question me afterwards. Carl thought about it and started to plan. Seriously, he has now turned himself into an illusion, and has almost no combat power in physical combat. And now in the known universe, the strongest person is still Holy Geisa. Her strength is too strong. No one in the known universe wants to conflict with Holy Geisa. Carl also didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Geisa. Advertisement. After all, he is just an illusion now, if Geisa catches him. If the other party came to the Death Song Academy to capture and kill his men, or shut down his system and cut off the internet, he would have no way to stop them. Even if you want to resist, you can't win. Oh, what a big pit. Carl shook his head. Morgana was able to escape Gaisa's pursuit many times in the past, and many of them were due to his help behind the scenes. But every time he did it, he was very secretive, so even Gaisa couldn't find any evidence against her. Although Gaisa had begun to doubt herself, Carl handled it well and left no direct or indirect evidence. This left Gaisa at a loss as to where to start. But I'm afraid it won't work this time. In the original book, there was a prerequisite before the Teoti Legion, to which Carl belonged, invaded the Earth. It is to get rid of the current Angel King, Holy Gaisa. Only by getting rid of Holy Gaisa can these angels be suppressed. Carl had already thought of how to set a trap for Gaisa. But that plan also requires a right time and a right scene. If I use it now, I'm afraid Gaisa won't fall for it. Holy Gaisha's faith in the angels is very high. As long as he kills Holy Gaisha, he will no longer be bound and can conduct his research with peace of mind. On the battlefield, Yan has arrived at the battlefield where the fighting is raging. Morgana was pulling her demon claws off a very charred man's hand. Ha ha ha, my big baby is finally back in my hands. Morgana laughed. But I really miss you so much. After retrieving the demon claw, Morgana was much more vigilant this time. That Blackbeard can control gravity, so he can't throw the devil's claw away again. Boom boom boom. Morgana is a demon that violates the order of justice. Do you, the Teoti Legion, want to be with the demon? Angel Yan said coldly. Apart from the demons, no other force dares to confront the angel army head-on. Advertisement. The others are all top-notch masters. Under the attack of a group of top warriors, although Morgana retrieved the demon claw, she was already losing ground. This is obviously the result of a fight between the forces of Neji and Morgana. Before this, she had only exchanged a few moves with Neji's men and was defeated. Yan was shocked by Marco. She held the flaming sword, the top weapon in the known universe, and was the most inconspicuous one among those who surrounded Morgana. After enduring a series of attacks from the devil's claws and being torn into pieces, he came back to life in the blink of an eye as if nothing had happened. This Teoti's open rescue of Morgana was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the angels. The Teoti army driving the spaceships in the sky finally arrived at their destination. The demon claw didn't dare to attack from a distance, for fear of being hit by Blackbeard's hidden acupuncture points and being sucked away to who knows where. Just talking about this recovery ability, it has far exceeded the sequence of the third-generation beast. During the battle with Morgana, Yan became more and more frightened. If you lose it next time, it won't be so easy to get it back. You better think clearly. If you team up with the devil, you will be the enemy of the entire Angel Nebula and Queen Gaisa. When Angel Yan saw this scene, he was stunned. So she joined the camp against Morgana without hesitation. She can't even be considered a main force. So, is he a human or an animal? Yan asked confusedly. Morgana, among this group of people, I'm afraid there are only a few who I can defeat with certainty. Although it was Blackbeard and his men who were defeated last time because they relied on their numbers. As an angel who maintains justice and order, Yan is of course hostile to Morgana. Yan, who arrived late, was briefly surprised and immediately understood what was going on. Holy Gai Shanae is the creator of the just order in the known universe. He controls almost all forces and is also the most powerful force in the known universe. But Angel Yan finally understood today. Do you know what you are doing? Yan couldn't help but roared loudly. When the time comes, not only you guys, but also the entire Teoti Star and even Carl will be judged by the order of justice. No way, especially the guy with blue flames burning all over his body. Such a huge fleet actually appeared on Earth in such a high-profile manner, cooperating with Morgana. Chapter 182 The Devil's Wings Arrive. This is a blatant break with the angels. But now Carl can no longer care about these. After all, he had already hooked up with Morgana long before. If Morgana was caught or was about to die, this guy will shake himself out without a second thought. Having worked with Morgana for so long, Carl still understands this aspect. If that's the case, it would be better to rescue Morgana now and make her your ally. In this way, you can also use Morgana to attract the attention of Holy Gaisa and give yourself a chance to catch your breath. Faced with Angel Yan's questioning, the warriors of the Teoti Legion remained silent, blindly supporting Morgana and attacking all enemies. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am still more skilled. Morgana laughed. Coming along with the Teoti Legion was not only the Teoti fleet, but also the demonic double-wing fleet that she had placed in outer space. With the system support of the demon wings, Morgana's strength increased greatly with the help of the supercomputer's calculation ability. Many incredible fighting methods have also been greatly amplified with the help of supercomputers. This makes Morgana become the real big boss. Morgana was busy before, but now it is different. She looked at the beast-like warriors in front of her and felt greedy in her heart. Damn it, these guys are really rare research materials. We have the upper hand now, shouldn't we capture a few and study them? Morgana thought to herself. Decided to get started right away. Anyway, now that he has the devil wings, his calculation ability has been greatly improved. Even the long-range attacks of the devil's claw are hardly affected by the dark fruit, which can be said to have fully exerted her combat power to the ultimate level. As the top boss in the Super Seminary, Morgana's strength is still very powerful. Soon, the situation began to change drastically. The pirates' forces were constantly collapsing. Depend on. Using the fleet for bombardment is so disgusting. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cursed. At some point, the fleet flying in the sky also started firing artillery fire. Under the continuous attacks, the intensity of their attacks was greatly reduced. Angel Yan felt a little helpless. Advertisement. In addition, Thornton, who had been cut into pieces, was now recovering with the help of the power of the divine body. It won't take much time before you can join the battlefield. This is another bad news for them. Inside the giant canyon. Looking at the tense battle in the city center, Dukao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Old Du, take me there. I am also a super soldier, and I want to go and join the battle too. Du Changwei said in a deep voice. No, under the current situation, you, a second-generation super soldier, will be of no use if you go there. Dukao sighed. Look at the super soldiers in the picture. Which one of them is not a second-generation super soldier? There are even quite a few third-generation super soldiers. Rose, a super soldier who only possesses the space-time gene, is far inferior to those people in terms of physical fitness. If you enter the battlefield rashly, you will probably be treated as a soldier and killed directly. Damn it, if I were given a few more decades to develop. Dukao gritted his teeth. The Earth's strength is still too weak now. The power of the galaxy, the god of war of no star, the fighting power of these main gods has not yet grown up. That's right, Neji, Kaguya. Suddenly, Dukao suddenly remembered these two powerful aliens. Yes, they too don't seem to be in the center of the battlefield. Du Changwei also reacted. Damn it, after watching for so long, she realized that the people who had been fighting Morgana all along were Neji's subordinates, not him. In an instant, a burning sensation rose in Du Changwei's heart. She has seen it from the beginning to the present. Neji's super warriors alone can suppress Morgana for a short time. I'm watching you, no need to panic. But since this guy came, everything seems to have become different. Du Changwei nodded. With the support of the demon wings, Morgana's combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced. He immediately opened the wormhole and arrived at Neji's room. Morgana has not reached that level yet. Advertisement. Of course this is impossible. After all, it wasn't long since she was promoted to the 4th generation divine body. Wake up, Morgana is coming, and she is fighting with your men. Du Changwei said hurriedly. As this wormhole transportation, or something else, Du Changwei was secretly shocked. Seeing the other party suddenly appear here, Morgana, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became unsure. At the beginning, she came to the Earth and faced a group of natives on the Earth. With the scientific and technological achievements she had developed for thousands of years, wasn't that a dimensionality reduction attack? Okay, what you said makes sense. Neji pulled Du Changwei and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the battlefield where Morgana was. Why don't you act quickly? Your super soldiers are about to be captured by Morgana. Want to seduce him? First of all, you have to bear the spirit of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Damn it, why is this guy here? Shinwei, contact Neji immediately and ask him to come for support. Dukao said in a deep voice. Neji opened his eyes and waved his hand. This gave Du Changwei a feeling that Neji seemed to be omnipotent. This made Morgana secretly sweat after seeing it. Neji chuckled at that. How is that possible? Oh my god. When variables suddenly appeared on the battlefield, her demon soldiers immediately began to remind themselves. I only saw that the other person was sitting cross-legged leisurely with his eyes closed. Morgana felt a chill in her heart as she looked at the familiar figure. Even at such a long distance, Neji was able to land on the battlefield with amazing accuracy. Du Changwei said seriously, I heard from my father that Morgana has the power to confuse other people's minds. What if your subordinates are bewitched by Morgana? Go and provide support quickly. Seeing the other party like this, Du Changwei wanted to wake this guy up. If the other party did it personally, so what? If it weren't for the support resources provided by Carl, he would have gained almost no benefit in this battle. It's impossible for him to appear weaker than his subordinates, right? The second and third generation super soldiers rushed out desperately. Isn't this the god of the unknown universe? Chapter 183 Red Hair appears. No. This guy's fighting ability is unknown. At least he can't be at the level of the third generation god body. It's very likely that this guy is the same as me and that BCH Geisha. It has successfully been promoted to the 4th generation divine body sequence. Thinking of this, Morgana began to back down. Now the Devil's Claw has also been recovered. There is no need for me to delay here any longer. Retreat immediately. However, Morgana has an excellent eyesight, but the other Teodi legions do not have such a good eyesight. At the same time, after seeing Neji appear, Carl was secretly expecting the other party to take action, which would also allow him to test the other party's strength. As for those people in the Teodi Legion, Carl didn't care at all. After all, these people had actually died a long time ago. The Teodi Legion on the Teodi planet now consists entirely of mechanical orcs. The only thing that survives in the universe is a string of data that exists in the mecha. If Carl wanted to, he could create a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers like this at any time. A new enemy has appeared. After seeing the mysterious enemy appearing in the sky, the Teoti army included Neji in the attack list without any hesitation. Little did they know how stupid their action was. The Teoti soldiers, driving several warships, ruthlessly fired at Neji. However, to their surprise, no matter how powerful their firepower was, it was forcibly absorbed when it got close to Neji. As this technology that can absorb energy? Carl pondered secretly. This level of technology in gathering energy is similar to the silver blade of Holy Geisa. I've had enough. I'll leave this bunch of little bastards to you, Redhead. Neji didn't do it himself. Now he has so many talented soldiers and generals under his command, how could he possibly go into battle himself? Immediately, a space-time wormhole appeared, calling out the red-haired Shanks who was far away in the pirate's world. Hey hey hey, Du Changwei, who was held in Neji's arms, was no longer calm. Advertisement. That's Morgana, the Demon King. Will it work if you don't do it yourself? Du Changwei couldn't help but say. Don't underestimate the enemy. Morgana's notoriety is well known throughout the universe. Even that Holy Geisa couldn't completely destroy the demon Morgana. Angel Yan frowned slightly after hearing this. But it is undeniable that what Du Changwei said is right. Over the past thousands of years, Queen Geisa has led them to encircle and suppress the evil demon Morgana many times. But the opponent is like a slippery loach, always able to find a loophole to escape. Although I am reluctant, Morgana's escape method is extraordinary. Even Queen Geisa herself let this guy escape several times. To be on the safe side, it would be better for you, Neji, to do it yourself. Yan said in a deep voice. Although Neji's subordinates have extraordinary fighting capabilities. Even some of the individual warriors have combat capabilities far superior to hers, and are among the best among the angels. But Morgana was once one of the 3 angel kings, and was as famous as the Sky Base King Hexi and the Sky Blade King Geisha. Don't worry, I know my limits, Neji said. After the space-time wormhole disappeared, a middle-aged man with red hair and one arm walked out. After seeing the red-haired man, everyone present seemed very surprised. Red hair. I didn't expect this guy to come too. Marco said in surprise. Shanks. Luffy couldn't help but speak out after seeing the familiar figure. Ha ha ha, the 4 emperors are here too. This is going to be really interesting. Blackbeard laughed. The 4 emperors of the New World are all top-tier warriors in the ocean. Whitebeard is truly the strongest man in the world, and Kaido is the strongest creature in the world. And the one-armed red-haired Shanks in front of him is the strongest hockey rider in the world. Unlike Marco, Blackbeard and others who were familiar with Red Hair's background, Angel Yan and Du Changwei saw that the person who came was a sloppy old man. And after one of his arms was broken, they became very suspicious. This Neji guy, did he call the wrong person? Du Changwei thought so in her heart and couldn't help but ask. However, the result she got was correct. Neji summoned the man in front of her. Are you sure that this man with a broken arm can be a match for Morgana? Yan couldn't help but say. I don't know either. Just let him try, Neji said casually. Advertisement. After all, Shanks' combat power is considered to be among the best in the pirates' world. Red Hair, as the strongest of the Pirates' King, faced Morgana's 4th-generation divine body, the highest-level divine body in the Super Seminary. Neji is also very interested in what kind of changes will occur as a result. Is everything alright, Redhead? Shanks nodded helplessly. I'll try my best. No way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now the entire Red Hair Pirates crew has been captured by Neji. Who would have thought that he was just trying to stop the fight between the Marine and the Whitebeard pirates with good intentions, but he ended up getting himself involved. The two of them were talking as if they were alone, which made Morgana furious. Depend on. You just found a disabled person and thought you could defeat me, the Queen. Morgana's mouth twitched. This guy from the alien universe really doesn't take her seriously. After all, she has been dominating the universe for thousands of years. At this moment, I am being looked down upon by others. If Neji fought in person, Morgana estimated that she might not be a match for him, but if this disabled person fought. No, you can't waste time, Morgana warned herself silently. It's better to run away now to be on the safe side. After all my belongings are here now. What if that disabled person really has some special powers? Wouldn't this queen be in big trouble? Bang, bang, bang. Several untimely heavy artillery bombardments broke the rare tranquility on the battlefield. They are from the Teoti Legion. At this moment, the Teoti soldiers were driving small warships to attack the red-haired Shanks who had just appeared. Their bombardment didn't work on Neji, but it couldn't have any effect on this red-haired disabled person, right? Who is this guy? Carl, who was secretly peeping at the Death Song Academy, was also looking at the red-haired boy curiously. Chapter 184 Conqueror's Haki crushes the whole audience. Neji's way of greeting people is just so weird. Wormhole transportation also needs to follow the principle of proximity. The energy consumed when transporting too far is also a big problem. However, it is certain that the red-haired person in front of him is definitely not a human being on this earth. So where did Neji summon this red-haired man from? That's strange. I calculated backwards, but I couldn't figure out the destination of the wormhole. Carl was surprised. This was really beyond Carl's own expectations. Morgana had also told him about this matter before. But Carl didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, with Morgana's current technological level, seriously. It is normal that the calculation cannot be made. After all, Morgana now only has one demon biplane battleship. It is simply incomparable to his Death Song Academy and the main system of Angel Nebula. But things are different now. Carl has now used the computing system of the Death Song Academy's base camp, but has not been able to figure out the reason. This is enough to show that this god who suddenly came from outside the known universe is definitely not a simple character. It seems that the next plan may have to undergo major changes. Carl had a headache. A plan that I had finally thought of before. Now, because of exposing his relationship with Morgana, he was noticed by Holy Geisa. This is not the end yet. The Teodi Legion is also a group of warriors under his command. This also means that he has offended both the most powerful ruler in the known universe and the most powerful god outside the known universe. This is not in line with my philosophy. Carl couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why did it turn out like this? At this moment, far away on Earth, the Teodi warriors were yelling at the red-haired Shanks. In their eyes, this man with only one arm is basically no different from a disabled person. Anyway, the advantage is still on their side, so why not just kill him directly? Ready to fire. Even the new god above our heads should be killed, said the commander of Teodi arrogantly. Now the entire fleet's bombardment was directed at Neji and the others. Although their mechanical bodies are not as strong as those of the third-generation super soldiers. Advertisement. But in front of the fleet's main guns, what can an individual do no matter how strong he is? As long as it is hit by the artillery fire, it will be turned into a pile of scum. The fleet's main guns have begun to be filled. The red-haired man drew his sword with one hand, his eyes glowing red. In the new world, the red-haired Hokage is so powerful that he can even predict the future. What a powerful force of technology. After seeing the power of the main ship's guns, Shanks sighed. If such a powerful weapon was born in the new world, I'm afraid those pirates sailing on the sea would be in great trouble. If this cannon were to fire, it would give me a headache. While talking, an extremely powerful aura emerged from Shanks. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds looming. It was clearly noon, but under the thick dark clouds, everything around seemed to have become dark as night. This earth-shaking scene surprised the people around. How come the situation suddenly changed? It's that guy. What on earth is he doing? The Teodi commanders were extremely surprised. How is this done? Is it some special technology that can change the weather? But what use is this ability to them? Snort. Just in case, activate the fleet's protective shield. Commander Teodi said coldly. The protective shield has been activated, the current power is 100%, and the ship is intact. Outside, one could see a faint blue halo appearing on the outer layer of the Teodi's space fleet. This halo looks very weak, but its defensive power cannot be underestimated. This thin layer of antimatter protection can easily block the bombing of thermal weapons. As long as the fleet has sufficient energy, the antimatter shield can be kept open. Hey, things seem a little bad. Should we two stay away from each other? Du Chengwei's eyelids jumped. Not because of anything else. Neji himself to be exact. Damn it, what on earth did that red-haired guy do? Morgana's face was filled with shock. Suddenly, the sky became even darker and covered with dark clouds, as if a dragon lurking under the dark clouds was about to appear out of nowhere. Advertisement. This powerful aura spread from Shanks to the surroundings. The artillery of the Teodi space fleet was aimed at the two of them. And she was just a byproduct. Who exactly is this one-armed red-haired man? How could he be able to disrupt consciousness on a large scale? Not long. But fortunately, she is a third-generation divine body, so this invasion is nothing to her and she is not affected at all. All he saw were the Teodi soldiers around who were encircling the pirates. Suddenly, they all stood there in a daze, motionless, as if their network cables had been pulled out. Du Chengwei, who was in Neji's arms, felt as if her brain stopped for a moment, and then she became clear again. Angel Yan was surprised. One by one, mecha orcs began to fall from the sky. Hiko. She was surprised to find that there was no damage on the body of this Teodi soldier. She is now, according to the universe, she is just a second-generation super soldier. The Teodi fleet, which was originally accumulating energy and preparing to fire, suddenly stopped. Was it the consciousness invasion just now? Angel Yan was extremely surprised. Du Chengwei was not familiar with this energy, but Angel Yan, Morgana and others were very familiar with this energy. This frightened Du Chengwei so much that she started to tremble. However, the other Teodi armies were different. Angel Yan moved in front of a Teodi soldier with a little curiosity and carefully checked it with the system. Obviously, they didn't suffer any injuries, but they were unable to move and could only watch themselves fall to the ground. Can robots faint? What happened just now? Why did I suddenly lose my mind? Du Chengwei felt very surprised. The divine body is only one level harder than the body of steel, but it shouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the space fleet, right? But the result of the insight surprised her greatly. How could she lose consciousness at this critical moment of life and death? This shouldn't happen. This feeling is like a consciousness invasion. That was insight technique. Don't worry, little girl, everything will be fine. The red-haired man grinned. If one gets hit accidentally, there won't be anything left. No, not the insight technique. Damn it, this gluttonous mecha man fainted. Chapter 185 A Decisive Battle. Yan was a little skeptical and found a few more Teoti soldiers to test it. However, the result was the same. These fallen Teoti soldiers. It was as if someone had unplugged the internet cables, and everything was unresponsive. Oh my god, this guy's fighting ability is definitely extraordinary. Morgana's eyebrows jumped. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she didn't attack the disabled man. Damn it, this is so unlucky, let's just leave here quickly. Atto, is the space-time wormhole ready? Morgana asked. If it's a short jump, Morgana can do it herself. But if she wants to transport the demon wings through the wormhole together, it will not be something she can do alone. Now the devil's wings have arrived here. Morgana couldn't abandon her fleet and escape alone. If she really did that, then she would have no place to cry. After all, without the demon wing spaceship, its technological level would drop sharply by several levels. By then, I'm afraid I will have to spend hundreds of years on Earth. Huh, damn it, Otto, you are not slacking off, are you? How are the things I asked you to prepare going? Morgana couldn't help but yell into the communicator again. However, there was no response from the communicator. It was not until this time that Morgana felt something was wrong. No way, could it be that my house has been robbed? Morgana was stunned, and quickly took over control of the demon wings and observed the situation inside the fleet. Inside the command room, all the demon soldiers were lying quietly in their seats. Some people even lay down on the ground because there were no seats. The system's detection results showed that these guys were asleep. What the hell? No way. At such a critical moment, you guys are actually sleeping. Morgana wanted to curse. Damn it, are you trying to trick your queen like this? Advertisement. Boom 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 boom. The Teoti fleet is now plummeting. This space fleet, which is several thousand meters in size. It was as if it suddenly lost its direction, as if the brakes failed, and it fell headfirst to the ground. How so? Morgana was extremely stunned. She checked the command room of the Teoti fleet and found that the other side's command room was exactly the same as the command room of the demon wings. At this moment, Morgana realized that this was definitely not a coincidence. It was that red-haired boy who did this. Morgana recalled that powerful shock of consciousness. Damn it. For her, this little shock to consciousness was naturally nothing. But compared to those first-generation demons, their level is naturally much lower. This is terrible. Morgana tried many times, but still couldn't wake up Atuo after his consciousness was shocked. Damn it. You're going to cut off my escape route. Morgana cursed. When Atuo followed her into battle, he was a super soldier of the second generation and was one of her right-hand men. Faced with this kind of invasion of consciousness, we should have been able to resist it. Because in the last war against the angels, Atuo died. However, she used the preserved demon genes to implant them into the humans on Earth and resurrected them. However, this kind of resurrection cannot bring back what was lost. Atuo has not yet returned to his peak, so naturally he cannot resist this impact of consciousness. Boom boom boom. The demon's wings also began to lose control and were falling towards the ground, and were about to follow in the footsteps of the Teoti fleet. Morgana did not dare to hesitate and quickly took over the command, controlling the demon wings to dock in the air. After all, facing a Neji of unknown origin, it is easier to deal with the red-haired man in front of him. Why does Neji feel like a bottomless pit? No matter how hard you poke, you can't get to the bottom. Morgana snorted coldly and immediately changed the subject, turning her target to the red-haired person. This series of powerful beings is enough to dominate the entire known universe. But Morgana knew that this old B********** D must have several tricks up his sleeve. Advertisement. It looks like he only has one arm, but once he makes a move, everyone in the audience is shocked. Everything Carl said made sense. She had seen almost everything Morgana could see. Hurry up, I'm going to run away. This is really terrible. How many elite soldiers and generals does he have under his command? Angel Yan was very puzzled. But isn't this Neji's limit? At the same time, to be on the safe side, she also shook Carl to cover herself. Damn it, you really think I'm afraid of a cripple like you? As Red Hair's former opponent, no one knows Red Hair's horror better than him. Carl smiled bitterly at what Morgana said. I want to dispatch troops from Teoti Star, but that is a huge project and it cannot be done in a few minutes. Carl is like a sponge. If you squeeze it hard, water will always come out. This old guy has maintained this gloomy personality for so many years. When I open the space-time wormhole, help me delay these guys. Morgana sent a communication. The Blackbeard who could generate gravity, the Beast Warrior with blue flames, and the Giant who could grow hundreds of meters tall. I didn't expect that Neji has such powerful subordinates. Think about it, how far is the Chiwu Galaxy from the Death Song Academy now? This is the entire combat power of the Teoti army at present. Even if I want to help you delay it, it will take time. After years of getting along, Morgana has seen through Carl, the old fox. What an incredible man. Angel Yan was secretly shocked. Neji shook his head, I just want to FK you to death. Just a consciousness invasion is enough to deal with so many Teoti troops and paralyze the entire fleet. Ha 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 ha, that red-haired guy is still the same, very hockey. Blackbeard laughed. Now all the Teoti troops I deployed on Earth are lying neatly beside you. In fact, He also lost the Teoti troops deployed on Earth because of rescuing Morgana. It was a heavy loss and the entire army was wiped out. How can I help you? Damn it, how about you just let me go today? We can keep out of each other's way from now on, Morgana said in a low voice. While dealing with red hair, Morgana can also quietly distract her attention to the demon wings, secretly activate the wormhole, and pack up her fleet and take it away. FK. Chapter 186 slipped away. I don't care anyway. You figure it out yourself. If I don't escape today, I will definitely fall into the hands of this outsider, and I will definitely be dead. Then I'll see who can attract Geisa's attention for you. One more ally will make the road wider, Carl. You don't want to have to deal with that BCH Geisa and this strong god Ming from outside at the same time, do you? Carl heard this and sighed. Okay, then I'll think of a way to cover your retreat. Although Morgana's words were a bit rough, it was indeed as she said. If the other side captured Morgana, he would lose an ally. And they have to face Geisa and the risk of hostility from this mysterious outsider. Really, if I had known earlier, I would have let the Teoti take action later. Carl thought gloomily. The current development has completely exceeded his expectations. Not only did it bring his alliance with Morgana to light, it also attracted Geisa's attention. I'm afraid that life will be difficult to live as peacefully as before. On Earth, Morgana has already started fighting with red hair. Wrapped in the red-haired conqueror's haki, its lethality is comparable to that of Morgana's demon claw. As this guy okay, it's just a broken sword, but it can match my devil's claw. Morgana was extremely shocked. She has already analyzed it using data. Although the sword held by the one-armed man looked extremely sharp, in fact, the material that made up the sword was surprisingly simple. It is so simple that it can even be said to be rustic. She really couldn't imagine why such a sword suddenly became so powerful after being painted black. Her demon claws are obviously black too. Why can't they be strengthened? This is 2F*********G unscientific. Morgana couldn't help but curse. From the very beginning, she felt that there was something wrong with these people. Damn it, none of them are scientific. Even his appearance is a mess. Bang, bang, bang. Advertisement. After several exchanges, Morgana was cut in half by Fenrir's sharp sword. Because of the super aggregate characteristics of her 4th-generation divine body, her recovery speed is extremely fast. Not long. Morgana already had several wounds on her body, and there was almost no intact part on her body. What's going on? This guy is too weird. During the battle with red hair, Morgana felt extremely depressed. It was as if the opponent could see the future, and every one of his attacks seemed to be predicted in advance. When the demon claw is about to attack Shanks, the opponent will successfully dodge it in advance and then quickly counterattack. What made Morgana even more upset was, the opponent's speed was too fast, right? She didn't even have a chance to react. In just the blink of an eye, multiple knife wounds appeared on his body. It seems that the strengthening of the divine body is focused on recovery and strengthening. It is a bit weak in speed. Neji judged. As the leader of the demons, Morgana is indeed very powerful in combat. But they pursue technological power. General actions are to use wormhole calculations to directly calculate the location of the wormhole jump, and then drill into it. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at our destination. This method is extremely popular in the Super Seminary. It is also essential for escape and sneak attack. But unfortunately, the opponent Morgana met this time was named red-haired Shanks. His observation haki has reached an extremely high level, enough to sense the future happening around him. The delay between Morgana's jump into the wormhole and her exit was enough to kill Shanks with one blow. Shanks held a western knife in his hand, with great momentum. With one slash, the sky and the earth changed color, and countless sword beams appeared in the air. Carl, can you keep dawdling? Morgana yelled. I have to say, this explanation is quite reasonable. Damn it, who on earth could cut off the arm of this red-haired man in front of me? But until now, she was no match for this one-armed guy. Depend on. Such a huge body looks like a wriggling maggot, and the rows of barbs in its mouth show how terrifying it is. Advertisement. It is impossible to call them back in a short period of time. As she was thinking, Morgana inadvertently looked at Neji. As soon as the Void Queen appeared, she attracted the attention of everyone present. If she keeps procrastinating, she will really be dead. However, what was even more unimaginable to her was. Carl's words came from the other half of the communicator. After hearing this, Morgana immediately opened the wormhole with her demon wings and prepared to escape. Compared to Shanks's coolness that always makes the world turn pale, she really has no coolness at all. A Void Queen that can devour energy and reproduce its body infinitely. Although she said that, Morgana still grinned. When facing the red-haired guy before, she was able to handle it with ease. This one-armed warrior is his subordinate. Does that mean that the damage was caused by the collision with other cosmic forces in the territory where he lives? Morgana couldn't help but think. The body parts that were chopped off by Shanks were also thrown several kilometers away. Considering that Carl often talked about the void recently, Morgana felt that Neji might be from the void world of ultimate fear. But compared to the particles that were about to return, the part of her divine body that she had lost was obviously greater. Such a strong man actually had one of his arms chopped off by someone else. FK. That's really disgusting. This was the guard he had found for Morgana. Although it is just a failed experiment, it is a good choice to use it as a scapegoat at this time. And at the moment the wormhole was opened, a huge black worm emerged. She no longer hesitated and immediately teleported to the command room of the demon wings, ready to control the demon wings and prepare for evacuation. Damn it, he's so powerful with only one arm. I can't beat him. If he had 2 arms, he would blow the sky apart. Morgana yelled. I knew you had a backup plan. Could it be that this guy was expelled to Earth because he couldn't live in his own territory? After several rounds of fighting between the two sides, Morgana had visibly shrunk in size. Morgana could only helplessly wait for the aggregation properties of her divine body to slowly summon back the particles that made up her divine body. Open the wormhole. In comparison, Morgana is much more miserable. Chapter 187 Big Clock. I can't let you get away like this. A powerful conqueror's Hokage suddenly emerged from Shanks. However, just as he was about to chop the battleship down with his sword, Neji suddenly stopped him. Don't harm the Demon Wings battleship. Neji said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Is this warship in danger? Du Changwei asked in surprise. No, I don't have a decent space battleship yet. I've taken a fancy to that devil's wings and want to keep it as a souvenir. Neji's words made Du Changwei roll her eyes. Big brother. That's Morgana, the Demon King. Facing that kind of person, are you still in the mood to do these things? Oh, never mind the devil wings. If you really like space battleships. If it doesn't work, I will ask Queen Geisa to give you one of our angel warships. Angel Yan was also speechless. It seemed that Morgana was about to be destroyed. It's okay. Morgana can't get away, Neji said in a deep voice. Immediately, Neji began to hinder the stability of the space-time wormhole. The space-time wormhole that Morgana had risked her life to open was suddenly closed. Shanks was no longer panicked when he saw this, and began to concentrate on confronting the disgusting Void Queen. This special beast-shaped Void Warrior has the ability to aggregate energy, which is really difficult for ordinary divine bodies to deal with. But it is now facing Shanks, and after the Conqueror's Haki has added a layer of hardening on itself, it has made it impossible for the Void Queen to replenish its energy. After sensing this, the Void Queen turned to attack others without hesitation. Carl sighed slightly after seeing this. It turned out to be a failed experimental subject. Although this Void Queen is extremely powerful, it can only act based on physical instincts. Consciousness does not have the property of aggregation. If we must say so, it is just a lump of flesh that continues to multiply. Even he could only guide the Void Queen to attack and could not forcibly interfere with its actions. It's still an experimental subject after all. I thought it could be of some use. I didn't expect it to be of no use at all. After seeing the Void Queen being suppressed by a powerful unknown force and directly decomposed itself, Carl was extremely disappointed. Advertisement. What is going on? Why can that man, who seems to have done nothing, make the Void Queen feel fear and decompose its body? What exactly is this powerful thing that looks like an enchantment? Is it magic? Carl pondered secretly. In the known universe, when technology had not yet been formally developed, there was a lot of unknown and incredible knowledge and abilities. Some strange magic is also included. Even now, in Carl's memory, there are still many famous magicians in the universe wandering in the universe. FKU, can I surrender? Let's stop fighting. Morgana's mouth twitched. Watching his wormhole being blocked. It was the first time that she felt how powerless she was. Okay, I'm going to use this battleship for my collection. Neji waved his hand and directly moved the battleship into the reincarnation space. Although he has been playing in many worlds for a long time, this is the first time he has come across a special world outside the planet. Although Morgana, Angel Yan and others looked at Neji as if he was unfathomable. But in reality, Neji is a poor guy who doesn't even have a space battleship. Not to mention Morgana, even the gorge on Earth today is no match for him. After all, compared with the worldview of the Super Seminary, the technological level of both the pirates and the Hokage is too low. Even the exploration beyond the starry sky is minimal. Where's Morgana? Did they catch her? Angel Yan hurried over. She was extremely concerned about the fate of the Demon King Morgana. After all, they angels had been fighting with Morgana for thousands of years, and countless angels had died at Morgana's hands. She is the source of trouble that must be eliminated. Don't worry, Morgana is of course, not here. On a mound in a remote mountain village, the soft sand was constantly wriggling, and a white arm suddenly broke free and poked out of the soil. There is absolutely no sign of Morgana here. Morgana climbed out of the grave, cursing. It is also the celestial computer owned by Mr. Dingahe, the chief scientist of Shanhei civilization. He proposed super genetic engineering, laid the foundation for the birth of super soldiers, and had an inseparable influence on the entire evolution process of civilization today. Advertisement. Neji was thinking whether he should go to the Dark Nebula to meet Carl now. Carl was helpless. That's enough. I'm on the Styx planet now. I don't know how far it is from the Chiwu galaxy. FK. There is no one more evil than her in the entire known universe. As he increased his perception, the powerful observation Haki almost covered the entire demon wings. It's really weird. If you have a big clock, why didn't you tell me earlier? Carl had a blank expression on his face. It's better if the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. If it weren't for the special circumstances today, I wouldn't let anyone know that the big clock is with me. Carl, You guy, I knew you had a backup plan. This guy ran away. On the other side, Angel Yan was anxiously searching for the demon wings, but unfortunately. Let me in, I want to check the entire warship from top to bottom. Yan said anxiously. Obviously, if there were any general fluctuations in space and time, he could sense it. Neji was slightly stunned. Morgana snorted, you're so coy. He even left behind his demon wings, so how could Morgana escape? Morgana doesn't have the ability to do such a thing, which means, it was done by that old pervert Carl. Dinghei's contribution to the universe is enormous. But there was still no trace of Morgana. This is really incredible. Neji looked stunned, but this time Morgana suddenly disappeared, and he didn't even sense anything. Damn it, if you had used it earlier, would I have lost my demon wings? Neji pondered, even if I want to help, it will take time to mobilize troops. For now, this is the best solution. At this time, the Great Clock is the greatest celestial computer in the known universe. Neji didn't stop him and let Angel Yan go to investigate. What? Morgana is gone. Wasn't she in those demon wings? Chapter 188 became smaller. Whether it is Morgana, Geisa, or even Carl, they were all scientists who had collaborated with Dinghei in research. To them, Dinghei could be said to be half their master. Before the creation of supergenetic engineering, they followed teacher Dinghei to study technology and develop the future in the universe. But in recent times, this great scientist has disappeared. Even the greatest celestial computer in the universe, the Great Clock, is missing. All the information stored in the Big Clock is confidential. Whether it is the fourth-generation divine body, or the theoretical data and even the methods of being promoted from the fourth-generation divine body to the fifth-generation divine body, they are all stored in the Big Clock. Morgana had also heard about all of this. It can be said that Carl, with the Big Clock, has inherited all the research data on the genes of super warriors in the entire Shinhei era. Whether it is the fourth-generation divine body or the method to be promoted to the fifth-generation divine body, Carl possesses them all. But even so, this guy is still hiding. I was wondering why your body suddenly disappeared. It turns out that you got the method to advance to the fourth-generation divine body in the Big Clock. Morgana said belatedly. Carl did not deny this. But Morgana was indeed somewhat dissatisfied with Carl's words and actions. FKU, now that you have the Big Clock, you are still afraid of Geisa. Morgana couldn't help but say. Let's just send her on her way. With the Big Clock, Carl's computing ability and technical level should have surpassed that BCH Geisa. So Morgana, who had just been knocked down, suddenly became proud again. It's not that easy. I need the right time. Before that, I suggest you hide first, said Carl. I say, where did you teleport me to? Morgana asked. You're still on Earth. When Morgana heard this, she was stunned. FKU. With those two tough guys on Earth, if I were still on Earth, wouldn't that mean I'd be screwed? I can't help it. I need you to attract their attention. This is the best way. Depend on. Advertisement. Look at what I have now. Morgana pointed at herself with empty hands. Not only are there no lousy super soldiers, but even the Devil Wing spaceship is gone. What are you going to do? I'll give you support later. Don't worry. Morgana felt relieved after hearing the news. But soon, she discovered a fact that surprised her. FK. How did I become a little kid? Morgana looked at her body. Compared with the burly figure of the Demon Queen before, she now looked like a demon lady. The whole body has shrunk by at least 70%. Now her height is only that of a 15-year-old girl. What she couldn't accept the most was, damn, how come my patience is gone all of a sudden? Morgana cursed. But she soon calmed down. It doesn't matter. She is now a fourth-generation divine body with restorable regenerative abilities. It must be that the red-haired man had destroyed a part of the divine body's tissue, and it's still being rebuilt. Morgana thought secretly. But it doesn't matter. She is still on Earth now. Those divine body particles should fly over soon due to their aggregation properties. Then she will be able to leave this small body and become the great demon queen again. However, after Morgana waited for a long time, her body showed no signs of growing at all. Finally, after 24 hours of agonizing wait, Morgana finally realized that something was wrong. Depend on. I won't always stay like this little girl, right? Where will my dignity be in the future? Morgana's face was uncertain. Damn it. Advertisement. It must be that guy's doing again. Thinking back to that god of reincarnation, Morgana's face became even uglier. I'm afraid if I want to change back to my original form, I have to defeat Neji first. But given her current condition, how can she play this game? Not to mention the current situation, even when she was in her prime, she couldn't beat one of Neji's men. Even if she recovered her fighting power, it would be very dangerous to face Neji. Never mind. Morgana shook her head. At least it wouldn't affect the battle now. And the image of the little girl can just help her conceal her identity. The reason why Morgana was covering up was of course because of an unexpected attempt by Neji. As a time traveler, Neji certainly knows the development of the original plot. The fourth generation of divine particles have a high degree of aggregation and traction. So no matter what form Morgana is destroyed into, the particles spread around the space will be pulled to Morgana's body and then reconstruct her divine body. Even Karl at that time distributed Gaisa's divine body particles to every corner of the known universe, which greatly slowed down the resurrection of Holy Gaisa. Neji naturally knew all this. Although his Byakugan was good at some minute observations, it was still quite difficult to use these eyes to observe the particles that made up the divine body. However, Neji still figured out a way to block Morgana's divine particles. And this method is far more effective than Karl's method. That is, using spatial abilities to move the space around Morgana to the reincarnation space, or the pirate's world, or the Hokage world. In this case, the aggregation characteristics of the divine body particles will not be able to sense Morgana's body, and then it will wander in the other world like a headless fly. As long as this experiment is successful, Neji will have the confidence to deal with these fourth-generation super warriors with divine bodies. If the experiment is successful, then every damage our side causes to these guys will be fatal, and they will never be able to recover. Although Neji cannot observe the fourth-generation divine body particles now, he can still do a small thing like randomly extracting and replacing the space around Morgana. Although I can't see the divine body particles, I don't know whether my experiment is successful. But theoretically, there should be no problem. Neji felt a little regretful about this. Morgana was not caught. If Morgana is captured, he can observe whether her divine body particles have been transferred successfully. I should be able to draw a conclusion when Morgana shows up next time, Neji thought silently. Chapter 189 Super Gene Code. What a pity. Morgana was not given the mark of reincarnation. As long as he has the mark of reincarnation, Neji can sense Morgana no matter where she is. But he has not yet come into contact with Morgana, and has not had time to engrave the mark of reincarnation, so he can only let Morgana leave. Why did Morgana run away? Didn't you say that everything was under control? Du Changwei asked in surprise. Someone else is interfering, and the space technology is very advanced. Angel Yan said in a deep voice. This space-shifting technology is too precise. Without a celestial-level computer, it would be impossible to carry out such long-distance space transportation. And, Angel Yan's eyes became serious. The data that constitutes the fourth-generation divine body requires an extremely large amount of calculations. In order to analyze the fourth-generation divine body and move it away, a huge amount of calculation data is required. Seriously, the space technology used to move the fourth-generation divine body is at least at the level of the celestial computer in the Angel Nebula. Morgana's demon wings are simply not capable of performing such high-intensity calculations. Yan already has candidates in mind for the people who will support Morgana this time. Don't worry, I won't let her get away next time, Neji said proudly. A mere Morgana can't make much waves. After all, he has countless elite soldiers and generals under his command. If it is Karl who comes, he can still take him seriously. However, since the opponent's phantom has no offensive power, it is estimated that he can only use some black technology to attack. After this time, in the headquarters of the Grand Canyon, Dukao breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling. I didn't expect Neji to be able to completely suppress Morgana and even block her escape route. After this battle, Dukao also realized it. There is someone behind Morgana. He also came from the Shinhei era, so he also knew who Morgana supported. In the universe, there are only a few forces that are not afraid of angels and assist the devils. Is it that guy Karl who is behind this? He openly assists Morgana, and I guess he will be attacked by Gaisa next. Dukao began to think secretly. The current situation is really too chaotic. Advertisement. Angels, demons, Shinigami, Samsara. Dukao pinched his brows with a headache. If Dean Jilin, the god of time and space, were here now, they might still have some confidence. But now, there are the three major genetic creation projects left by Principal Kirin. Whether it is the power of the galaxy, the god of war of Nostar or the light of the sun, they are all too weak. There is no way I can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. After a series of conflicts, Dukao deeply realized his own shortcomings. He then asked Neji, as a god, to train several future super warriors on Earth. Neji readily agreed to this. Inside the Angel building, Angel Yan is uploading everything he has seen today to the Angel Nebula. After a while, Gaisa had received the whole story of the battle, and also knew that the person assisting Morgana behind the scenes was Karl. This guy Karl is still not honest. She said in a deep voice. We suspected it was him before, but this guy never showed his hand. Now he dares to openly assist Morgana. It seems that Karl is getting bolder and bolder. Quote. Gaisha pursed her lips. It seems that we also need to go to the Dark Nebula. Karl, that damn pervert, I really don't know what has the guts to do him. He actually wanted to associate with the devil. However, what shocked Kaguya was Neji and his group. This guy has quite a few super soldiers. Gai Sha said in shock. The number of high-level elite angels might not even match the size of Neji's group. But, looking at those people, Gaisha always had a strange feeling in her heart. It doesn't seem like they have cracked their genes and transformed into super soldiers. Gaisha flicked her fingers, and a large number of systems began to analyze at high speed. The combat system in the entire known universe can almost be summed up in 6 words: Super Gene Code. In the known universe, many scientists have continuously conducted research showing that the genetic code is ultimately a piece of conceptual data. The total amount of data is enormous, but it can be recorded, saved, and even recreated. In the known universe, Geisha was the first to decipher the super gene code and apply it to a small number of angel warriors. Geisha's fourth-generation sacred body locked and aggregated the conceptual data of her own super genes. Advertisement. No matter how destroyed Geisha was, even if her entire being was annihilated. However, conceptual data that are scattered throughout the universe by a strong impact will begin to automatically lock and aggregate. After the final concept data is collected, Geisha can rewrite and recreate it and be reborn. In the entire civilization, the number of people who have conducted in-depth research on this supergenetic code can be counted on one hand. Their combat system seems to be very different from the super gene warriors developed in the Shinhei era. Geisha said in a deep voice. They may have a combat system that is different from the known universe. Is this possible? She was extremely surprised. Thousands of years have passed since the Shinhei era. Is it out of the combat system of super warriors? If this were to be known by the forces of the entire known universe, it would most likely cause a bloody storm. Nothing is impossible, Geisha said lightly. Didn't Yan say it all? These guys are from a world outside the known universe. Maybe there is a civilization system in the world outside the edge of the universe. This really makes me a little interested, Geisha said with a smile. If you have time, you can go to the Earth and take a look. On board the Great Gorge, the assembled super warriors were all neatly arranged into a long dragon. Xin Zhao, arrive. Zhe Xiaolun, arrive. Du Changwei, arrive. Delena, the goddess is here. Delena stepped out, crossed her arms and said proudly. Please, we are all gods, why can you be wiser than me? Why should I obey your orders? Sorry, we are on the same level. Whatever you want. Neji actually doesn't have too many requirements for specific formations, team rules, etc. Anyway, super soldiers are different from real soldiers, so it is normal to have some exceptions. Chapter 190 The Murderous Intentions of the Five Elders. Super soldiers are different from ordinary soldiers. Neji doesn't need any obedience tests or anything like that. For super soldiers who are beyond the level of ordinary military forces, it would be better to show your fist than to test their obedience. In the face of true supernatural power, it is natural for the strong to obey the weak. However, Neji also had a good idea regarding Dukao's proposal to train these super soldiers. As for training people, he naturally had no experience. But he didn't do it, someone else did it. Neji thought of Sengoku at the Marine headquarters, as well as Aokiji and other elite Marine officers. If we talk about training, I'm afraid no one can be more effective than formal Marine training, right? Ahem. Next, I will take you to a place where you can receive training with peace of mind. I guarantee that you can become a qualified warrior as quickly as possible. Neji said in a deep voice. Zhe Xiaolun, Du Changwei, Zhao Xin and others also subconsciously recalled their experiences not long ago. Is it the reincarnation space? It looks the same as in the novel. Zhao Xin said. No way. We are not going to be pulled in and forced to do tasks continuously, right? Zhe Xiaolun looked pale and weak. If that were the case, he would rather give up his current identity as a super soldier. I'm not afraid. As long as I can become stronger, strong enough to defeat the devil, I can accept any hardship. Du Changwei said. Relax. Delena patted her chest and said, with this goddess here, I will ensure your safety. Everyone was talking to themselves. Neji just laughed, and then came to the marine base. And the Chakra ancestor Kaguya, who was standing by, just watched the scene indifferently. This guy actually has a second linked world. Kaguya thought secretly. Kaguya already had this guess in mind after seeing Neji summon some people who were very different from the ninja world and didn't even have any signs of chakra in their bodies. But it is helpless. She couldn't beat the other party, and as long as the other party didn't want to take her with him, she could only stay quietly in this world. But there is one good thing, that is, Kaguya does not have to worry about the Otsutsuki clan hunting him down. Advertisement. She really likes this world. Originally Kaguya was a member of Otsutsuki who longed for peace. The world has developed to this point, which is many times better than the era of constant war in the ninja world. After thinking for a while, Kaguya just went about doing his own thing and no longer cared what Neji was doing. In the pirates' world, after seeing the boundless ocean, Du Changwei and others all exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, is this the legendary immortal? He can change the world in the blink of an eye. Where are we now? Everyone suddenly turned into curious babies and began to look around. The area where I am located is like an isolated island and doesn't look very big. The isolated island is surrounded by endless ocean, and in the center is a building with the word marine engraved on it. There are also some marine members in training in the surrounding area. Yo, the real body has appeared in person. On the other side, Neji's clone who was in charge of this pirate's world suddenly appeared. Neji didn't say anything more. The clone he created before was just to deal with the people of Konoha village. But now with his strength, there is obviously no need to do so. Neji led a group of people to Sengoku's office, where the other three marine admirals were also. After the Summit War, Marine achieved an unprecedented victory. He defeated 2 members of the 4 emperors in one fell swoop and also made the name of Marine famous in the New World. But this also deepened the problems in the New World. The fall of the New World's 4 sea emperors means that at least half of the territories of the New World's 4 emperors have now become ownerless. Then, the pirates who dominated the New World saw the opportunity and immediately began to plunder the territories of the other four emperors. Advertisement. This is another bloody storm in the New World. The reason why in the original work, Marine cannot attack the four emperors without permission is because of this reason. But this time, the summit war was beyond everyone's expectations. The original plan was to fight against Whitebeard, but who would have thought that in the end even another four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, would be involved. The most shocking thing, the red-haired Shanks from four emperors was knocked out with just one punch. This allowed the Marine to capture two four emperors level pirates. Although this was a major war victory for the Marine, it was also completely beyond the Marine's planning. Now the two four emperors level territories in the New World are no longer managed. As the world government, multiple countries have united and called themselves the official organization of the Army of Justice. Of course, the goal is to take these territories for themselves. But it's not just the Marines who covet these territories, there are also pirates. After the era of Roger the Pirate King, the number of pirates around the world skyrocketed. Faced with so many unmanaged territories, the world government naturally needs to send a garrison of Marines to protect them. And this is the plan that Sengoku will implement after the Summit War, which is a large-scale recruitment campaign for the Marines. This time, the conscription is not only to make up for the combat effectiveness of the Marine, but also to select the real masters hidden in the civilian population to face the increasingly chaotic New World territory war in the future. After Marshal Sengoku's words, Neji also realized the importance of this. Also, there's one more thing. The five elders. The five elders said that they want us to get rid of you. After some hesitation, Marshal Sengoku finally told Neji everything that the five elders had said to him and the others. The reason why the five elders kept Neji before was because the other party was just before the end of the Summit War. Both the Marine and the pirates suffered considerable losses. Starting a war at that time was certainly not a good option. Especially since the opponent is a member of the four emperors' pirates who can be defeated easily. Because of this, the five elders temporarily let Neji go, after all, from the current perspective. Neji's heart belonged to the world government at that time, and all his members were under the strict surveillance of the world government. But in recent days, for some reason, the five elders became increasingly panicked. They found that this group of outsiders was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Chapter 191 Black Arm Zephyr. Originally, because of the opponent's superb ninjutsu, the five elders planned to let the people of Konoha village directly enter the Super CP organization to carry out confidential missions. In fact, they did a pretty good job. He was also very sincere and explained how he practiced ninjutsu and how he could continuously improve himself. Faced with such huge benefits, it is naturally impossible for the five elders to ignore it. For the CP organization that conducts secret operations, this is undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Although these ninjas are useful, they are just outsiders after all and do not belong to their own people. But if you can let your own people successfully learn ninjutsu, that would be a completely different story. However, in the meantime, a silent change gradually began to spread throughout the world government. The five elders were surprised to find that almost all the Marines who had come into contact with the ninjas. Both the CP organization and the intelligence personnel seemed to have a great liking for them. He was even more grateful and respected the leader of the ninja organization. His inner admiration was beyond words. This disaster is like an epidemic, gradually eroding the entire world government. After the five elders discovered this phenomenon, they immediately set about sealing off all members of the Konoha village and placing them under strict surveillance. But after doing this, the epidemic in the Marine is still spreading at an extremely terrifying rate. Many Marine officers gradually began to pretend to obey but actually disobey, which had greatly affected the ruling power of the world government. Therefore, the five elders immediately gave orders that if Neji, the leader of the ninja village, was found, the three admirals, along with a series of elite members of the Marine, would be dispatched to kill him. In the hearts of five elders, whether it is Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji and a series of other Marine elites, they are all outstanding young people who have spent half their lives in the Marine and have long become institutional slaves of the world government. Advertisement. They will definitely not be like those ordinary, weak-willed Marines who side with Neji and other members of the camp. The five elders also believed that although Neji's fighting ability was comparable to that of the four emperors, they had already checked it out. Before Shanks entered the Marine headquarters Marineford, he had been fighting with Kaido, one of the four emperors, for several days. Neji was able to defeat the red-haired Shanks so easily, perhaps because Shanks had suffered serious injuries in the duel with Kaido and had not yet recovered, allowing Neji to take advantage. Although this also means that Neji's fighting ability is at least at the level of the four emperors. But the five elders are convinced. In a deliberate and unintentional situation, the three admirals, together with Marshal Sengoku and the Marine hero Garp who once dominated the world, were unable to perform any tricks under the joint efforts of the five strongest men, even the remaining four emperors. However, something happened that the five elders had never expected. At this moment, their Marine Marshal Sengoku had sided with Neji, and began to no longer obey their orders, and even told Neji their plan. Haha, so that's how it is. Neji smiled. It seems that the five elders still have some abilities. As expected of old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. In fact, with the development of Neji's clone, as long as he comes into contact with the holder of the reincarnation mark, he can conduct it and allow another Marine without the reincarnation mark to be imprinted with the reincarnation mark. Relying on this method, the clone has almost devoured the entire system of the world government. Of course, after becoming a reincarnation, how to manage them needs to be addressed. If the reincarnation has a rebellious consciousness, that is also a problem that needs to be solved. Fortunately, the samsara mark is like a huge electrical circuit, Neji is the central conduction chip, and the others are like the circuits. Therefore, the improved version of Infinite Tsukuyomi Reincarnation Seal Conduction version was used by Neji on the Reincarnation Seal. This new version of Infinite Tsukuyomi is quite different from Kaguya's Infinite Tsukuyomi. It does not pull everyone into the illusion world indefinitely, but it is only effective against reincarnators who have the mark of reincarnation. Moreover, this effect is similar to the undercurrent of the mind, which will gradually affect the subconscious mind and transform the host into a member of Neji's camp without the host knowing. If Neji were to make an analogy, it would be like the whisper of an evil god. Anyone who heard it would be unconsciously bewitched. Advertisement. And Neji's clones also have set contribution ratios. To put it simply, when all reincarnators are practicing, the energy they currently possess will be offered in a ratio of 3:7. Of course, Neji must have absorbed 70%. For example, if 10 units of chakra are cultivated, then 7 units of chakra energy will be taken away and supplied to Neji's reincarnation space. In comparison, although the progress of training has slowed down, the various special abilities provided in the reincarnation space, such as observation haki, Sharingan, chakra attributes, ninjutsu, etc., can enable the natives of a single world to break through their own limits. It can be said that as long as everyone works hard and completes the task seriously, they can become infinitely stronger. Neji thought for a while and decided to arrange for Du Chengwei and others to receive training first, and then meet with 5 elders and others to get rid of the last people in this pirate's world who might block his progress in one go. Oh my god, why do all the girls here look so hot? Zhao Xin stared at the foreign girls coming and going with his eyes wide open. Damn it, I thought Rose was invincible, but who knew? Zhe Xiaolun said blankly. In such a short period of time, he has met the 11th goddess who made his heart beat faster. Moreover, Chengwei's unique iron-willed tough guy demeanor is now very common in this war-ridden marine base. After all, in the marine base, which soldier did not fight in the battlefield? How could he be transferred to the marine base if he did not have hundreds of pirates' lives under his command? Compared to Marine and others who have blood on their hands every day, Du Chengwei, Delena and others are just recruits. Soon after, they were taken to the Marine Logistics Unit, where they met the teachers who trained them. He was a burly man with purple hair and a robotic arm on one of his arms. Zhe Xiaolun stared blankly at the burly man. He felt as if he was facing a huge mountain. The feeling of oppression was too strong. Hello, recruits. The purple-haired man grinned and laughed. From today on, I am your instructor. You can call me Mr. Zephyr or Black Arm Instructor. Chapter 192 Shanks is your prisoner. With the appearance of Black Arm Zephyr, Du Chengwei and her group were shocked by him. Especially the other person's unruly look makes him look like he is not a good person. Delena was a little curious. Why are there so many people with broken arms among Neji's subordinates? Is this a tradition? Teacher Zephyr, what do we need to do next? Zhe Xiaolun couldn't help but say. Oh, Neji-san has already told me that you are super warriors with great potential from another world. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. You guys should train together with those Marines. Black Arm Zephyr pointed at the elite Marines who were racing in the distance and said. These Marine elites were not recruits, but excellent Marine warriors who had been trained under him for a long time. No way, aren't these just ordinary people? Delena scanned it carefully. She discovered that none of the Marines who were training with them had any super genes in their bodies. This made her feel a little surprised. Let these super warriors train with a group of ordinary people. Isn't that a crushing blow? Are the people Neji found really reliable? But after the subsequent training, Delena became even more shocked. These ordinary Marines clearly do not have super genetic engineering in their bodies, but their bodies can actually burst out with unimaginable power. This was something Delena couldn't understand. This is incredible. Did they surpass the limits of ordinary people and become the first generation of super soldiers just by training? Delena was excited. After all, this is almost impossible in the world they live in. She had never heard of anyone who could become stronger and stronger than a super soldier simply through training. However, this is far from over. In the subsequent contacts, Delena realized that almost everyone in the entire Marine headquarters was a master. Advertisement. Even the worst Marine has far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. It can be said that in a one-on-one fight, even the first generation of super soldiers might not be able to defeat them. After knowing this, Delena's values were greatly impacted. It's horrible. With so many super soldiers in our universe, they can almost sweep across the known universe. Delena smacked her lips. No wonder Neji could summon a group of people at will. It turned out that to Neji, the small group of people he summoned was just a drop in the bucket. Damn it, what the hell is this meal? I only ate a little bit and my stomach felt warm. Zhe Xiaolun was stunned.
Normally, he eats a lot and can be said to be a little glutton. But when faced with this food, he could only eat one plate. This is more than half less than his usual appetite. This stuff is good. It tastes much better than the highly spliced food on the giant gorge. Du Chengwei couldn't help but say. On the Grand Canyon, the food they ate was just some super steaks compressed by black technology. The taste is simply not good. In comparison, the food here is simply amazing. Oh my god. This ocean occupies the vast majority of the world's area, so there are countless marine monsters on the seabed. Yeah, that guy is really fierce. Zephyr naturally laughed at this. This experience finally made everyone in Delena realize the prosperity of marine base. You've heard of red-haired shanks in that world? Oh my god. Could these things be the meat of those legendary ancient beasts or prehistoric creatures? Delena couldn't help but ask. Recalling the fighting power of red-haired shanks, Delena felt that if the other party appeared on the fiery sunstar, it would definitely be an unprecedented crisis for their fiery sunstar. If a normal person eats like this every day, even a child will have fighting power that exceeds that of an ordinary person. Among them, Delena also specifically asked about the one-armed red-haired man, as well as Blackbeard, the colossal titan, and a series of other people who appeared. Advertisement: almost all soldiers who join the world government have combat capabilities beyond the reach of Superman. Then Impel Prison is a place where criminals are imprisoned. What does it have to do with that one-armed red-haired man? Delena asked curiously. Reina excitedly recounted the story when she recalled the moment Shanks appeared and the world changed dramatically, and he even suppressed Morgana and almost beat her to death. Zephyr seemed surprised to hear Delena's doubts. The guys here eat such highly nutritious food every day, no wonder their fighting power exceeds the average human level. What a strong force. It feels at least stronger than that of a second-generation super soldier like me, Du Changwei thought secretly. This can be judged based on everything they know now. The heavy force suddenly pressed down on her body, causing Changwei's body to shorten. Zephyr laughed and explained. But shouldn't Shanks be in Impel Prison? How did he suddenly appear in your world? Was it Mr. Neji's doing? Zephyr asked doubtfully. Such rich nutritional value is probably only found in the bodies of those legendary prehistoric creatures. In our world, prisons are places used to hold extremely serious criminals. Zephyr raised his arm and slapped Du Changwei's shoulder hard. She could clearly sense that the nutritional value here was ridiculously high. This is a world with extraordinary powers, and in this world, there's a world government formed by extraordinary powers. There are not only sea kings under the ocean, but also many powerful beast kings on land. Impel Prison. Du Changwei thought there were cultural differences between the two worlds, so she immediately explained what prison was like in their world. Of course I know. Prison is a place where prisoners are kept. You little guy, do you think I'm a fool? The meat on them has great nutritional value. However, Zephyr's words made Du Changwei a little confused. Du Changwei frowned. Mr. Zephyr, what is the Impel Prison you mentioned? It sounds like a prison for prisoners. These are the corpses of sea kings. The nutritional value inside them is naturally extraordinary. Where on earth does this food come from? Delena said in shock. I see. Chapter 193. Everyone was amazed after watching the video. Haha. Impel Prison is a place where some of the world's most vicious criminals are detained. The prison is divided into 6 floors. The 6th level is filled with some of the most powerful people who are extremely vicious and pose a threat to the entire world. The red-haired Shanks was the criminal who was defeated by Marine and imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Prison. Zephyr said with a smile. When he talked about this, the smile on his old face never stopped. Regarding the Summit War, Marine wiped out 2 4 Emperor's-level members at one time. This made him, who was originally a little disappointed with Marine, regain his confidence. But Zephyr's words shocked Delena and others. No. The red-haired one, the one-armed man. Is he a prisoner? Delena said in surprise. Recalling that time, the red-haired Shanks almost crushed Morgana. Such a powerful person, who can rival the 4th generation's divine body, is just a prisoner in this world? Delena found it hard to accept for a moment. No way? Is the gap between these two worlds really that big? He was just a prisoner, but when he was put into their world, he could defeat the demons that had troubled the angels for thousands of years? This news is really terrible. Du Changwei also realized it. The world they're in now seems to be a world where supernatural powers are rampant. He is just a criminal, but he has such a strong power. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying fighting power these senior officers of the Marine have. No, what are you talking about? Jie Shaolun was confused. I feel confused and can't understand what you are saying, big sister. Zhao Xin couldn't help but say. Unlike Jie Shaolun and others who were confused, Du Changwei and Delena had both witnessed with their own eyes how powerful the red-haired Shanks was. Zephyr looked at the two insiders. He didn't expect that they knew how powerful red-haired Shanks was. Don't be too surprised. Red-haired Shanks was once the 4 emperors of the New World. He is the most powerful person in this world. People who are stronger than him are rare in the world. With Shanks' strength, we might not be able to stop them even if we came to naval headquarters. Unfortunately, red-haired Shanks happened to meet Neji at that time. Speaking of which, Shanks was arrested not long ago. The footage of the Summit War is still stored in the naval headquarters. Do you want to take a look? Zephyr said with a smile. Advertisement: the images of Summit War were spread to almost every branch. Some Marine divisions even play Summit War battle footage on a loop every day to inspire young Marines and encourage them to be enthusiastic and move forward courageously. Look, of course I'll watch it. Delena spoke first. After hearing that Neji actually took action himself, her eyes lit up. For her, who had just arrived on Earth not long ago, Neji was really too mysterious. There is no record of a single shot. The elite soldiers and generals under his command alone are enough to defeat the Demon Queen Morgana. Dear Reina couldn't help but feel curious about Neji's true fighting ability. Unlike Reina, Du Changwei had seen Neji take action in the command room. When he fought with the female alien Kaguya, the battle between the two sides was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth dries up. When it was night, Du Changwei couldn't help but think of the battle when she looked up. After all, you can't see the moon at night, all you can see is a belt of broken meteorites. Zhe Shaolun and others were also very curious about how powerful this mysterious man Neji was. After all, he calls himself the Lord of Reincarnation, and is a true god in the true sense of the word. Although someone had told Zhe Shaolun that he would also be an excellent main god in the future. But he still felt very confused about this. Can he really become a main god like Neji? In the screening room, images of the last Summit War were being played. In addition to Du Changwei and others, there were also many Marine officers who were watching this battle and conducting analysis and summary. Here, they, the outsiders, finally got to see the Marines' combat power system. Admiral Kizaru turned his body into a flash of light, moving across the sky and earth at an incredibly fast speed. With a wave of his hand, countless laser lights spread out. Admiral Aokiji turns his body into ice, freezing the entire sea. His fighting power is endless. It seems that anyone touched by him will be frozen into ice. Admiral Akainu turned his body into magma, with endless killing power. Advertisement. After watching the entire video, Du Changwei and others were deeply shocked. So scary. Damn it. These admirals are all monsters. Their every move can cause a disaster to the natural world. And that Whitebeard is so scary. With a wave of his hands, the entire sea was overturned. It's like an earthquake itself. Damn it, is this guy really a human being? It's totally unreasonable. Du Changwei looked at the Marines who were more awesome than each other and couldn't help but start to make plans. With my current strength, I'm probably no match for some elite vice admirals, right? Not to mention Admiral and Whitebeard and other top masters. The picture reaches the end. Another world's strongest hockey warrior on par with Whitebeard, the red-haired Shanks, appears. As soon as the opponent appeared on the stage, everyone in the audience dared not act rashly, which was enough to show what level the opponent was at. However, with Neji's appearance, the red-haired Shanks was defeated in one move, and the whole audience was boiling. No way? Was that red-haired Shanks really killed with just one punch? Delena was stunned. Shanks was able to crush Morgana's fourth-generation divine body, but Shanks himself couldn't even take Neji's move? What a pervert, Du Changwei couldn't help but exclaim. As a main god, Neji's combat power has far surpassed the sequence of main gods in the Kamigawa era and is moving towards a higher level. Oh my god, I'm excited. I want to be a pretentious person like this in the future, Zhe Shaolun suddenly said. Okay, now that you're done, let's go back to training, Teacher Zephyr said with a smile. As long as you persevere in your hard training, you may become a strong person in this world. On the other hand, Neji has arrived at the center of world government where the five elders are. In this area lies the true secret of the entire pirates world. Whether it is the five elders at the pinnacle of power, the mysterious knights of God, or Yim who sits high on the throne of the void, they are all unsolved mysteries in the entire pirates world. Chapter 194. Capture 5 Elders. How is Sengoku's preparation? Haven't you dealt with those guys yet? One of the 5 elders asked in a deep voice. That guy named Neji is too dangerous. I feel that his existence itself is threatening the rule of our world government. I never thought that a mere ninja village could achieve this level. They may have some magic to deceive people. The Marines may have been brainwashed unconsciously and their minds may have been affected. The 5 elders were talking to each other, their eyes looking at the ninja leader solemnly. At first, Sengoku reported to his superiors that they felt that it was a blessing from heaven to have received such a powerful new force before the Summit War. Afterwards, things turned out just as they expected. The arrival of Neji and his ninjas was of great benefit to the entire Marine and even the CP organization. Not only did they impart their village's training experience, they even released their own ninjutsu to the entire Marine for training. In the spy organization to which CP belongs, the use of ninjutsu is extremely effective and greatly assists their undercover missions. Such loyalty even made the 5 elders think that these guys were truly loyal to the Marine and had truly submitted to the world government. They were so happy at that time, but after a while, things started to change. The key point is that in the CP organization to which they belong, they have begun to disobey orders many times. Then there are the various Marine branches, where strange rumors always circulate. Even when the world government's troops came to visit, the Marines in those branches didn't take it seriously. The entire Marine organization seemed to have undergone a major change overnight and became a revolutionary force. What shocked the 5 elders the most was that when the Celestial Dragons were traveling in the Sabaody archipelago, a Marine actually openly attacked the Celestial Dragons. Taking action against Celestial Dragons is enough to shock the whole world. Yet he succeeded. No one expected that the Marine officer, who was originally a lackey of Celestial Dragons, would suddenly turn his fangs against his master. The death of Celestial Dragons brought severe rebuke to the Marines of the entire Sabaody island. But what was surprising was that the Celestial Dragon's killer disappeared without anyone noticing. The Marines who were responsible for maintaining the safety of the Celestial Dragons seemed to be blind, and when asked, they said they saw nothing. The most horrifying thing was that when one Celestial Dragon died, Another member of the Celestial Dragon's family questioned the Marines and wanted to slaughter those useless trash, but in the end he was killed by those Marine officers instead. Just this one time, 5 Celestial Dragons died, and it was done by the Marine belonging to the world government itself. Advertisement after this incident, the 5 elders of course issued a hunt for those Marines without hesitation. But the result of the hunt, there is still no news. Whether it was the CP intelligence organization, the Marine, the Army, etc., a group of people were not found. That's not the point. After this incident, the 5 elders quickly dispatched the Marine Admiral to garrison Sabaody Island, but when a wave of Celestial Dragons went out again, they were killed by the Marine again. However, even the Marine Admiral could not find a trace of the murderer who killed the Celestial Dragons. The 5 elders were confused. How is this possible? Sabaody Archipelago is heavily guarded. How could it be possible that the murderer who killed Celestial Dragons was allowed to escape again and again? The whole incident seemed like a fuse. Whenever Celestial Dragons travel outside, they're doomed to die. The murderer could be a member of the CP organization, a Marine who protects the safety of Celestial Dragons, or a pirate who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The whole thing was too bizarre. After going through many things, the 5 elders discovered that these things seemed to be related to Neji. After the emergence of those ninja organizations, the world government seemed to have become different. Let's take a look. I really don't know how that person did it, said one of the 5 elders holding the first generation Kitetsu. What are you doing? Sengoku, Akainu, quickly kill these thieves who have invaded world government. Sengoku, you need to give me an explanation. I will expose all the evil deeds you have done over the years to the public and put you in prison for life. The 5 elders and others questioned loudly. Ninjutsu can reach this level? How is this possible? The world government now belongs to the people and is a good organization that serves the people. Whether it was the 3 admirals, Marshal Sengoku, or the hero Garp, they all had determined looks on their faces. Don't waste your energy. They are invaders. As the world government and the Marines, have you forgotten your obligations? Devil fruit. I remember there was no such fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. The sleeping fruit. It's different. The sleeping fruit doesn't have such a big influence. Advertisement. You guys have caused serious monopoly and corruption in the rule of the world government. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The 5 elders looked at the Marine elites standing motionless behind Neji. As the 5 elders discuss why things turned out the way they did. Coming towards them is a criminal group led by Neji, a revolutionary gang. On the right are the top Marines, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kazaru, Aokiji. Neji smiled. For the sake of true peace and world government, you 5 elders must be dismissed and investigated. The 5 elders were stunned. You may not know that the world government outside this palace is no longer the world government of you Celestial Dragons and 5 elders. Could it be the so-called ninjutsu? I think it's probably a devil fruit that can affect the mind. Behind him are Hashirama, Tobarama, and Minato from the Konoha village clan. Everything we do is just, in order to eliminate the rebels and bring true peace to the world. If you continue to resist, then as a Marine Admiral, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Sengoku. Wake up. It turns out that not only the low-level Marines, but even the Marines' Chief Marshal, Admiral and a series of other personnel have been bewitched by Neji. However, faced with the questioning of the 5 elders, Sengoku and a series of Marine elites remained completely indifferent. Why did this guy suddenly come here? Shut up. These guys are enemies of the world government. Akainu waved the cloak of justice behind him. What do you guys who do nothing but give orders know? It was not until this time that the 5 elders knew about it. Chapter 195 Big Battle. The 5 elders felt their heads buzzing when they heard Akainu's righteous words. They pointed at themselves and wanted to laugh. Us? We are monopolistic? We are corrupt? We are evil? The order of the world government was originally made for you. The 5 elders with swords snorted coldly. Everything the world government does is to obey the great celestial dragons, to obey the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government. The order of the world government has never constrained us, but you. We are the bad guys. How ridiculous. We are neither good nor evil. You Marines are just a sharp knife in our hands, nothing more than that. After the 5 elders finished speaking, Sengoku suddenly stepped out, reached into his pocket, pulled out a book, and threw it over. That was all so long ago. Now is the time to read the true laws and regulations of the world government. We have already abolished the laws of the previous world government. The 5 elders were stunned. What the hell? The previous world government laws are invalid. How come they don't know? One of the 5 elders picked up the book, opened it and looked at it carefully. After reading it, he was stunned, just because some of the laws have been completely changed. The celestial dragons and the world nobility were all abolished. The more they read this book, the more confused they became. Why is this happening? What is going on? Your joke is really not very funny. You think you can convince us by just picking up a random book? How naive of you, Sengoku. The 5 elders still didn't believe it. They have ruled the world government for hundreds of years. How could they be completely eroded in just a few months? You old guys always stay here and don't go out. You don't even know that someone has robbed your house, right? Neji was relaxed and at ease, not caring about the attitudes of the 5 elders and others. Advertisement. The 5 elders wanted to say something else, but a violent roar sounded directly in the holy land of Mariajoy. Looking out the window, First could see marine warships pointing their guns at the sea off the holy land of Mariajoy. With a roar from the vice admiral on the ship, countless shells fell madly like a torrential rain. The place where these shells fell was very precise, which was where the world's noble celestial dragons lived. The continuous war caused crazy destruction in Mariajoy, and countless palaces were destroyed in an instant. Ah, damn it, what the hell happened? Guards, you damn slaves, hurry up and protect me, I am a noble celestial dragon, your master. One of the celestial dragons saw the meteorite building falling from the sky and couldn't help but scream. However, how could a celestial dragon that lives a life of luxury possibly withstand a huge rock that suddenly flies towards it? Boom! The celestial dragons that were so arrogant just now were now buried under the boulders and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Cases like this happen again and again in Mariajoy. In the entire world government, the holy land of Mariajoy, which was supposed to be the safest place, was actually hit by such a serious attack. This made the world's nobles, who had been arrogant for a long time, feel fear for the first time. After all, even in the original work, Luffy only fought celestial dragons once and did not kill them. Neji's move was probably the first time in the entire world government that such a large number of celestial dragons were killed. The 5 elders and other members in the palace were now furious. All 5 of them have lived in this world for who knows how many years. Not only is he a user of the devil fruit ability, he is also proficient in observation haki and armament haki. At this moment, through observation haki, they can clearly perceive what kind of tragedy Mariajoy is currently experiencing. Presumptuous. Do you know where this place is? This is the center of the world government. It is where the ancient kings who established the world government are located. The 5 elders were furious, looking at Neji, Sengoku, Akainu and other former marine members. They wanted to eat them. How dare these guys do this? The 5 elders have ruled the world government for hundreds of years, and have never seen anyone so bold as to attack the holy land of Mariajoy directly. Advertisement. Even the fishman at that time only freed Mariajoy as slaves and did not take action against the celestial dragons. But now the guy in front of them actually colluded with Marine and openly rebelled against the world government. This is something that the 5 elders cannot tolerate anymore. Little devils, die here. One of the 5 elders took action. The pitch-black armament haki was now wrapped around the first-generation Kitetsu sword, making the cursed sword look sharp and evil. Soon, someone from Neji's side stood up. Let me be your opponent, said the yellow flash Namikaze Minato. Although Namikaze Minato is not a kendo master, his space-time ninjutsu that allows him to appear and disappear without a trace can be said to be the most unsolvable bug. Especially the flying thunder god mark. As long as you were hit, you can jump to the opponent's side at any time. After a fight between the two, the 5 elders holding the first-generation Kitetsu were secretly frightened. Who is this guy? The speed is too fast, and it seems to have some kind of ability to teleport. 4th generation, being a hero is not a habit for ninjas, Tobirama said in a deep voice. He also joined the battlefield and besieged the 5 elders together with Minato. When the 2 strongest men in the Hokage world joined forces to fight, this 5 elders immediately fell into a disadvantage. A swordsman master faced off against 2 old perverts, and the result was predictable. The other 4 or 5 elders who were watching, seeing that their companion was about to be defeated, could not help but take action. Catch the leader first. You little brat, I'm going to make you pay for what you did. However, before he could rush over, a guy with a kind face stood in front of him. Oh, you'd better take care of yourself now, Hashirama said in a deep voice. Huh? Who do you think you are? How dare you stand in front of me? 5 elders snorted coldly. Although the man in front of him became Marine Admiral under their instructions. But they didn't take him seriously at all. He was just a representative who was pulled out. If a fight really broke out, how could I lose to him? Chapter 196 The Knights of God. If I really lose to him, then wouldn't I have lived like a dog for the past few hundred years? After a few breaths, he looked at the barbs on his chest with a look of despair. What kind of power was this? He didn't know when countless branches burst out from his body. The most terrifying thing is that although the branches of these trees look extremely slender, they are actually constantly absorbing the life force in his body, making him increasingly weak and listless. Just a moment. One of the 5 elders was defeated by Hashirama and died on the spot. This phenomenon shocked the other 4 or 5 elders on the spot. How is that possible? Hey, old man, are you really dead? One of them couldn't help but ask. But after a long time, no one responded. It was obvious that he was completely dead. After seeing the death of their companions, the 5 elders, who had been calm and composed from the beginning, suddenly panicked. How is that possible? How could he die? They have lived from hundreds of years ago to the present day, and of course there is an incredible force supporting them to live until now. That special power can continuously sustain their lives and keep them immortal, unable to die forever. But at this moment, the middle-aged man did something unknown to them, which made the immortality of one of them invalid on the spot. How could this not shock them? Don't worry about those 2 guys, let's attack together. This guy is the most troublesome. One of them shouted. It's too late, there are only 3 of you left now. Tobirama snorted coldly. As the founder of the assassination combat unit, with Minato, the successor of the Flying Thunder God, assisting him, it would be too easy for him to take the opportunity to kill someone. He can kill us too. The remaining 3 immortal 5 elders were completely panicked. Advertisement.
Because of their immortality and the fact that they are already in their old age, their bodies are not particularly strong. It can be said that facing these strong masters, almost all of their trump cards were gone. What happened here? Hearing this familiar voice, a surge of hope suddenly ignited in the hearts of the five elders. Oh right, and there's the Knights of God. When the five elders thought of the powerful people in the Knights of God, hope was rekindled in their hearts. The Knights of God have an extraordinary status in Mariajoy and their fighting power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every member of the Knights Templar possesses terrifying combat power, and many are comparable to the Marine Admiral, with some even being stronger than the Admiral. Although they are the supreme rulers of the world government, they are called martial gods. However, among this order of the Knights of God, there are also some very powerful younger generations, and there are quite a few who are as strong as them. After all, this Knights of God were selected through layers of selection and have the right to execute the world's noble celestial dragons. The battle horn has sounded. As the guardians of the holy land of Mariajoy, the members of the Knights of God were the first to notice that something was wrong here. When he saw his son coming to support him in person, he immediately wanted to join forces to kill these invaders on the spot. As a former king, Ancient Saint Green's performance is not as bad as other five-star guys. What the hell did you guys do? Shamrock asked coldly. Aren't the five elders immortal? How could they possibly die? In the entire world government, the five of them are the ones with the greatest power in the world government. Perhaps you don't know yet. Now all the ordinary residents of the holy land of Marijoa have been transferred out by me. Have you seen the warships outside? If Neji hadn't read the original story, he might have really thought that the red-haired Shanks and the five elders were in collusion. Hehe, I'm not in the mood to play with you guys here anymore. How could that be? Hyuga Neji, the mysterious strong man who defeated the four emperors' red-haired Shanks, has joined forces with Martial Marine Sengoku. Advertisement. However, the man's left and right arms were still intact, and he was still holding a rapier in his hands. Why does this guy know about the existence of Lord Yimu? Initiate a trial against the world's nobles who despise humanity, eliminate the cancer of the marine, and give the people of the world a truly just marine and a complete world government. After all, according to Red Hair's personality, if he really wanted to say it, it is not impossible. After tonight, when the sun rises tomorrow, the holy land of Malihoa will be reduced to ruins. After hearing what Neji said, Shamrock was furious to the extreme. Invaders, now you are the cancer of the world government, Neji smiled slightly. Hearing Neji say this, the five elders were greatly shocked. Just you. Just a bunch of scumbags like you. Neji smiled, whatever you think. I have mobilized hundreds of high-level marine warships to launch an artillery bombardment on the holy land of Marijoa. Of course, this is what you call a buster call. The first person to rush over was a man who looked 70% similar to the red-haired Shanks. His combat capability is also top-notch among the five elders. The red-haired twin brother, Fergalando Shamrock, was now charging over with a group of powerful Knights of God. I also want to see the last king who is still alive among the 20 kings who established the world government. Quote. Why, hurry, come and join us to kill these traitors, said one of the five-star men, Fergalando Green Ancient Saint. Are you qualified to judge us, the world's nobles? Are you qualified to judge us, the celestial dragons? When he just entered here, Shamrock was stunned for a moment after seeing two of the five elders lying in a pool of blood. Observation Hockey has already let them know who the rebels are this time. How on earth do you know that Lord I Am still exists in this world? Asked Ancient Saint Green. It is truly amazing that he can still stand firm under the attacks of several marine admirals. At the same time, a major news story will appear in major newspapers around the world. Ancient Saint Green was a king who was once active in the Valley of God. He was also the supreme commander of the Knights of God and the father of red-haired Shanks and Shamrock. Chapter 197 Why did you betray me too? Even the Marine Marshal and the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies did not know that there was an unknown supreme commander above them. Not only these officers, but even among the current celestial dragons, there are only a handful of people who know about the existence of Lord I Am. How on earth did this young man know such a secret? One of the original 20 kings who formed the world government. Marshal Sengoku was shocked when he heard about this. Is there such a thing in the world government? How is this possible? Kizaru snapped his fingers. The world government was established 800 years ago. If the 20 original kings who established the world government are still alive, then doesn't that mean they are now over 800 years old? Yale, I heard something incredible today, Aokiji said in a deep voice. 800-year-old monster. Humph. Akainu's face was gloomy. I have lived for so long and yet I still exist in this world. No wonder an evil race like the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, still exists in this world. It turns out that there is someone protecting them behind the scenes. Okay, you guys just stay here and play with my men. I'm going to go see what that black shadow is. Neji smiled slightly and walked towards the depths of the holy land of Mariajoy. A-hole, I won't allow you to offend Lord Yimu. When the five elders and the Knights of God saw Neji swaggering towards the depths of the palace, they immediately rushed forward anxiously to stop him. That adult is not someone a minion like you can ever meet. However, it was so difficult for them to stop Neji. Standing in front of them at the moment are not only a series of elite marines, but also the strong men from the Hokage world, who are still guarding against them tightly.
Ha 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 ha. Today is the happiest day I've had in the past 20 years. Garp said with a big laugh. I have long been fed up with those stupid celestial dragons. They are so disgusting. Seeing them is like seeing a bunch of morons. Kizaru also waved his hand and sighed. We can't help it. After all, they are all the result of inbreeding. It's a miracle that they can survive after more than 800 years. It's really hard for these celestial dragons to survive until now. After switching sides, Kizaru's words became more vicious. Nothing else. Advertisement. Because of the salary increase. After Neji changed the law, the salaries of all the world government's troops increased by several levels. When Kizaru saw his reward as an admiral, Kakuzu smiled widely. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. This talented horse is just waiting for Neji, the horse trainer. He must perform well today to get a higher reward. Every time you work, the reward is very valuable. If you perform well, you will get extra bonus. Now it's real, the more you do, the more money you make. After encountering obstruction from their own forces, even members as powerful as the Knights of God could not help but feel the strong obstacles. Shamrock and other members of the Knights could only watch as Neji walked deeper into the palace. Damn it, what the hell is going on now? Why would the Marine Admiral suddenly turn against us? Shamrock couldn't help but curse. He rushed here as soon as the incident happened, so he has no idea what is going on in the current situation. Just a few months ago, just a few weeks ago, the entire world government was peaceful. The celestial dragons still have their rule firmly in their hands, and Marine is just one of their lackeys. But just a few days later, things suddenly turned out like this. What on earth happened in these few days? You ask me, who should I ask? After hearing the complaints from their own people, the 5 elders and others felt helpless. They also didn't expect that the world government they created would become a weapon in the hands of others and stab them. The enemy is in front of you. FK. You beasts, you want to rebel too. Shamrock roared. Damn it, how did that kid do it? Excuse me. As long as they add the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the CP0 organization, they have hope of victory even when facing these marine rebels and ninjas. It's CP0. That beast Neji might have the ability to bewitch people. Advertisement. You can do it. One of the Knights of God looked outside. Compared to organizations like Marine, Celestial Dragons trust CP0, an intelligence organization directly under Celestial Dragons, more. However, what happened next made them drop their jaws. Aren't we wearing the same pair of pants? Do we have any support now? Shamrock said in a deep voice. Shamrock wanted to ask, why the hell is this happening? Moreover, the strength of each of them should not be underestimated, especially those members who killed the 5 elders. The current situation is overwhelmingly unfavorable for them. The 5 elders and others on the other side seemed to have expected this scene. The CP0 organization was fostered by celestial dragons. After seeing the people coming to support him, Shamrock finally smiled. Are you blind? Is lousy an enemy? But looking at the current situation, even the CP organization has turned against them. In response to this, a group of intelligence members of the CP0 organization stood expressionlessly opposite the 5 elders and confronted them. In terms of numbers alone, the other side already has the upper hand. Everyone was terrified. Look, all I saw was a group of people wearing black suits, who looked like intelligence agents, rushing over quickly outside the palace. We are not standing in the wrong position, we are targeting you guys. Really, his fighting power is as fierce as a tiger, and he would almost fall if he wasn't careful. No, damn beast. Now it seems that it is really as Neji said, most of the people in the entire world government are probably under his control. These CP0 organizations, who were originally thought to be coming to support them, attacked them instead when they were about to arrive. This surprised Shamrock. Before, they had vaguely sensed that something was not right within the world government. Chapter 198, Trampling Lord I Am. Even those incredible devil fruits don't have such powerful abilities. However, things have developed to the point where even they are unable to revolving heaven. Not to mention stopping Neji, even their own safety is a big problem. Now they could only watch Neji walk deeper into the palace. At this moment, the 5 elders can only pray that Lord Yim will come forward to deal with this rebel who is scourging the world government. As Neji moves, the unknown side of the holy land of Marihaya is being revealed step by step. In this deep palace, no one knows what kind of building structure it is, but in the face of Marine's Buster Call, it can still hold on until now without collapsing. As the pace quickens, Neji has arrived in front of the so-called Void Throne. On the throne where no one was, there were several weapons. Neji counted them and there were 19 in total, and there was still one weapon missing. It seems that there are rare guests coming today. At some point, a voice that was not sure whether it was a man or a woman suddenly emerged in the empty hall. The man was wrapped in a pitch-black shadow, which looked like an anime special effect, completely concealing his entire figure. But in front of Neji who has the Byakugan, all these concealments are useless. Neji easily saw through the other person's true colors. Wow, I didn't expect I am to be surprisingly pretty, Neji whistled and said with interest. Hearing such frivolous words, I am, who was dressed in black, fixed his gaze, and his red eyes were full of oppression. How dare you be so bold in front of me? You humble mortal who doesn't know what it means to be here, you have already received your death by trespassing here.
In an instant, a black unknown object emanated from Im's body, like an ancient demon. A long demon tail behind him was stabbing towards him madly. This horrifying blow filled the entire hall with dark demonic energy, as if this was a palace ruled by the devil. However, the next moment, Im, who had just exuded such tremendous power, was already stepped under Neji's feet. Im, who was so arrogant before, was like a dead dog and couldn't move. The demon's tail that escaped was also squeezed by the strong gravity and fell to the ground, making it very difficult to move. Advertisement. How could it be? Yim's eyes narrowed. He had never expected this to happen. Who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? Just when Im was trying to muster up her strength to resist the other party, an even more irresistible pressure swept over her body. The ground began to sink. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. At some point, the entire palace collapsed into the ground. And the big foot was still firmly on Im's face. Why? Why is this happening? Why would such a strong person appear in this sea? Im was shocked to the extreme. Why didn't the 5 elders report to me when such a strong man appeared? She could not endure this humiliation, and intense black gas began to erupt from her body. There was a faint light under her feet, and a totem similar to a magic circle was flashing. Suddenly, Im activated some unknown ability and disappeared under Neji's feet. She used incomprehensible spatial abilities to escape. On the other side of the hall, Im had just teleported over, and before he had time to react, a 40-yard big foot suddenly appeared above his head. If you look closely, you will find that the mark of the reincarnation is engraved on Im's face. Ever since the fight with Morgana, Neji has become noticeably more cautious. Before fighting with the opponent, first engrave the mark of reincarnation. In this way, even if any unexpected situation occurs, the other party will run away. It can also chase across space. It turned out that Neji's judgment was correct. Im, who had just escaped, was now being trampled hard by a big foot. A-hole. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Her pretty face was swollen from being stepped on. As the true ruler of the world government, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Do you know what you are doing now? You are making an enemy of the entire world government. Once you leave this palace, you will face endless pursuit. I am roared loudly. At this moment, Yim didn't know that outside the palace where she was, the entire world government was in chaos. Advertisement. The most regrettable thing is that although the five elders have already realized that things are starting to go wrong. However, they did not tell their dear Lord Yim about this. This also led to the fact that I.M. was still unaware that his world government had already been taken over by someone else. Neji couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard what he said. Okay, then I want to see how you plan to hunt me down. As he spoke, Neji kicked the other person away. The force of his kick was so great that it went straight through the underground palace and kicked the opponent to where the five elders were. Hurry, come and help me. After seeing the five elders, Yim spoke to them excitedly. However, he soon discovered a horrifying fact. At this moment, five elders was actually fighting with CP0 and Marine. After seeing this strange scene, I.M. was stunned for a moment and found it difficult to understand what was happening. It's Lord Yimu. The three remaining five elders were greatly shocked after seeing the true face of the person who was kicked out. Could it be that even Lord Yimu is no match for that guy? What on earth is going on with you guys? Yim watched the people in her own camp fighting each other, and she couldn't understand what was happening. Why did they suddenly start fighting among themselves? Among them, the intelligence members of CP0, after seeing the person coming, actually killed the other party without mercy. This level of cruelty is aimed at taking people's lives. It doesn't seem like a sparring match at all. I.M. immediately used armament hockey to arm himself and barely avoided it. How dare you attack me? Yim's eyes were extremely fierce. Do you really think you are that person? In an instant, the demon's spiked tail swept and the opponent's head fell to the ground. Although she is no match for Neji, she is still able to handle these lackeys of CP0 with ease. Ma'am, you must be careful. The world government today is no longer the world government of the past. Chapter 199 Yim. Is my home really gone? Now our world government has been stolen by others. Whether it is the Marines, the Army, or even the CP organization, they have all rebelled. The five elders hurriedly explained the current situation. Although the language is very clear and concise, it can also be said to be to the point in one go. But after hearing these words, I.M. didn't know whether to turn left or right. What the hell? My world government is gone, and everyone has rebelled against it. How is this possible? Yim didn't believe that such a thing would happen. But she was inside the palace and had no idea what the current situation was like. After a while, I.M. finally realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the entire holy land of Mariajoy has become such a mess. Looking from the distant sky, there was a steady stream of artillery fire. On the horizon, countless marine warships were madly crowding the sea surface. I.M. watched as the shells were fired continuously from the Marine's fleet, falling into the holy land of Marijo in a graceful arc, setting off a violent spark. This was like a fuse, and the flames began to sweep across the entire holy land of Mariajoy. Until this time, Yim was forced to believe that what the five elders said was true. Marine, mutiny. Not only the CP intelligence organization, but even the Marines they trained began to rebel at some point. After knowing all this, Yim's heart was really burning with anger. Why? Why did it suddenly become like this now? The indignation in her heart could no longer be expressed in words. The base of Marines is so huge that they are almost spread all over the world. A rough estimate is that there are hundreds of thousands of them. These are the real elite of the world government. The Marine cannot be compared with those CP organizations such as the Army and the intelligence organizations. Yim looked at the entire group of Marine officers who were against the 5 elders. Marine Marshal, Marine 3 Admiral, Marine Hero, Marine Staff Officer. Is this just a draft? I was directly ripped off by the other party. Damn it, even if not many of his Marines have been turned, but just by looking at these legendary figures, I can guess that there are definitely not many Marines who truly belong to the world government. Advertisement. At least they can't mobilize the Marines now. You bunch of good-for-nothings, what the hell happened? Yim cursed. Things have become so serious, but she only found out about it here. If we had known this a little later, I'm afraid the world government would have been finished. Faced with the scolding from their immediate superiors, the 5 elders also have a hard time speaking out. They didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly. The Marines who followed Neji were like a plague, spreading throughout the world government. This is completely beyond common sense. It's not something they can interfere with. At this moment, who saw the situation clearly, already knew that the current situation was no longer in his favor. The 5 elders were covered in wounds, while their enemies, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. As the battle continued, the lives of the remaining 5 elders were rapidly slipping away. Even with the help of the Knights of God, they were unable to turn the tables. After seeing this scene, did not hesitate at all and immediately took action and killed towards Neji. Although I don't know how these guys did it, but she had a feeling that if she killed the man in front of her, the current situation might change unexpectedly. Immediately, began to challenge the invincible man again. Haki armament. Observation right. Even Conqueror's Haki. A thick black mist began to emerge from Im's body. Entangled in the black mist, she seemed to have turned into a demon from hell, with wings on her back, looking hideous and terrifying. What on earth did this creature eat to grow up? It's like a super ancient creature has been resurrected. Why can't I see the gap between us? Yim's face was stiff. It's all because of you. Yim's entire arm was torn off. This way of looking at prey really made her uncomfortable. With a resentful blow, attacked again. At the same time, the 5 elders' bodies began to fade with the black smoke, and various parts of their bodies began to become transparent. Advertisement. As long as we defeat him and eliminate that strange ability that bewitches people, this farce will be over. Originally I wanted to kill you on the spot, but now. The arm that was torn off by Neji quickly recovered under the black magic power. It is much stronger than the attributes on the 5 elders. In an instant, however, someone like Neji is simply unheard of. A wisp of black smoke began to burn on the bodies of the 5 elders, and continued to float towards She knew that Neji was the one behind these guys. Looked at the ruins of the holy land of Marihaya. The celestial dragons, who were revered as the world's nobles, were left with only the Knights of God and the 5 elders, less than 10 people, under the baptism of artillery fire. The anger in her heart grew more and more. However, facing the most terrifying and mysterious in the pirate's world, Neji simply caught the opponent's fist with one hand, and even pulled it hard under his dominance. After a brief thought, decided to take a gamble on Neji. Maybe a lot of good entries will appear from Yim's anger was rising. It's not impossible to let you live a few more days. The strength of Im's Haki is actually higher than Shank's, and its power is at least 2 levels stronger. This huge gap in combat power made feel what despair really was. As long as I kill you, everything will be over. In order to control the senior members of Marine silently, this mysterious guy must have used some special abilities. Go to hell. Do you really think you can defeat me? Her whole body suddenly swelled up to a height of several dozen meters, and she looked as terrifying as a small giant. Yo, Haki's level of training is quite good, Neji raised an eyebrow. The situation on the battlefield changed. As an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years, what kind of strong people has she not seen in this world? How should I put it? Should I say that he is truly worthy of being an old monster who has lived for over 800 years? Everything on her body is treasured. Neji stared at with sharp eyes, and the latter felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 200 Proud. The 5 elders howled in fear when they realized what was happening to them. No, don't. Lord Yimu, we can still help you. Yes, Lord Yimu. There are so many enemies. You alone cannot defeat them. However, who was already drunk, did not listen to the words of the 5 elders at all. At this moment, she just wanted the man in front of her to die. Only in this way can the empire she once built become more prosperous. Only then can we get back on track. Boom boom boom. The 5 elders disappeared from the battlefield. Even the members of the Knights of God nearby couldn't help but worry about themselves when they saw this scene. Although I have long known that there is a secret between the 5 elders and the mysterious Lord Yim. But I never thought that Lord Yim could decide the life and death of the 5 elders at any time. The 5 elders are the ostensible supreme rulers of the world government. Just with Im's thought, the entire army was destroyed. This was unbelievable to the people of the Knights of God. At the same time, after absorbing the bodies of the 3 5 elders, Im's body became stronger and taller, as if he was really a demon. She smiled grimly, the 5 elders already contained a part of her power. Now that Im has taken back his power, his aura has become even more terrifying. This is the real Yim, the true ruler of the world government who has lived for more than 800 years. The black cloud pressed in, and Im's conquerors was earth-shattering, and the scope of its impact was unknown. Even the marine warships that were staying on the sea level in the distance stopped shelling the holy land of Mariajoy. They were all knocked unconscious by Im's conqueror's haki and were no longer able to command the warships to attack. This level of haki is too scary. Shamrock felt complicated as he looked at Lord Im, who was becoming more and more powerful. His biological father is Ancient Saint Green, one of the 5 elders and the commander-in-chief of the Knights of God. Advertisement. But now his father has been absorbed by Lord Yim, and it is unknown whether he is still alive. Great. Lord Yimu has become even more powerful. This time the victory belongs to us. Lord Yim, please help wipe out the rebels. Unlike Shamrock, the other members of the Knights of God were extremely happy after seeing Im becoming more and more powerful. Originally, when they faced Hashirama, Sengoku and others, they were at a disadvantage due to their numerical disadvantage. Some top combat forces are constantly dying. Now they are extremely eager for Lord Yim to take action to suppress these rebels, clear the obstacles to the world government, and return to the past. What an incredible guy. Tobarama's eyes narrowed. Although he is not from this world, he has lived in this world for so long that he has a thorough understanding of this world's combat power system. At this moment, the strength of haki emitted by Im has far exceeded that of Sengoku and other elite marines. And looking at Im's demon form, it is obvious that he has eaten some special type of mythical beast devil fruit, and his combat power is immeasurable. Whoosh. Tobarama took action. He wanted to take the initiative while Im had not fully recovered. The sword of the Flying Thunder God accurately pierced Im's neck, intending to kill him with one blow. With a bang, the sword of Flying Thunder God that had accompanied Tobarama for decades suddenly shattered. It's so hard, Tobarama said in surprise. This Flying Thunder God sword is considered a top-grade precious sword in this world, but it was actually broken by Im's body. Snort. Seeing Tobarama's shocked expression, Im grinned, satisfied with it. You haven't even refined the haki black blade yet, and you still want to hurt me. What a naive little brat. Im attacked with his huge palm, slapping Tobarama to death like slapping a mosquito. The latter wanted to cast Flying Thunder God to move away, but he never expected Im's conquerors to explode. It was like opening a full-scale powerful Tsukuyomi bombardment, causing Tobarama's current brain to shut down briefly and the Flying Thunder God's connection to be completely severed. Tobarama was slapped and flew out. Advertisement. The powerful bombardment was accompanied by the sound of broken bones, proving that the blow he suffered must have caused him serious injuries. It seems that the opponent is not easy. 4th Hokage Minato's face sank. Now that he has lost half of his 9 tails, his combat power should have decreased. However, after exchanging for a series of Hashirama bloodlines and Uchiha bloodlines, his combat power has increased instead of decreased. Nowadays, almost every person in the ninja world must have those 2 sought-after bloodline limits. After all, he was once the god of ninja who dominated the ninja world and the domineering Lord Madara, so he is guaranteed. Yellow flashes crisscrossed the battlefield, and the Rasengan in his hand had been superimposed with the properties of wind-style chakra after continuous research and development, becoming a wind-style Rasenshuriken. Of course, Minato prefers to call it Super Light Limit Wind Wheel Track Array Roaring Cannon Wind Demon Pill Type 2. Plus, Minato said it wasn't suitable for sage art, but it was an instant senjutsu. The power of the Rasenshuriken was further expanded, directly turning into a Super S-level ninjutsu. This one ninjutsu alone is enough to allow Minato to dominate the entire pirate's world. In the Hokage world, if one does not absorb the power of an S-level ninjutsu like the Rasenshuriken, there are only a few people who can withstand the blow. What's more, now that the natural energy of fairy arts has been superimposed, the destructive power of the spiral shuriken has become even more terrifying. In terms of destructive power, Minato, the 4th Hokage, has surpassed Tobarama. Boom boom boom. Im took the blow head-on, and the effect was truly extraordinary. A big hole was made in his body, but no blood was flowing out from inside his body. What a terrifying power. I can't keep you here any longer. Im stared and saw that the body that had been torn apart by the spiral shuriken was recovering at a strange speed. She is like an immortal demon who can constantly modify her body. The powerful conqueror's haki was released, and even Minato was unable to resist and was knocked away. Im's current combat power is almost terrifying. His haki level is already very high, and with the armament haki superimposed on him, even the top strong men find it difficult to break through his defense. Furthermore, he possesses a body almost like Six Paths Madara, and can repair his body at a terrifying speed. This is an almost unsolvable force. Haha, you bunch of ignorant mortals, you will all die here. I will make you regret coming into this world. Im roared. It was as if the previous setbacks had never happened. Chapter 201. This is different from what I imagined. After defeating these people, his confidence swelled like never before. That's right. Yes, I am the great Yim, the true ruler of world government. How could I lose to such a brat? Im looked excited, his eyes staring coldly at Neji. Everything that happened just now was just a coincidence. He hadn't yet regained his true power from the five elders, but it was all right now. All of his strength has returned, and now he is truly perfect. With a snap, the huge, devil-like I Am was suddenly locked tightly by a bolt that dropped from above his head. Sage Art Myayanman. Hashirama scolded coldly. One after another, the Myojin Gate began to continuously press on Im's spine. The Myojin Gate had an extremely strong sealing force, tightly restricting the opponent's haki. Don't attack someone else's brother, you be asterisk 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 D. Hashirama snorted. The magic patterns beside his eyebrows symbolize that he is serious. However, at this time, Yim didn't care about this action. It's just a few big redwood pillars, and you think you can stop me? Yim exerted his strength suddenly and said, look, I will crush all these things into pieces. His real target is the B asterisk 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 D standing aside watching the show, not a supporting actor like you. After a while, Yim's eyes became slightly solemn. It seemed that these large mahogany pillars were quite interesting. She looked at the guy named Hashirama, who was probably the most powerful person on their side besides Neji. In that case, why not kill him first? Another long while later. Yim was stunned. Why? Advertisement. What's going on? I Am looked at Hashirama in shock, with something wrong on his face. Aren't these redwoods a little too outrageous? At this moment, Yim felt a chill in his heart, feeling that the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. After being pressed down on his shoulders by these huge redwoods one after another, I Am felt that the ability of the devil fruit in his body and the power of the conqueror's haki were all sealed. Now, she is at most immortal with a relatively strong body. Why is it like this? I was suppressed by a small minion. I Am was defeated. In her opinion, her real rival should be Neji. Only he is worthy of her, and only he is qualified to fight to the death with her, the true overlord of the world government. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is often cruel. Just like now, I Am originally thought that after absorbing the five elders, he could kill everyone in his way. But when facing a Senju Hashirama, he couldn't even hold out as long as the five elders. This sense of desolation is too strong. Has the world progressed so fast? She can no longer keep up with the times. Not to mention a decisive battle with Neji to take back the ruling power of the world government. Now I Am can't even fight against Neji's warriors. This disparity was hard for her to believe. Are you the real leader of this rebel organization? I Am looked at Hashirama with a serious look. She had heard the five elders report before. In the new world, the four emperors were the world's top powerful beings. In this world, almost all the territory in the world is under the rule of the world government. As the overlord who rules the world, I Am naturally thinks highly of himself. Of course, she also heard the news that red-haired Shanks was defeated and Whitebeard died in battle. I Am was almost insane at this moment and did not consider the rationality of it at all. For example, if what she deduced was true, how could Neji let her out? I'm afraid she has some misunderstanding about her brother's strength. She thinks that only Lord Neji can match her, and the others are just trash. Tobirama sneered. Even I Am was paying attention to the movements of the top powerhouses from time to time. Hehe. I didn't expect that the evolution limit of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan would be the eye of the legendary sage of six paths. Advertisement. But this is understandable. I Am also knew that Hashirama had become the fourth admiral of the marine headquarters. He quickly understood what Yim was thinking. I understand. You have been planning against our world government for a long time. Yim suddenly said in a deep voice. Originally, Hashirama is a sage body that has obtained the power of Yang. Now with the addition of the Uchiha clan, he has both Yin and Yang. His fighting power is no longer comparable. It can be said that Hashirama now is the strongest person who possesses both the power of Yin and Yang, as well as the Rinnegan. You can't possibly break Big Brother's sage art. After all, in their world, the place they ruled was just a small village, not even the size of a country. It turns out that their purpose was to hold me back and then kill my most capable men. When Tobirama first saw the Rinnegan appear in Hashirama's eyes, he was also surprised. He has also now activated Mangekyo, but Hashirama is even more terrifying. If it was Hashirama in his current state, Six Paths Madara would probably still have to eat dirt. Seeing that the other party was still struggling, Tobirama said coldly. At the beginning, Naruto and Sasuke only possessed half of the Yin and Yang power each, but they were able to fight against the Six Paths level 10 Tails Jinchuriki and the Six Paths mode Uchiha Madara. We also know that the credit goes to Neji, Hashirama and other ninja teams. But after Neji's explanation, Tobirama finally understood why the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. Give it up. Tobirama can understand this. No wonder several of the five elders who gained the power of the devil died one after another in such a short period of time. A trace of cold sweat ran down Yim's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Hashirama was stunned for a moment, feeling that this woman seemed to be crazy. However, at this time, seeing that the world government was about to change hands, with only a few admirals left, and the Holy Land being burned down by the flames of war, anger had completely washed away her reason. His eldest brother, Hashirama, has now upgraded Mangekyo to a Rinnegan. His strength has surpassed that of Naruto and Sasuke at their peak, and Hashirama is more familiar with the use of sage art than Naruto and Jiraiya, and his lethality is also more powerful. It was inevitable that Im's self-confidence would swell. Tobirama himself also has Sharingan, and the Uchiha clan are all old friends, so Tobirama also has some experience in training Sharingan. Use this guy with white eyes to attract my attention, and then you can take the opportunity to kill the 5 elders. Fortunately, I acted in time and took back the power of the 5 elders. Chapter 202. Call it a day. After all, for Hashirama, the huge chakra that the tailed beasts can provide is just that for them, and their own chakra is not comparable to that of ordinary tailed beasts. In 6 paths mode, at most it is a bug that adds an extra undead body. It can be said that Hashirama is now a true 6 paths level powerhouse. Truth-seeking ball, Rinnegan, 7 chakra attributes, and a series of other things, Hashirama has collected them all. He already has everything except 10 tails. Why is it like this? After much resistance, Yim finally surrendered helplessly. It was simply difficult for her to break these seals. Now all the strange energies in her body have been suppressed, and even the power of the devil cannot be used. Now she has no means at all and can only wait quietly for death to come. HMPH, it seems that you have seen the reality clearly. Tobirama's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of pride flashed across his face. Big Brother's strength has indeed become even stronger. I am looked at Hashirama, his face full of confusion. She couldn't understand. How did the 5 elders and others manage to fight for so long against someone that even she couldn't defeat? Could it be that those 5 elders appointed by him are even stronger than himself, strong enough to entangle this man? How is this possible? Yim's mind is in a mess now. From more than 800 years ago until now, she had never encountered such a thing despite her noble status. For a moment, she was a little confused. Actually, even the 5 elders and the Knights of God felt tremendous pressure when facing Hashirama. Especially the remaining members of the Knights of God, who were almost wiped out in order to protect their commander, leaving only a few people. Advertisement. Yes, this time's clearing operation seems to have been successfully completed. Neji smiled slightly and forcibly sealed the immobile IM, wanting to continue brushing entries on her. As for the other Celestial Dragons members, Neji felt that these world nobles had lived 2 comfortable lives before, and now it was time to let them try being slaves. It's definitely not jealousy. Have a good sleep. When you wake up next time, you will be ours. Neji looked at IM, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and saw a scarlet mark flickering on her collarbone. That is the mark of reincarnation. After the improvement, Neji has used the mark of samsara to continuously perform infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing the reincarnators with the mark of samsara to continuously receive subconscious spiritual baptism and turn them into people belonging to his side. This is not the first time Neji has done something like this. For example, Sengoku, Garp, Luffy, Shanks, and a series of other pirates and marines have successfully completed the experiment.
This subconscious change consumes much less chakra than forced hypnosis, allowing Neji to maintain this mode. After resolving the issues in the pirates' world, he has now become the true master of the world government. It's just a pity. The 3 super ancient weapons are indeed antiques to me now. Neji sighed slightly. If it was before, when he had not yet opened up the world of the super seminary, then of course it would be a different matter. But now he has connected to the higher side of the scientific worldview. Apparently, this world is called Pluton, which can destroy an island. It just takes a few nuclear bombs. This thing has no value to him anymore. After dealing with the issues here, Neji created 2 clones. One goes to the Hokage world and removes the infinite Tsukuyomi that was restraining Otsutsuki Kaguya, allowing the world to come alive again. The other 2 are located in the pirates world and stay in the super seminary to keep in touch at all times. Inside the Hokage world, a sudden white light shone down from the moon, and it seemed like this had been going on for several weeks. Now in the entire ninja world, there are only a few people who can still remain sober. Looking at the people in the ninja world immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi, an illusory old man had a sad look on his face. Advertisement: he is none other than the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Of course, the real Sage of 6 Paths is dead. The current Sage of 6 Paths is nothing more than a ball of chakra left behind in this world when he was alive. Although it is just a ball of chakra, it is also a 6 Paths level chakra and the embodiment of the will of the Sage of 6 Paths. With just this ball of chakra, he can easily summon successive Hokage from the underworld. It can also allow Naruto and Sasuke to obtain incredible yin-yang escape techniques and become 6 Paths level strongmen. So don't think that he is just an illusory body now, but the role he actually plays is far greater than that of a 6 Paths level strongman. There's not even a single person who can use it. Sage of 6 Paths sighed slightly. He had already sensed that the world was about to fall into crisis and that the world would be covered by infinite Tsukuyomi again. But there should be a glimmer of hope in the ninja world. But things always turned out to be beyond his expectations. By the time he realized that something was wrong, infinite Tsukuyomi had already enveloped the entire ninja world. Now all the people in the ninja world are wrapped in the branches of the sacred tree, and even he is helpless. The Sage of 6 Paths sighed, and he could also forcibly give his chakra to any descendants who still had his bloodline, allowing them to gain some of the power of the 6 Paths level. But this only existed in his imagination. The Sage of 6 Paths knew that even if they had descendants of their own bloodline, with the infinite Tsukuyomi activated, they would not be able to withstand the daylight of the infinite Tsukuyomi if they only had the power of Yang or Yin alone. Those who are immune to the infinite Tsukuyomi's eye techniques of the Rinnegan Sharingan, if they are 10 Tails Jinchuriki, or are members of the Otsutsuki clan, they must activate the Rinnegan at the very least. But now in the entire ninja world, there is almost no one among the Uchiha clan or the Senju clan who can activate the Rinnegan. Sage of Six Paths investigated what was happening in the Genin world and found that something was not right. When he used the resurrection technique before, he originally wanted to revive the person in the ninja world who was most likely to awaken the Rinnegan to the Six Paths level, or the reincarnation of his two sons, such as Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. But as he gradually learned the truth of the matter, Sage of Six Paths fell silent. Chapter 203 Sage of Six Paths Search for Relatives. The soul of Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, disappeared in the underworld, and the resurrection magic had no effect at all. As for Uchiha Madara, now the Sage of Six Paths already knows that the other party is one of the conspirators behind the opening of Infinite Tsukuyomi, although the process was tortuous. But there is no way he can resurrect Uchiha Madara, which will make the already bad situation even worse. Faced with the current situation, Sage of Six Paths felt helpless. Just based on the condition of Infinite Tsukuyomi's daylight, the number of people in the entire ninja world who can withstand it can be counted on a handful. Those who had the ability and potential to resist have now mysteriously disappeared. However, it is impossible for the Sage of Six Paths to allow the ninja world to continue like this, letting everyone continue to sleep in the infinite Tsukuyomi and do nothing. If that happens, the entire world will sooner or later be completely drained of the power of the sacred tree. At the same time, Sage of Six Paths is still a little confusing. That was his mother. No one knew why she disappeared mysteriously and she hasn't come out until now. That's why these humans in the ninja world were able to survive. But Ten Tails is still subconsciously absorbing the chakra of everyone. When the chakra in these people's bodies is completely absorbed, they will transform into white Zetsu and become a real puppet of the sacred tree. This is a situation that Sage of Six Paths does not want to see. Whether for the sake of the people of the ninja world or to guard against the upcoming appearance of Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths must take action at this moment. He had a record of fighting with his mother Kaguya and knew his mother's special abilities. It was very likely that a master had entangled his mother Kaguya in time and space. Although Sage of Six Paths was puzzled as to whether such a strong person existed in this ninja world. But now, he couldn't think of any other possibility. In order to find the only chance and possibility of survival in this world. Finally, after a long time, Sage of Six Paths found a glimmer of hope on another continent far away from the world. But the hope he found also meant that it would likely accelerate the destruction of the ninja world. However, for the sake of the ninja world, he wanted to take a gamble on this possibility. You are Kaguya's son, right? Otsutsuki looked at the Sage of Six Paths that appeared in front of him and sneered. It's really ironic that Kaguya himself came to backstab me, but his son came to beg me thousands of years later. Advertisement in response to the other party's statement, Sage of Six Paths said that this was also a helpless move. He had no one to turn to at the moment. Now the issues in the ninja world must be resolved. He used these dozens of days to travel almost all over the ninja continent. But the result is that the only one who can withstand the daylight of Infinite Tsukuyomi is the leader of the Kara organization lurking in the dark. Although Sage of Six Paths is not very clear about the origin and identity of Kaguya's mother, she is a member of the Otsutsuki clan. He knew it at first sight. Although the person in front of him was not from the Otsutsuki clan, he exuded the aura of the Otsutsuki clan. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Hamura naturally guessed what was going on. But now there was nothing he could do. He can only cooperate with Otsutsuki Ashiki, a potential member of the Otsutsuki clan, to fight to save the ninja world. After all, Otsutsuki Ashiki has the Otsutsuki bloodline in his body, which makes him completely immune to Infinite Tsukuyomi's daylight, and he won't be affected by the illusion hypnosis, nor does he need to consume his remaining chakra. For Sage of Six Paths, this is the perfect choice. If any problems arise in the future, he can also use the power he has preserved now to fight back against the only remaining member of the Otsutsuki clan. After a long negotiation, finally, Otsutsuki Ashiki compromised and agreed to the Sage of Six Paths' request. At the same time, the Sage of Six Paths also gained a specific time of 21 years for the ninja world, and Otsutsuki promised not to take action against the ninja world within 17 years after the lifting of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Sage of Six Paths promised not to interfere with Otsutsuki Ashiki's attack on the people of the ninja world after 17 years. Of course, everyone knows it. This agreement is just nonsense to both of them. When it really comes to the critical moment, who will care about a verbal agreement? The reason why it is 21 years is because Otsutsuki Ashiki is not in good health now. After thousands of years of adaptation, Otsutsuki Ashiki's body could no longer withstand Otsutsuki Ashiki's power. He needs to find a new adapter and make the other person a puppet of his new body. This is the first requirement for Otsutsuki. If he cannot accomplish this, then not only will he be able to collect 10 tails and recover the chakra fruit, but even his own survival will be a problem. But now Kaguya has successfully resurrected before him. Advertisement he also reunited the 10 tails and once again became the founder of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kaguya, becoming the most powerful Otsutsuki in the world. Regarding this, Yishiki felt helpless. He was about to die due to the lifespan limit of this body, but Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had backstabbed him, suddenly returned at this critical juncture with the cultivation level of a great emperor, wanting to wash away his stain once again and take back his chakra. Regarding the current situation, Otsutsuki is really helpless and can only survive. After all, he really can't beat Otsutsuki Kaguya, who has eaten the chakra fruit and become immortal. The simple fact that he cannot die makes him unable to outlast Kaguya. Because he is dying, now he could only pray silently that there would be some changes next. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him. However, the arrival of Sage of Six Paths gave Ashiki different ideas. Kaguya has been missing for dozens of days now, and no one knows the secret. It is suspected that she was brought into the space-time realm by a mysterious strong man and is fighting with him. Or maybe for some reason, he is unable to return to the ninja world. This is both good and bad news for Yishi. He hopes that there will be a final conclusion regarding Kaguya's matter. If Kaguya really did rule the continent again, he would have to make plans early. After all, this body can only last for 20 years at most. Waiting for even a second will cause harm to him and a decline in his combat effectiveness. Especially now that he has not yet chosen the next successor to his body. If Kaguya was sealed again, Ashiki would naturally applaud, and then silently begin his plan to inherit the next generation of the body. But unfortunately, things got stuck in the middle. Was Kaguya sealed or not? Have no idea. Will Kaguya come back? Have no idea. How long will it take before this is over? Have no idea. Where is Kaguya now? Have no idea. Chapter 204. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. There is really no movement at all now. If it was like thousands of years ago when Kaguya and his two sons were fighting fiercely, he would not be so passive. Because at that time at least you can know the battle situation, and how long both sides can hold out, and you can judge for yourself. But what about this node now? He was completely confused. For Yishiki, who was about to die, waiting was torture. The unknown waiting is even more deadly. It has been nearly 2 months now, and even the two Hamaru brothers had only fought with Otsutsuki Kaguya for 3 months. And now this deadline is approaching. But the entire ninja world had no news at all, and Ashiki was completely confused about the real battle situation. How long will this war take to end? When will Kaguya come back? He doesn't know. He originally planned to continue to survive. At most he would wait for a few years to see the results. It's just a few years. If you hold on you can still survive. But now the emergence of Sage of Six Paths has brought a turning point in this matter. According to the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya is most likely trapped in time and space. Although Ashiki thinks this is a bit bullshit. After all, when it comes to the use of time and space, their Otsutsuki clan is the real leader. And Kaguya, who obtained the Rinnegan, is the best among the best. How could he be trapped in time and space? But with the constant persuasion of Sage of Six Paths, Ashiki's heart gradually began to settle. There's really no other way. Ashiki sighed. Now he must prepare his next body that fits the bill for Otsutsuki, but this requires a lot of personnel screening. Under the current daylight of infinite Tsukuyomi, the number of people who can survive in the entire ninja world is almost zero. This resulted in a lack of experimental subjects, and his experiment was postponed indefinitely. This was something Ashiki could not accept, so he desperately hoped that Kaguya's battle would have a result. Advertisement so that he can continue to make the next deployment. If Kaguya comes to power, he will have to make new plans, be more cautious, and hide longer. However, the persuasion of the Sage of Six Paths helped Otsutsuki Ashiki to make up his mind again. Good. I promise you about this, Otsutsuki said in a deep voice. However, he still told Sage of Six Paths about his difficulties. One is infinite Tsukuyomi. This kind of divine art is because the chakra fruit that was born after the seeds of the sacred tree blossomed and bore fruit is a skill released by the Samsara Sharingan. In order to cancel the Rinnegan Sharingan's eye technique, the power of yin and yang is indispensable, but the most crucial point is to have something related to the Rinnegan Sharingan, that is, the Rinnegan. The minimum requirement is that the person who possesses the Rinnegan can release the infinite Tsukuyomi in the God Tree World Advent by having all the tailed beast chakras form the child seal. Of course, Sage of Six Paths also knows about this. That's why he came here to find the Otsutsuki style to release the infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, the two of them seem to hold part of the key to unlock infinite Tsukuyomi at the same time. Although Otsutsuki Ashiki is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he does not have the Rinnegan or the Sharingan. Because this was his first mission, he was ambushed by Kaguya before he could eat the chakra fruit and awaken the Rinnegan. Ashiki knew all too well the creation of the Rinnegan. There are two ways. The first is to eat the chakra fruit condensed by the sacred tree and awaken the perfect reincarnation Sharingan. The second type is the holder of the Sharingan who gives birth to offspring. The Otsutsuki among the offspring will have their own awakened bloodline, which has a chance to trigger the Rinnegan's atavism. After all, it's all related to the Sharingan. In the Otsutsuki clan, Ashiki is obviously not the offspring of a Rinnegan owner, so he and Kaguya have a lower status. Even though he had been missing for thousands of years with no contact, the Otsutsuki clan didn't care. Compared with Otsutsuki Jinshi, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki and a series of other Otsutsuki members, the treatment is simply like heaven and earth. Just by looking at them, each of them is equipped with top-notch equipment, and comes with their own Rinnegan, Byakugan, etc. You can tell at a glance that these guys are children of high-ranking officials. The reason he came to this earth was probably because he happened to see the mission records related to Ashiki and Kaguya, so he asked for the mission to add some glory to his resume. But the sad thing is, a noob is just a noob. Even if you possess the Rinnegan, are of noble birth, and have an extraordinary status, reality will still beat you. Advertisement: they were a group of high-ranking officials' children, who were completely at the whim of doing whatever they wanted. Various magical equipment and luxurious configurations are continuously available. There are even equipment for traveling through time and space. Things that I thought would be easy to accomplish, never go smoothly. Not only did it not go smoothly, but we were wiped out as a whole team. It was just because we were having so much fun that we didn't realize that we were just noobs. He is clearly a bronze player, but he insists on fighting against gold players. He really doesn't have a clear idea of his own position. Otsutsuki looked at the Sage of Six Paths in front of him. Can you do it? After all, you are dead now. If it's just once, I can still try my best. Sage of Six Paths pursed his lips and said. What about you? Can you gather the power of the tailed beasts? Now all the 9-tailed beasts that I differentiated have disappeared with the disappearance of Kaguya. The entire ninja world is almost extinct. Don't worry about that. I'll find a way, Otsutsuki said expressionlessly. The two sides stared at each other for a long time, and both felt a little uneasy. Nothing else. They're all the same, just as good. The Sage of Six Paths do have the Rinnegan, but that was only in life. As for how much use it can really have after death, I've never tried it. I feel unsure. Although the sacred tree did disappear with Kaguya, Otsutsuki did not have a sacred tree either, but he secretly cultivated a smaller sacred tree of his own. But what will happen when this sacred tree faces that sacred tree, and two different sacred trees come together? I have never tried any of them. He was not sure either. After all, Kaguya's sacred tree was split into 9 parts by the Sage of Six Paths, and he had no idea what variables would occur in this. And he didn't know whether this sacred tree that he secretly cultivated could release the infinite Tsukuyomi of the Sharingan, the reincarnation of the previous sacred tree. After all, Ashiki's own sacred tree has not yet blossomed and borne fruit, and the Sharingan of the Rinnegan has not yet been cultivated. This is like two melons that look the same, one is unripe and the other is ripe. Some people want to sell unripe melons as ripe ones to buyers. It depends on how good the seller's deception skills are. But Yishiki had to do it. After listening to Sage of Six Paths, he decided he wanted to take a gamble. Chapter 205. I'm the one who's holding you back. On the other hand, Sage of Six Paths still doesn't know, because of his language art. This led to a move that was originally conservative and had little chance of success becoming firm and willing to take a big gamble. As long as he succeeds, he will be able to surpass Kaguya and avenge himself thousands of years ago. Both sides have their own ulterior motives. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Otsutsuki Ashiki and thought to himself, although I am only a dead man now, the power of the Rinnegan is contained. But he is a member of the Otsutsuki clan after all, and he is Kaguya's superior. If he says it's okay, then it should be okay. Otsutsuki looked at the Sage of Six Paths and thought to himself, this old guy must be sure of winning if he makes such a promise. After all, he is Kaguya's direct descendant and has inherited some of the power of the Rinnegan. Although my sacred tree has not borne fruit, its power has been greatly limited. But seeing that he is as steady as an old dog, he must be very sure, otherwise he would not risk looking for me, a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Suddenly, the two looked at each other with more and more affection, like relatives who had not seen each other for a long time. It seems that there is some kind of kinship between the two people. In that case, let's get started, nephew, Otsutsuki said softly. This time you'll have to rely on your Rinnegan to increase your success rate. If you have no objection, let's give it a try, Sage of Six Paths said softly. After all, the other party is from the same clan as Kaguya, the orthodox bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, much better than him, a half-baked one. That should improve the success rate a lot, right? Neither of them realized that they were pinning their hopes on each other. Sage of Six Paths looked up to Ashiki because of his Otsutsuki identity. Ashiki looks up to the Sage of Six Paths because they are direct descendants of Kaguya, once possessed the Sharingan, and now have part of the Sharingan's bloodline. Both parties felt that cooperating with each other could greatly increase the possibility of success and a sense of. It's a sure thing that we can work with the person who defeated Kaguya who ate the chakra fruit. Cooperating with my mother's people, or even my immediate superior, is a sure thing. Between the Gyuki snake gods, both sides began to prepare to lift the infinite Tsukuyomi. Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki perform hand seals in one move, with the palms changing into the sun seal. A light breeze blew by. Nothing happened. Sage of Six Paths blushed, but luckily he was already a ghost, so no one could tell. Advertisement? No way. Am I too conservative? So this alliance failed? Sage of Six Paths thought to himself, since they had given such a sure guarantee, they must be absolutely sure of it. So he secretly hid some of the chakra power. He had lied when he said he could only unleash the power of the Rinnegan once. The main purpose was to prepare for the fight against Otsutsuki Ashiki 21 years later, so he secretly wanted to take advantage of Ashiki. But now he didn't get any advantage, and was discovered by the other party instead. This is a bit difficult to accept. It was clearly him who came here seeking cooperation, but instead he did such a sneaky thing and was discovered. How embarrassing. Otsutsuki Ashiki's pupils suddenly shrank and he began to sweat a little on his back, but luckily he rolled his eyes so no one could tell the change. It's over. It turns out I was too optimistic before. A sacred tree that has not blossomed and borne fruit cannot be compared with a sacred tree that has blossomed and borne fruit. The gap between the two ten tails is simply too great. Otsutsuki looked at the Sage of Six Paths and felt a chill in his heart. After all, it was me who held back, lowered the success rate, and failed to release the power derived from the perfect sacred tree. There was a long silence. Both sides spoke again. How about, try again? How about, try again? The two looked at each other as if they were close friends. Okay, let's try again. Okay, let's try again. Sage of Six Paths thought, I've been seen through. I can't hide this time. I have to use the full power of the Rinnegan. The other party was very considerate of me by not suddenly attacking me. Otsutsuki Ashiki thought, I've lowered my success rate so much. There are still a few test subjects in the lab, which can just be fed to the sacred tree to promote its growth. I have to save the precarious success rate. Both sides were quietly preparing, and both felt that it was their own fault. After a moment, Yishiki had already fed many of his favorite test subjects from his experiments over the past few decades to the sacred tree. After receiving the nutrients, the second sacred tree began to come alive and shine brightly. The figure of Sage of Six Paths began to become ethereal and almost transparent. At a glance, one could clearly see the mountains behind it. Advertisement, however, in comparison, his pair of Rinnegan became even brighter. It was obvious that this time he had focused all of his remaining chakra into the power of the Rinnegan. After all, he is already a dead man, and there is only so much he can do. Both parties tacitly gave themselves enough time to prepare. Come on, I'm ready, haha, then go ahead. Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki smiled slightly. Sage of Six Paths thought to himself, this time the success rate. At least I can adjust my portion to a normal proportion. Otsutsuki Ashiki thought to himself, after giving birth to the sacred tree, I shouldn't be a drag anymore. Lie, the door of space was opened. Neji entered the Hokage world with a relaxed look on his face. Although he had built a dimensional door at the base of the pirates' headquarters. But he has not opened the super seminary yet, after all, Kaguya is still imprisoned there. However, on the surface, the other party seemed to like the world there very much, and did not have a strong desire to come back. Well, it's time to contact Infinite Tsukuyomi, Neji said solemnly. Although Infinite Tsukuyomi was not created by himself, he can now completely interfere with the spiritual world within Infinite Tsukuyomi created by Nagato. However, since the spiritual world system constructed within the Akatsuki organization is very complete, Neji does not need to make too many improvements. The clone also used the daylight of Infinite Tsukuyomi to subtly depict the mark of reincarnation on everyone. All they have to do is wait for them to be baptized by Infinite Tsukuyomi's worldview, and then everything will be done. Neji estimated the passage of time in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. 2 months was almost enough. It's time to let these children see the sun again tomorrow. There were many people who were sealed in Infinite Tsukuyomi before. Even the vast majority of the Akatsuki organization were taken into the spiritual world by the sacred tree. Of course. According to the agreed result, they went to the spiritual world to maintain order. Shimmer, Neji's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, preparing to release the Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, at this time, Infinite Tsukuyomi actually solved it herself? Neji. Chapter 206 Agreement reached. Bullshit. In the sky, the white daylight created by Infinite Tsukuyomi has completely disappeared. The people who were previously locked in the spiritual world of Infinite Tsukuyomi were now freed from the constraints of the sacred tree. The crowd was in a daze and had no idea what was happening. Neji was confused about this. Who exactly released Infinite Tsukuyomi? It couldn't possibly be Kaguya, could it? Kaguya is probably still in Super Seminary, showing off to his fans. And with a world between them, even Kaguya couldn't do such a thing. To contact Infinite Tsukuyomi, 2 conditions are required. The first is to possess the chakra of all the tailed beasts, and the second is the Rinnegan. Neji pondered for a while. In this ninja world, there is no one left who can possess the Rinnegan. Nagato once had a Rinnegan, but that was Uchiha Madara's. Although both of them possessed the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu sacrificed them to revive Otsutsuki Kaguya. So, Uchiha Madara and Nagato's Rinnegan are now part of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Who else could it be? As he was thinking, Neji suddenly opened his eyes. Now the power of his Baikai is unimaginable, enough to see through the stars and the galaxy. Coupled with the X-ray function, he can scan everything happening on the entire planet almost without any obstacles. In less than a moment, a special place appeared in Neji's eyes. After seeing the 2 familiar figures, Neji fell silent for a rare moment. What a wonderful combination. Everywhere you look, you see a remote continent. There were 2 figures standing there, one was like a ghost, but his pair of Rinnegan were dazzling. The other guy looked like a tattooed gangster who was ahead of his time. Although Neji had never met either person, he was able to guess their identities. Isn't this just the Sage of Six Paths in the Otsutsuki style? How did these 2 people who have nothing in common get together? Neji looked surprised. Advertisement: if the Sage of Six Paths hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have almost forgotten that there was still this old B*********** D chakra wandering around in the ninja world. But then again, if these 2 people work together, it seems that it is not impossible to release the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Neji thought about it. Although the Sage of Six Paths are dead, there are still chakras left in this world. In the Hokage world, chakra can almost be said to be a form of energy in the form of will, even if the person himself is dead. You can also use the remaining chakra substitutes to take actions that influence the pattern of events. The most obvious ones are Mr. and Mrs. Minato, and Orochimaru. The power of Otsutsuki cannot be underestimated. Neji groaned for a while, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Today he came to the Hokage world again to eliminate future troubles. Now that Otsutsuki Ichishiki has already appeared on his own, how could he miss this great opportunity? The other side. After Infinite Tsukuyomi was released, Otsutsuki Ashiki and Sage of Six Paths both showed satisfied expressions. Good, it seems to work. After the cooperation ended, both parties looked at each other with some vigilance. Don't forget our agreement. You cannot attack the ninja world within 21 years, Sage of Six Paths repeated. Otsutsuki smiled slightly. Should we take action against the ninja world? Need I say more? Infinite Tsukuyomi has been successfully resolved. Lousy is still afraid of a ghost like you? Ashiki pretended to agree, but in fact he had already begun planning to buy up a large number of humans in the ninja world and train his next generation of successors. As long as he finds a suitable successor, he doesn't care whether it takes 21 years or 31 years. Only an idiot would believe in such a meaningless bet. Okay, we won't offend each other for 21 years. Ashiki smiled slightly. It's just the right amount of time to wear down the old guy's remaining chakra, so that it will be easier to deal with him then. Sage of Six Paths also knew what the Otsutsuki was thinking. But he could do nothing about it. Advertisement now he has done everything he can. Overuse of the Rinnegan has resulted in him not having much chakra left now. If he fell out with Otsutsuki now, he probably wouldn't be able to agree to the other party. The most crucial thing is that if he uses up all his chakra in this battle, then his Otsutsuki style will be truly unbridled. Don't talk about 21 years of non-aggression. I guess he would have started madly harvesting the ninja world the next second he lost his soul. So Sage of Six Paths now has to pretend that I'm still very awesome. If you want to fight me, you'd better take it easy and don't lose yourself. At the same time as he was trying to shock Otsutsuki Ashiki, he also had another mission. That is to find and train someone who was capable of defeating Otsutsuki Ashiki in these short 10 years, and train him with all his strength. Just as the two were about to separate and rush east and west for their own purposes, an accident suddenly happened. Whoosh, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking up, I saw a figure appearing in the clear sky. Oh, it's the Otsutsuki style after all. After confirming the opponent's identity, Neji did not hesitate and immediately launched a crazy attack. Several black holes in space opened up, blocking all of Otsutsuki's escape routes, and something like a dry branch was released from the black hole. It's a total killing of ashes. Ashiki immediately realized what this thing was. Mamma mia, this frightened him so much that his back trembled and he almost peed himself. The attack on the ashes is a killing move that can kill with just one touch. The most important thing is that he has not eaten the fruit of the sacred tree yet, so he is not immortal at all. If he were to be infected, even he, a member of the Otsutsuki family, would be dead. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the combat mode and the ability of Wedge began to take effect. The dark tattoos covered almost his entire body, but that was not the end. The opponent's eyes began to change, one black and one white. This was the Otsutsuki clan's higher-level evolution of the Byakugan. It evolves from white eyes to black eyes, and is also one of the magic arts of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Ashiki has two black eye abilities, one is the ability to shrink and enlarge himself, and the other is the ability to use time and space. Facing this almost undefendable attack, he immediately activated the ability of black eyes, causing his body to begin shrinking indefinitely. Small enough to avoid the attacks of the company-killing Ash Chapter 207 fighting Otsutsuki in one style. Who is this guy? Why have I never seen him before? Sage of Six Paths was stunned. He is not a god, and the ninja world is so big that it is impossible for him to know everything. Especially before a major event occurs, it is impossible for the Sage of Six Paths to focus on one place for a long time. Therefore, looking at Neji's unfamiliar face, he couldn't even guess who the other person was. Both parties were surprised by Neji's arrival. Especially after seeing the opponent's strong fighting ability, he was even more shocked in his heart. Otsutsuki dodged the fatal attack, but an even more terrifying threat was waiting for him. Relying on his small size and being unnoticed, he began to move quickly. This person who suddenly appeared actually dared to attack me. It seems that he is tired of living. How can we do this without teaching him a bloody lesson? In Otsutsuki's self-awareness, currently on this indigenous planet, only those who belong to the Otsutsuki clan, or the descendants who have obtained the power of the Otsutsuki clan, can be taken seriously by him. For example, the sneak attack Otsutsuki Kaguya, and the previous Ten Tails Jinchuriki Sage of Six Paths brother who inherited 10 tails, and so on. Apart from this, Otsutsuki never takes anyone in the ninja world seriously. It's just that what he wants right now is to train the next generation of successors to his body, and he has no intention of doing anything else. However, this time Otsutsuki was wrong, and completely wrong. Neji deadpanned, pointing his finger. Double fruit, dark fruit, multiple fruit, reincarnation, universal pull. In an instant, a black hole as dark as the abyss suddenly appeared. The super strong gravity used by Neji is completely different from the previous ones. The black hole that was created alone was hundreds of meters high, and its pulling force was unprecedented, causing the entire ninja continent to begin to move.
The dark fruit's super attraction, the double fruit's multiple doubling, the gravity fruit's super gravity, the Rinnegan's universal pull. This kind of gravity has surpassed the sealing technique of Six Paths planetary devastation and has become the strongest sealing technique in the ninja world. Faced with such a terrifying pulling force, Otsutsuki felt something was wrong for the first time. Advertisement. No matter how fast he runs, he cannot escape the abyss of gravity. His body became smaller and smaller, which also meant that the gravitational force he was subject to became more difficult to resist. Otsutsuki immediately adjusted his strategy, enlarged himself again, and used Mahakala to move through space in an attempt to escape from this confined place. However, what the other party did not expect was that not only was he in Daikokuden, but Neji also followed the fluctuations of time and space, forcibly knocked open the drawing points of time and space, and forcibly passed through. What's wrong with this guy? Ashiki looked extremely surprised. Before this, Neji's eyes were just a pair of white eyes. But at this moment, his eyes have turned into the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan. 2 9 Magatama Rinnegan. After seeing Neji's eyes, Ashiki thought to himself that this was impossible. The 9 Magatama Sharingan is the starting eye of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. After a sacred tree absorbs the chakra of a planet, it can only bloom and bear fruit, a 9 Magatama Rinnegan. The purpose of Otsutsuki Ashiki and Otsutsuki Kaguya's trip to this indigenous planet is to give birth to a 9 Magatama Rinnegan. But the guy in front of him actually possesses 2 9 Magatama Rinnegan at the same time. The current intelligence is beyond Yishi's understanding. Mahakala is no longer effective. Similarly, facing this guy in front of him who possesses the Sharingan, his body may also be immortal. But how did this guy in front of me get 2 Rinnegan? Even before Kaguya had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, he was severely injured by the opponent, not to mention that now the opponent has already eaten the fruit of the sacred tree. Since Ashiki was in a super gravity space and couldn't move freely, he could only dodge on the spot, constantly using his ability to grow bigger and smaller to avoid Neji's skills. He didn't eat the fruit of the sacred tree, nor did he have a Rinnegan. Now facing this ruthless man with a pair of Sharingan, he absolutely could not hide anymore. But Neji didn't care about it and just treated it as practicing his shooting skills. This time I'm really unlucky. Now, every time Neji fired a round of the communist killing ashes, he would be terrified. If he was even scratched, he would be finished. Yishi secretly groaned in his heart. Advertisement. Ashiki would definitely not be able to defeat Kaguya, who had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree and gained immortality. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Damn it, stop using the ashes of communists as bullets to shoot at me. This made Yishiki feel shocked and angry. But Ashiki's ability to dodge is simply too advanced. The sacred tree clearly belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, and as of now, the only ones from the Otsutsuki clan who have come to this planet are him and Kaguya. Is that something you can joke about? Ashiki didn't know, but his attitude towards Neji at this moment had changed drastically. The body of Yishi was hunched over by the extremely powerful pressure, like a dying old man. He can enlarge or shrink his body at will, which causes the accuracy of his attacks to drop to a critical point. In response to Ashiki's questioning, Neji was concise and easy to understand. The Sharingan is an eye that can only be born after the sacred tree blooms and bears fruit. Why do you have a pair of such eyes? Ashiki suddenly questioned. The murderous ashes bombs, like bullets, rubbed back and forth on the edge of Yishi's body. Swoosh. Unlike Ashiki's hunched body, Neji has mastered multiple gravitational abilities, so he remains motionless and stands proudly in the super gravity space. At this moment, his space-time ability became useless in the face of more powerful space-time abilities. In super gravity space. In other words, this guy could be at least an enemy of the same level as Teru Yoruichi. The space began to change again. Neji just flicked his fingers lightly, and 2 streams of ashes of the common murder that looked like dead trees were thrown towards Ashiki like high-speed flying bullets. Once someone is stabbed by the ashes of the common murderer, no matter if he is a member of the Otsutsuki clan or anyone else, as long as he is not immortal, he is almost finished. From what I see now, you are not a fellow Otsutsuki. In that case, who are you? Sniff sniff. It is almost impossible for any attack to hit him. From the original Ashiki's Mahakala space, it was officially changed to the divine space extended by the Samsara Sharingan. Chapter 208 Powerless Despair. However, during the subsequent dodging process, Otsutsuki began to realize it gradually. Neji can launch so many killing ashes bullets and can also move freely in super gravity space. These powerful forces can kill you quickly. But the other party didn't do that. Why? Ashiki's eyes were fixed on Neji. Was that the expression of a hunter looking at his prey? No, this guy completely treated his Otsutsuki style as a toy, just to kill time. Otsutsuki, who got the correct answer, was filled with resentment. Has he actually fallen to this point? I don't agree. A sudden attack. Pitch black cubes continued to emerge from the ceiling. Since this is a super gravity space, the destructive power of these compressed cubes, which already have super weight, has become even stronger. The black cube almost annihilated everything within Yishi's sight. HMPH. This is the price you pay for treating me like a toy. Ashiki sneered. Although it is far from enough to use black eyes to counter the space-time magic of Sharingan. However, as long as it accumulates long enough, it can still forcibly interfere with the other party's control over space. The first move is to complete this ultimate move after continuously accumulating the cube in Mahakala and spending a large amount of chakra under such circumstances. Not bad, not bad. Do you have any other tricks? Neji's voice came from all directions. This made Yishi, who had been confident of victory, suddenly change his expression. How could that be? Ashiki stared blankly at everything in front of him. The cube with super gravity that he summoned began to shrink again and turned into a black box that was smaller than a little finger. Isn't this my ability? Ashiki said in surprise. Advertisement. The look he gave Neji was filled with fear and surprise. Who is this person? What are the abilities of his Rinnegan? Actually, Neji's ability to shrink objects, of course, comes from the Black Eyes entry he just extracted from Ashiki. It feels good to be powerful, Neji sighed. If it were in the past, it would be almost impossible for him to extract a set of entries so easily. But what about now? With his great strength, Neji could easily extract all the entries he had day by day during his battle with Ashiki. This is the power of strength. Neji no longer has to flatter like before, thinking about how to get some entries from big shots every day. Whose entry does he want now, just like an emperor calling his subjects? Do you want me to come find you in person? You should just get out of here yourself. At this moment, Ashiki has truly felt the pressure brought by Neji. The other party doesn't treat me as a human being at all. When this guy gets tired of playing with me, I will definitely end up dying miserably. I can only take a gamble. After he took a deep breath, white smoke suddenly rose around his body. He now wants to abandon Jigen's body that he has used for thousands of years and use again the body that originally belonged to his Otsutsuki clan. After using his own body again, his combat effectiveness will be restored to its peak. But this also has disadvantages. That is, if he reveals his true form at this time, his lifespan will be greatly reduced. He might die tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or he might not even survive today. The smoke and dust cleared, and at this moment Otsutsuki has returned to the original posture of the Otsutsuki clan. His head was ferocious and his skin was gray and white, like a dead person. It was very different from his previous human-like appearance. Pa. As soon as she appeared, Sixian thought that her counterattack was about to begin. But he never expected that he was actually suppressed by the pressure of this super-gravity space and unable to move a single step. Don't even think about it. There's no one in the entire ninja world who can move freely in this super-gravity space. Neji laughed. Advertisement. In the super-gravity space in the original work. Even Otsutsuki Kaguya, who had absorbed the entire ninja world's chakra and possessed the chakra of all the tailed beasts, would be squeezed and lie down after arriving in this space, and would be unable to move. But in Neji's hands, the sense of gravity went up several levels. He currently has quite a few gravity-related abilities at hand. As long as he integrates them a little, the gravity in the supergravity space will increase infinitely in geometric multiples. This is like the gravity training room in Dragon Ball, but there is a clear upper limit. As for Neji, after obtaining the technology algorithm of the super seminary, in theory, Neji can add the weight of an entire planet into this supergravity space out of thin air. Originally, he was connected to the three worlds of Hokage, Pirates, and Super God. The pressure from all the worlds came together, and the power can be imagined. Feeling the increasing pressure of gravity, Ashiki's lungs were bleeding and he became dazed. Stronger gravity means stronger control over the surrounding space. When facing Neji who has infinite chakra, Ashiki needs even more chakra to compete with him for control of time and space. The scene at this moment is just like the original work in the original sphere space, when Obito wanted to use Kamui to break Kaguya's space-time ninjutsu, but he only opened a small hole, and he still had to rely on the chakra accumulated by little Sakura, but it was almost sucked dry. And this was only successful when Kaguya was not in front of him and there was no conscious interference. Neji's current positioning is that of an enhanced version of Kaguya. The Otsutsuki style is equivalent to Obito without the help of little Sakura. If he wants to use time and space forcibly, his chakra can suck him into a jerky. Ashiki really felt desperate at this moment. His proud time and space ability, Mahakala, was directly blocked, and the little-known Viguna who could make anything smaller. And because they are in a super-gravity space, they are restrained and can only stay where they are and cannot move. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. With a series of roars, Yishishi was offline. The eyes in his eyes were extremely bright and dazzling. One of the eyes is black and the other is a normal white eye. Neji certainly knew the value of these two eyes. It was like Uchiha Madara gave his Rinnegan to Nagato. Although the divine arts sealed in these eyes cannot be used by the person whose eyes have been replaced, the eyes themselves are extraordinary. Neji naturally did not waste these two pairs of eyes. Chapter 209. I'll take your eyes off. He stretched out his hand, trying to close these eyes. With this pair of eyes, at least a ninja who can rival Nagato can be created. After all, they are the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan, they can't be worse than Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, right? However, just as Neji was about to reach out and dig out the eyes, Otsutsuki Ashiki's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He started suddenly. A wedge was planted in Neji's body. Seeing Neji completely fall into his trap, Otsutsuki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, you finally underestimated your enemy. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He compressed and stored a backup of his body in Neji's body, so that he could use Neji's body to revive again in the future. After a short battle, Otsutsuki Ashiki discovered that Neji was not from the Otsutsuki clan. Even so, the strategy he formulated has an 80 to 90% chance of success. Just as he had expected, this plan went very smoothly. Seeing that his compatibility with Neji was rising rapidly, Otsutsuki was about to drool. What the hell? If he succeeded, he would be Otsutsuki with 2 Rinnegan. This one point alone would be enough to save him thousands of years of effort. It's useless. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Otsutsuki laughed wildly. At this moment, his soul has been backed up. Even if his original body is destroyed, he can still be resurrected with the help of Neji's body at a certain period of time. Even if this time is several years, decades, or even hundreds of years, it doesn't matter, it will come one day. Looking at Otsutsuki's smug face, Neji remained expressionless and exerted slight force on his body. On the wedge engraved by Otsutsuki, his own soul generation is being ruthlessly decomposed and annihilated. You are making trouble. What is my current identity and status? What is your current identity and status? Advertisement. You still want to scam lousy. Dream on. Otsutsuki was stunned. How could it be like this? How come this guy can remove the soul compression backup of his wedge so easily? From Otsutsuki's perspective, this is the first time such a thing has happened. Not to mention the high matching rate, he has already printed the wedge. This is like setting up a latent virus in the body, although there is a chance of triggering it. But at present, it does not cause any harm to the body, cannot be detected, and the length of the incubation period is unimaginable. Those who have been implanted with the wedge cannot even remove the mark of the wedge. This technique belongs to Otsutsuki, and they may not even realize it until they die. However, Neji now is obviously too lazy to argue with Otsutsuki anymore. He suddenly made a move and dug out Otsutsuki Ashiki's eyes and kept them as his own collection. After experiencing his eyes being forcibly gouged out, Otsutsuki felt a heart-wrenching pain. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way. Neji felt that he was a good and kind person, and couldn't bear to see the other person get hurt again, so he slapped the other person to death. After getting Luffy's top-level Lucky King attribute, Neji can now draw any attribute he wants. He can get the opponent's top entry just by touching it. Just like the Otsutsuki style, with just one move, he gained the ability of the opponent's black and white eyes. In fact, Neji had been conducting tentative attacks on Otsutsuki Ashiki with his ash bombs. One of the reasons was that he also wanted to find out whether the other party had any other special abilities besides pupil skills. If possible, it is not impossible for me to let the other person live a few more days. But unfortunately, Otsutsuki still disappointed him. After thousands of years of kung fu, it's true that apart from the black eyes, no other abilities have been developed. Of course, Neji also knew that it was mainly because Otsutsuki was focusing all his attention on science. In the next 10 or 20 years, scientific ninja tools will have undergone an epic-making transformation. Just talking about the scientific ninja tools that can be organized, they are enough to rival other masters at the cage level or even above the cage level. Advertisement. Even Naruto accidentally suffered a loss. It's a pity that at this point in time, Otsutsuki has not yet met that key scientist. Therefore, he is probably still focusing on cultivating the sacred tree and keeping a low profile. After returning to the Hokage world, the Sage of Six Paths on the side is now waiting anxiously. The outcome of this battle is crucial. As a foreign visitor to the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki I naturally posed a considerable threat. But compared with this, the existence of another mysterious and powerful man cannot be underestimated. In particular, the power exuded by the opponent was far greater than that of Otsutsuki Kaguya, the founder of Chakra. This made the Sage of Six Paths worry about the future of the human world. If the mysterious boy wins this war, it will definitely change the course of history of the entire ninja world. However, if Otsutsuki Ashiki wins, the ninja world will probably become a purgatory in the future. The Sage of Six Paths does not want this to happen. Just as he was anxiously waiting for the result, microwaves were transmitted in the space. Neji's figure appeared in the sky, symbolizing the end of the war. The moment he saw the other party appear, Sage of Six Paths suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the remaining scourge of the Otsutsuki clan was eliminated. However, the Sage of Six Paths had the highest level of respect for this man who could easily wipe out the Otsutsuki family. But then again, he still needed to test the Lord's attitude. Thank you, sir, for eliminating a great scourge for the entire ninja world. The Six Paths immortal pursed his lips and said softly. So just now Sage of Six Paths reached an agreement with Otsutsuki that neither side would take action within the next 21 years. But everyone knows that this is bullshit, and neither of them really wants to abide by this agreement. As long as they are given the chance, they will definitely beat the other party to death. Neji waved his hand and said to the Sage of Six Paths, "Don't worry, senior. After all, I am still a member of the ninja world. I will never attack the ninja world." Actually, what Neji said was not wrong. Because he had already taken action a long time ago, now it was no longer a matter of whether to take action or not, but it was time to check the results. In Infinite Tsukuyomi, after receiving 19 years of compulsory education in Daxia in the 21st century, everyone in the Hokage world should have realized how hard peace is to come by. Chapter 210 Life within Infinite Tsukuyomi. In that case, I feel relieved. Although Sage of Six Paths said this, he was secretly preparing to escape. No matter how fantastic Neji's words were, he decided to use his remaining chakra to travel around the entire ninja world and witness the prosperity of the world with his own eyes. Of course, if Neji has any conspiracy, he can also secretly train people to carry out the rebellion. The two didn't talk much, especially when facing Neji. Sage of Six Paths was obviously extremely guilty. When faced with someone who is stronger than oneself, or even someone who can kill oneself in seconds, people will instinctively feel fear and instinctively pursue safety. This is what Sage of Six Paths looks like at the moment. The risk of continuing to stay here is too great. If Neji suddenly changes his mind and wants him to stay, then he's doomed. Therefore, while Neji had not yet regretted it, he left some people to immediately disperse the current chakra without stopping, allowing them to continue floating and wandering in every corner of the human world. As time went by, the chakras left over by the Sage of Six Paths were gradually discovered. After the large-scale baptism of infinite Tsukuyomi, people all over the world seemed to have become enlightened, constantly pursuing peace, and even wars rarely broke out. Some special professions have also emerged. For example, scientists, crop scientists, astronomers, land and crop experts, and so on, a series of inexplicable professions. But what Sage of Six Paths cannot deny is that everything in the ninja world is currently moving in a good direction. As he secretly observed for a few months, something unexpected happened. The 5 major countries actually disintegrated directly, forming a new unified republic, and began to rule and lead the development and cooperation of the entire world. This also indirectly led to the return of land resources to the central government. Then distribute it to all parts of the world, and all major ninja villages will be assigned as central military combat readiness resources. This phenomenon completely deprives everyone of the reason to start a war. Advertisement. Sage of Six Paths is very confused about this phenomenon. What on earth did they experience in Infinite Tsukuyomi? Why did such a huge change happen? In the praise of the motherland, even though the Sage of Six Paths waited for the flowers to bloom and bear fruit, and the spring to fall, until his chakra was exhausted, he still did not find any signs that Neji would attack the ninja world. For example, Uchiha Itachi, who is naturally smart and sharp, can see through the principles of things several levels faster than ordinary people. So Neji decided to take a cold approach for now, and explore the 4th world after he finished the Hokage world and the Super God world. Originally, he had thought about whether to send out some people from the reincarnation space, but he thought about it carefully. It is really surprising that among these Akatsuki members, Kakuzu is the one who is doing the best. At most, he would just send out a clone to keep the situation under control. Except for Nagato, who summoned the Gedo statue and obtained the Rinnegan, becoming the carrier of Kaguya's arrival, the other members of the Akatsuki organization are still intact. In his previous battle with Kaguya, he was careful not to hurt anyone in the Akatsuki organization. Since birth, Kakuzu has had an extreme yearning for money. By reading a large number of financial books, he started reselling goods at a young age and earned his first pot of gold. In fact, Neji has already detected the next new world, but he doesn't have time to explore it himself yet. Since birth, it was not until 49 years later that Uchiha Itachi finally saw through the world, straightened out his stubborn spirit, successfully realized his mistakes, established correct values, and became one of the leaders in building a beautiful home. Those past events seemed to have really happened, as if their past lives and present lives were vivid in their minds. He was very upset. As someone who can describe other worlds, Neji naturally cannot stay in one world of Hokage. For example, Konan, she studied very hard, read seriously day and night, prepared for the college entrance examination, slept less than 6 hours a day, and finally succeeded in being admitted to the coveted Peking University. Then she forged ahead bravely, successfully became a doctor, joined the central colleges and universities, and then, she suffered a beating from the society. At this moment, Neji has returned to the Akatsuki base. Advertisement. Infinite Tsukuyomi has been lifted for a while. At first, they were still a little confused, and then they recalled what happened in the Infinite Tsukuyomi space. This kind of kingly politics is still a little too new and too obscure for an old antique like Sage of Six Paths. There are only 3 worlds now, so of course he can make his original body work harder and wander back and forth among the 3 worlds. So in Hidan's dream, members of other organizations were also present. Even if he did not appear in person at that time, the entire ninja empire was secretly controlled by him. Anyway, he had already become a dead man thousands of years ago, and what happened afterwards will be left for his descendants to figure out. Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Hidan and a series of other people have all woken up from their sleep. However, he was unexpectedly sent to the hospital by his parents, who found out that his child suffered from mental illness, had a rebellious tendency, was indifferent to family affection, and was highly similar to a suspected brainwashed spy. So he was sent to a special institution and was questioned by a psychologist every day. In fact, the ninja world at that time was already firmly under the control of Neji. After releasing Infinite Tsukuyomi, Neji first met with his strategic partners, the Akatsuki organization. I failed the junior high school entrance exam once, failed the college entrance exam twice, and almost didn't graduate from college. I can't do subcontracting work anymore. Hidan cursed. After all, Konan did not forget her original intention, and successfully jumped out and became the new female president. Because of the illusion world in Infinite Tsukuyomi, all the people from the entire ninja world are mixed together. The reason why he can predict the future of this world is because of the plot. If he lets his people destroy the plot, something he can't imagine is likely to happen. FK. But there are only 3 worlds now. In the future, as more and more worlds are searched, there will be more and more new worlds. By then, he will not be able to send his main body to every world and run back and forth. Finally, after experiencing a series of temptations such as workplace unspoken rules, sexual harassment, the temptation of power and reputation, the seduction of greed and corruption, and the temptation of little milk dogs and little wolf dogs. In that case, Sage of Six Paths went with peace of mind. Chapter 211 Life within Infinite Tsukuyomi 2. Later, he outsourced wholesale and slaughtered batches of college students, deducting 20 yuan per hour. If a group of college students worked 10 hours a day, he could earn tens of thousands of yuan, and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every month without doing anything. Then he was admitted to the Central University of Finance and Economics, where he squandered money and became the chairman of the finance department. He immediately gained connections, resources, and money, and had a far-reaching impact on the local area. He was called a financial tycoon and a super stock god. Even the then President Konan was influenced by Kakuzu's opinion. If Konan hadn't told Kakuzu, who was too proud of himself. This is just an illusion. Kakuzu almost started a quarrel with Konan and a series of high-ranking officials. After all, when people's money is like killing their parents. What? It's an illusion. It's okay, just pretend I never said these words. In short, all the members of Akatsuki organization went through numerous tests before they began to take control of the infinite Tsukuyomi world. In fact, they could have let Nagato directly position them as the ones in power. However, Uchiha Itachi, a smart and sharp person in the organization, proposed it. How can you control others if you don't feel the pain yourself? If we can't even pass this peace test ourselves, how can we implement it? Nagato listened carefully and immediately felt that it made sense. Looking back on the past, isn't it the blood and tears history of their Akatsuki organization? They felt the pain of war and the pain of the world, but the other 5 villages did not feel it. But now the situation is reversed. If he wants to make the world feel how difficult it is to achieve peace, he must first take a step forward himself. Konan, Hidan and others heard this and agreed with indignation on their faces, saying that they would never implement the peace plan and so on if they failed the test. And then, the tragedy began. Under the interference of Neji's world background, Konan and others experienced what diligence is when they were in elementary school. When I was in primary school, I had Huxia, math and English exams from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Advertisement. When I was in middle school, I worked from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m., and I never left the bench. I had tests every day and was criticized every day. In high school, from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. When I was in college, at work, when I got promoted, when I was harassed, when I was squeezed. It almost broke the hearts of Konan and others. They even felt a little regretful. Why did they commit suicide in the first place? And what kind of world is this? How can you do this? Everything had been planned well before, but only after it was implemented did they realize how horrible it was. In addition, they also deliberately set up the First World War and the Second World War. Moreover, in the illusion world, they no longer have the extraordinary energy of Chakra. At present, they are just ordinary people who are weak due to staying up late and can be bullied by 3 or 2 people. It was not until this time that the members of Akatsuki realized that if this was really the kind of peace, it wouldn't be much better. For a moment, they even wanted to return to the ninja world and live a life of fighting and killing. Fortunately, Konan finally came to her senses. At the age of nearly 112, she finally began to work hard, and eventually outlasted everyone and successfully took the top spot. With Konan's rise to power, the other members of the Akatsuki organization gradually began to get back on track one by one, and began to lead a group of people in the ninja world to start a series of reform measures. After understanding the truth of this world, it became much easier for the Akatsuki organization to implement their plans. It was also very easy to control those old antiques in the ninja world. In Infinite Tsukuyomi, after Konan and others underwent a major reform, they finally eliminated most of the ninja world ninjas and other disobedient members. Those who should be sent to a mental hospital were sent to a mental hospital, those who should be sent to study law were sent to study law, and some extremely hardline war factions directly sent them to the war period to see the miserable lives of the people at the bottom. After this series of measures were implemented, Konan and others quickly selected a group of people who were originally expected to benefit New World. And those old guys who are still indulging in the old pedantic era of the ninja world. They were mercilessly sent to mental hospitals, and those who were supposed to study law were sent to study law. Look, this guy called Obito has distorted values and extreme ideological tendencies. Don't play with him, okay? Advertisement. Yes, yes, yes. My son also met a man today. I think his name is Danzo. I think he has ideological problems and is very extreme. Your children cannot hang out with him. Yeah, and that, as the surrounding environment spread, those old antiques in the ninja world were no longer old and frail, but were like a newborn boy who had spent more than 10 years. Of course, Obito and Danzo were almost abandoned by the world because of their backward knowledge. In comparison, those who had preached to them before were almost all older than them, or their uncles, aunts, neighbors, and so on. Soon, they were labeled as unsociable, perverted, mentally twisted, world-hating, hypocritical, etc. This immediately made Danzo, Hiruzen, Kaharu and a series of other senior executives furious. They are now in their 60s and 70s. How can they tolerate others saying this to them? But in this world of returning books, Danzo and others are no longer dying old men, but children who have been reborn with memories of their past lives. Faced with the instructions of these seniors, and even their adoptive parents, if Danzo and others did not listen, they would only be beaten. Unfortunately, in this illusion world, the energy of chakra no longer exists. Without the chakra setting, Danzo and others cannot become superior ninjas no matter how hard they try, and can only be other people's children. Because of their series of actions, some of them were even sent to a mental institution by their parents in an attempt to correct their psychology. All these events almost made these extreme-minded elders lose their minds. They couldn't help but wonder if they were really mentally ill. Were the things in the Hokage world really just their own fantasies? And with the forced lifting of infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone in the ninja world has now awakened from the illusion. However, after waking up, the members of Akatsuki immediately realized that something was wrong. This is different from what we agreed. Didn't we agree to set up a mental prison to imprison all those who don't meet the standards? How did I cancel infinite Tsukuyomi directly? Chapter 212 Ninja Empire. Where is Nagato? What is happening now? Conan couldn't help but ask. Where is Nagato? What happened now? Conan couldn't help but ask. The location is still the same as before, but now it seems that everything has changed. She looked around but couldn't see Nagato anywhere. Something unexpected must have happened, causing infinite Tsukuyomi's illusion world to be lifted prematurely. However, the place where they are now is still too unfamiliar. There were many traces of fighting in the former Akatsuki headquarters. With the addition of numerous branches and vines of the sacred tree, this place no longer looks the same as before. Where's Nagato? Why can't I see the boss? Hidan was also surprised. He felt as if he had returned to this world again, and he still felt a little emotional. Not only did Nagato disappear, Neji wasn't found either. Uchiha Itachi added. Hey, this situation is different from what we agreed on. Hidan recalled his miserable days in infinite Tsukuyomi and couldn't help but shudder. And we don't seem to have seen Boss Nagato in the spirit world. After entering the world of infinite Tsukuyomi and suffering greatly, Hidan often couldn't help but yell to the sky, Boss Nagato, I don't want to do this anymore, I don't want to continue studying, and so on. He originally thought that his boss would give him a chance to escape from his suffering, but he did not expect that Nagato would not even pay any attention to him and let him drown in the ocean of knowledge. Recalling his past, Hidan really got upset. Stop shouting. Just then, Neji suddenly appeared. This time he no longer uses the identity of Uchiha Madara, but appears as his own body. Now that the Black Zetsu lurking in the Akatsuki organization has been completely eliminated, and Kaguya is no longer in this world, there is no point in continuing to cover it up. Almost everyone in Akatsuki has seen Neji's true appearance in private. Advertisement. Only White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, Obito and other people behind the scenes don't know. Neji. After seeing the person coming, Conan was recognized immediately. After all, she was the first person to know Neji's identity. What's going on now? What happened to infinite Tsukuyomi? Why don't we see Nagato? Conan asked one after another. Nagato, to be exact, he's been dead for several months. Neji scratched his head. But don't worry, Nagato's soul is still preserved by me, and there is still a chance that he can come back to life in the future. As Neji began to explain everything that had happened before, everyone in the Akatsuki organization finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. Among them is the story of Black Zetsu saving his mother for 1,000 years. After all, as the 5 major ninja villages, their military reserve capacity far exceeds that of the general soldiers of the big countries. Relying solely on the combat effectiveness of the major ninja villages, conquering a big country is not a problem at all. The coercive measures of the Samsara mark were almost useless against Otsutsuki Kaguya, although it could be used to seal him, it would be a shame not to use it on such a rare and powerful person. Combined with her experiences in the spiritual world, she has come up with newer laws that can ensure that there will never be another war among people all over the world. Even though the 5 major ninja villages are so prosperous, and each village has a strong reserve of ninja troops, they still have to look at the face of their own country's daimyo. In this Hokage world, it's ridiculous to say this. In the following period, Akatsuki united Konoha village, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kurigakure to merge other small villages. Although at the beginning, he was an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. But now is certainly the time to see results. Neji has actually always been very curious. In that case, I will contact Deidara now and ask him to issue a joint statement with Iwagakure. Kisame said. His current target is the whole world, the entire Sea of Stars. Ninjas are like an official mercenary organization of the 5 major countries, and they are a village with the strongest military force that surpasses the 5 major countries. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi's vision now is no longer limited to just one family or one village. However, after being influenced by Red Revolutionism, and then undergoing 12 years of compulsory education in the spiritual world, as well as the mental correction method in the mental hospital, basic cognition has undergone tremendous changes. As the Ninja Empire continued to expand, the original 5 major countries began to be forcibly acquired by the Ninja Empire, and the power of the daimyo suffered a severe blow. Oh shit. That means, the so-called mother of the Sage of 6 Paths, the real ancestor of Chakra, has now been taken to another world by you. Itachi couldn't help but ask. After uniting the 5 major ninja villages and several small villages, ninjas all over the world have gradually shown the prosperity of the ancient ninja sect. Even though they were well informed, they were still shocked after hearing about these things. However, it is enough to serve as a buffer for the Akatsuki organization and all the experiences in the spiritual world. Conan and others were not too surprised about this. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to rectify the values of the current ninja world. Because they were influenced by the living habits of the spiritual world, many of the ninjas in these villages did not adhere to the decadent ideas of their own villages in the past. In fact, everyone in this world has been marked with the mark of reincarnation, but there are too many people at one time, and the time required to change the subconscious mind is long, so the effect is not very obvious for a while. Since they could still be resurrected, the sadness in everyone's hearts was dispelled a lot. Neji just stood there quietly for a while. Although Nagato is gone now, Neji said that there is hope for his resurrection. That's right. Speaking of which, that girl isn't that easy to deal with. I'm afraid I'll need to keep an eye on her for a while. Neji explained. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then we can't just stay here and do nothing anymore. Conan said in a deep voice. There is also Nagato's Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu and a series of other things. There were so many incredible things in this that they were all stunned. This news is so explosive. Our primary task now is to unite people from other villages and unify the entire ninja world. Conan's eyes sparkled. I'll leave things here to you. Of the 4 villages, only Cloud Shinobi Village is a problem right now. The others are almost all under our control. You can implement your ambitions without any worries. Neji said solemnly. Chapter 213 Anxious Dukao. This is just like what happened in a female novel, where the prince commands 100,000 cavalrymen, and his childhood best friend is the commander-in-chief of the army, but he is still mocked by the second prince every day, suppressed and humiliated by his father, and rejected by his fiancée. This is bullshit. Neji rolled his eyes. The death rate caused by going to war with a ninja village is much higher than the death rate caused by going to war with a big country. And after they directly rule the country, is there any need for fighting and killing? Isn't it enough to just be the boss and make the decisions themselves? Is it still necessary to fight to the death? Neji found it hard to understand what was going on in the minds of the people in the ninja world. He felt that he needed to let this group of people know the principle of the survival of the fittest and that only the bigger the fist, the truth. Therefore, when the Ninja Empire was established and turned its attention to the 5 great nations, the people of the original 5 great nations were suddenly confused. What the hell? My little brother actually dared to attack me. Damn it, he is really asking for his life, right? Do you still want tomorrow's funds? Do you still want to do tomorrow's task? Don't you want your job anymore? The leaders of the 5 major countries were immediately furious. However, facing the coalition of the 5 great inch ninjas, they were unable to put up any resistance. There is no way, the opponent is too strong. The combat effectiveness of these big countries is not even a little bit inferior to that of real ninjas. Although there are also people in the big country's army who practice chakra, their research is not as deep as that of the ninjas in the ninja village. So within a very short period of time, the 5 major countries were destroyed one after another and were merged into the ninja empire. Even the Iron Kingdom, which was originally far away from the 5 major countries, was forcibly conquered and merged together by the powerful ninja alliance. After estimating this, Neji has almost seen the future. He doesn't need to worry about what happens next, as what happens next will depend on the leader's ability. So, after leaving a portal to the pirate's world, Neji returned to the super seminary. When Neji returned here again, he was discovered by the Dinor system on the Giant Canyon. At this moment, Dukao, as the supreme commander, became extremely excited after detecting Neji's figure. Advertisement. Here it comes. It's finally here. Damn it, I finally see someone. If it weren't for Sona and Lianfeng being here, Dukao would probably have jumped up. Before, he had thought that as a true reincarnation god, Neji's fighting power surpassed that of the demon king Morgana and was comparable to that of the angel king Holy Geisa. If you let such a person teach your super soldiers, you will definitely gain valuable experience. But what is the result? Things developed an outcome that Dukao could never have predicted. Laozi's soldiers are gone. Yes, when Dukao noticed that his super soldier troops had disappeared, he didn't take it seriously at first. As for training, maybe Neji took them deep into the mountains and forests to seriously impart his experience to them. This is understandable. After all, the space on the Grand Canyon is limited, and some abilities may not be fully utilized. At this time, Dukao had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. It was not until he used the exploration system of the Dinor Galaxy to explore the specific situation in the entire Juxia city that he found nothing. Then there is one province, 2 provinces, a country, and even the whole world. He used the Dinor system to search the entire place, but didn't see anyone. It was not until this time that Dukao completely panicked. Where are Laozi's soldiers? Why can't I find any of them? Where on earth did Neji take them? Dukao was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He has lived for so many years, so he naturally knows that some super soldiers in the universe have rebelled or been won over by hostile forces. This is not a rare thing anymore. Could it be that Neji stole my entire super soldier army in one go? Duoka got a headache when he thought of this. Damn, these are all my soldiers. Dukao is really worried now. It would be fine if you took away a few unimportant soldiers, but why did you take away such important genetic god-making projects? The dean of the super seminary, the god of time, Jilin, once created 3 genetic god-making projects, namely the power of the galaxy, the light of the sun, and the god of war of the no star, 3 main god-level genetic projects. Advertisement. It can be said that once the 3 of them grow up, they will be the main gods of a galaxy, or at least the main gods of the same level as Holy Geisa. The current Sunlight Emperor Lina is a genetically engineered creature of the fiery sun star and will be the main god of the fiery sun star in the future. Dukao didn't particularly care about this. But, galaxy power, and, no star wars are really on our side. Whether it is the power of the galaxy or the god of war of no star, they are all the main gods of the future of the Earth. But what about now? These 2 would become the main gods of the Earth and super warriors who could resist evil spirits once they grew up, but at this moment they had completely disappeared. Dukao is really going crazy. Damn it, Neji, you be ****************, where did you take lousy soldiers? What worried him most was that not only Du Changwei, but also Delena and others had disappeared. Even the super warriors that the original Neji summoned disappeared without a trace when Neji disappeared. This made Dukao extremely worried. The only thing to be thankful for is. Dukao looked into the barbecue restaurant and saw a woman with horns, long snow-white hair, and pure white pupils, eating spicy crayfish one mouthful at a time, enjoying it very much. Thank you Kaguya. The female alien who fought Neji to equal strength is at least still here and has not disappeared. But, Dukao felt a headache when he looked at the woman in front of him. He wanted to get in touch with the other party, but the guy in front of him seemed to be completely different from Neji. Not only did she rarely speak, but her movements were also erratic. I was clearly here in the last second, but I crossed the province in the next second. This is really outrageous. This isn't how you transport things through a wormhole. Ding. Your bank card debited -1,482 yuan, the current remaining balance. Dukao looked at the message on his bank card silently, not knowing why. Watching his little money disappear, he actually felt a little relieved.